Chapter 1. Player 55 of the Columbia Blue Lions. On the evening of March 15, 2000, at 9 p.m., the NCAA Championship at Madison Square Garden in New York featured a gripping contest between the Columbia Blue Lions and the Hofstra Pride, with less than a minute remaining on the clock. The fans of the Hofstra Pride were wide-eyed, holding their breath. Initially, they had perceived the Columbia Blue Lions as mere pushovers, and their excitement soared upon the conclusion of the draw, believing that the Pride would effortlessly advance to the round of 32. However, as the final minute approached, the Blue Lions trailed by a mere 4 points, with a score of 59-63. Anything was possible. At this pivotal moment in the game, the Blue Lions' number 55, the guard son Tieshan, found himself surrounded by defenders from the Hofstra Pride. With remarkable precision, he converted 6 out of 10 three-point attempts, contributed 5 assists, secured 4 rebounds, and made 1 steal, amassing an impressive 23 points to keep the Blue Lions in contention against the Pride. Now, with possession firmly in the Blue Lions' hands, son Tieshan advanced the ball. The Pride's captain, the senior star Speedy Claxton, stepped up to challenge him, relentlessly attempting to disrupt his rhythm and steal the ball. Unlike the NBA, the NCAA enforces a 35-second shot clock. With only 48 seconds left in the game, both teams theoretically had one opportunity to shoot. For the Blue Lions to seize victory, they needed to sink a quick three-pointer. At that moment, Speedy Claxton made a swift motion, nearly stealing the ball away. Standing at 1.80 meters, Claxton was nimble and quick, an adept point guard. This year, he was selected 20th overall in the draft by the Philadelphia 76ers. Despite his journey through multiple NBA teams, he had carved out a 10-year career in the league, averaging 9 points, 1.5 steals, and 4.3 assists in just 25.6 minutes per game, showcasing his defensive prowess. Currently, son Tieshan felt his stamina waning, finding it challenging to dribble fluidly in the face of Claxton's pressure. He had already committed 4 turnovers. Although reborn with the basketball divinity system, granting him the shooting prowess of a peak Stephen Curry, he had secured a place on the Columbia Blue Lions. His fundamental skills were impeccably honed, particularly his three-point shooting, which had flourished over 2 years, earning him the captaincy of the Blue Lions. Yet, when confronted with Speedy, he still fell short in certain aspects, particularly given his relatively brief engagement with the sport compared to those who had played since childhood. In a moment of urgency, son Tieshan swiftly passed the ball to his teammate Quinn Waterman and sprinted toward the front court, with Claxton shadowing him closely. Waterman, under pressure from the opposing guard Jason Williams, managed to carry the ball past half-court. With just 41 seconds remaining in the game, son Tieshan extended 3 fingers. His handsome face, characterized by thick eyebrows and bright eyes, bore a determined expression, youthful yet striking. He bore a resemblance to Yin Quan, but with larger eyes, and his charming smile could have earned him a living even outside the basketball realm. Three-point play, he called out. Upon hearing this, forward Skinny Michael quickly positioned himself from the paint to beyond the three-point line. Son Tieshan deftly maneuvered around Skinny Michael, successfully evading Claxton. Waterman, demonstrating their strong chemistry developed over 2 years, instantly passed the ball. Though still shy of 19 years old, son Tieshan stood at 1.98 meters 6 feet 6 inches, albeit with a slender frame of only 83 kilograms, lacking some physical strength. Fortunately, his height and long arms created a favorable mismatch against Claxton. As son Tieshan received the ball, he made no adjustments and released it instantly, even as Claxton leaped to obstruct his view with a defensive move akin to that of Sean Battier. Standing just a step beyond the three-point line and relying on an extraordinary memory, he launched the ball toward the basket. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish! It found the net without touching the rim. The score now stood at 62-63, the Columbia Blue Lions trailing by a single point with just 38 seconds left in the game. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. My goodness, just 1 point. Countless fans adorned with the Blue Lions emblem shouted in unison, "Quick shooter! Quick shooter! Quick shooter!" The deafening cheers reverberated throughout the arena. Son Tieshan signaled an OK gesture and sprinted across half-court. The Raptors, possessing a lower first-round draft pick, were on the lookout for a guard, and their scouts had come to assess Speedy Claxton's performance. As for the Columbia Blue Lions, they were typically regarded as a bottom-tier team. Even the scouts from the New York Knicks had never taken note of son Tieshan's games, let alone those from the Raptors. The Raptors scouts, witnessing son Tieshan's display, hastily jotted down notes. Columbia Blue Lions player number 55, son Tieshan, of Chinese descent, precise with three-point shooting, quick release, and high shooting point. However, they noted his poor physicality, average ball handling skills, and propensity for turnovers, making it challenging for him to adapt to the NBA's intensity. They then made a heavy mark next to his three-point accuracy. The 76ers scouts were also present, primarily to evaluate Speedy Claxton from Hofstra. Upon seeing the performance, they recorded in their notebooks. Speedy Claxton exhibits solid defensive fundamentals, maintaining good positioning and possessing excellent anticipation. After deliberating, they noted, Columbia Blue Lions player number 55, Sun Tieshan, of Asian descent, decent three-point shooter, but lacking in self-creation ability, poor physicality, and frequent turnovers, currently unfit for the rigors of the NBA. At this juncture, the NBA placed a significant emphasis on immediate player impact. Most NCAA players completed their college education before entering the draft, while a few high schoolers made it to the NBA, but they were a minority. Beep! A sharp whistle pierced the air. The Hofstra Pride called a timeout. Columbia Blue Lions head coach Mark Bryan gathered his players and clapped his hands, saying, "There are only 38 seconds left in the game. They will likely try to stretch the shot clock to the final seconds before taking a shot. Speedy Claxton is their star player. His three-point shooting is average, but he excels in driving to the basket. Quinn Waterman, you will defend him with all your might. Is that clear?" "Absolutely," Waterman replied. Coach Bryan continued, "Son, you will guard Jason Williams. Though a rookie, he possesses a solid three-point shot. Maintain your defensive positioning and be ready to double-team the ball handler at any moment." Sun Tieshan wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, "Yes, coach." "Skinny Michael, you will defend their power forward, Bruce Carlos. Despite being a freshman, his mid-range shooting is quite reliable. Stay glued to him, do not allow him to receive the ball, and under no circumstances let him shoot in the paint." "Understood?" "Understood." Coach Bryan meticulously outlined the strategy, concluding, with just 38 seconds remaining, we must apply full court pressure and aim for a steal. The Columbia Blue Lions have never won a game in the NCAA championship. We are currently down by just 1 point. This is our one chance. Let's seize it, gentlemen. If we can create a miracle, you will undoubtedly etch your names into the annals of Blue Lions history. Mark Bryan served his players a hearty dose of motivational inspiration. Chapter 2, The Lucky Shot. Columbia University, a member of the Ivy League and a prestigious institution, while generous with scholarships, excelled only in golf within the realm of sports. Basketball, on the other hand, was a standard bottom-tier team, lacking specialized basketball scholarships and not ranking among the strongest in the Ivy League. The average skill level of the players was relatively low, with the starters' abilities closely resembling those of the Pride substitutes. The bench players were merely basketball enthusiasts, hardly qualifying as professionals. In the NCAA, they could only be considered an amateur team. It was not until Sun Tieshan joined the Blue Lions that, through his relentless progress, he managed to lead the Columbia Blue Lions back into the NCAA championship after 2 years. The Ivy League was also regarded as the weakest conference within the NCAA. This season, Sun Tieshan had played in a total of 30 games for the Columbia Blue Lions, starting all of them. He averaged 28.6 minutes on the court, scoring 19.8 points, securing 4.5 rebounds, providing 4.8 assists, and achieving 0.9 steals and 0.8 blocks, along with 2.8 turnovers and 1.1 fouls. Averaging 7.6 three-point attempts per game, with a commendable 3.5 successful shots. Boasting an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 46. Unanimously selected for the first team of the Ivy League's best lineup. As the timeout concluded, the Hofstra University Pride prepared to inbound the ball. Speedy Claxton stepped forward to receive it, closely pursued by Quinn Waterman. Speedy Claxton demonstrated commendable ball handling skills, although his touch could not be deemed elite. Nevertheless, it surpassed Quinn Waterman's by a considerable margin. According to the SABCD professional grading system, Speedy Claxton's dribbling at the very least qualifies as a level standard. In contrast, Quinn Waterman's perimeter defense could only be classified as amateurish, failing to even achieve a D rating. His dribbling, while decent, barely reached a C level. With a calm demeanor, Speedy Claxton advanced the ball into the front court, unhurried, the basketball thumping rhythmically against the hardwood floor. Quinn Waterman made several futile attempts to intercept. Time ticked away steadily. As the last 10 seconds dwindled, just as Sun Tieshan was about to abandon Jason Williams to double team, Speedy Claxton suddenly sprang into action. With a cross step beyond the three-point line, he feigned movement, executing a swift jab step. Quinn Waterman misjudged the play and lunged in the wrong direction. In a flash, Speedy Claxton changed direction, dribbling between his legs, swiftly switching the ball from his left hand to his right. He surged past Quinn Waterman on his right side. Skinny Penn was impeded by Bruce Karnowski, unable to provide timely support. The other two players from the Columbia Lions were occupied, one drawn to the perimeter while the other was pinned down by the opposing center. In a flash, Speedy Claxton converged on the basket, soaring to unleash a layup. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Watch out! As the ball was released, a figure lunged in. With a resounding thud, the seemingly certain layup was cleanly swatted away, ricocheting off the backboard. Speedy Claxton was sent sprawling out of bounds. Rebound. As son Tieshan landed, he rubbed his abdomen and shouted, having just endured a sneaky elbow. The bench of the Columbia Lions erupted in exclamations. His technique, Sun, is undoubtedly employing traditional Hwacha martial arts. Hailing from Sangzhou, the cradle of Hwacha martial arts, Sun Tieshan had trained in martial arts from a young age. He indeed possessed skill, albeit not as fantastical as the legend suggests. Sun Tieshan had yet to become a legendary hero in his lifetime. However, his martial training conferred advantages. His agility, flexibility, coordination, and reflexes surpassed those of an average individual. In terms of his physical coordination and flexibility alone, he would rank among the top echelon even in the NBA, capable of executing front flips, back flips, and splits with ease. Yet he lacked sufficient strength and struggled in physical confrontations. Quick shooter, quick shooter, quick shooter. The Columbia Lions fans erupted with fervent cheers. Amidst the chaos beneath the basket, the basketball was batted around, soaring towards the three-point line. Sun Tieshan, quick on his feet, leapt just as Jason Williams retreated to receive the ball, extending his hand to tap it away, utilizing his height and reach to swat it over Jason Williams' head. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, he darted forward. Controlling the ball, he surged toward the opponent's half. Jason Williams turned to give chase. With less than 2 seconds remaining in the game, Sun Tieshan pushed the ball with both hands, launching a long-range three-pointer. All players on both benches rose in unison, eyes glued to the hoop, silently praying. At that moment, the red light, signaling the end of the game, illuminated. The basketball struck the rim and soared high. The over 20,000 spectators at Madison Square Garden gasped, their mouths agape, watching the descending ball in utter silence. Swish! The basketball fell straight through the net. Wow! He made it from beyond half-court. Truly unbelievable. The crowd erupted in astonishment, akin to a roaring tidal wave. Upon witnessing the ball nestling into the net, Sun Tieshan crossed his left arm over his chest and tapped his right hand's 2 fingers against his wrist 3 times. A signature gesture for a game-winning shot. At that moment, he heard a crisp chime. Congratulations on breaking a long-standing team record and earning a chance to enter a lottery. The roulette can only be activated if the host achieves a breakthrough in honors for the team before turning 20. You may draw at any time. Sun Tieshan pondered as he approached the bench. The star player of the Pride, Speedy Claxton, cast a forlorn glance at the court before limping back to the locker room. Quick shooter, quick shooter, quick shooter. Countless Lions fans mimicked Sun Tieshan's gesture, checking their watches, their right hands' fingers tapping rhythmically, chanting. This marked Sun Tieshan's 3rd game-winning three-pointer of the season. The first 2 were within the Ivy League, but this was his debut in the NCAA tournament. The Lions fans were no strangers to the moment. As the referee blew the final whistle, all the Columbia Lions bench players dashed onto the court, cheering loudly. We've made history, we've done it. Sun Tieshan's statistics finalized at 29 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block for turnovers, and 3 fouls. His stat line was filled to the brim. He shot 10 of 17 from the field, including 8 of 13 from beyond the arc, 2 of 4 from two-point range, and made 1 of 1 from the free throw line. With his individual prowess, he propelled the Columbia Lions past the Hofstra Pride, advancing to the NCAA tournament's round of 32. Returning to the bench, head coach Mark Bryan handed him a towel, a broad smile on his face. Well done, son. We have set a new record for the Lions. Sun Tieshan accepted the towel, wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied, I relish victory. The other players joined him, celebrating joyously. This match was broadcast by ESPN. ESPN commentator Mike Breen remarked, I must say, that was a fortunate shot. Sun nailed that crucial basket, becoming the hero that propelled the Lions into the round of 32. However, the overall strength of the Columbia Lions still falls slightly short compared to the Hofstra Pride, despite the latter not being a basketball powerhouse. Yet, they're a formidable 3-star team, boasting star player Speedy Claxton. The Hofstra Pride maintained their lead throughout the match. In the end, it was luck that prevailed. I believe that in their upcoming match, even if fortune favors the Blue Lions, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to secure a victory against overwhelming strength. Walter, what is your perspective? Walter Fraser, the guest commentator for the New York Knicks, replied, You're absolutely right, Mike. The next opponent for the Columbia Blue Lions is the Michigan State Spartans, a 5-star team. Aside from head coach Tom Izzo, the roster boasts star players such as Jason Richardson, Martin Clivis, Morris Peterson, Staley Pole-Bagley, and Charlie Bell. The bench players Chris Hill, Matt Ishbia, and Antonio Smith possess skills that surpass those of the Blue Lion starters. They stand no chance whatsoever. However, what does it matter? Columbia NCAA's standout program is golf. Winning even a single game would be a historic achievement. Son Tieshan has completed all his collegiate coursework in just 3 years and is eligible to graduate. He is likely to enter the draft at the season's end. Do you think he has a chance? Clearly, Mike Breen has done his homework before the commentary. Son is too slender, lacking in physicality and ball handling, making him susceptible to being stripped by smaller players. I am not optimistic about his chances of being a first-round pick. If he were to declare for the draft, his remarkable three-point shooting might entice a team to give him an opportunity in the second round. Yet, I do not foresee him making a significant impact in the NBA. I believe Wall Street is the rightful place for someone of his caliber, a distinguished graduate from an Ivy League institution. Chapter 3. Palinka that night. After returning to the dormitory and freshening up, Son Tieshan lay in bed. A thought flickering in his mind as he silently intoned, "Lottery." A virtual image materialized in his mind's eye. It was a grand roulette wheel, adorned with the thigh of Charles Barkley, the iron elbow of Karl Malone, the vitality of Wilt Chamberlain, the immunity of AC Green, the dimensions of Serge Ibaka, the hands of Kawhi Leonard, the performance of Bruce Bowen, and the upper body strength of Ben Wallace. There were a total of 8 options. Son Tieshan scrutinized the system's lottery, finding it rather irreverent. Who does it belittle? Ibaka is classified as S, while I at the very least deserve an A. Despite the lottery's lack of seriousness, he yearned for all 8 options presented. Charles Barkley, renowned as the Flying Pig, possesses leg strength that undoubtedly ranks as S. Ben Wallace boasts arms of unparalleled might, seldom matched in the NBA. Uncle Bow's acting prowess is fit for Hollywood, requiring no training whatsoever. Legends whisper of Zhang Dashuai's past conquests, brimming with vitality and unmatched in combat. Known as Iron Man, AC Green astonishingly participated in 192 consecutive games. With an impeccable record over 13 seasons, his immunity is unparalleled, ensuring robust health even beyond the basketball court, warding off viral invasions. He silently intoned, "Commence." The roulette spun rapidly, gradually decelerating as it gently grazed Karl Malone's iron elbow, traversed Wilt Chamberlain's vitality, and skimmed AC Green's immunity. The speed waned further, ultimately halting upon Kawhi Leonard's palm. Congratulations! You have been awarded the gift of Kawhi Leonard's palm. This talent requires 1 month for full evolution. Please pay attention to your dietary intake. Son Tieshan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Despite the extraordinary talent of Kawhi Leonard, particularly his impressive hands, which could be ranked among the best in the NBA, measuring approximately 29 centimeters in length and 24 centimeters in width, 7 centimeters longer than his own palms. These hands alone afforded him an additional 14 centimeters in wingspan and 7 centimeters in standing reach, enhancing his ball handling stability significantly. His static attributes were far superior to those of the past. However, it was AC Green's resilience that he yearned for most. Uncertain of when he might have another opportunity to draw from the lottery, he realized that with his collegiate career drawing to a close, achieving a breakthrough for an NBA team would be exceedingly difficult. The NBA, unlike the NCAA, did not allow for a single game to determine victory. With a sigh, he accessed the system panel for a brief moment before succumbing to a deep slumber. Host, Son Tieshan age, 17 years and 9 months position. Dual guard body fat percentage, 10. 1 palm length, 22. 56 centimeters. An additional 7 centimeters would require a month's time. Palm width, 18. 45 centimeters. An additional 6 centimeters would require a month's time. Barefoot height, 198. 03 centimeters height and shoes, 200. 54 centimeters standing reach, 261. 23 centimeters. An additional 7 centimeters would require a month's time. Weight, 83 kilograms wingspan, 205. 43 centimeters. An additional 14 centimeters would require a month's time. 4-point movement in the paint, 11. 34 yard sprint, 22. 86 m3, 35 seconds vertical jump, 65. 3 centimeters standing reach jump, 321. 02 centimeters running jump, 76. 38 centimeters running reach, 339. 33 centimeters. An additional 7 centimeters would require a month's time. Maximum bench press repetitions, 83. 91 kilograms, 3 times, 100 meter speed, 11. 3 seconds the following morning. Son Tieshan arrived at the college gymnasium for over an hour of training, at which point head coach Mark Bryan summoned him to his office. "Son, once this season concludes, you will have completed all your college courses and can apply for graduation. What are your plans next? Will you pursue further studies or enter the workforce?" "Coach, I intend to enter the NBA draft." Mark Bryan nodded thoughtfully. "Your shooting is impressive, especially your three-point shooting, but your defense leaves something to be desired. If you were at a renowned basketball institution, your age could attract the attention of NBA scouts. However, the Ivy League is different. Here, no one pays heed to basketball stars. Since you wish to enter the NBA draft, in the upcoming game against Michigan State University, strive to showcase your strengths. Focus on shooting rather than dribbling. If you can achieve a high score and display your unique attributes, it will undoubtedly enhance your chances of entering the NBA. Do you believe we cannot win the next round?" Son inquired. Mark Bryan replied gravely, "Son, you must understand that basketball is a team sport requiring collaboration. Michigan State University is a storied powerhouse in the NCAA, and their prowess is formidable. Their games will undoubtedly attract numerous NBA scouts. Our team, aside from you, is significantly weaker at every position. Even their bench players surpass our starters. We have little to no chance of winning. I will speak to the other players and instruct them to refrain from reckless shooting, aiming to create opportunities for you. Even if you are not selected this year, you can come and assist me as a coach, train with the team, and continue your education. There will be other opportunities next year. After all, you are still under 18 and have time on your side." "Thank you, coach." After several days of training, on March 18th, the game between the Columbia Blue Lions and the Michigan State Spartans concluded, just as coach Mark Bryan had predicted. The Columbia Blue Lions were thoroughly dominated by their opponents, unable to muster any significant response. Despite the collective efforts of the team, son Tieshan managed to score 30 points with 12 successful shots out of 26 attempts, alongside contributing 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. However, he also committed a staggering 6 turnovers throughout the match. Ultimately, the Columbia Blue Lions faced a significant defeat, losing by 18 points with a final score of 58-76, resulting in their elimination from the tournament. Nevertheless, son Tieshan's remarkable three-point shooting did not go unnoticed, as several scouts in attendance took note of his performance. After the game, an exhausted son Tieshan exited the arena. Just as he was about to board the bus, a Caucasian man in his 30s approached him, waving and saying, "Hi, son, your three-point shots were fantastic. Are you considering entering the draft this year?" "Who are you?" Son inquired. "I am Robert Todd Pelinka, a sports agent. This is my alma mater, and I was once a member of the varsity team. I have a deep passion for basketball. I just watched your match against the Spartans, and I was impressed by your three-point shooting. If you are interested in entering the draft, feel free to reach out to me," Pelinka said as he handed over a business card. Son Tieshan felt a slight sense of astonishment as he took the business card and glanced at it, which bore the emblem of SFX Management Company. In a previous timeline, Pelinka was once regarded as one of the top 5 agents in the NBA, a recognized expert in contract negotiations. However, at present, he was merely a fledgling agent, far from the prominence he would later achieve. It was not until 2003, following the events of the Eagle County incident, that he became the agent for the Los Angeles Lakers star player, Kobe Bryant, and subsequently established his own agency. As a former ardent fan of the NBA, son Tieshan was aware of Pelinka, yet he did not anticipate that Pelinka would seek him out. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well. I shall participate in the draft this year, but I must return to school immediately. Tomorrow, you can come to New York, and we can discuss matters in detail." "No problem. I will call you in the morning to confirm the location." "Agreed. It is settled then." Son Tieshan sat on the team bus, making a nocturnal return to New York. Chapter 4. The Attributes of Basketball. As the season concluded, the Columbia Blue Lions achieved significant success, not only clinching the Ivy League championship, but also breaking historical records by advancing to the NCAA's top 32. Unlike last year, when they did not even get a glimpse of the NCAA tournament, this accomplishment also garnered him a considerable fan base. Son Tieshan returned to his dormitory, reclined on his bed, and silently murmured as he observed the fan value within the system, which had surged from 21,000 at the conclusion of the previous season to an astonishing 113,000, more than a 5-fold increase. This figure does not even account for the 20,000 fan value he had utilized last year to exchange for the physique of Karl Malone. Son Tieshan felt a spark of inspiration as the system interface unveiled a plethora of elite players endowed with exceptional talents and their distinctive skill rankings. the creativity of Nash, the vision of Jason Kidd, the court sense of Kyrie Irving, the core strength of Jordan, his remarkable hang time, and Hakeem Olajuwon's keen anticipation were all highlighted. Allen Iverson's explosive power, Vince Carter's astounding vertical leap, and Wilt Chamberlain's unparalleled stamina caught his attention. Larry Bird's immense courage, Rodman's instinct for rebounding, Mutombo's impeccable timing for blocks, Robertson's prowess in steals, Derrick Rose's deft change of direction, and Kobe's signature fadeaway jump shot were equally impressive. The elegance of Nowitzki's one-legged fadeaway, Kawhi's relentless grip, and James Harden's step-back three-pointer added to the allure. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook, Olajuwon's dreamlike footwork, Tracy McGrady's pull-up jumper, Durant's isolation play, Jordan's unanswerable mid-range shot, Anthony's triple threat position, and the nimble footwork of Sigma were among the countless options available. The choices were overwhelmingly abundant, including Karl Malone's exceptional physique and Stephen Curry's peak three-point shooting touch. Sun Tieshan possesses two remarkable talents, yet these skills have completely vanished from the selection panel, despite holding an impressive 113,000 fan points. The cost of acquiring each additional related talent doubles. In other words, this selection will require a consumption of 40,000 fan points. A subsequent choice will necessitate 80,000 fan points. The fan points required for exclusive skills of top-tier players are fixed. Each skill learned will consume 100,000 fan points, allowing it to evolve into one of the host's signature moves, ensuring that the fan points will never go to waste. In addition to selecting the talents of elite players, one may also opt for similar talents from other athletes. For instance, regarding ball sense, aside from the top-ranked Kyrie Irving, there are the second-ranked Allen Iverson, the third Michael Jordan, the fourth Isaiah Thomas, the fifth Chris Paul, the sixth Derrick Rose, the seventh Kobe Bryant, the eighth Dwayne Wade, the ninth Irvin Johnson, and the 10th James Harden. The fan points required to exchange for these players' talents vary considerably. However, once a choice is made, it will vanish entirely. Akin to the physique of Karl Malone, leaving no opportunity for a second chance. After selecting a talent, continuous training is essential to internalize it, transforming the talent into an instinctual ability. Moreover, the selection of talents can only commence at the end of each season, whereas player skills can be chosen at any time. Sun Tieshan found himself momentarily lost in contemplation. Should he opt for exceptional ball-handling talent or prioritize superior core strength? Alternatively, might he consider foregoing the utmost level of talent, such as the second-ranked Allen Iverson's finesse or the equally ranked Vince Carter's core power? While Vince Carter may not boast explosive scoring, he is undeniably revered as a demigod, possessing formidable core strength. Currently, these two attributes are precisely the areas he most urgently needs to enhance. Sun Tieshan possesses the remarkable ability to dribble with both hands and shoot with equal proficiency, showcasing commendable physical coordination, agility, and awareness. However, his lack of strength, particularly in his core, hampers the full expression of his technical abilities, especially on the defensive end. Moreover, a refined sense of the game requires substantial core strength to provide the necessary stability and support for body posture, athletic skills, and specialized techniques, which are of utmost importance. Those who exhibit graceful and upright postures, coupled with strong control and balance, invariably possess robust core strength. The essence of it all can be distilled into a single word: charisma. Indeed, to captivate an audience, it is not only essential for one to possess physical attractiveness, but also for their demeanor and movements to exude elegance. Sun Tieshan possesses a strikingly handsome appearance. However, that alone is insufficient. In addition to core strength, explosive power and predictive ability are equally paramount. He opened the core strength panel and glanced at the rankings. At the pinnacle stands the legendary Air Jordan, followed closely by Vince Carter in second place, Kobe Bryant in third, LeBron James in fourth, Clyde Drexler in fifth, and Charles Barkley in sixth. Sun Tieshan pondered for an extended period before decisively opting for the core strength of Jordan. There was no other reason. It was simply a matter of undeniable charisma. Subsequently, in pursuit of optimal performance, he selected the sixth-ranked Derrick Rose's ball sense. Although he could not replicate the soaring prowess of Jordan, he at least acquired a commendable imitation. As for the other talents, they would have to wait until the next season to be addressed. Ding. You have chosen the core strength of Jordan and the ball sense of Derrick Rose. The host must now proceed with scientific training as required. Sun Tieshan glanced at the core strength training, which is divided into 3 stages. Each cycle lasts 2 months. focusing on reducing body fat percentage while simultaneously increasing muscle mass and weight. Currently, he weighs 83 kilograms. He must increase his weight by at least 9 kilograms to reach 92 kilograms, while maintaining his body fat percentage between 6 and 8. A body fat percentage that is too low results in excessively thick muscle fibers, which can adversely affect his shooting touch. Conversely, a higher percentage may impede his physical agility. Ball handling training requires continuous dribbling and ball control. Completing this training and fully transforming his innate talent will take a full 6 months. As it is now only March, it is highly likely that he will not fully realize his potential until late September. Furthermore, he must refrain from consuming high oil and high fat foods to maintain his physique. Should his weight exceed 100 kilograms, it would negatively impact his body coordination and diminish his agility. Sun Tieshan's consciousness stirred as he glanced at the basketball attribute chart. Overall rating, C. Basketball attribute chart. Dribbling, 78, C. Breakthrough, 52, E. Layup, 71, C. Back to the basket, 56, E. Hook shot, 48, E. Floater, 76, C. Dunk, 88, B. Face up, 83, B. 3-point, 98, S. Box out, 51, E. Playmaking, 67, D. Steal, 66, D. Interior defense, 53, E. Perimeter defense, 61, D. Rebounding, 59, E. Block, 63, D. In the Tieshan system, E represents amateur players, D is for benchwarmers, C denotes NBA role players, possessing a particular skill, B signifies elite players, A indicates star players, and S represents superstar players. An S-rated basketball attribute chart requires more than 7 attributes above this level, with others averaging at least an A. There are no apparent weaknesses, marking him as a true superstar. If Sun Tieshan were to enter the NBA now, he would likely serve as a role player, an accurate shooter with average athleticism and subpar defensive skills, comparable to Novak. Navigating through the NBA should not pose a significant challenge for him, as he possesses a noteworthy skill set. Upon further reflection, his exceptional talents include the peak three-point shooting ability of Stephen Curry, an elite sharpshooter, rated S, the outstanding physicality of Karl Malone, unyielding strength, rated S, the core strength of Michael Jordan, soaring prowess, rated C, S, and the remarkable ball sense of Derrick Rose, harmonious energy with the ball, rated C, S. His coordination is rated S, a harmonious unity, memory S, a photographic recall, agility S, swift as a fleeting shadow, vision A, hang time A, explosiveness C, upper body strength C, lower body strength C, anticipation B, endurance C, creativity B, and immunity A. It is important to note that his talent and basketball attributes differ. The former signifies an individual's potential, and Sun Tieshan's potential is quite commendable. His immunity and vision are above elite standards, while his anticipation and creativity have reached elite levels. His coordination, memory, physicality, agility, and three-point shooting ability all attain the highest echelon. However, due to a lack of specialized training, his core strength, upper and lower body strength, and explosiveness, while superior to that of an average individual, still fall short compared to elite players. The following morning, he engaged in boxing and practiced intricate jump rope techniques to maintain his bodily coordination and agility. By 7 in the morning, he placed a call to his guardian. Chapter 5. My desire to earn money early. Before reaching adulthood, Sun Tieshan arrived in New York to pursue his studies, necessitating a guardian. His guardian is his cousin's daughter, Lee Eileen, a first-generation immigrant. She came to the United States at a young age with her parents, who established a restaurant in Chinatown, New Jersey. A 30-year-old Chinese woman with a wealth of work experience, she is 12 years his senior. Cousin, I intend to participate in this year's NBA draft and showcase my talent in the league. Are you not planning to continue your education? Sun Tieshan possesses a keen awareness of his circumstances. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable memory retention, capable of memorizing a text verbatim after only 3 readings. He attended Songzhou Foreign Language School in high school, showcasing a notable linguistic aptitude and a swift learning capability. While his logical reasoning skills are commendable, they are not exceptional enough for academic research. He expressed, I do not intend to pursue further studies. You are aware of my family's situation, burdened with substantial debts, and I wish to earn money at the earliest opportunity. His cousin, Lee Eileen, offered her support generously, stating, if you encounter difficulties in this regard, I can assist you. In a previous timeline, son Tieshan earned 3 undergraduate degrees in 3 years at Columbia University and, with his cousin's financial backing, obtained a Ph.D. in data analysis by the age of 22. In addition to his native language, he is proficient in English, German, French, Japanese, and Korean. Following his graduation, he joined a prominent international consulting firm but relinquished his American green card in 2009 to return to his homeland. However, this time, son Tieshan resolved not to seek his cousin's assistance. The internet crisis of 2000 presented a unique opportunity he felt compelled to seize. Whether as an academic or a high-ranking professional, one must be driven by capital interests, for wealth begets all. He recognized that joining the NBA, for which he possesses innate talent, could expedite his financial success and secure his future. Cousin, I have made a decision. I aspire to participate in the NBA draft. The NBA is a realm where youth prevails, with particularly high demands on physical fitness. Therefore, he believed it unnecessary to squander time on such pursuits if he did not intend to continue his education. He could seek employment with a company to gain experience first. As his guardian, Lee Eileen fulfilled her responsibilities diligently. I have contemplated this matter. Son Tieshan continued, Cousin, even if I were to join a large multinational corporation, my annual salary would merely amount to 30,000, and that is before taxes. Everything here is quite costly, and I can hardly save any substantial amount over the year. Recently, I borrowed 50,000 from you, which will take me 2 to 3 years to repay. However, the NBA presents a different opportunity. If I am fortunate enough to be selected, even with a minimum salary contract, I would earn 340,000 in a year, allowing me to accumulate wealth rapidly. There is no other profession more fitting for me than this. On March 10th of this year, Microsoft was ruled to have engaged in monopolistic practices, leading to the burst of the internet bubble. On that day, the Nasdaq index began its descent from 132 points. By October 10th, 2002, it plummeted to 108 points before stabilizing and beginning its ascent. Although son Tieshan was unaware of the specific trends during that period, he was acutely aware of the overarching trajectory. As a person reborn, how could he resist seizing the opportunity? After much deliberation, he borrowed 50,000 from his cousin Lee Eileen at the end of February and short-sold the Nasdaq index at its peak. For every point the Nasdaq index declined, he would earn 10,000, granting him the capital to wield influence in the future. Nevertheless, son Tieshan could not forsake basketball. Achieving fame in the NBA could yield even greater financial rewards. Moreover, the accompanying influence was invaluable, something money could not buy, serving as a protective shield behind him. Lee Eileen inquired, How do you intend for me to assist you? I have found an agent, and I will meet him at noon today. You know I cannot independently sign a contract with an agent. A guardian must be present. Very well, I will be there at noon. After having breakfast, son Tieshan made his way to the basketball court. The season had concluded, and to train in the gym. He needed to greet the head coach, Mark Bryan, first. Son Tieshan entered the coach's office after knocking on the door. Coach, I will be participating in the NBA draft this year. I need to gain muscle and weight, as well as engage in ball training. And I would like to borrow the team's basketball court. This is easily arranged. I can provide you with the key to the gym. But please remember to tidy up the equipment after your training sessions each day. No problem. Son Tieshan expressed his gratitude, stating, Thank you for your support, Coach. I also hope that Columbia University can produce a basketball star, especially since you have led the team to the second round. The team ought to reward you for your efforts. Mark Bryan handed the keys to the gymnasium over to son Tieshan. Son Tieshan trained diligently for the entire morning, tidying up the training equipment before departing from the basketball gym. He made his way to a CAF at the school gate, where he placed a call to Pelinka. After a brief wait of over 20 minutes, Pelinka arrived at the CAF. Here, son Tieshan greeted him briefly. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Pelinka ordered a sandwich and a cup of coffee, taking a seat across from him. Although this year is a modest draft year with no standout star players, it's important to note that the NBA has yet to see an Asian guard. While individuals of Asian descent may excel in mathematics, they have not made significant strides in the realm of basketball. Your statistics are impressive, and your performance is commendable. However, team executives rarely pay heed to NCAA player data, making it unlikely for you to secure a high draft position. Pelinka's words served as a precautionary measure, intended to dispel any unrealistic fantasies that son Tieshan might harbor regarding his draft prospects, urging him to temper his expectations. Son Tieshan, with an innocent smile, remarked, I understand. There is no need for concern. I am indifferent to the draft position. Pelinka, taken aback, responded, you do not care about your draft position? That relates to your potential earnings and your contract. Sun continued, I am fully aware of my circumstances and have my own plans. I am too occupied before the draft to partake in any team workouts. This will alleviate your burden. During the joint workout, one visit suffices. Pelinka inquired, oh, your requests are quite unique. May I ask why? Sun explained, the realm of sports is fleeting, and I cannot play basketball for a lifetime. Thus, my foremost priority is to ensure my academic pursuits. Over the past 3 years, I have earned degrees in 2 fields. I will not complete my credits and apply for graduation until late April. Furthermore, I still have much to improve in terms of competitiveness. Even if I were to attend workouts, it would be challenging to secure a higher draft position. Therefore, I require specialized training. Although there are 3 months remaining until the draft, not a single day is superfluous for me. Pelinka, perplexed, replied, if that is the case, I can arrange workouts for you in May and June. You need not worry. Although I am relatively new to the industry, I possess the necessary energy. Sun responded, it is not solely due to that. According to the terms of last year's collective bargaining agreement, first-round rookies must sign a 4-year contract. After the 4 years, the original team holds exclusive re-signing rights. This arrangement effectively locks a player into their team for a minimum of 5 years, even if they join a struggling team. The player is bound to endure the situation without the option of a trade, lest they tarnish their reputation. Conversely, second-round picks and undrafted players have contracts that last only 2 years. While the contract amounts for the first 2 years may be several million less after 2 years, they become free agents and can negotiate a more lucrative contract. Business, after all, is business. I do not wish to relinquish control to others. Do you understand what I mean? During the 1998 to 1999 NBA season, the league re-entered negotiations for the collective bargaining agreement. Initially, both parties were reluctant to concede, but ultimately reached a compromise. However, the regular season was limited to just 50 games. In the end, during this shortened season, the San Antonio Spurs, led by second-year player Tim Duncan, claimed the championship. Sun Tieshan quietly mused to himself, I am indeed a man of the system. And in the absence of the arena's clause, I must seize control of my own destiny. I fully comprehend this. Pelinka, perplexed by the source of Sun Tieshan's confidence, continued, however, you must also realize that if you merely go through the motions during the joint tryouts, you may not even secure a spot in the second round. The Ivy League's data is of little concern to any team manager. Sun Tai raised 2 fingers and addressed Pelinka, saying, Mr. Pelinka, there are 2 points you must comprehend. First, I have only played basketball for a little over 2 years, and I have yet to celebrate my 18th birthday. During this time, I have been preoccupied with my academic obligations and have not had the opportunity to devote myself entirely to physical training. Second, even if I were to attend a tryout as per your suggestion, it does not guarantee me a spot in the lottery draft, which, as you mentioned, would result in a significant financial loss. Once I have completed my current commitments and undergone initial training, I trust that, as a professional agent, you possess the requisite skills to secure a tryout opportunity for me. At that juncture, I am confident I will be able to impress some individuals. I firmly believe that in 2 years, I will secure a contract that surpasses the mid-level agreements, with an average salary potentially exceeding that of lower-ranked lottery picks. As you have noted, individuals from Huaxia are adept in mathematics. This is a straightforward equation, and I trust you understand my perspective. Sun Tieshan undoubtedly has his intentions. Before fully absorbing the core strength of Jordan and the ball sense of Derrick Rose, he would not secure a higher draft position even if he participated in tryouts. However, if he dedicates the next 6 months to refining his skills to perfection and then trials with teams, the outcome would be entirely different. After all, he plays as a point guard, and mastering Rose's ball sense alongside Jordan's core strength would significantly elevate his performance. Whether in penetrating the defense or in defensive capabilities, he would encounter minimal obstacles, and by then, he would possess the prowess to secure a contract with any team, unless the general manager in question were a fool. Otherwise, no one would decline such an opportunity. Pelinka furrowed his brow and inquired, do you truly possess confidence? To which he replied, indeed. I am filled with optimism for the future. Chapter 6. Securing the agent. Pelinka, still furrowing his brow, remained silent. Sun Tieshan tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice, his tone imbued with a sense of urgency as he addressed Mr. Pelinka. Please trust me, I am not merely an inexperienced youth devoid of understanding. If you were to delve a little deeper, you would discover that at the tender age of 15, I received an acceptance letter from Columbia University. Having been granted admission under exceptional circumstances, in the span of 3 years, I earned 2 degrees and am poised to apply for early graduation this year. I have meticulously charted out my future. Moreover, this arrangement would not entail any loss on your part. Rather, it would alleviate your workload. Upon hearing Sun Tieshan's compelling argument, Palinka realized that he indeed stood to lose nothing. Very well, you have persuaded me. Here's the contract I brought. Feel free to peruse it. If you have no objections, you may summon your guardian, and we shall proceed to sign. Sun Tieshan meticulously examined the contract he had obtained. He observed that the total player salary commission reached 4, while the endorsement commission soared to 20. Apart from these 2 aspects, the contract was rigorously structured, representing a standard endorsement agreement, devoid of any other discernible loopholes. Sun Tieshan remarked, Palinka, I have no objections regarding the commission on player salaries. But the percentage taken from off-court endorsements is excessively high. This requires revision. What do you consider appropriate? If you suggest 5, I am certain you would not be in agreement. I believe 10 is a more reasonable figure. Palinka furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you certain? Sun Tieshan nodded and remarked, Indeed, the scarcity of a commodity dictates its value. The price of a bottle of water in the desert far exceeds that in the city. You also mentioned that there have never been any Asian guards in the NBA. Once I establish my footing in the league, I will undoubtedly attract more attention from advertisers than others. After all, I possess a vast market behind me, which translates to a plethora of endorsement opportunities. I presume you have recognized this potential, otherwise you would not be inclined to become my agent. Palinka valued Sun Tieshan's identity, noting his handsome and sunny disposition, devoid of any negative press that might bring complications or require damage control. You are a shrewd individual, but 10 is too little. How about 15? Sun Tieshan chuckled. Whether it be 10 or 15, it all hinges upon my ability to establish a foothold in the NBA. Otherwise, it holds no value whatsoever. Let us compromise, then. At 12, Palinka did not engage in haggling, responding, Very well, 12 it is. I shall have a new contract printed. Sun Tieshan nodded. Palinka departed. Sun Tieshan made another phone call to his cousin Li Eileen. After a while, Li Eileen arrived by car, apologizing, I am very sorry. I was delayed by a meeting this morning. It's quite all right. Sun Tieshan continued, Cousin, I have reviewed the agent contract, and there are no issues. I must ensure everything is in order, or it will be difficult to explain to Andy. Palinka will return with the printed contract. Li Eileen took the agreement, examined it closely, and nodded, inquiring, Is there any concern regarding the commission rate? Sun Tieshan chuckled, I have conducted my research, typically. The commission for endorsements ranges from 5 to 20. I believe a rate of 12 is quite reasonable. That's splendid. After the contract was signed, Li Eileen had other matters to attend to and departed in her car. At that moment, Palinka inquired, Since you no longer require me to arrange a trial with the team, my tasks will be considerably simplified. Yet, as your agent, I cannot remain idle. What do you need me to do? I am about to embark on core, upper body, and lower body strength trainings, aiming to achieve the requisite muscle gain and weight increase while maintaining my shooting touch. The forthcoming training regimen will be quite rigorous. However, I lack a professional trainer's guidance. And after graduation, I must find accommodation in training facilities. All of these necessities require funding, so your work has already commenced. I need a financial investment to ensure my training remains uninterrupted. You can start discussions with those watch brands willing to offer me an endorsement contract. I am indifferent to the contract scale. Even a modest sum of $50,000 a year would suffice for me to sign. Although you possess some renown in the Ivy League in New York, your overall recognition is still rather limited. I believe securing an endorsement contract at this moment will prove challenging. Do you recall that move I executed on the court? Sun Tieshan, upon reaching this point, made a gesture of checking his watch, tapping it 3 times. Does Sun Tieshan truly lack funds? One could argue that he does. And yet one could also contend that he does not. Should he choose to liquidate his positions now, he would certainly realize profits amounting to several million. However, it is assured that he will not take such an action. Furthermore, this situation serves as a test of Palinka's capabilities. Palinka's previous success was undeniably built upon the legacy of Kobe. Presently, he remains a novice in the realm of management, merely a fledgling in the industry. Apart from his commendable three-point shooting and overall shooting skills, Sun Tieshan has yet to fully demonstrate his potential in other areas. This necessitates Palinka's persuasive efforts. Very well. I require your training footage as it would serve as compelling evidence. No problem. That afternoon, Upon returning to the gym, Pelinka assumed the role of trainer, passing the ball to Tieshan, positioned at the left and right corners, as well as at the 45-degree angles in the top of the arc. Sun executed 2 sets of shots from each location, by alternating his pivot foot while maintaining balance and ensuring a safe distance to avoid potential fouls. He demonstrated a technique he has honed since joining the school team over 2 years ago. Each set comprised 100 shots, with an impressive average of 97 successful baskets per shooting spot, showcasing an exceptionally high shooting percentage. Oh, your three-point shooting is remarkable. It is no wonder your accuracy is so high during games, Pelinka remarked. I primarily play as a point guard, excelling in three-point shooting following screens, as they provide ample space for my shots, resulting in a high success rate from beyond the arc. I am aware of that, yet your turnovers during games remain excessive, Pelinka noted. Tieshan chuckled. Thus, I require professional training to grow rapidly. Naturally, this demands time. Indeed, it requires time. In the future, you may refer to me as Little Robert. After spending an entire afternoon training with him, Pelinka took his leave. Following dinner, Tieshan summoned his close friend and confidant, Quinn Waterman, to join him for basketball practice. Before long, Monday arrived. Tieshan busily navigates between classrooms, dormitories, gymnasiums, and cafeterias each day. He has now become a prominent figure within the school. Numerous girls discreetly slip him little notes or openly hint at their desire to date him, all of which Tieshan resolutely disregards. Tieshan is not an ABC like Eileen, although in the past year, he has been able to support his daily expenses with the money earned through part-time work. He still finds himself in a precarious financial situation. His family incurred significant debt to send him to study in New York. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed $50,000 from Eileen to exploit opportunities. Lacking both wealth and leisure, he finds himself in a difficult bind. Moreover, the examples of Hollywood figures such as Harvey Weinstein serve as a stark reminder that past transgressions can resurface even after many years. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath that keeps him from acting recklessly. With over 40 years behind him and 2 decades of experience, he is destined not to lead a life of mediocrity. Who knows if someone might unearth his past misdeeds and seek revenge. As time passes, it swiftly approaches April 19th. And the NBA regular season concludes, mirroring the original timeline. The world has not changed due to the presence of this small butterfly. The Eastern Conference's Indiana Pacers lead with a record of 56 wins and 26 losses. The Miami Heat, New York Knicks, Philadelphia 76ers, Charlotte Hornets, Toronto Raptors, Detroit Pistons, and Milwaukee Bucks secure the top 8 spots, advancing to the playoffs. The Orlando Magic, Boston Celtics, Cleveland Cavaliers, New Jersey Nets, Washington Wizards, Atlanta Hawks, and Chicago Bulls are eliminated. Since Michael Jordan's retirement, the Bulls have languished at the bottom for 2 consecutive seasons, with a long road to rebuilding ahead. In the Western Conference, the Los Angeles Lakers dominate with a record of 67 wins and 15 losses, claiming the regular season championship. The Portland Trail Blazers, Utah Jazz, San Antonio Spurs, Phoenix Suns, Minnesota Timberwolves, Seattle Supersonics, and Sacramento Kings secure playoff berths, while the Dallas Mavericks, Denver Nuggets, Houston Rockets, Vancouver Grizzlies, Golden State Warriors, and Los Angeles Clippers are ousted. The playoffs are set to commence on April 22nd. Chapter 7. Tim Grover Training Center. The following day, as Tieshan practiced at the gym, he received a call from Pelinka. With palpable excitement, Pelinka announced, "Son, I have great news. I contacted several companies, and they have sent your NCAA game and training footage. They've been informed that you intend to enter the NBA draft this year. Today, we finally received a response. Yaheo is willing to offer you a 1-year contract with an endorsement fee of $300,000, but they request priority renewal rights and exclusivity clauses. You can only wear Yaheo watches at formal events or ceremonies. If there are no objections, they will officially sign the contract with you in 3 days." Tieshan was exceedingly delighted upon hearing the news. Although the endorsement fee of $300,000 was not particularly substantial, especially after taxes and Pelinka's commission were deducted, he would ultimately take home just over $130,000. Nevertheless, for a newcomer who had merely participated in the NCAA and the Ivy League's basketball tournaments, this sum was far from insignificant. It would undoubtedly address his most pressing concern. He could finally apply for graduation and bid farewell to Columbia University. No longer would he need to linger around the training facility with the basketball team, nor would he have to return to Madison Square Garden in New York to serve as a floor cleaner. April 22nd marked the day the playoffs commenced. Accompanied by Pelinka, Sun Tieshan entered into his inaugural endorsement contract post-rebirth with Yahua. Upon the conclusion of the agreement, Yahua's executive, Delphine Arnold, inquired, "Mr. Sun, your performance in your first NCAA game was remarkable. If we were to promote this match, particularly the decisive last shot, what advertising slogan do you believe would be most fitting?" Sun Tieshan pondered for a moment and remarked, "Precision is paramount. It never arrives late at crucial moments." Indeed. A commendable slogan. Pelinka interjected, "Mr. Sun is an esteemed alumnus of Columbia University, having earned 2 degrees in merely 3 years. He is set to graduate this year, making him an invaluable spokesperson for Yahoo. Indeed, we have always placed great emphasis on the Chinese market. Should Mr. Sun establish his presence in the NBA, myriad collaborative opportunities will arise for us. Yahoo encompasses more than just timepieces. We are a vast conglomerate, offering a diverse array of products including apparel, leather shoes, men's fragrances, and belts." At this juncture, Delphina produced a tote bag and presented it to Sun Tieshan, stating, "Inside are several timepieces from our latest collection, perfectly suited for the youth. I hope you find them to your liking." Sun Tieshan smiled as he received it. "Yahoo is my first client. I shall wear this watch frequently, for it is my inaugural endorsed product. A delightful collaboration. A delightful collaboration." After parting ways with Delphina, Sun Tieshan and Pelinka found a coffee shop and ordered a set meal. Sun Tieshan said, "Shah Robert, I have recently come into some funds and must swiftly convert them into my strength. Do you have any arrangements regarding trainers and venues?" Pelinka nodded and replied, "You must be aware of Michael Jordan, of course. There is hardly an NCAA player who does not know him. After Michael's retirement, his personal trainer, Tim Grover, established a training center in Chicago. Your height is quite comparable to Michael's. I have previously reached out to him. For 5 months at a cost of $100,000, he will provide you with 8 one-on-one training sessions each month, which includes accommodation and meals. This price is truly reasonable. What do you think? How is the quality of his training center? In the realm of basketball, it is arguably the finest in the entire nation. I leveraged some connections to secure this preferential rate." Sun Tieshan nodded and said, "Very well, once the money arrives, I shall head to Chicago." 3 days later, the endorsement fee was credited, and Sun Tieshan's graduation application was also approved. After he meticulously attended to all matters, he called Mark Bryan and his friend Quinn Waterman to share a meal together. At the dining table, Sun Tieshan presented a black and an indigo wristwatch to the two individuals. "Sun, what is this?" Sun Tieshan chuckled, "My graduation application has been approved, and I will soon be departing from New York to train in Chicago. This is the watch I am endorsing. Although it is not exorbitantly priced at only $3,000, it is a token of my heartfelt intention, and I hope you will appreciate it." "Have you engaged a professional trainer?" Quinn Waterman inquired. "Indeed, it is a training center run by Michael Jordan's personal trainer, where I will undergo training for 5 months. Quinn Waterman asked, "Isn't it rather costly?" "Fortunately, it is $30,000 per month, payable for 5 months in advance, totaling $100,000. I will receive one-on-one guidance 8 times each month." "Oh, that is quite a sum." "Yes, my endorsement with Yahoo yields only $300,000 a year. After taxes, commissions, and the training expenses for 5 months, I am left with just over $30,000. The income tax is exceedingly high." Mark Bryan chuckled, "In this land, one may commit crimes, but one must never fall behind on taxes." "You speak the truth," Quinn Waterman mused. "Son, have you considered establishing a private fund? This could provide a legitimate means of tax avoidance. Many affluent individuals in America undertake such measures. It could save you a substantial amount." "Yes, I am aware of that." Sun Tieshan continued, "But now is not the time. It would be prudent to discuss this matter once I have secured a position in the NBA. At present, my employment situation remains uncertain, and it feels premature to delve into such topics. What about you, Quinn? Have you found a job after graduation?" "I will be joining an investment bank on Wall Street. I have already passed the interview," Quinn replied. "Congratulations. I look forward to potential collaborations in the future." The following morning, Sun Tieshan called his cousin, Lee Eileen, intending to gift her a watch. However, she was preoccupied with her commitments and unable to visit. Sun Tieshan packed his belongings and, accompanied by his agent Pelinka, departed from New York en route to Chicago. They arrived at the Tim Grover Training Center located in the heart of the city. A robust young man, standing over 6 feet tall, greeted them. Upon seeing Sun Tieshan, he said, "Hello, I am Mike Mancius, Tim's assistant. You must be Mr. Sunday." Sun Tieshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the future personal trainer of LeBron James in this place. I am Sun Tieshan. Has Tim spoken to you about my training regimen? Indeed. He has mentioned it. However, in order to provide you with the most effective service, we must first conduct a physical assessment. This will enable us to tailor a training plan that is precisely suited to your needs. Sun Tieshan smiled innocently, saying, "No problem." Mike Mancius exhibited a commendable professional demeanor as he commenced with a static aptitude assessment of Sun Tieshan's physique. Upon noticing Sun Tieshan's large hands, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! Your hands are so enormous. It is no wonder you play basketball." Sun Tieshan spoke with a grave expression. "You have signed a confidentiality agreement. The test data I share here must not be disclosed. Otherwise, you will incur a penalty of tenfold compensation." I understand, responded Mike Mancius, who appeared to have just graduated from university. "What was your field of study?" As he conducted the tests, he replied, "I am a graduate of the University of Texas at Pan American, where I majored in health education. Currently, I am assisting Mr. Grover." The two engaged in conversation while working diligently for half an hour to complete all the tests. "Sir, your static talent is remarkable. Your wingspan is nearly 220 centimeters. However, your physique lacks strength, and your initial acceleration is somewhat sluggish, indicating a deficiency in explosive power. Additionally, your core and leg strength are insufficient, which adversely affects your speed and jumping height." Sun Tieshan nodded and remarked, "I am well aware of this. Yet you must understand that I have just graduated from university and have not undergone systematic training. My purpose for being here is to swiftly enhance my weaknesses. I aim to strengthen my upper body, lower body, and core strength, thereby significantly improving my explosiveness and jumping ability. Additionally, I must fortify my defensive and ball handling skills. Otherwise, I cannot bear to part with $100,000. Your points are indeed valid. Is $100,000 a considerable sum? For the affluent, it may seem trifling. However, for an average person, it equates to the annual salary of 4 graduates from prestigious universities, making it far from insignificant. That afternoon, Mike Mancius delivered Sun Tieshan's physical assessment report to Tim Grover. Upon reviewing Sun Tieshan's data, Tim Grover's interest was piqued, and he promptly devised a training plan for him that very evening. The following morning, he approached Mike Mancius with a grin, stating, "Go inform him that as long as he adheres to the prescribed training regimen, he will meet his training requirements. However, he is of Asian descent, and I am uncertain if he will be able to complete the program. Should he find it overwhelming and wish to withdraw from the training, the fees already paid will not be refunded. Perhaps he can reside here for 5 months, with meals included." Chapter 8. Palinka's concerns as Mike Mancius presented the training plan to Sun Tieshan. After reviewing it, Sun Tieshan added a few more items. He handed a recipe to Mike Mancius, stating, "Follow this training regimen and dietary plan. Everything else is not an issue. This means you will train for 10 hours a day. Will you be able to manage that? With a systematic approach in place, what is there to fear?" Sun Tieshan nodded and said, "Do not worry. As long as we do not train to the point of exhaustion, we shall train with utmost diligence. Let us adhere to this training regimen." "Very well, we shall follow your plan." Sun Tieshan managed to find a moment to call home, reassuring Lee Eileen of his well-being as the training sessions progressed with remarkable order. Beyond merely gaining muscle and weight, he engaged in dribbling drills, defensive training, and shooting practice. He focused on recalibrating his center of gravity, mastering dribbling techniques such as between the legs, behind the back, and changing direction in front of the body, as well as maneuvering around obstacles and executing two-handed dribbles. Additionally, he practiced fundamental shooting techniques including mid-range shots, three-pointers, free throws, turnaround jumpers, layups, and various other essential movements, all of which required diligent repetition each day. This rigorous regimen was designed to enhance muscle memory, boost reaction times, and increase shooting speed, empowering him to shoot instinctively upon receiving the ball, akin to his decade-long dedication to martial arts forms and freehand exercises. Once these movements became second nature, he would instinctively know how to respond in critical moments without conscious deliberation. After each training session, Sun Tieshan would feel utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless entity, scarcely able to lift a finger. Fortunately, his remarkable physique, reminiscent of Karl Malone's, combined with his youth and a systematic approach, allowed him to rejuvenate with a single night's rest, emerging the next day full of vigor to continue his training. This dedication astonished Tim Grover, who had initially anticipated a spectacle of failure. The playoffs unfolded without much turbulence. On April 29th, the Heat eliminated the Pistons with a 3-0 victory. followed by the Knicks defeating the Raptors on April 30th by the same margin. On May 1st, the 76ers triumphed over the Hornets with a 3-1 scoreline. And on May 2nd, the Suns similarly bested the Spurs, while the Portland Trail Blazers also claimed victory against the Timberwolves with a 3-1 result. By May 4th, the Pacers eliminated the Bucks with a narrow 3-2 win, and the following day, the Lakers overcame the Kings with a 3-2 score. While the Jazz achieved the same against the Supersonics, propelling both teams into the Western Conference semifinals. On May 6th and 7th, the Eastern and Western Conference semifinals commenced. As May 13th approached, Tieshan registered for the NBA draft just one day before the deadline. On May 16th, the Lakers eliminated the Suns and the Trail Blazers, both advancing to the Western Conference Finals. By May 21st, the Heat and Knicks engaged in a grueling 7-game battle, ultimately triumphing to meet the Pacers, who had secured their place in the Eastern Finals just days prior. The lottery draw was held on the same day, resulting in the Nets acquiring the first overall pick, the Grizzlies claiming the second, and the Clippers obtaining the third. The Bulls, with the poorest record in the East and West, were relegated to the fourth pick. The following day, while Tieshan was immersed in training, Mike Mancius approached him with urgency. "Mr. Sun, your phone was off. Pelinka called the training facility looking for you regarding an urgent matter." Tieshan answered the phone and inquired, "Hello. What is it that prompts little Robert to seek me so urgently?" "The Raptors have reached out, inviting you for a tryout. Please devise an excuse to decline on my behalf. I am reluctant to endure the back and forth, as it entails visa arrangements, which is an utter waste of time." Tieshan, upon reaching this point, inquired, "Who made the call for the Raptors?" "Isaiah Lord Thomas." "Ah, do convey to him the difficulties I am facing. My training has reached a critical juncture, as you are aware of my plans. I cannot afford any delays of 2 or 3 days." Pelinka responded, "Very well. I shall find a way to decline his request." Tieshan learned from Mike Mancius that ever since the registration deadline for the draft passed and he entered the selection process, major media outlets such as ESPN and Sports Illustrated have portrayed him as utterly lacking in merit in their player profiles. He found it perplexing why the Raptors would invite him for a tryout. Unbeknownst to Tieshan, the Raptors had emerged as one of the teams in the league that placed utmost emphasis on the three-point shot. Their scouts had diligently observed the Blue Lions in action on 2 separate occasions and requested game footage of Tieshan, subsequently recommending him earnestly to Thomas. As June 4th arrived, with the final whistle of the Eastern and Western Conference Finals echoing, both the Portland Trail Blazers and the New York Knicks found themselves eliminated, paving the way for the Pacers and the Lakers to meet in the championship series. The finals were set to commence on June 7th. From June 6th to June 12th, the NBA Draft Rookie Training Camp would take place, where all participants in the draft would converge for training. Tieshan had just celebrated his 18th birthday when he made his appearance alongside Pelinka at the Rookie Training Camp. After completing the fundamental skill assessments, he opted not to participate in the scrimmage and withdrew from the training camp altogether. Tieshan is acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. He has recently completed the initial phase of his weight gain and muscle-building regimen, with his weight rising from 83 kilograms to 86 kilograms. His wingspan has increased by 14 centimeters, and his standing reach has improved by 7 centimeters. Coupled with his large hands, his innate physical attributes are indeed enviable. However, due to a lackadaisical approach during project assessments, he did not exert his full potential, rendering his athletic prowess rather mediocre. Tieshan, a player from the Huaxia team, hails from the Columbia University Blue Lions. Age, 18 years. Position, point guard. Body fat percentage, 8.9. Hand length, 29. 56 centimeters. Hand width, 24. 45 centimeters. Height without shoes, 198. 43 centimeters. Height in shoes, 201. 15 centimeters. Standing reach, 268. 88 centimeters. Weight, 86 kilograms. Wingspan, 219. 58 centimeters. 4-point movement in the paint, 12. 25 seconds. Sprinting over 34 meters, 22. 86 m3, 95 seconds. Vertical jump, 58. 3 centimeters. Standing reach jump, 328. 2 centimeters. Running jump, 68. 38 centimeters. Running reach, 333. 35 centimeters. Maximum bench press repetitions, 83. 91 kilograms, 3 times. 100 meter speed, 12. 1 seconds. If Tieshan's height were to be compared with that of local NBA players, it would confidently measure at 6 feet 8 inches, or 2.03 meters. In relation to this stature, his weight of 86 kilograms appears somewhat slender. Currently, Tieshan's defensive skills have improved significantly since his graduation, yet the advancement remains rather inconspicuous. The following day, Sports Illustrated published the draft rankings for various players, placing Tieshan at the 58th overall position. The magazine's assessment of him acknowledged that after graduating from college, he finally recognized his weaknesses and commenced a substantial increase in muscle mass and weight. His static athleticism ranks among the top 5 of all draft participants, eliciting envy from many smaller players. However, his athletic capabilities are alarmingly subpar, akin to a sluggish vintage automobile. Fortunately, he possesses a commendable three-point shooting ability, indicating that he still has some utility on the basketball court. Perhaps a team might extend an opportunity to him late in the second round. ESPN remarked that while Tieshan's static athleticism is commendable, qualifying him as an elite player, his athleticism is nothing short of catastrophic. As a point guard, no one dares to entrust him with the organization of team plays. This was corroborated during the NCAA tournaments, where he averaged 5 turnovers per game across 2 matches. Although he has gained a bit of weight since graduating, rendering him less frail in appearance, his athletic performance remains concerning, with a 100-meter sprint time of only 12.1 seconds, failing to meet even amateur standards. His vertical leap is mediocre, leaving him vulnerable from beyond the arc, and his lateral movement would render him defenseless in the NBA. It is difficult to envision any team choosing to utilize a draft pick on him. That afternoon, Pelinka anxiously approached Tieshan, clutching several newspapers. Upon meeting, he expressed, "Son, your physical testing results from yesterday were dismal. With such performance, you stand little chance of being selected. Should you go undrafted, you may not even secure a tryout opportunity." Tieshan spread his hands and sighed, "Little Robert, as you know, my training schedule is quite rigorous. I train for 12 hours each day. I must also maintain my shooting touch. During my trial, I had just completed my morning training at the gym and truly lacked the energy to perform the dynamic tests. However, that is of little consequence. Should I unfortunately be overlooked once I complete my training, you can communicate with those team managers to explain the reasons for my subpar condition at the time. This should not pose a challenge for you." "Very well." Pelinka then inquired, "How has your training been lately?" Chapter 9. The draft market quite well. Indeed, Tim has been very diligent. Last month, he adhered to our agreement and provided me with one-on-one guidance on 8 occasions, imparting numerous and valuable techniques. I am confident that in just over 3 months, upon the completion of this 6-month training regimen, I will make significant progress. Even if I cannot secure a starting position, I am more than capable of serving as a backup point guard for a team, Tieshan replied with a hint of reservation. The current situation is entirely orchestrated by Tieshan. He deliberately wishes to avoid being selected at the end of the first round, and he is even averse to being a lottery pick. If he truly desired to market himself, he was certainly capable of doing so. After all, he has earned degrees in marketing and psychology, and he even took courses in data analysis during his university studies. Had he not spent so much time training, he could have easily graduated with 3 degrees. Moreover, the laws of physics dictate that the force exerted is reciprocal. The tighter a spring is compressed, the higher it will rebound. Tieshan is no mere youth. As a visionary, he is acutely aware of what serves his interests best. Consequently, he remains indifferent to external evaluations. Pelinka raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Is what you say true?" "Of course. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with Mike. I can now dribble with my center of gravity remarkably low, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to steal the ball from me. Moreover, I have acquired numerous impressive techniques. My ability to change direction, execute layups with finesse, and perform turnaround and fadeaway jump shots has significantly improved. My breakthrough capacity far surpasses that of the past. Just wait until I complete the final phase of my training, and you will see that my draft position holds no significance for me whatsoever. You ought to temper your confidence. The NBA is replete with talent. I am well aware of that. Yet you must understand that those who possess talent and are willing to endure hardships like I do are few and far between. Most will indulge themselves once they receive their financial rewards, but I am not like them." Pelinka pondered this statement. "You have a point, but be cautious with your training. Should you sustain an injury, it would all be for naught. Rest assured, I am acutely aware of my physical condition. I maintain a minimum of 8 hours of quality sleep each night, and I approach every training session with vigor, ensuring that no mishaps occur." Tieshan successfully reassured Pelinka before returning to Tim Grover's training camp to continue his regimen. This year's finals extended over 6 games before a victor emerged. On June 19th, the Lakers' formidable Shaquille O'Neal amassed 41 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 blocks, while the Kobe Bryant, evolving from the Black Mamba's legacy, contributed 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Although the statistics appeared commendable, he only managed to score 8 out of 27 attempts. Nevertheless, the Lakers triumphed over the Pacers, leveraging O'Neal's overwhelming presence in the paint to secure the first NBA championship of the 21st century. With the conclusion of the playoffs, the NBA draft commenced with fervor, and an array of reports surfaced. Agents showcased their skills, fervently promoting the talents of their signed players. Not every athlete possesses the prophetic abilities of Sun Tieshan to foresee their future prospects. Despite suffering a leg injury during the NCAA tournament, Kenyon Martin remained atop various sports media rankings. Stromeyer Swift, boasting explosive athleticism, had risen to second place, surpassing Ladarius Myers. The players predicted to be in the top 5 selections were all forwards, and Sun Tieshan had long since vanished from the forecast, with no position even in the second round. At the Lakers training facility, Zen Master Phil Jackson was assessing prospective players alongside assistant Tex Winter. General Manager Jerry West approached with a draft report in hand. "Phil, what are your thoughts on this player?" Jackson glanced at the report, noting, "A Chinese player?" "Indeed. He is a student from China. I perceive his physical attributes to be promising, and we possess a late first-round pick. His speed is lacking, and we are not in need of another point guard. What we require is a backup center, someone willing to undertake the gritty work and bolster our forward reserves." Phil Jackson gestured towards a white player on the court. "I find Mark to be quite competent. He has a solid foundation, consistent mid-range shooting, and the ability to capitalize on second-chance opportunities. He is seasoned and can be utilized immediately. Our goal this year is to defend our title. We lack the luxury of nurturing young talent. I doubt this Asian player will provide significant assistance to the team. However, if you can secure a second-round pick, we could consider selecting him. After all, the Lakers are financially robust." Jerry West nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are correct." Meanwhile, the Philadelphia 76ers management, including the general manager and head coach, were finalizing their list of draft prospects. A scout presented a report on a player to general manager Billy King, "Boss, this player shows potential, though he lacks experience. However, his three-point shooting is commendable. If we cannot find a suitable candidate, we might explore this option." "What is his background?" "He is a player from Columbia University's Blue Lions, a Chinese national, averaging 29.5 points in 2 NCAA games. However, he does have a tendency to commit turnovers, averaging 5 per game. Nevertheless, at just 18 years old, he could help create space for Allen." Larry Brown, overhearing the conversation, scoffed, "Ivy League players belong on Wall Street. When have they ever produced stars?" Billy King responded with a chuckle, "Let us not consider the first round. We hold the 48th pick in the second round. There aren't many outstanding candidates, so we might as well give it a shot. If he performs well, splendid. If not, we can release him without significant financial repercussions. Our team is already established, and I have no minutes to spare for him. That is acceptable. He is only 18. He can play during garbage time. Every year, many enter the draft, but only a few truly succeed." At the NBA headquarters in New York, President David Stern summoned his assistant, Adam Silver. "I understand there is a Chinese player from Columbia participating in the combine?" "Yes, sir. He is a player from the Blue Lions, and he signed up for the draft shortly after graduation." David Stern, a former board member at Columbia, had a vested interest in Sun Tieshan. "What is his draft stock like?" Adam Silver, astute as ever, replied, "This player has commendable three-point shooting, though his defense is average, and he is prone to turnovers. Several teams are showing interest. The Bulls possess 6 draft picks this year and are likely to select him at the 33rd overall spot in the second round. Given their abundance of selections." David Stern nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The draft commenced on June 28th, taking place at the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Sun Tieshan did not attend the draft event. He remained at Tim Grover's training facility, diligently honing his skills. Mike Mancius, having grown quite familiar with him, inquired, "Son, are you not going to check out the draft today? What is there to see?" "I must focus on my training, preparing for the possibility of not being selected, and hoping a team might offer me a trial," Sun Tieshan replied with self-deprecating humor. "Do not heed the sensationalism of the newspapers. How could you possibly go undrafted? It would be utterly astonishing unless those evaluators were blind," Mike Mancius countered, swiftly changing the subject. "Son, did you know? I heard that Jordan will be here for training in late July. I might ask him for an autograph." Jordan is coming here? Chapter 10. The Arrival of Michael Indeed. Although Michael has retired, he visits Chicago almost every July and August to train with Tim, maintaining his physique. I only just learned of this news. As Sun Tieshan engaged in balance training, he simultaneously watched the live broadcast of the draft, contemplating how to glean wisdom from the seasoned veteran. The Brooklyn Nets selected Kenyon Martin from the University of Cincinnati with the first overall pick, while the Vancouver Grizzlies opted for Stromile Swift. Darius Miles became the third pick, chosen by the Los Angeles Clippers. The order of players in the draft proceeded without any deviation from the original timeline. As the draft progressed, the Toronto Raptors selected Morris Peterson, the small forward from Michigan State University, the reigning NCAA champions, at the 21st pick. The event continued in an orderly fashion. Glenn Grunwald, the Raptors vice president, left his seat to use the restroom and suddenly overheard a conversation between two Bulls executives. He hurried back to his seat and informed General Manager Isaiah. The Bulls intend to select Sun, the player from Huaxia, with the 33rd overall pick in the second round. Their selection order precedes ours, and it is unlikely we can secure Sun at the 46th pick. Should we consider selecting him earlier? Isaiah Thomas replied, he has a strong three-point shot and is young. Definitely worth developing, but can we trade for a better draft position? That should be feasible, though the first-round risk is considerable, given the 4-year contract commitment. Thomas acknowledged with a nod. In that case, we only require a second-round pick to secure him ahead of time. I suspect Sun is training in Chicago. The Bulls must have caught wind of something to choose him, as they hold 3 picks in the second round. I will reach out immediately. As Sun Tieshan realized he was not selected at the end of the first round, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the absence of the arena's rule, as long as the operations are executed effectively, the prospects for a formidable second-round rookie are undoubtedly far more promising than those of a late first-round selection. There is no obligation to a 5-year binding contract, and the remuneration is on par with that of first-round draftees. In the first pick of the second round, the Clippers chose Sun Tieshan. Upon seeing this, Sun Tieshan could not help but furrow his brow. What is the situation? Could it be that he is bound for the Clippers? Sun Tieshan, upon a sudden realization, felt a surge of joy and promptly instructed Mike Mancius to fetch the newspaper to examine the players of the Clippers. The team boasted talents such as Odom, Magette, Richardson, and Miles, all youthful athletes. Their gameplay lacked strategy, resembling a chaotic brawl. Furthermore, Los Angeles, being the second-largest city in America, presented an excellent opportunity to enhance his statistics and attract a multitude of fans. The draft continued to unfold, and at the 16th pick of the second round, the Raptors selected Marko Jaric. Subsequently, a trade occurred, wherein the Raptors exchanged Marko Jaric along with a second-round pick from the following year for Sun Tieshan signing rights. Observing the scene, Mike Mancius exclaimed, "Son, you've been traded. You are heading to the Toronto Raptors." Sun Tieshan was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. After much commotion, the notion of transporting my innate talents, or rather, the system, to Toronto seemed absurd. Was the king of the North, Vince Carter, expecting to form a band of misfits? At noon, a call from Pelinka interrupted his thoughts. "Son, you've been selected by the Clippers, but you've been traded to the Toronto Raptors. Are you aware of this news? I have been watching the draft live. What are your plans concerning the Raptors?" Sun Tieshan remarked, "Since they have chosen me, I shall join the Raptors. However, you must negotiate a contract for me, ensuring it is a 1-1 deal. In 2 years, I can become a free agent, thus the Raptors will not possess my bird rights." As a man equipped with a comprehensive system and an unwavering dedication to training, he exuded confidence. "Very well, we shall discuss further upon our meeting. No issues." The following morning, Pelinka arrived in Chicago. After Sun Tieshan concluded his training session, the two engaged in a meal while discussing the terms of the contract. "Son, you are aware that many second-round draft picks sign contracts of 2-1 duration. Are you certain you wish to pursue a 1-1 contract?" "Indeed. And I am also dissatisfied with the minimum salary of $340,000, he responded. "There is little that can be done about this." Although the new NBA labor agreement restricts the salary range for first-round picks, the compensation for second-round picks in relation to their team's re-signing cannot exceed the mid-level exception. Theoretically, offering a second-round pick a mid-level contract does not violate any regulations. However, no team is likely to provide a second-round pick with a higher salary. Pelinka's assertion was indeed accurate. While second-round picks typically receive minimum contracts, there are notable exceptions, such as Marc Gasol and Luis Scola, in their respective timelines. Both were second-round picks yet earned salaries exceeding $3 million, qualifying them among the top 5 first-round picks of that year. Additionally, Jokic, despite being a second-round pick, also commanded a significant salary upon entering the NBA, exceeding $3 million annually. This truly tests the negotiation skills of an agent, Sun acknowledged. However, the salary for second-round picks is not fixed. You can negotiate with the Raptors. I do not require the full guaranteed salary of $340,000, a guaranteed amount of $100,000, or even $50,000 would suffice. Yet, the non-guaranteed portion should be maximized. For instance, if I play a certain number of minutes in the upcoming season, what statistics must I achieve in 2 categories? What would my non-guaranteed salary amount to if I made the all-rookie team? This way, we can secure the Raptors' interest while simultaneously enhancing our own. If I do not perform, they can save several $100,000 by releasing me. Conversely, if I excel, they will not mind the additional cost, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. After a thorough discussion, Pelinka departed. Time swiftly passed, leading into late July. Tieshan has successfully completed the second phase of his core and limb strength training, with his weight increasing to 92 kilograms and his body fat percentage decreasing to 7.6. His core strength, explosive power, arm strength, and leg strength have all seen remarkable improvements compared to the initial stages. After 2 rounds of rigorous training spanning 4 months, his core strength has reached the level of Jordan's, while his ball handling skills rival those of Derrick Rose, both achieving an A grade. Only 2 more months of training remain to fully realize this potential. Despite the tumultuous negotiations between Pelinka and the Raptors, Pelinka, renowned as a contract negotiation expert, ultimately secured a deal. The 2 parties signed a non-guaranteed contract valued at $255 million over 2 years, with the Raptors lacking bird rights. The guaranteed portion amounts to a mere $50,000. The first year of the contract is set at $1.2 million, a figure comparable to that of a late lottery pick. Should he make the all-rookie team in the first year or achieve personal statistics equivalent to at least 13 points and 5 rebounds per 36 minutes, he would earn a salary of $700,000. If both conditions are met, he stands to receive the full $1.2 million. Conversely, should he fail to meet either criterion, as long as he is not waived by the contract deadline on January 10th, he will receive a guaranteed minimum salary of no less than $320,000. If he is released before the deadline, he will only be entitled to the $50,000 guaranteed salary. Upon finalizing the contract, Tieshan, accompanied by Pelinka, proceeded to the Raptors to sign the contract, undergo a physical examination, and select his jersey number. With these matters settled, he made calls to his family and guardians. Eileen expressed her joy upon hearing the news. Excellent, your decision is indeed sound. However, given your earnings in the stock market, you need not concern yourself with that modest salary. Tieshan hurriedly replied, Cousin, I have other plans for the money from the stock market. I will repay the money I owe you after the salary is issued in November. You have just settled down, so there is no need to rush. I will come to watch your match when I have the time. After hanging up the phone, Tieshan returned to training in Chicago. On this day, the doors of the training facility swung open, and Jordan, wearing sunglasses and dressed casually, entered the gym surrounded by Tim Grover and 4 bodyguards. Upon seeing him, everyone else in the gym immediately ceased their training and approached him to exchange pleasantries. Jordan scanned the room and noticed that Tieshan merely glanced at him before continuing his practice, seemingly unfazed. He turned to Tim Grover and inquired, Is that the player you mentioned? Indeed, he has been training with me for almost 3 months now. His training regimen is quite rigorous. In addition to the program I designed for him, he practices 500 three-point shots and 500 free throws every day. He nearly trains for 12 hours daily. Intrigued, Jordan approached Tieshan and said, Hey, kid, practicing alone 1T yields significant results. How about a one-on-one game with me? Chapter 11, The Showdown Not Interested. Tieshan replied curtly. Jordan, feeling a bit embarrassed, retorted, Are you afraid that this old man will make you cry? Tieshan is well aware of his own circumstances. Although over the past 4 months of training, his core strength has ascended to an A grade, comparable to that of Jordan, and his basketball instincts mirror those of Derrick Rose. He remains, aside from his three-point shooting, akin to a beggar's version of Jordan. With his aging limbs, winning against him would be undignified, while losing would be even more humiliating. What advantage is there in that? Young man, mind your words. One of Jordan's bodyguards cast a fierce glare at Tieshan and retorted sharply, Jordan, here to train rather than to overshadow Tim Grover, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "If he is unwilling, so be it." I initially thought well of him and intended to teach him a few moves. Sun Tieshan extended his large hand, effortlessly grasping the basketball with one hand, just 2 steps away from the three-point line. He leaped half a foot into the air, launching an extraordinarily distant three-point shot. His form was impeccable. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish. It effortlessly nestled into the net. In that moment, Sun Tieshan dashed towards the basket, seized the ball, and threw it against the backboard. Following this, he took a running leap, soaring into the air to catch the rebound. With an elegant maneuver, he executed a between-the-legs switch, delivering a powerful one-handed slam dunk that sent the ball crashing into the hoop. His grace was reminiscent of a painting, evoking memories of Michael Jordan's youthful prowess. Sun Tieshan turned his head to glance at Jordan and continued with his dribbling and passing drills. What an accurate three-pointer! Jordan's mouth fell agape in silent admiration as he walked towards the equipment room. While changing clothes, he inquired, "Has he always been this precise in his shooting?" Tim Grover shrugged and replied, "Sun's shooting touch is remarkably smooth. He consistently performs well. On average, he makes about 98 out of 100 three-point attempts, and around 95 free throws out of 100. From 6 to 9 feet, he hits approximately 93 shots, and from 9 to 12 feet, around 91. Of course, these figures are under normal training conditions without defenders. In an actual game scenario, he may not achieve the same level. However, his physical coordination is truly impressive, not inferior to yours." "What was his draft position this year?" Jordan asked. "He didn't make it into the first round. He was selected first in the second round by the Clippers and was subsequently traded to the Raptors. They've struck gold in this draft," Tim replied. Jordan wore an expression of disbelief. How could those scouts have missed him? How did he fall to the second round? "He comes from the Ivy League, not a renowned basketball school, and he is Asian. When he first entered my training facility, he weighed only 185 pounds. After 3 months of training here, he has gained nearly 13 pounds, putting in 12 hours of training each day with the vigor of your youth." Jordan looked at Tim with a hint of amusement and asked, "Tim, are you trying to cultivate him to enhance the reputation of your training facility?" "Indeed. Just imagine if he succeeds, especially coming from my gym. It would serve as a significant endorsement for my establishment. You could lend a hand in training him. His physical metrics are quite impressive, and his shooting form is textbook perfect, though he lacks experience," Tim explained. "It's rare these days for young players in the NBA to earn substantial sums without indulging in luxuries like cars or dating. Instead, they invest in their training to refine their skills. More importantly, he is of Asian descent, which presents substantial market potential and would greatly benefit Nike sneaker sales. I have high hopes for him." Jordan reflected on his own journey, having initially signed with Nike and established his own sub-brand, the AJ series, along with acquiring shares in the company. Later, Nike exchanged equity in the AJ brand for ownership in the parent company, solidifying Jordan's status as a stakeholder. "While I train here, I also require a practice partner, but it seems this kid is somewhat resistant to my influence," he mused. "It's merely a tactic to pique your interest. Remember, he is still a child, not yet 19. I can assist in his training." Once dressed and warmed up, Jordan approached Sun Tieshan and remarked, "Young man, training alone is futile. When you step onto the court, you will find that most of your moves are unattainable." Sun Tieshan had indeed intended to provoke Jordan slightly. He understood the importance of knowing when to stop and to take advantage of the situation. "I know you, Michael. I grew up watching you play. You are a legend on the basketball court, and you possess a wealth of experience. What do you think I should do?" He continued. "I will train here for a while, and if you engage in 2 competitive matches with me each day, I will impart to you some practical tips." Jordan is only 37 years old and still quite formidable. Surely, one must seize every opportunity. 2 matches will not suffice. Sun Tieshan extended a hand and declared, "No. Twice is far too few. It must be at least 5 times a day." "Are you certain about 5 times? A bullfight must come with stakes. How much is it?" $1,000 per round. What do you say?" Sun Tieshan assessed the coins in his pocket. "I do not possess much wealth, as you know. I am merely a second-round rookie and have yet to receive my salary. At a rate of $100 per match, I can compete with you 3 times a day." "Very well," Jordan replied. "Let us begin with a match. I wish to gauge your skills." "Agreed." In this contest, the victor is determined by the first player to reach 11 points with a minimum lead of 2 points. A 3-pointer counts as 2 points, while a 2-pointer is worth 1 point. The game concluded swiftly. In the end, your esteemed prowess remains unmatched. Sun Tieshan has yet to complete his training, rendering him akin to a mere beggar version of Jordan. Consequently, in the presence of the true Jordan, his true self is laid bare. Although Jordan is now 37 years of age and his physical capabilities have declined, his experience is profoundly seasoned. His subtle maneuvers are plentiful. He can pull, grab, pinch, elbow, and obstruct, all executed with remarkable discretion. Ultimately, he triumphed over Sun Tieshan with a decisive score of 11-5. As the contest concluded, Jordan wore a smug expression, remarking, "Youngster, you still have much to learn. Consider this an education." Sun Tieshan continued, "A bet is a bet. Once the training concludes today, I shall hand you the money." Very well. Jordan, of course, was indifferent to the mere $100, yet he felt compelled to claim the winnings. This was to be settled before the day's training came to an end. Sun Tieshan has once again engaged in a match with Jordan. Sun Tieshan possesses an exceptionally strong memory. After finishing his basketball game at noon, he meticulously reviewed in his mind the weaknesses and shortcomings he exhibited during his one-on-one with Jordan, as well as the tactical characteristics of Jordan's play. He devised a targeted defensive strategy. Although he still lost, he made a slight improvement, with a score of 11-6, reducing his defeat by 5 points. He paid promptly and departed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The two engaged in their daily 3 matches, growing increasingly familiar with each other. On this particular day, having not yet eaten breakfast, Jordan arrived at the training facility to find Sun Tieshan practicing his punches. Puzzled, he inquired, "What kind of martial art are you practicing?" "Dagwazang," Sun Tieshan succinctly replied. "Regular practice can promote health and sustain bodily functions for a longer duration." "Chinese Kung Fu?" Jordan asked, raising an eyebrow. "I see you practice every day. Is it truly that remarkable, capable of maintaining bodily functions?" Sun Tieshan chuckled, "Believe it or not, I have nothing much to do anyway, so I might as well practice a bit as a warm-up. How about you teach me how to play basketball while I teach you some martial arts?" Sun Tieshan nodded and replied, "All right." In the blink of an eye, August arrived. Sun Tieshan had grown accustomed to Jordan's style of play, engaging in a competitive back-and-forth with him during their basketball matches, with victories and defeats evenly split. Although he hadn't yet reached a 50% win rate, under Jordan's tutelage, he had made considerable progress. Particularly, his resistance to Jordan's subtle maneuvers had significantly strengthened. Despite having lost $4,000, Jordan ensured that Sun did not leave empty-handed, gifting him 10 pairs of Nike Air Jordan basketball shoes. One day, Pelinka arrived at the training facility and, upon seeing Sun Tieshan, exclaimed with excitement, "Son, have you heard? McGrady has signed a 7-year maximum contract worth $92 million with the Magic. How could I have forgotten about this?" Sun Tieshan inquired urgently, why did the Raptors not extend a contract to McGrady? Chapter 12. The future is yours. It is rumored that McGrady declined the Raptors' offer of a 6-year, $70 million contract. Ultimately, the Raptors had no choice but to trade him to the Orlando Magic in exchange for a protected first-round pick. This presents an opportunity for you. Indeed, you are correct. It is indeed a splendid opportunity. Sun Tieshan felt a deep sense of bitterness. He would rather forego this opportunity. Had McGrady been present, along with Vince Carter, they would have had an unequivocal chance to advance out of the Eastern Conference, even contemplating the championship. Just think of how many more chances at the lottery that would entail. Pelinka continued, "The Raptors general manager just called me, inviting you to participate in the Summer League. But I declined on your behalf. I informed him that you have invested $100,000 in tuition to train with Tim Grover in Chicago. And you have been doing so for over 4 months now. Michael Jordan is also here. You stand to learn so much more in Chicago than competing against undrafted players for opportunities in the Summer League." I assured them that you would report to the team before the preseason training camp commenced. They agreed? Naturally. It is important to note that although you have signed with the Raptors, only $50,000 of your salary is guaranteed. And given your investment of $100,000 in training with Tim Grover to enhance your skills, they have no justifiable reason to refuse. Sun Tieshan, upon hearing this, raised his thumb in approval and exclaimed, "Well done, young Robert." Pelinka then shifted the conversation and inquired, "How has your training been progressing?" "Quite well," he replied. "Over the past 4 months, I have made significant strides. I am confident that when the new season commences, I shall astonish all those who have underestimated us." "I believe in you," Pelinka affirmed. Sun Tieshan inquired, "What brings you here this time?" "Nike is willing to offer you a sneaker endorsement contract worth $300,000 over 3 years. I have come to seek your opinion on this matter." Sun Tieshan furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Pelinka, inquiring, "Do you think I should agree?" "Certainly not. The offer is far too low, lacking the sincerity of the contract from Yahoo. However, you are the decision-maker, and I cannot refuse without consulting you first. Although I am indeed in need of funds at the moment, I can certainly forego 300,000 for now. It is prudent to delay signing any endorsement contracts, at least until after I have taken the court. This is particularly true for sneaker contracts, which represent one of the largest sources of income beyond a player's salary, making it unnecessary to sign anything at this juncture. You are correct. There is no need to finalize any agreements at this time. After exchanging a few more words, Pelinka departed, leaving Sun Tieshan to continue his practice. The following day, during a training session with Jordan, he was asked, "Did you turn down the contract from Nike?" As Sun Tieshan warmed up, he remarked, "Indeed, the price they offered is far too low, 3 years for $300,000, or $100,000 per year. Who do they think they are looking down upon? Although I am currently in need of funds, I am certainly not desperate for $100,000. Even the endorsement deal I signed with Yahoo pales in comparison. This is a sneaker contract we are discussing. Do they truly believe I will struggle to adapt to the intensity of NBA competition, as the media suggests? That I am incapable of playing in the NBA?" Jordan, taken aback, inquired, "Are you certain they proposed a 3-year contract worth $300,000 and not $3 million? The Chinese are very sensitive to numbers. I am not so oblivious as to confuse a 30-fold discrepancy." Sun Tieshan continued, stating, "Business is business, and friendship is friendship. Regarding Michael, I hope you will not interfere." What friendship do I have with a mere child? After the training session concluded that morning, Jordan could not resist placing a call to Nike executive Mark Parker. "Mark, is it true that you are offering Sun a contract of only $300,000 over 3 years?" "Indeed, Michael. You must understand that Sun hails from Huaxia, a nation grappling with poverty. $100,000 is a substantial sum there. Moreover, he has yet to prove himself on the NBA stage. I am extending this contract solely based on your recommendation. Otherwise, I wouldn't spend a single cent." Upon hearing this, Jordan's voice rose an octave. "Listen, Mark. I have told you that Sun is training with me in Chicago. I am well aware of his exceptional talent. He possesses immense market potential. The contract you are offering him should be increased 30-fold, not a mere 300,000. This is nothing short of a blatant insult. No, Michael, until he proves himself, I will not extend my offer by a single cent. I must be accountable for my decisions. Accountable, my foot. You will regret this decision." Sun Tieshan engages in monotonous training each day. As August 1st approaches, the NBA player signing and trading season officially commences. First, Tracy McGrady transfers to the Orlando Magic with a 7-year, $92 million contract. Subsequently, reports emerge that the league's marquee player, Tim Duncan, has reached an agreement with the Magic. After suffering a torn meniscus at the end of the previous season, Duncan was sidelined for the remainder of the year. The Spurs, however, did not extend an offer to him immediately. The Magic proposed a 6-year, $67.5 million contract and even dispatched a private jet to bring Duncan to Orlando for the signing. Ultimately, due to Rivers' refusal to allow Duncan's girlfriend to board, and under the persuasion of Admiral David Robinson, Duncan opted to sign a long-term deal with the Spurs, thus remaining with the team. The Magic had already traded Ben Wallace and Atkins to the Pistons in exchange for Grant Hill. Duncan's decision to stay with the Spurs thwarted the Magic's plans to form a triumvirate of Hill, McGrady, and Duncan. Their interior cornerstone, Ben Wallace, signed a 6-year, $33.9 million contract with the Pistons, representing a significant loss for the Magic. Numerous other signings occurred, including Mark Jackson, the guard for last year's Eastern Conference champions. The Pacers, moving to the Raptors. The Portland Trail Blazers were also very active, trading Jermaine O'Neal and Joe Klein to the Indiana Pacers in exchange for Dale Davis. They subsequently orchestrated a 3-team trade involving the Heat and the Cavaliers, acquiring Shawn Kemp from Cleveland in exchange for Brian Grant. The specific trade details reveal that the Trail Blazers sent Brian Grant to the Miami Heat and received Shawn Kemp from the Cavaliers, who in turn traded Clarence Weatherspoon and Chris Gatling to the Heat, initiating a rebuilding phase. The Miami Heat, having dispatched Weatherspoon and Gatling, acquired Eddie Jones, Anthony Mason, Ricky Davis, and Dale Ellis from the Trail Blazers. Isaiah Thomas, the former general manager of the Raptors, ascended to the position of head coach for the Pacers. The New York Knicks also parted ways with veteran Patrick Ewing, who had served the team for 15 years, in exchange for Glenn Rice from the Los Angeles Lakers, along with Tyronn Lue and Maxwell from the Seattle Supersonics. The Knicks' decision to release Ewing, a long-standing figure in the league, tarnished their reputation and sowed the seeds for their subsequent decline, as no star players wished to join them thereafter. The league witnessed a flurry of signings, with some teams strengthening their rosters, others embarking on rebuilds, and some offloading veteran contributors, all of which bore no relevance to Sun Tieshan, the newcomer, who remained immersed in his bullfighting training with Michael. As August draws to a close, Jordan concludes his training in Chicago. "Kid, train hard. I believe the future is yours." "Of course, I believe that too." With a shift in tone, Sun Tieshan solemnly expressed his gratitude. "I am thankful for the knowledge you have imparted to me during this time. I shall remember your kindness. One must always repay kindness and loyalty." This principle became the foundation of Sun Tieshan's character after his rebirth. After all, there are far too many ingrates who repay kindness with malice. Although this principle may seem inconsequential at present, it will undoubtedly serve him well as he continues to grow in strength. "Very well, I shall remember this," he added, eliciting great joy from Jordan. After training alongside Jordan and Tim for over a month, Sun Tieshan's competitive experience flourished rapidly, and he now faced Jordan in a one-on-one match with a score of 4-6, with Jordan leading the tally. Sun Tieshan is a man of his word, having lost over $6,000 without shirking responsibility. A seasoned player, he is nearly 40 yet maintains physical abilities comparable to the younger Sun Tieshan, bolstered by his vast experience. Before Sun completes his third phase of training, his ball control and core strength still require refinement, rendering him unfit to be a formidable opponent. As Michael Jordan exited the training facility, he encountered a throng of reporters awaiting him, eager to disseminate news regarding Tim, granted permission by Jordan to share ahead of time. A female journalist inquired, "Michael, I heard Sun Tieshan is training at this facility. Have you encountered him during your training sessions? How does he perform?" Jordan responded with unreserved praise, "Indeed, I have seen him. He has been training alongside Tim and me. He is remarkable. Wait and see. Once the season commences, he will astonish everyone." "Do you think Sun, merely a player from Huaxia, has potential?" "I hold great confidence in him. His memory is exceptional, and his capacity to learn and recover is impressive. He can train for 12 hours a day, rejuvenating himself with a mere nap. Yes, he reminds me of my younger self, an athlete with remarkable abilities, tenacity, and a penchant for strategic play. Currently, he simply lacks experience. Moreover, his shooting skills are outstanding. He will undoubtedly be an exceptional player. I truly fail to comprehend why he slipped to the second round. I have imparted considerable knowledge to him, and I firmly believe that as the new season unfolds, he will shine brightly." Upon concluding the interview, Jordan departed the training facility under the protection of several bodyguards. The following day, sports media, starved for content during the off-season, inundated their platforms with extensive coverage of Jordan's remarks. Chapter 13, The Rise of Sun Tieshan. A single statement from Jordan catapulted Sun Tieshan into the limelight. ESPN published an article titled "Astonishing: The Emergence of the Yellow Jordan." Sports Illustrated released a piece entitled "Who Will Be the Successor to Jordan?" Meanwhile, Yahoo presented an in-depth report titled "The Greatest Dark Horse of the 2000 Draft: Why Huaxia's Sun Tieshan Slipped to the Second Round." This article detailed Sun's potential at under 19 years of age, highlighting his leadership of Columbia University's Blue Lions to the Sweet 16, only to fall to the NCAA champion Michigan State University, without drawing any definitive conclusions. Basketball Viewpoint also published an article titled "Michael's Endorsement: The Super Rookie Yellow Jordan." Other newspapers and media outlets continuously circulated the news. ESPN, TNT, and others conducted interviews with well-known guards in the league. In Los Angeles, Kobe Bryant had just finished training when he encountered an ESPN reporter who asked, "Kobe, are you familiar with Sun Tieshan?" Kobe responded with irritation, "Who?" "Sun Tieshan." Michael said he is exceptional. He averaged 29, 5 points in 2 NCAA games. "What are your thoughts?" Kobe snapped, "Don't talk to me about the NCAA. We won the NBA championship last year. Just wait. If I face him in a game, I will show him how to shoot. Yes, I will score 40 points over him, mark my words." Having joined the NBA straight out of high school, Kobe had never participated in NCAA games and held little regard for them. Vince Carter also shared his views with reporters, stating, "I know Sun, indeed. He is a commendable shooter with excellent three-point skills. I am excited about us becoming teammates, and I believe our collaboration will be very enjoyable." "Has Sun been in contact with you since he has been training with Michael in Chicago?" "Not yet. He just joined the Raptors and only briefly appeared during contract signing. He may not even have my phone number. The new season starts in a month. I anticipate we will meet. I look forward to working with him. as the Raptors need more talented young players. Tracy McGrady, appearing drowsy during his interview, remarked, "Congratulations to my old team for signing another promising player. I believe the Raptors will continue to improve." Pistons Jerry Stackhouse, in an interview with TNT, asserted, "I have seen his coverage. He will not be Jordan's successor. I assure you, he is not the yellow Jordan. He is just a rookie entering the league. His defense is weaker than Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother's. I will score 40 points on him to show him that the NBA is not like the Ivy League. He should be on Wall Street, not in the NBA. Trust me, he will be ineffective. We will secure a decisive victory." Subsequently, ESPN seized the opportunity to replay highlights of son Tieshan's game representing Colombia's Blue Lions against the Pride. Host Doris Burke asked guest Johnson, "Elvin, what did you think of Son's performance in that game?" Johnson replied, "As a player yet to celebrate his 18th birthday, Son performed remarkably well, particularly in the last minute. He exhibited maturity beyond his years, hitting a three-pointer, contributing a block, and securing a crucial rebound. Most importantly, he clinched the victory against the Pride. Although it was a stroke of luck, a win is a win. He was the hero of the game. Indeed, he possesses a big heart. While he made several mistakes due to insufficient athleticism, being outmaneuvered by the opposing star guard, it does not diminish his outstanding performance. His potential is indeed vast." Doris Burke then queried, "Why did he go undrafted in the first round?" "It's simple. The Ivy League is not a basketball powerhouse. Sure, he is a dark horse, but a couple of games do not signify much. Moreover, during the joint workouts, his performance was not particularly impressive, especially his speed and athleticism. Of course, being under 19 signifies limitless potential and possibilities, but it remains merely potential. I heard the reports. Michael mentioned Son trained with Tim for several months. Perhaps he was in the process of gaining muscle and weight, which affected his performance during the joint workouts." The news of son Tieshan's impending entry into the NBA has reached across the ocean. An article in the Sports Weekly, titled "Jordan's Designated Successor, Son Tieshan from Huaxia set to join the NBA," swiftly garnered attention for son Tieshan. Numerous domestic media outlets reported on this development. At the Basketball Administration Center, this matter struck a nerve with a certain leader who erupted in fury, disorganized, and undisciplined. Investigate this matter and find out which team this son Tieshan belongs to. How dare he go to the NBA without proper authorization? Director: Son is not a registered player of the Basketball Administration Center. He is an international student playing for a college team in the United States and has entered the draft upon graduation. Is he on a government scholarship or self-funded? He is self-funded, not a government-sponsored student. The individual, sensing the director's discomfort, quickly changed the subject, asking, "He was selected by the Mavericks around 99 but has yet to make it to the NBA, correct? We will discuss this matter later." Meanwhile, Michael Jordan was vacationing in a villa, embracing a Cuban model, when he suddenly recalled something and called his old friend, Charles Oakley. "Charles, how are you faring with the Raptors? The winter here is too cold, but other aspects are quite satisfactory." Charles Oakley then inquired, "What prompted you to call me?" "I've encountered a young fellow who seems quite promising. His name is Son Tieshan, and he hails from Huaxia. He practices Huaxia Kung Fu, and I've learned a few techniques from him that I find quite impressive. Since you are on the same team, could you please look out for him?" "Sure, no problem." Son Tieshan was in the midst of training when he received a call from Palinka. "Hello. Greetings, little Robert. What brings you to call?" "Son, Michael spoke about you during an interview the day before. You have become quite the sensation. Numerous advertisers have approached me inquiring about potential collaboration. Should we consider taking action?" Palinka, having recently embarked on his career as an agent, currently represents only Son Tieshan. He lacks sufficient confidence in Son and seeks to seize the opportunity to make a profit. Son Tieshan was keenly aware that these matters required his personal oversight. "One must only take on what one can manage. Until I step onto the court, they are unlikely to offer substantial contracts. They are purchasing potential. Once I prove myself, they shall reap the rewards. I am cognizant of my capabilities. There is no need for undue haste. My focus should be on rigorous training, unperturbed by distractions. I shall address everything once I complete my final training session and make my debut in the competition. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Palinka quickly acknowledged, "You are absolutely right. I have indeed been somewhat anxious. We shall proceed as you suggest." Chapter 14. Son Tieshan's teammates on September 21st. Son Tieshan finally completed his 6-month professional training. His physical fitness, strength, and explosive power had significantly improved, resulting in a noticeable transformation in his physique, rendering him more robust. With the guidance of Michael Jordan, his core strength and ball sense had flourished, leading to a remarkable metamorphosis. He felt a surge of understanding and glanced at his talent panel. Host, son Tieshan. Age, 18 years and 4 months. Position, dual guard. Body fat percentage, 6.9. Hand length, 29. 56 centimeters. Hand width, 24. 45 centimeters. Barefoot height, 198. 68 centimeters, slightly increased. Height in shoes, 201. 35 centimeters. Standing reach, 271. 18 centimeters. Weight, 93 kilograms. Wingspan, 220. 68 centimeters. Over the 6-month period, aside from hand size, his arm length and height have slightly increased. 3-second area 4-point movement, 11.05. 34 sprints, 22. 86 m3, 8 seconds. Vertical jump, 90. 68 centimeters, average of 10 attempts. Standing reach, 369. 15 centimeters, average of 10 attempts. Running jump, 104. 8 centimeters, average of 10 attempts. Running reach, 379. 36 centimeters, average of 10 attempts. Maximum bench press, 160 kilograms for 15 repetitions. 100 meter sprint time, 11.1 seconds. His physical attributes have unequivocally reached the pinnacle of NBA guard standards. Although his dynamic abilities may slightly lag behind those of exceptionally talented players like Kobe, Jordan, and Carter, he undoubtedly represents the zenith of athleticism among Asian players, marking him as a top-tier NBA prospect. After enduring over half a year of rigorous training and engaging in one-on-one sessions with Michael Jordan for more than a month, his core strength and ball sense, akin to that of Derrick Rose, had both reached an S rank, resulting in substantial changes in his basketball attributes. Basketball attributes: overall rating, B. Dribbling, 96, S. Breakthrough, 92, A. Layup, 84, B. Post, 73, C. Hookshot, 52, E. Floater, 81, B. Dunk, 94, A. Mid-range, 88, B. Positioning, 71, C. Playmaking, 78, C. Steal, 83, B. Interior defense, 73, C. Perimeter defense, 86, B. Rebounding, 77, C. Blocking, 76, C. Special talents: Stephen Curry's shooting touch, sharpshooter, S rank. Karl Malone's physique, indestructible, S rank. Michael Jordan's core strength, Skywalker, S rank. Derrick Rose's ball sense, unity with the ball, S rank. Coordination, unity of body and spirit, S rank. Memory, photographic recall, S rank. Agility, S, swift as the wind. Vision, A. Hang time, A. Explosiveness, A. Upper body strength, A. Lower body strength, A. Immunity, A. Anticipation, B level. Stamina, B level. Creativity, B level. Skills: Jordan's fadeaway jumper, B, S rank. Jordan's two-handed crossover, B, S. Jordan's ball protection change of direction, C, S rank. Jordan's 360-degree spin, B, S rank. Jordan's front change of direction, A, S rank. Jordan's grasshopper leap, A, S rank. Jordan's 360-degree grand spin, A, S rank. Thanks to improvements in his breakthrough and athletic abilities, he has minimized his shortcomings. Coupled with a month and a half of practice against the legendary Michael Jordan, his skills in stealing and perimeter defense have shown marked improvement, both surpassing the 80-point threshold to reach B-level proficiency. After this half-year of specialized training, his exceptional talents have progressed remarkably. His first step is explosively quick, and his change of direction and dribbling skills have reached a masterful level. Overall, even now, he would be considered an elite player in the NBA. Straddling the line between A and B tier, he is comparable to a recently drafted Stephen Curry. Although he falls short of Curry's playmaking ability by a level and a half, there remains ample room for growth. While Curry's organizing skills may not be top tier, they are at least B-level. However, son Tieshan possesses greater height, longer arms, and superior strength. In terms of defense, rebounding, and shot blocking, he slightly outperforms Curry. His three-point shooting, mid-range shooting, layups, dribbling abilities, and breakthroughs are on par with Curry's early days in the league. He could emerge as the star player for a weaker team or a reliable third option for a stronger team. Were he to join the Lakers, he would become the third consistent scoring option following Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. Beyond three-point shooting and dribbling, he still has considerable room for improvement. Furthermore, Tieshan has yet to develop his signature move. After training with Jordan for a month and a half, he has acquired some skills and gained 7 abilities. Yet he remains far from mastery. Tieshan estimates that it will take 2 to 3 seasons of rigorous practice to fully embody these 7 skills as instinctual abilities. However, if he dedicates an additional 1 to 2 hours of training each day, he can potentially reduce this time frame to approximately 1.5 seasons. While fortune may smile upon him, and a structured system is in place, personal diligence and training is essential for success. Should he emulate the likes of Gu or Jordan in realizing his abilities, it would be an endeavor fraught with delay. Satisfied, he closed the system panel. Reflecting inwardly, fame should be seized early. Even when compared to the 2003 Platinum Generation S Carmelo Anthony, he finds no lack of merit. His mid-range shooting may not quite measure up, yet his three-point shooting surpasses it by a considerable margin. The following morning, Pelinka arrived to escort Tieshan. Presently, Tieshan's earnings were still modest, and he had no immediate plans to withdraw funds from the stock market. He was also unable to support Mike Mancini. But time was on his side. After bidding farewell to Tim and Mike, he departed Chicago, flying directly to Toronto. That afternoon, they rented a 2-bedroom apartment near the Raptors arena. Though the price was not trivial, $18,000 a year, Tieshan paid $5,000 for 3 months' rent. The apartment was quite satisfactory. Located less than 500 meters from the training facility, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. He then visited a sporting goods store, purchasing 2 sets of arm guards, 2 sets of white leg guards, a basketball, and several basic exercise equipment. Upon returning to his residence, Pelinka handed Tieshan a player roster, stating, "This is the Raptors lineup for the new season. Familiarize yourself with it, as you will be teammates this season." Tieshan glanced at the list he had received. The head coach was the illustrious Lenny Wilkins, an NBA veteran with over 1,000 victories to his name. With an impressive coaching tenure spanning 28 years, he had led his teams to the playoffs 17 times, reached the finals thrice, and secured a championship, earning him considerable acclaim. Although he was an old-school coach, he differed from Larry Brown in that he was willing to give young players a chance, provided they demonstrated ability. During his time with the Hawks, he had mentored the rookie Jason Terry, who averaged 23 minutes of playing time per game. Last season, the Raptors coach, Buzzy Carter, who had guided the team to its first playoff appearance, had completed his term, and the team chose not to renew his contract, indicating their significant ambitions for the current season. He continued to peruse the roster. The centers included Michael Stewart, Mamadou Ndiaye, Kevin Wesley, and Gas Joseph. The power forwards were Antonio Davis, Charles Oakley, and David Crown. The small forwards consisted of Vince Carter and Morrison Peterson. The guards included Doug Christie and Dale Curry, while the point guards were Mark Jackson, Alvin Williams, and Tieshan. In total, there were 15 players. Morrison Peterson, a small forward, was this year's 21st overall rookie. Mamadou was a first-round pick at 26, acquired from the Nuggets during the off-season. Gas and Crown were undrafted players who had shown promise in the Summer League and were brought onto the team, like him, with non-guaranteed contracts. And they might face cuts before the new season commenced. Antonio Davis, Charles Oakley, Vince Carter, Doug Christie, and Mark Jackson were the starting players from the previous season. Charles Oakley, known for his fierce style of play and fiery temperament, had once served as Michael Jordan's on-court bodyguard. Even at 37, he had remained a starting center for the Raptors last season. Vince Carter, playing small forward, despite being subjected to a trip last season, had not sustained any serious injuries and retained his ability to soar and score prolifically, though he lacked a strong desire to win. Mark Jackson was the newly recruited point guard for the Raptors, aged 35, having led the Pacers to the finals last season. The hard-working power forward Antonio Davis, at 32, was in the prime of his career. Doug Christie had once been a defensive stalwart for the Raptors, known for his solid three-point shooting and tenacious defense. However, during the last season's playoffs, he had been relegated to the bench by Tracy McGrady, only appearing for 20 minutes, and ultimately, the Raptors were swept 3-0 by the Knicks. The Raptors' starting lineup appeared quite formidable, with only Charles Oakley showing signs of age and diminished capacity. At this moment, Pelinka remarked, "Thomas has left to become the head coach of the Pacers. The Raptors coach from last season had his contract expire, and the team chose not to renew it. He was appointed as the chief assistant. The Raptors have brought in a legendary coach this season, which presents an opportunity for you." How so? The Raptors had made it to the playoffs last year, but were eliminated 3-0 by the Knicks. With McGrady departing for the Orlando Magic and a new head coach taking the helm, changes to the roster were inevitable. Sun Tieshan chuckled, expressing his indifference. As long as he could secure a primary rotation role with the Raptors, he wished to acclimate to the rhythm of NBA games. Pelinka advised him. Vince Carter is the undeniable star of the Raptors. It is imperative that you cultivate a good rapport with him. Sun responded confidently, this should not pose a problem. Our positions do not conflict. I am capable of playing both point guard and shooting guard, and I can occasionally fill in as a small forward, thus collaborating seamlessly with him. The Raptors roster possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. I believe the team has a chance to advance to the second round this year. I certainly hope so. Pelinka continued, as a substitute, you will have ample opportunities to shoot. Make the most of your time on the court and strive to achieve commendable statistics. Sun assured him, absolutely, there is no need for concern. It is generally easier to accumulate stats against bench players. Pelinka spent 2 days in Toronto, ensuring that all matters concerning Sun Tieshan were addressed before his departure. At present, Sun had yet to flourish. He was merely a sapling with promising prospects, yet he could not sustain himself solely on his own potential. On September 26th, all players reported to training camp. After breakfast, Sun donned his attire and jogged along Bruckner Boulevard to the arena. Before he could enter the training facility, he noticed a black Jeep Wrangler, a robust off-road vehicle, coming to a stop nearby. The window slid down with a swift motion. A burly man, whose fierce demeanor resembled that of a gang leader, leaned out of the window. The man removed his sunglasses and inquired, "Are you Sun?" To which Sun replied, "Hello, Charles. I am Sun Tieshan, and I have just joined the Raptors this year." Sun Tieshan is acquainted with Charles, yet Charles is unfamiliar with him. While studying in New York, Sun Tieshan worked part-time at Madison Square Garden, serving as a floor cleaner for 2 years. He was responsible for wiping away the sweat that players left on the court during timeouts, thereby preventing slips and potential injuries. For each game, he earned a sum of $100, which significantly aided him. Charles Oakley parked his car, opened the door, and stepped out, inquiring, "Did you walk over here?" Sun replied, "I rented a place nearby, not far from here, so I just came by on my way." Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan shifted the conversation and inquired, "Is there anything you would like me to fetch for you?" In the NBA locker room tradition, rookie players are expected to serve as assistants for a year, a practice his agent had already informed him of. Given this tradition, Sun Tieshan naturally would not oppose it. No need. Charles Oakley assessed Sun Tieshan from head to toe and remarked, "You've certainly bulked up quite a bit since 6 months ago." "Indeed," Sun Tieshan replied. "My agent advised me to increase both muscle mass and weight. For the past 6 months, I have been diligently training to prepare for professional competition. I have heard Michael speak of you. He mentioned that you trained together for over a month." Sun Tieshan nodded. If Charles Oakley had not mentioned it, he would not have intended to bring it up. "Well, I trained with Michael and lost over $6,000 to him in a bet. Doesn't he spare even the second-round picks? He taught me quite a bit and even gifted me 10 pairs of sneakers." Charles Oakley secured his car, and the two of them bantered as they made their way into the arena. On the first day of reporting, players were required to undergo physical assessments. They entered the locker room, where Sun Tieshan found his locker. The equipment manager had already placed each player's gear, including jerseys and sneakers, in their respective lockers. The Raptors were a newly joined team in the NBA and had yet to retire any jerseys. Sun Tieshan proudly donned the number 58 jersey, chosen deliberately to avoid any potential clashes with other players' jerseys should he change teams in the future, particularly given the numerous retired jerseys across various teams. After changing into his uniform and completing his warm-up, he proceeded to undergo physical testing. The Toronto Raptors strength and conditioning coach, Ron Angulo, along with his assistant, conducted the assessment for Sun Tieshan. An hour later, Ron entered the office of head coach Lenny Wilkins, holding the testing report. Upon entering, he presented the document to Wilkins, stating, "Boss, Sun's talent is truly impressive. Both his dynamic and static attributes rank among the best in the team, nearly rivaling our star player, Vince Carter." Lenny Wilkins, intrigued, inquired about Sun's shooting and ball handling skills. Ron replied, "His shooting is commendable. From beyond the three-point line, he averages 98 successful shots out of 5 sets. His interior shooting is also solid, with 95 successful shots from both elbow areas in a single set. He hit 96 out of 100 free throws. His shooting form is exceptionally sound, and he possesses large hands, contributing to his stability in both shooting and ball handling. The team has truly struck gold." Ron's excitement was palpable. as a successful season would benefit not only the team, but also the coaching staff through bonuses. Lenny Wilkens remarked, "Indeed, coupled with our first-round draft pick, Morris Peterson. These two newcomers could effectively fill the scoring void left by McGrady's departure. It seems the team is poised for greater achievements this year." "Absolutely," Ron concurred. "The Eastern Conference is characterized by a disparity in strength, and the Raptors are not lacking in competitiveness. They reached the playoffs last year, and although McGrady has left, the addition of Son, along with senior player Morris Peterson, whose skills are well-developed and ready to be utilized, could yield significant results. If their chemistry is strong, reaching the Eastern Conference Finals is certainly within reach." Lenny Wilkens nodded thoughtfully, noting, however, the center position remains a weakness. Although Oakley is solid defensively, his height poses challenges for both offensive and defensive plays. After the testing concluded, Charles Oakley pulled son Tieshan aside and advised him. "The team has recently undergone a coaching change, and they are still getting familiar with the players. This year, we need to deliver results, so you must perform well. This way, you can secure more playing time in the upcoming season." Son Tieshan nodded and said, "I understand. For players, playing time equates to statistics, and those statistics are directly linked to financial rewards." "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. That is precisely the case." At that moment, Vince Carter approached. Vince Carter, contrary to the aloof demeanor often associated with star players, was quite affable and easy to engage with. Son Tieshan is indifferent to flattery. "Vince, it is a pleasure to be on the same team as you. Your dunk over the 7-foot French center at the Sydney Olympics was nothing short of spectacular. It set my blood ablaze with excitement." Son Tieshan's words struck a chord with him. Vince Carter grinned and remarked, "That incredible long-range three-pointer you made for the NCAA was just the same. I can hardly wait for the season to commence." Charles Oakley, however, showed little interest in the Olympics. He inquired, "Vince's dunk?" Indeed, Vince soared over the French center, leaping right over his head to slam the ball through the hoop. The French center turned pale. That monumental dunk would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. As Son Tieshan gleefully concluded his remarks, his gaze swept over Vince Carter. Noticing Carter's broad smile stretching from ear to ear, Son's triumphant expression betrayed him, almost prompting him to place his hands on his hips and exclaim, "Ha ha ha. I am a genius, a great genius." Carter's approval increased. Charles Oakley, a keen observer, lamented from the sidelines, "What a pity. I missed the live broadcast of the Olympics. It must have been exhilarating." At that moment, Mark Jackson approached and inquired, "What are you all discussing that brings such joy?" Chapter 16. The Scalpel. Charles Oakley responded, "We were talking about Vince's dunk during the Olympics." Vince Carter gestured towards Mark Jackson and said to Son Tieshan, "This is Mark Jackson, our team's new point guard and on-court commander. His passing is exceptional." Son Tieshan undoubtedly recognizes the prowess of Mark Jackson, a distinguished point guard who embodies the essence of a court conductor. He possesses the remarkable ability to interlink all players on the floor. Mark Jackson exemplifies this talent with his exceptional passing vision and a myriad of passing angles, including no-look passes and behind-the-back deliveries, masterfully employing misdirection that surpasses even the famed white chocolate. Within the framework of the Tieshan system, when considering both passing vision and creativity, Mark Jackson rightfully earns a place among the top 10, earning him the title of the floor general. His career-high assist average stands at an impressive 11.4 assists per game, and he has been crowned an assist champion once. Had it not been for his relatively low offensive threat, which limited his ability to draw defensive attention, his assist figures could have soared to even greater heights. "Hello, Mark," Son Tieshan continued, stating, "I, too, am a dedicated organizational defender, and I aspire to learn from you in the future. I hope you will generously impart your wisdom." Mark Jackson felt no sense of competitive pressure. After all, he was already 34 years old. He remarked, upon joining the team, "I specifically sought out your footage and was quite impressed by your performance in the NCAA. Your three-point shooting particularly left a lasting impression on me. However, back then, you were far from the formidable presence you were today." At that moment, Antonio Davis, Doug Christie, and Del Curry approached. Son Tieshan engaged in a spirited exchange of compliments with his fellow players. At this moment, assistant coach Walker Russell approached and beckoned to Son, saying, "Son, you did not participate in the Summer League, and we are still unfamiliar with your playing style. How about a duel with Morrison? Let us witness your skills." "Sure. No problem," Son Tieshan promptly replied. Morrison Peterson, the Raptors' newly drafted rookie at the 21st pick, is nearly 5 years older than Son Tieshan, having graduated from college. Both were born in 1977, sharing the same birth year as Vince Carter. Having spent a decade in the NBA, he is known for his solid defense and commendable three-point shooting. He was a key player for this year's NCAA champions, Michigan State University, and faced Sun Tieshan in a game during the Sweet 32, showcasing his impressive ability to steal the ball. Sun Tieshan made 6 mistakes during the match, 2 of which were attributed to him. Upon hearing that there was excitement to witness, several assistant coaches and other players gathered around. "You serve first." Moriarty confidently handed the basketball to Sun Tieshan, fully aware of his technical prowess and feeling no pressure. Sun Tieshan received the ball beyond the three-point line, dribbled a few times. Toot. Walker Russell took the whistle, blew it, and declared, "I shall officiate. Let the game begin." Sun Tieshan executed a powerful strike, taking a tentative step forward before deftly shifting his body to the left. Noticing Morrison lunging in that direction, he swiftly performed a crossover step, dribbling the ball beneath his legs and retrieving it. With Morrison having missed his mark, a vast expanse of open space lay before him. Sun Tieshan took a step back, leapt gracefully into the air, and released a three-point shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc, swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. Ron Oliver, the audiovisual coordinator, applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Well done, an excellent shot." Subsequently, Morrison retrieved the blue ball and tossed it to Sun Tieshan, his expression somewhat grim. Unfazed, Sun Tieshan pressed on with his offensive, this time choosing not to shoot from such a distance, closing the gap to merely half a meter. Sun Tieshan bent low, lowering his center of gravity, continuously dribbling the basketball. Thump, thump, thump. Morrison Peterson spread his arms wide, wearing a serious expression. "Come on." Sun Tieshan skillfully maneuvered the ball to his right hand, accelerating with remarkable speed. He pivoted to the right, feigning a breakthrough. In an instant, Morrison Peters executed a swift lateral movement, effectively obstructing him. At that moment, Sun Tieshan deftly pulled the ball across to his left hand, took a step, and swiftly advanced to the left. His previous feint was strikingly convincing, causing Morris Peterson to lose his positioning. Sun Tieshan skillfully maneuvered past Morrison's defense, executing a low dribble to the basket. With a remarkable leap of over half a meter, he seized the ball with one hand and emphatically dunked it into the hoop. This was reminiscent of one of Jordan's signature moves, the crossover. I could almost envision Jordan himself. Mark Jackson stood nearby, mouth agape, exclaiming in astonishment. Charles Oakley shook his head and remarked, "Morrison stands no chance against Sunday. After 6 months of training with Tim, he can hold his own against Michael." Subsequently, Sun Tieshan showcased an array of newly acquired skills: a mid-range shot, a fading jumper, a 360-degree drive, a three-point shot, and a dunk, even executing a layup underneath the basket. He also delivered a resounding block against Morrison. 5 minutes elapsed, and in a one-on-one match, Sun triumphed over Morrison with an impressive score of 11-5. As the game concluded, Morrison's expression was one of deep chagrin, having lost face. Wallace Russell patted Morrison on the back, reassuring him, "You need not worry. Sun plays as a point guard, and your positions do not conflict." Assistant coach Ron Oliver added, "Sun, your breakthroughs in NCAA games were not nearly as sharp." Sun Tieshan, with an innocent smile, remarked, "During my 3 years at university, I obtained 2 degrees. Columbia University maintains a rigorous academic atmosphere, leaving me little time to practice basketball. After graduation, I dedicated a full 6 months to honing my skills. I remained in Chicago, training under Tim, whose methods are exceptionally professional. I focused on strengthening my core, arms, and legs, and in that half year, I gained 17 pounds. Fortunately, the results have been quite satisfactory." He glanced at the player report and continued, "I see you graduated from university before turning 18? Wall Russell inquired, astonished. Sun Tieshan chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps I inherited favorable genes from my parents, both of whom are educators and instilled knowledge in me from an early age. I graduated from high school at the tender age of 15. I received an acceptance letter from Columbia University, where I was granted admission through exceptional circumstances. At that moment, head coach Lenny Wilkins approached and said, 'Morrison cannot gauge your true capabilities. Doug, it's time for you to showcase your skills.' With that, Doug Christie promptly removed his training attire and stepped onto the court, with Sun Tieshan initiating the play once more. This time, however, Sun Tieshan found the task exceedingly challenging. In the original timeline, Doug Christie had been selected 3 times for the all-defensive second team in 2001, 2002, and 2003, and once for the first team. He shared a physique similar to son Tieshan's, earning him the moniker Scalpel. He possessed versatility, adept both offensively and defensively. His ball handling was exceptional, and his defense was both elegant and clean, with minimal fouls. However, he exhibited a slight deficiency in explosive power and lacked an aggressive offensive drive. Within the Tianyu system, his perimeter defense ranked third, following Robertson and Jordan, complemented by his unique skill, Scalpel, which allowed for precise ball handling with infrequent fouls. Son Tieshan skillfully controlled the ball, executing a series of deft changes of direction, yet he could not shake off Doug. Doug reached out to intercept the ball. Fortunately, after a month and a half of practicing against Jordan's formidable moves, Son Tieshan was quick to react. In an instant, he pulled back, switched hands behind his back, and surged forward. Doug was right on his heels, applying tight defense. Son Tieshan leaped into the air beneath the azure sky, while Doug leapt up to contest the shot. Son Tieshan evaded in midair, executing a pull-up shot with a reverse throw, successfully sinking the ball. However, in the subsequent play, fortune did not favor him. Under Doug's relentless defense, his shot missed the mark. The two then exchanged roles in offense and defense, engaging in a fierce contest for a full 10 minutes. Son Tieshan narrowly triumphed with a score of 11-9, enduring a match that proved more exhausting than contending with the seasoned veteran Michael Jordan in a one-on-one duel. After all, Jordan's age has diminished his defensive prowess significantly. Indeed. Head coach Lenny Wilkins applauded enthusiastically. Son Tieshan took the towel handed to him by the assistant coach and wiped away the sweat, secretly pleased. All are seasoned players, possessing skills akin to surgical precision, UFO-like agility, and mastery on the court. As long as relationships are nurtured, this season could yield a wealth of skills without expenditure, significantly conserving fan points. Though acquiring skills without spending points may not be as swift as training with them, the execution would be far more elegant and cost-effective. Doug Christie approached with a smile, remarking, "Your breakthrough is impressive. Have you learned from Michael?" Fortuitously, during my training in Chicago, Michael practiced here at Tim's, and I had the privilege of being his practice partner for over a month, from whom I gleaned a great deal. Michael is always eager to mentor the younger generation. At this point, Son Tieshan replied, "Your cuts are sharp and fluid, devoid of any extraneous movements, as precise as a scalpel. I must learn from you." "No problem," Wall Russell responded. "No wonder your defense and offense have improved so significantly." At that moment, head coach Lenny Wilkins clapped his hands and declared, "We are all one family. Let us support one another." That will be all for today. Regular training resumes tomorrow. Do not be late. Dispersed. Chapter 17. Locker room turmoil. Upon returning to the locker room, everyone shed their jerseys and shoes. Vince Carter changed his attire and turned to ask Morrison to fetch his shoes, adhering to the traditional customs of the locker room. Morrison eagerly scurried over to retrieve Vince Carter's shoes. Gus Joseph also brought Antonio Davis's footwear. Alvin Williams glanced around and beckoned to Son Tieshan, saying, "Rookie, go fetch my shoes." Alvin Williams, a fourth-year player, had spent the previous season as a bench player, averaging 14 minutes per game, contributing 5.3 points and 2.3 assists, serving as a role player for the Raptors, with most of his career spent with the team. In the player report concerning Son Tieshan, his position is that of a point guard, which overlaps with his role. He harbors intentions to undermine Son Tieshan. Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Son Tieshan was taken aback, not expecting to be summoned by a mere underling rather than Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson had just joined the Raptors and was still unfamiliar with the dynamics of the locker room. He cast a glance, but remained silent. Before Son Tieshan could rise, Charles Oakley shot a glare at Alvin Williams, implying, "Go get it yourself. Don't you have hands?" "Son was under my protection." The Raptors had only been a part of the NBA since the 1995-96 season, a mere 5 years. Aside from Doug Christie, Vince Carter was just beginning to emerge, and in these years, there had been no definitive leader in the locker room. Alvin Williams was evidently one who preyed on the weak. In the presence of Charles Oakley, he dared not utter a word. He shrank back, refraining from further comment. Little Bug Bogans disdainfully glanced at Alvin, having just transferred the previous year. Alvin had not spared any effort in sidelining him. He thought to himself, "Fool, utterly lacking in perception. One should choose their targets wisely when suppressing newcomers." Son's prowess is formidable, allowing him to engage in a spirited exchange on the court with Doug. Can you truly command him? Have you not observed that neither Mark nor Doug have dared to issue commands to Son Tieshan? By suppressing him now, do you not fear future retribution? Those under protection experience a different reality. A minor upheaval is swiftly quelled, and no one dares to trouble Sun Tieshan. Antonio Davis sought to ease the tension, suggesting, "Since practice ended early today, why not seek some amusement and throw a party? I can call the nightclub and invite some young and lovely ladies for everyone to unwind." Doug Christie promptly interjected, "I shall abstain from attending. You know my girlfriend keeps a close watch. If she discovers I'm at a party, she would certainly have my head. With the holiday just concluded, I plan to practice this afternoon." "Your girlfriend would kill you?" the group exclaimed in disbelief. Mark Jackson, newly joined with the Raptors, inquired with curiosity, "Since we finished early today, how would she know?" Doug Christie exaggeratedly gestured as if rotating 2 walnuts in his hands. Laughter erupted in the locker room. Sun Tieshan did not change his jersey. He turned to Doug Christie and said, "I will accompany you to practice on the court this afternoon." "All right," Doug replied. "What about you, son?" Anthony Davis inquired with a displeased expression, for he was the team's second in command, and it seemed rather disrespectful for Sun Tieshan to decline his invitation. Fortunately, Charles Oakley promptly intervened to alleviate the tension. "Don't press him. He is on a non-guaranteed contract, hasn't even purchased a car, and lacks the funds for those tips." Anthony Davis looked on in astonishment. Every player possesses their own scale of values. Sun Tieshan's physical prowess ranks second among young players, surpassed only by Vince Carter. His fundamental skills are solid. He possesses the ability to drive and shoot, particularly excelling in three-point shooting. It is surprising to learn that he signed a non-guaranteed contract, akin to undrafted players Gas Joseph and Chronic David. Anthony Davis can hardly believe it. "You signed a non-guaranteed contract?" Sun Tieshan nodded and said, "Indeed. The guaranteed amount is merely $50,000. In that case, let it be. I can treat, but the gratuity for the ladies must come from your own pocket. I shall not cover that expense." He understood well that entertaining does not equate to soliciting, and one should not incur debts from gambling. Antonio Davis cast a meaningful glance at Sun Tieshan before changing into attire alongside Vince Carter and others, as they proceeded to their team-building activities. Sun Tieshan remained unfazed. He is a point guard, a blue-collar power forward devoid of independent offensive prowess. Before him, there is little pretense that necessitates him to deliberately seek approval. After dining with Doug Christie, he continued his training, passing, shooting, and dribbling. In the afternoon, Sun Tieshan engaged in 2 one-on-one matches of basketball against Doug Christie, achieving 1 victory and 1 defeat. "Doug, your defensive skills are truly commendable. In your opinion, what areas should I focus on to enhance my training?" Doug responded, "Defense requires keen observation and a thorough review of game footage. By discerning the opponent's gaze, movements, and habits, one can preemptively predict their next intentions. For instance, when Michael is poised to drive or shoot, his ball handling rhythm noticeably accelerates. He exhibits subtle movements when passing the ball. If you act swiftly, decisively, and without hesitation, you stand a good chance of executing a steal. Even if you fail, you can still position yourself to obstruct his offensive path and endeavor to push him out." Doug Christie was quite affable, generously imparting his defensive wisdom. Sun Tieshan inquired about various defensive details. Doug Christie recounted them one by one. After his departure, Sun Tieshan engaged in an additional 5 sets of fadeaway jump shots, alternating dribbling with both hands, alternating layups, and 360-degree pivots, culminating in a 360-degree windmill dunk. It was not until 8 p.m., after showering and tidying up the training equipment, that he returned to rest. The alternating dribbling and shooting are Jordan's signature techniques, known as the double-hand maneuver. Sun Tieshan's skills in 360-degree pivots, fadeaway jump shots, and the double-hand maneuver are merely at AB level. This training requires unwavering dedication to transform these techniques into instinctive actions. As for Jordan's ball-handling pivots, though rated lower at AC level, they necessitate the presence of a defensive partner for practice, which demands even more time. Sun Tieshan initially practiced these shooting techniques by emulating Michael Jordan. However, due to a lack of rhythm and skill, he failed to develop a systematic proficiency. It was during a training session in Chicago that Michael provided him with considerable guidance, which enabled him to enhance his sense of the game. Previously, his abilities could only be described as amateurish, rendering it quite challenging to execute them fully on the court. Although fortune may favor him, transforming these abilities into his signature style requires diligent effort. Much like the evolution from Chun-style Tai Chi to Yang-style Tai Chi, one must invest personal dedication in order to assimilate another's techniques into one's own distinctive skill set. The following morning, he engaged in some boxing and enjoyed breakfast. Sun Tieshan arrived at the gymnasium to train alone. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the players gradually assembled, and the team commenced their regular training. The players were divided into 3 groups: centers, forwards, and guards. Following the warm-up, they began group training under the guidance of the assistant coach. Subsequently, they practiced tactical plays. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the team engaged in scrimmages, with the starting lineup facing off against the substitutes. After 10 minutes, the starters and reserves mixed their groups. In the afternoon, tactical lessons and training were completed, followed by another round of scrimmages. Assistant coach Walker Russell called Sun Tieshan aside and said, "Son, you need not take the court just yet. Play the role of the organizing point guard and observe how Mark distributes the ball. Focus on orchestrating the offense. After the first half, you will take the court, substituting for Mark and Vince, alongside Charles, Antonio, and Doug, to assume the position of starting point guard." Sun Tieshan nodded and said, "All right, coach." Although Mark Jackson may not possess remarkable speed, his passing skills are remarkably seasoned. He refrains from attempting three-pointers while being closely guarded, unless he finds himself with an open shot. Alongside Doug Christie, Charles, Antonio, and Vince Carter, who all exhibit solid defensive prowess, the 10-minute quarters of the game have almost turned into a massacre. Mark Jackson consistently delivers the ball to open teammates with impeccable timing, whether through direct passes, high lobs, bounce passes, or behind-the-back assists. His array of no-look passes is nothing short of spectacular, showcasing an astonishing variety of passing angles that leaves Sun Tieshan in awe. Although he was previously aware of Mark Jackson's reputation as a master of floor-level passing, experiencing it firsthand from the bench is an entirely different affair compared to merely watching the game on television. Doug Christie also proves to be exceptionally impressive. He possesses the ability to organize plays, pass effectively, defend rigorously, and boasts commendable shooting skills. Moreover, he focuses on off-ball movement, executing clever positioning without dominating the ball, displaying remarkable intelligence in his gameplay. Sun Tieshan is convinced that he is in no way inferior to the later Andre Iguodala, as he can effortlessly transition between small forward and shooting guard positions, and he excels as a point guard as well. He possesses ample capability to operate in all 3 roles, making him an invaluable asset on the court. After 10 minutes, the primary players led the substitutes with a score of 26-9. Following a brief intermission, the head coach meticulously addressed the issues that had arisen during the game. Sun Tieshan, with his exceptional memory, was able to mentally replay an entire quarter. He diligently observed Mark Jackson's passing routes and the receiving positions of the players on the offensive end, while on the defensive side, he scrutinized Doug Christie's defensive maneuvers and positioning. He had likely discerned the shooting hotspots and tendencies of several key players. Although his passing may not possess the same timeliness and precision as that of Mark Jackson, he is nonetheless capable of orchestrating plays. After a few minutes of respite, the second quarter commenced. Sun Tieshan took the court alongside the team's key players, while Mark Jackson led a group of substitutes. Chapter 18, An Unexpected Trade. The style of play in the NBA during the year 2000 differed significantly from that of later years. Players were accustomed to establishing their positions first, executing plays with precision. Fast-paced and small ball tactics were not yet in vogue, unless a substantial fast break opportunity arose, such as a steal. Sun Tieshan, leveraging his substantial size, long arms, and low center of gravity, maneuvered the ball to the front court under the vigilant defense of Mark Jackson. As soon as his teammates established their positions, he launched a step-back three-pointer right over Jackson, standing at a mere 181 meters, or approximately 183 meters in shoes. Jackson was not particularly known for his vertical leap, earning the moniker of master of the floor game. His physical attributes paled in comparison to those of the soaring shooting guards. Unprepared for Sun's sudden strike, he was a step slow to react and leapt into action. Sun Tieshan, tall and long-armed, possesses a high shooting point and a swift release, undeterred by any defensive interference. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. Is it not a display of unsportsmanlike conduct to dominate the elder? Head coach Lenny Wilkins was momentarily dazzled, turning to remark, "Sun has a distinct advantage against the smaller point guards." Assistant coach Walker Russell added, during his college days, he could exploit mismatches against shorter defenders, showcasing remarkable prowess in outside shooting, albeit lacking in strength and speed. This rendered him vulnerable to smaller guards' drives. However, it is evident now that Sun has considerably bulked up since his college days. His arm strength and lateral quickness have significantly improved, addressing this previous shortcoming, though further observation is warranted. Subsequently, Sun Tieshan closely monitored Mark Jackson, opting against risky steals. Having earned the title of floor general and the season's assist leader, Jackson exhibits exceptional ball handling skills, his low center of gravity providing stability and a keen sense of the game. He rarely commits turnovers. The sole drawback lies in his physical limitations, which restrict his offensive repertoire. With insufficient firepower, he struggles to attract substantial defensive attention, averaging a mere 16.9 points per game at his peak in a single season. In over 17 seasons, his average rests at 9.6 points, a quintessential traditional point guard. Sun Tieshan estimates that Mark Jackson possesses exceptional vision, creativity, ball sense, and anticipation, all rated at an S level, while his other attributes are graded at an A level. Specifically, referring to his basketball attribute chart, his dribbling is likely between 96 and 97, his passing at 98, and his three-point shooting at 96, all classified as S level. Aside from interior defense, rebounding, and shot blocking, the remaining attributes should also reach a level. Mark Jackson's physical gifts are comparable to those of Chris Paul post-injury. Upon advancing to the front court, Mark Jackson noticed Sun Tieshan extending his arms to envelop him. He initiated a back-to-the-basket move, nudging Sun Tieshan twice, but found him as immovable as a wooden post. With a subtle pass, he released the basketball, transitioning into a movement without the ball. Sun Tieshan, indifferent to the circumstances, youthful and vibrant, diligently shadowed Mark Jackson's off-ball movements, thwarting others' attempts to pass the ball to him. Alvin Williams, under the watchful defense of Doug Christie, failed to convert his shot, which ricocheted off the rim. Kevin Wesley seized the rebound, but his subsequent attempt at a layup was disrupted by the formidable presence of Anthony Davis, resulting in a miss. The ball was then claimed by Charles Oakley, who passed it to Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan dared not disregard the coach's instructions and meticulously controlled the ball as directed, advancing it to the front court. At this moment, the authority of the head coach was immense, not to mention him as a newcomer. Even a seasoned veteran of the team would find it impossible to challenge the coach's dominion. Otherwise, no matter how prodigious their talent or capability, they would merely find themselves relegated to the sidelines. Head coach Lenny Wilkins, noticing that Mark was unable to contain Sun Tieshan, called out for Alvin Williams to switch defenses. Mark Jackson was tasked with guarding Doug Christie. Although Alvin was also a point guard, his height and wingspan, coupled with commendable athleticism, were offset by his subpar shooting skills. Sun Tieshan gestured for Charles Oakley to set a screen for a pick and roll. As Charles moved to the top of the arc, Sun Tieshan refrained from forcing a play, instead passing the ball to Charles and cutting to the basket, effectively drawing Alvin Williams away. Kevin Wesley remained stationed under the basket, unmarked. Observing the lack of defenders, Charles promptly launched a three-pointer, the basketball carving a graceful arc before swishing through the net. Sun Tieshan exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, Charles, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable skills. From now on, we need not fear even the formidable Shaquille O'Neal." He asserted that O'Neal's prowess in the paint would prove futile against them, as they could effortlessly draw him out to play. Charles Oakley, brimming with pride, replied, "Do not worry about O'Neal. He is merely a softie. He would never dare to engage me defensively in the paint. I could easily topple him. However, I believe you should dedicate yourself to perfecting your three-point shooting. You possess that talent, and it would introduce greater dynamism to our offense." Sun Tieshan may not explicitly advise the head coach, yet he subtly exerts his influence. Coach Lenny Wilkins nodded in acknowledgement as he listened. Shaquille O'Neal's dominance on both ends of the court is formidable. If the big players are drawn out to clear the paint for three-point attempts, it might unravel the defensive strategies employed by the Lakers. The bench unit, orchestrated by Mark Jackson, successfully netted a basket. Subsequently, Sun Tieshan dribbled the ball up court and directly passed it to Vince Carter. As a seasoned leader of the team, having been involved in 2 consecutive offensive plays without touching the ball himself, Sun Tieshan could not overlook this matter, regardless of whether it was spoken aloud. Vince Carter held a distinct advantage over the inexperienced Morris Peterson. With a deft move, Peterson was caught off guard. Carter's explosive speed allowed him to swiftly bypass Peterson's defense, culminating in a jump shot from the restricted area that secured 2 points. This intra-squad scrimmage primarily served to refine the recently practiced tactics, characterized by a moderate intensity and lasting 10 minutes. Sun Tieshan successfully landed a three-pointer, executed 2 drives for 4 points, and delivered 4 assists. He passed to Carter twice, once to Doug Christie and once to Charles Oakley. He secured 2 rebounds and made a steal. In 10 minutes of play, his statistics were commendable. Shooting 3 out of 4, he tallied 7 points, 4 assists, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal, without any turnovers. Although he played as a substitute, the experience was relatively effortless. Upon the conclusion of the 10 minutes, the starting lineup triumphed with a score of 32-15. Mark Jackson's orchestration ensured a solid foundation for the bench players, enabling them to mount effective offenses. During the midday break, son Tieshan eagerly sought advice. "Mark, your playmaking is exceptional. What aspects should I further focus on?" A point guard must consistently be aware of the players' positions on the court, gauge their shooting rhythm, and identify their preferred shooting zones. It is crucial to pass to the players who are on fire, allowing them ample opportunities to shoot. This will naturally enhance your statistics. If the perimeter players are struggling, it's wise to drive closer to the basket, as scoring becomes significantly easier the nearer you are to the hoop. This strategy is infallible. Mark Jackson elaborated. As afternoon practice commenced, following tactical drills and a scrimmage, he remained with the starting unit, alternating between shooting guard and small forward positions, thoroughly familiarizing himself with all 3 roles. Over 30 minutes of play against the team's substitutes, he accumulated a total of 23 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, with only 2 turnovers across 3 games. On the following day, after completing tactical drills, son Tieshan was not included in the starting lineup. He spent the entire day practicing with the bench unit. During the intra-squad scrimmage, facing the defenses of Christie and Vince Carter, he recorded 19 points on 7 of 17 shooting, including 3 of 7 from beyond the arc and 2 of 2 from the free throw line, along with 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 4 turnovers. Despite the higher turnover count, his scoring remained remarkably steady, with a noticeably superior 3-point shooting percentage compared to 2-point attempts. Morris Peterson also showcased a commendable performance, contributing 15 points, with 3 of 6 from 3-point range, alongside 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. As September 30th arrived, after finishing his morning training and having breakfast, son Tieshan entered the locker room to find Doug Christie and 4 other lockers unoccupied. None of the 5 had arrived. He inquired, "Where is Doug?" Charles Oakley replied, "Doug has been traded to the Kings. We are about to welcome a big guy, and an official announcement will be made shortly." Son Tieshan was utterly astonished. Doug has been traded? Doug Christie has spent 5 years with the Raptors, making him one of the few seasoned veterans on the team. His perimeter defense is commendable, and he possesses the ability to shoot effectively, distribute the ball, and navigate the court with finesse. He serves as a stabilizing presence in the locker room. Most importantly, he has not squandered the specialized skills akin to a surgeon's precision that Doug Christie brings. "How could this happen?" Charles Oakley remarked. "Son, remember, never let loyalty cloud your judgment. Business is business. In the NBA, today's teammate may very well be tomorrow's adversary. This is simply the norm." Son Tieshan was certainly aware of the situation. However, knowing and experiencing it firsthand were 2 entirely different matters. He sighed, remarking that Doug was a good guy. He had even taught him how to read defenses in recent days, and he never expected a trade to happen so swiftly. At that moment, Alvin Williams entered, holding a newspaper. "Did you know? The team has acquired Rafe LaFrance. Has it been officially announced? I heard the league has approved it. It's a 4-team trade, and the transaction details are already published in the paper." Vince Carter chimed in eagerly. "Let me see." Chapter 19. Press conference. After the prominent figures of the team had perused the article, son Tieshan took a glance at the newspaper himself. The Raptors had sent away Doug Christie, David Clown, Kevin Wesley, Bogans, and Gas Joseph, 5 players along with a first-round draft pick, in exchange for Rafe LaFrance, Jerome Williams, Derek Rotmans, and Tracy Murray. Kevin Wesley, a 38-year-old center, had averaged 21 minutes on the court last season, contributing 6.1 rebounds and 7.6 points per game, with a shooting percentage of 41. He, along with Doug Christie and Bogans, was a key member of the team's rotation. The Kings sent Chris Williamson, Tyrone Corbin, and a second-round draft pick in exchange for Doug Christie. The Pistons traded Jerome Williams and Derek Rotmans to acquire Chris Williamson and David Clown. Meanwhile, the Nuggets parted with Rafe LaFrance and Tracy Murray to obtain Kevin Wesley, Gas Joseph, Bogans, and a first-round pick from the Raptors, along with a second-round pick from the Kings. LaFrance had played 78 games last season, averaging 31 minutes, with stats of 12 for points, 7, 9 rebounds, 1, 2 assists, 5 steals and 2 blocks, and a three-point shooting percentage of 32.8. As a white center, he was the third overall pick in 1998 and, at the age of 24, had remained relatively unremarkable in his 2 seasons with the Nuggets. The team was looking to save money and facilitate a rebuild, having struggled for several years since trading away Mutombo, failing to reach the playoffs for 5 consecutive seasons. Tieshan was uncertain about the trade's implications. However, if given the authority, he would certainly refrain from trading Christie, as a team that had just entered the league for 5 years needed a seasoned veteran in the locker room. Christie's modest contract and commendable skills made him an ideal candidate, especially since he was the Raptors' defensive anchor on the perimeter. This trade solidified son Tieshan's resolve. He was determined to make a name for himself and seize control of his destiny, ensuring the team operated according to his vision, and one day, with sufficient resources, he would purchase a team and become an owner. For now, however, he could only dream, still a relatively obscure figure. In the original timeline, the Raptors had also engaged in a rather foolish trade with the Kings. Initially, at the Kings' invitation, they traded Doug Christie for Chris Williamson and Tyrone Corbin. Later, after witnessing Morrison Peterson's impressive performance, they sent Chris Williamson to the Pistons in exchange for Jerome and Derek. Consequently, Doug Christie thrived with the Kings, becoming a starter and earning 4 selections to the all-defensive team, while Chris Williamson became a benchwarmer for the Pistons. Jerome Williams remained a role player performing menial tasks with the Raptors, while Derek could only watch from the sidelines, ultimately leading to both players being traded after 2 seasons. Essentially, they exchanged Doug for a collection of inconsequential assets, along with a draft pick. This trade came to fruition due to son Tieshan's addition to the Raptors, as his impressive performance in training had demonstrated his versatility in scoring and defense, rendering the acquisition of Chris Williamson unnecessary. During negotiations, they sought to acquire Divac, the center who had once been traded for Kobe, but the Kings declined. Eventually, the Kings contacted the Nuggets and Pistons, culminating in this 4-team trade. The Nuggets, having little hope of reaching the playoffs in recent seasons, faced LaFrence's impending contract renewal after this season. It was more prudent to trade him for a first-round pick rather than lose him for nothing. Tracy Murray, a new signing by the Nuggets during the offseason, showed average performance in training camp, leading to his inclusion in the trade as the Raptors were still in need of backcourt players after son Tieshan's arrival. The Raptors roster now consisted of centers, Raef LaFrentz, Charles Oakley, Derek Rotmans, Mamadou Ndiaye, Michael Stewart. Power forwards, Antonio Davis, Jerome Williams. Small forwards, Vince Carter, Tracy Murray. Guards, Del Curry, Morrison Peterson, Tyrone Corbin. Point guards, Mark Jackson, son Tieshan, Alvin Williams. The team now boasted a total of 15 players. Son Tieshan is capable of playing as a point guard, shooting guard, and small forward, while Alvin Williams can occupy the positions of both point guard and shooting guard. Tyronn Lue and Tracy Murray serve as versatile swingmen. Raef LaFrentz and Charles Oakley are both able to play as power forwards and centers. Although LaFrentz lacks the ability to post up, nevertheless, he possesses commendable shot-blocking skills and can protect the rim effectively. The team, comprising 15 players, exhibits a commendable balance between offense and defense. On October 1st, LaFrentz, along with Jerome Williams, Derek Rotmans, and Tyronn Lue, reported to the team. Raef chose the number 45 jersey, while Jerome Williams opted for number 13. Derek Rotmans selected number 0, and Tyronn Lue went with number 23. That day, a special press conference was held in honor of LaFrentz, during which he, alongside the Toronto Raptors star Vince Carter, raised LaFrentz's number 45 jersey. After all, they were contemporaries, and LaFrentz was a 3rd overall pick, thus the team showed him considerable respect. During the press conference, a reporter from the Toronto Star inquired, "Raef, what are your thoughts on the Raptors?" LaFrentz responded, "The team has entered the playoffs within 5 years of joining the league and boasts Vince Carter, who is from my draft class, along with Antonio Davis, Charles Oakley, and Mark Jackson. They are all seasoned veterans. The Raptors are a highly competitive team. I am delighted to join the Raptors, and perhaps we will emerge as strong contenders for the championship." A reporter from Sing Tao Daily asked, "The Raptors have a Chinese player, son Tieshan. Michael has mentioned that he will surprise everyone in the new season. What do you think?" LaFrentz replied, "I have just joined the team and have yet to practice with them. However, I have heard the head coach speak of him. He does not exhibit the characteristics of an 18-year-old. He displays remarkable maturity. Perhaps Michael is indeed correct. Sun Hui is an exceptional player. An ESPN reporter inquired. Riff. With McGrady's departure from the Raptors prior to the start of the season and the subsequent trade of Doug, do you believe the Raptors can still make the playoffs this season? Without hesitation, I affirm that the Raptors will undoubtedly secure a spot in the playoffs. TNT journalist Chris Haynes then directed a question to head coach Lenny Wilkens. Lenny, Riff seems unfamiliar with Sun Tieshan's situation, having only trained with the team for a few days. Could you elaborate? Lenny Wilkens responded. Sun Tieshan has exhibited remarkable performance during this period. His composure belies his age. He possesses a truly big heart. His shooting accuracy is impressive. Yes, you heard correctly. He shoots exceptionally well. Furthermore, after more than 6 months of training, his ball handling skills have significantly improved, and his passing and defense are commendable as well. I firmly believe in what Michael has conveyed. At the onset of the new season, he will certainly astonish everyone. At this juncture, a reporter from Huaxia Sports Weekly posed a question. Will Sun Tieshan participate in the season opener? To which I confidently replied, yes, I assure you he will take the court. As the press conference concluded, the Raptors training camp for the new season continued. Chapter 20. The most promising rookie Sun Tieshan, with unwavering focus, dedicates himself to rigorous training. After each team practice, he devotes an additional 1 to 2 hours to honing his dribbling and shooting skills. Currently, he finds himself without a romantic partner, and his salary is modest, amounting to just over $10,000 monthly. He is acutely aware that, under the shadow of the notorious veteran, he has garnered significant attention, and countless individuals eagerly await his missteps. Should he fail to meet expectations, he risks becoming another cautionary tale like Kwame Brown. Fame brings with it both pressure and motivation, as well as financial reward. He cannot afford to squander any time. Sun Tieshan's actions have significantly intensified the competition in the team's backcourt. Not only has the rookie Morris Peterson been affected, but even Vince Carter dedicates an additional hour of practice after training each day before departing. Upon seeing Sun Tieshan, a secret joy blossomed within him. Vince Carter possesses remarkable talent, arguably surpassing that of Kobe Bryant, yet he lacks the same fierce competitive spirit. In the original timeline, he single-handedly led his team to 48 victories this season, guiding the Raptors to the second round of the playoffs. However, just before the decisive Game 7, he attended his graduation ceremony in North Carolina, missing crucial team practices and hastily returning only 5 hours prior to the game. Ultimately, the Raptors fell short by a single point, succumbing to the 76ers and inadvertently paving the way for Allen Iverson's triumph. Now, with Vince Carter expressing a willingness to engage in additional practice, Sun Tieshan is naturally elated. This season holds the potential to surpass the original timeline, possibly leading them to the Eastern Conference Finals. After the training session, he observed Carter and Peterson staying behind to hone their three-point shooting. Sun Tieshan proposed to Carter and Peterson, Vince, Maurice, shall we engage in a game of bullfighting? A splendid idea. Let us wager $100 per round. And we shall take turns, each of us playing 2 rounds while the other officiates. What do you think? Vince shrugged nonchalantly. It's not a significant amount. I have no objections. However, upon hearing this, Maurice quickly interjected, No, I don't believe this is a wise proposition. I hold my money in high regard and shall refrain from participating, but I would be happy to serve as the referee. Sun Tieshan glanced at Morris Peterson. Morris, do you recall when I was training in Chicago? Jordan challenged me to a game of 1-on-1, 2 matches daily, with stakes involved. Do you know what I said? What did you say? I insisted that 2 matches were insufficient. We needed at least 5. Ultimately, we settled on 3 matches each day. Do you know why? Carter smirked. You and Jordan playing 1-on-1 is clearly just handing over money. You are correct. But consider this. Could you hire a coach of Jordan's caliber for a mere $300 a day to teach you how to play? Carter replied, Of course not. He is Jordan. A session with Jabbar costs over $50,000 for just a week, and he only teaches the skyhook. I am well aware of the prices. I trained with Jordan for a month and a half, learned numerous tricks, and spent just over $6,000. Do you think Jordan is concerned about that amount? He probably tips a girl more than that. 1-on-1 games truly test an individual's defense, breakthroughs, and shooting skills. In a training camp lasting just a month, even if you lose 2 matches daily, it amounts to just over $6,000. Are you a novice who still believes Vince being your training partner is expensive? Morris Peterson glanced at Vince Carter and begrudgingly admitted, Not expensive. You make a valid point. Shall we begin? Who will go first? The 3 engaged in 1-on-1 games. resulting in Sun Tieshan unexpectedly winning 200. Vince Carter experienced a win and a loss, incurring no cost, while Morris Peterson lost 2 consecutive matches. Vince Carter possessed elite physical attributes, with core strength second only to Jordan's. However, his defensive skills paled in comparison, being merely average, akin to Sun Tieshan, the novice. They did not exert their full effort in this round of games. In just a few days, the trio became quite familiar with one another, forming a semblance of brotherhood. On October 8th, during the team's media day, the Raptors were visited by 5 or 6 Chinese media outlets, alongside a dozen American media representatives and 7 or 8 Canadian English media. 30 to 40 individuals crowded the media room, armed with cameras and microphones, incessantly posing questions. Sun Tieshan was in the midst of training when he noticed the press officer, Tyler Cohen, approaching him in a hurried manner. "Sun, could you come here for a moment?" Tyler inquired. "Is there something you need?" Sun replied. "Numerous media outlets wish to interview you, so please be mindful of your words," Tyler cautioned. "Understood. Should I change my attire?" Sun asked. "Yes, this is not a sideline interview," Tyler responded. "All right, I will be there shortly." Sun Tieshan donned his attire and adorned his wrist with a watch, accompanied by the press officer, as they made their way to the media briefing room. As a conscientious spokesperson, Sun Tieshan never shied away from his duties. Taylor Cohen, half-jokingly, remarked, "Our young man is not accustomed to such grand occasions. Please be gentle and refrain from posing overly pointed questions." He then bestowed the honor of the first inquiry upon Craig Sager from TNT. Craig Sager inquired, "Hello, Sun. I am Craig Sager, a reporter from TNT. Michael mentioned that he has imparted several skills to you during your training together for over a month. He claimed that this upcoming season, you will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this?" Sun Tieshan chuckled, saying, "My father is a physical education teacher, and my mother is an English instructor. Whenever they encounter students who perform admirably, they never hesitate to offer praise. This not only reflects their aspirations for the younger generation, but also serves as a source of motivation." When Mr. Michael stepped away from the NBA, he may have wished to enhance its allure. I believe this to be the case. Are you suggesting that Michael's actions were merely a ploy for attention, implying that he is ultimately incapable of effecting any change? Absolutely not. Sun Tieshan quickly recognized the cultural disparities between the East and the West, understanding that humility here was perceived as weakness. With determination, he declared, "Many believe I am incapable of competing in the NBA. Indeed, an Asian point guard has never graced its courts. Yet, here I am. They doubt my ability to adapt to the fierce competition of the NBA. However, Michael believes in me, and I am confident that I can play my own game, just as Mr. Jordan envisions. For I, Sun Tieshan, am the strongest rookie of this generation, without exception. Do you have the confidence to be the strongest rookie this year?" "Absolutely. I am indeed the strongest rookie, and I shall make those teams that overlooked me regret their decision." Sun Tieshan, disregarding everything else, decided to establish a flag. At that moment, the spokesperson directed the question to Ming Pao, a Chinese media outlet based in Toronto. "Mr. Sun, as the first Huaxiao person to enter the NBA, how many points do you believe you can score in your inaugural official game?" Sun Tieshan remarked, "This question is rather challenging for me to address. Yet I firmly believe that after undergoing a comprehensive training camp, I will undoubtedly excel. Are you able to adapt to the pace of NBA games?" "Certainly. There is no doubt about it. Among this cohort, there is no player superior to myself. Are NBA players easy to get along with?" Sun Tieshan chuckled, stating, "My rapport with my teammates is quite good. As you know, I am a point guard. When I step onto the court, I become the commanding officer of the team. They rely on my passing." The journalists exchanged knowing smiles. Those in the know understand that if relationships are strained, one may not receive the ball, rendering even accurate shooting futile. This is also why Sun Tieshan opted for the role of point guard. ESPN's charming reporter, Rachel Nichols, remarked, "Sun, the matchups for the new season have been announced, and your opening game will be against the Detroit Pistons. Their star forward, Jerry Stackhouse, has claimed he will score 40 points over you. Your defense is likened to Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother. You simply cannot stop him. Do you have any response to that?" Sun Tieshan squinted his eyes and inquired, "Did he mention how many games he intends to score 40 points against me?" The journalists were amused by Sun Tieshan's dry humor. "Are you suggesting he is incapable of achieving that?" Rachel pressed on. "You are absolutely right. He certainly cannot," Sun replied. Rachel Nichols felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. She now had material to work with. Sun Tieshan secretly mused before uttering such words. One ought to engage their intellect. I am a defensive guard, not tasked with countering him, yet he managed to score 40 points over me. At that moment, a reporter from the Sports Weekly inquired, Deji was selected by the Dallas Mavericks in '99, yet has not graced the NBA court since. What are your thoughts on this? He continued, for Chinese basketball to thrive, it is imperative that more players emerge. Only through increased interaction and competition can we learn and grow together. Son, why did you choose the number 58 jersey? Chapter 21. The preseason begins. Sun Tieshan remarked, 58 is a number that brings me luck. TNT reporter Greg Sager jested. Are you referring to the game where you lost by 58 points in the NCAA? Sun responded, one could interpret it that way. In my final college game, our team only managed to score 58 points. I am convinced that this will be the lowest score of my professional career. The interview concluded. Sun Tieshan entered the locker room, donned his jersey, and returned to the training ground. Vince Carter inquired, how does it feel to be interviewed? Terrible, he replied. Those journalists are exceedingly difficult to handle. A chorus of laughter erupted from the training field. Those reporters were never a challenge that a novice could contend with. Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan inquired, are you familiar with Stackhouse? Of course, was the reply. He plays for the Pistons, and we will face him in our season opener. Sun Tieshan, with malicious intent, remarked, Vince, he claims he will score 40 points against you, just so that I may have the opportunity to take the court during garbage time. Did he truly say that? Sun Tieshan provocatively remarked, of course. He claims he will score 40 points. Does he intend to do so at my expense? He is a swingman, while I am a point guard, and we are not even matched against each other. Besides, I am merely a rookie. Does he really plan to achieve 40 points in 5 minutes over me? Even Michael could not accomplish that. If he wishes to score 40 points, it must be at someone else's expense. How arrogant. Does he think that with Doug gone, no one can defend against him? He dares to say our defense is weaker than Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother. We ought to show him a thing or two to make him realize we are not to be trifled with. You are correct. The season opener is on our home turf. Today is media day, and this afternoon, players will have their promotional photos taken. The marketing manager approached General Manager Glenn Grunwald, inquiring, Chief, how shall we conduct the photo shoot today? Glenn Grunwald replied, aside from Rafe LaFrentz and Vince Carter, how about including Mark Jackson, Antonio Davis? And our head coach? The marketing manager suggested, I believe we should also include Sun. There are many Chinese in Toronto, and perhaps Sun could attract more of them to purchase tickets and attend the games. It is an excellent idea. Sun has been performing well in training lately. Let's go with that. The two continued their discussion. Sun Tieshan was taken aback by the inclusion of the team's promotional poster, which featured him alongside notable figures such as LaFrentz, Charles Oakley, Vince Carter, Mark Jackson, and Antonio Davis. Seated in front of them was the venerable head coach, Lenny Wilkens. Oakley and his two companions were the triumvirate of starters for the Raptors in the previous season. Mark Jackson and LaFrentz represented the most significant acquisitions for the Raptors this season, while coach Lenny Wilkens boasted the remarkable achievement of 1,000 career victories. During Sun Tieshan's photo shoot for his team jersey, he donned a pair of white compression pants beneath his uniform, complemented by a set of athletic knee pads and 2 white arm sleeves. In stark contrast, the other 5 players displayed their muscular physiques, eschewing any protective gear beyond their jerseys. In his individual portrait, Sun Tieshan sported a crew cut reminiscent of a bodyguard from Zhongnan High, gripping a basketball with his right hand while his left formed an OK sign, closely hovering near his eye. His protective gear was impeccably complete, without any omissions. Influenced by Sun Tieshan, Vince Carter also learned a word of Chinese, inquiring, Buddy, why do you wear protective gear while playing? Don't you want to avoid having your body marked with a multitude of bruises? Sun Tieshan did not express his thoughts directly, for fear that others might perceive him as weak. He remarked that protective gear could safeguard the body without affecting one's shooting ability. I have always worn protective equipment while playing basketball. Over time, it has become second nature. After completing the photo shoot, we resumed training. In recent matches, the Raptors lineup featured starters, Rafe LaFrentz, Antonio Davis, Vince Carter, Alvin Williams, and Mark Jackson. Key substitutes included Sun Tieshan, Charles Oakley, Jerome Williams, Morrison Peterson, Del Curry, and Tracy Murray, making a total of 11 players. Sun Tieshan serves as the second-string point guard. Mamadou, Derek Montrose, and Tyron have exhibited lackluster performances. In the forthcoming season, it is unlikely they will see the court except during garbage time. Among them, Sun Tieshan, along with Charles Oakley, Morris Peterson, and Jerome Williams, constitutes the primary reserves. The other two must rotate based on the opposing team's lineup, for they are seasoned veterans who require maintenance of their physical condition, as the playoffs are their true stage. Wherever there are individuals, there exists a realm of rivalry. Through the passage of time spent together, Sun Tieshan has discerned a subtle division within the Raptors roster. One faction, led by Antonio, frequently consists of Alvin Williams and Jerome Williams. The opposing faction is spearheaded by Vince Carter, which includes Dale Curry, Rafe LaFrentz, and Morris Peterson. As for Charles Oakley and Mark Jackson, both factions extend them a considerable degree of respect, given their illustrious careers. Tracy Murray has yet to find a team, while Mamadou and others remain on the periphery. It is worth noting that Sun Tieshan has been subtly aligned with Vince Carter's group, as he often trains alongside them, fostering a closer bond. The following day, another training session ensued. On October 10th, prior to the commencement of the preseason, head coach Lenny Wilkens and his coaching staff reconvened to deliberate on the players' playing time for the new season. Last season, the Raptors achieved a record of 45 wins and 37 losses, only to be swept 3-0 by the New York Knicks in the first round of the playoffs. This season, with Lenny Wilkens at the helm, there is a pressing need to deliver results. Despite being a coach with over 1,000 victories, he faces considerable pressure. Lenny Wilkens inquired, "Walker, what are your thoughts on the competition between Sun and Alvin?" Walker Russell responded, "Although Alvin Williams is a fourth-year player, his talent pales in comparison to that of Sun Tieshan, and the disparity in potential is even more pronounced. However, he possesses significantly more game experience than Sun Tieshan. Sun possesses exceptional talent and formidable strength. What he currently lacks is match experience, which can only be acquired through playing time. If we aim to progress further this season, it is imperative that Sun matures rapidly. He is capable of playing 3 positions in the backcourt, and I believe Sun Tieshan could serve as the 6th man for the team. Alvin's playing time, which stands at 20 minutes, is commendable." Coach Lenny Wilkens remarked that, aside from Sun Tieshan, Morris also requires more playing time, as he has been performing admirably on the court lately. If this is the case, it would necessitate a reduction in Carter's playing time. Last season, Carter averaged 38 minutes. However, we cannot afford to diminish Carter's role. He is our marquee player, essential for ticket sales, and his playing time must not dip below 38 minutes. What about LaFrentz? How has he been performing recently? Forward coach Stan Albeck noted that although LaFrentz was a 3rd overall pick, he struggles in post-up situations but possesses commendable three-point and mid-range shooting abilities, which can help create space on the court. I propose we allow him to start in the preseason to gain more practice with the team's starters, while Charles can take the starting position during the regular season. After all, Charles is already 38 years old and his performance is bound to decline over time. The future belongs to the younger players. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. The Raptors' first preseason opponent is the Vancouver Grizzlies. Thanks to Jordan's endorsement and the Raptors' promotion, Sun Tieshan has garnered considerable fame, and with the reasonably priced preseason tickets, many members of the Chinese community have purchased tickets to attend. On the day of the game, over 80 of the home tickets in Toronto were sold. By 7 p.m., with just over half an hour remaining before the official match, a significant number of fans had already arrived at the Raptors' home arena, the Air Canada Centre, half of whom were Chinese fans, all donned in Sun Tieshan's number 58 jersey, cheering for him. In this matchup, the Raptors are playing at home. The Raptors' starting lineup consists of center Rafe LaFrentz, power forward Antonio Davis, small forward Vince Carter, shooting guard Alvin Williams, and point guard Mark Jackson. The Grizzlies' starting lineup includes center Tony Massenberg, power forward Sharif Abdurrahim, small forward Michael Dickerson, shooting guard Kevin Edwards, and point guard Mike Bibby. The Raptors' home commentator, Peter Calabrese, who previously served as the head coach for the Warriors before being let go, is now the commentator for the Raptors, partnering with Bob Lanier. In the preseason, teams are experimenting with their lineups, and all players are expected to participate. The two team starters played for 5 minutes, with the score at 13-11, the Raptors leading by 2 points. Taking advantage of a dead ball, Coach Lenny Wilkens substituted Alvin Williams and LaFrentz with Sun Tieshan and Charles Oakley. Wilkens patted Sun Tieshan on the shoulder and encouraged him, "You will play shooting guard. This is the preseason, so shoot boldly without concern for the outcome." Sun Tieshan, with an innocuous smile, assured the coach, "Rest assured." Chapter 22, Raptors vs. Grizzlies. Opposing Sun Tieshan was Kevin Edwards, a 35-year-old veteran with average athleticism, on the verge of retirement. Sun Tieshan paid him no mind. The Raptors initiated the play. with Mark Jackson advancing the ball to the front court. Raheem was obstructed by Oakley outside the left side of the paint. Davis and Marcinborg were jostling for position in the key. At that moment, Tieshan swiftly eluded Kevin Edwards, cutting through without the ball from the right side. Charging toward the paint, Edwards failed to keep pace, and a bounce pass was delivered in his direction. Tieshan had just arrived beneath the basket. As he positioned himself, the ball fortuitously bounced right in front of him, at a perfectly comfortable height. With a swift motion, he effortlessly plucked it from the air, leaping half a meter high, and executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk, sending the ball through the hoop. The Grizzlies prepared to inbound the ball. Tieshan sprinted towards the backcourt, giving Jackson a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Mark, your recent pass was exceptional." Mark Jackson responded with a smile. As a point guard, it is imperative to understand the characteristics of each player and their most comfortable receiving positions, just as one cannot expect a big man to catch a bounce pass. "You are absolutely right. I believe you could pursue a coaching career after retirement," Mike Bibby remarked as he dribbled into the front court. He passed the ball to power forward Raheem, who, at the age of 24, was the third overall pick in the 1996 draft class. Showcasing impressive skills with an average of over 20 points and 10 rebounds last season, alongside a steal and a block per game. Raheem pivoted for a jump shot, only to be challenged by Antonio Davis, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Charles Oakley and Antonio Davis leapt together, but the rebound was deftly tipped away by Raheem. Tieshan reacted with remarkable swiftness, seizing the rebound before Edwards could intervene, then swiftly pivoted and advanced with the ball. Despite Edwards' attempts to grapple and hinder him, Tieshan deftly evaded his grasp. Upon crossing the half-court line, he spotted Vince Carter darting forward like an arrow, effortlessly shaking off Michael Dixon as he surged towards the basket with great urgency. Tieshan advanced, pushing the ball with both hands. Vince received the pass. Tieshan shouted loudly. Vince Carter turned his head for a glance, then leaped into the air with all his might, catching the ball and executing a powerful two-ended dunk, completing an alley-oop and sending the ball through the hoop. The crowd erupted in cheers. UFO, UFO, UFO. The Grizzlies prepared to inbound the ball. Head coach Sidney Lowe quickly called a timeout, and the referee's whistle pierced the air. Both teams' players walked towards the bench. Head coach Lenny Wilkins stood up, applauding, and remarked, "Tieshan, you handled those plays excellently. Keep it up." "Yes, coach," came the reply. Home commentator Calabrese noted, "It's evident that this is Tieshan's first NBA preseason game. He is playing with great enthusiasm, showing no signs of intimidation." Bob Lanier added, "You're right. Tieshan scored 2 points, secured 1 rebound, and made 1 assist within just a minute of being on the court, contributing to the Raptors' 4-point lead. The Raptors now lead the Grizzlies by 6 points, 19-13. Although it's just a preseason game, the Grizzlies' defense seems somewhat lax. However, based on his technical performance, his dribbling and drives are impressive. He has a keen eye for his teammates, and his passing is commendable. I have high hopes for him. The Raptors have certainly struck gold this offseason." Calabrese continued. "His recent pass had decent strength, though it was a bit high. Fortunately, it was Vince Carter receiving it. Had it been anyone else, they might not have caught it." Vince's leaping ability is indeed remarkable. As the timeout concluded, the Raptors substituted Mark Jackson for Morris Peterson. Tieshan plays as the point guard, while Morris Peterson occupies the small forward position. The Grizzlies have also substituted Stromile Swift and Damon Jones in place of Tony Massenberg and Kevin Edwards. The game continues. The Grizzlies execute an inbound pass, with Mike Bibby receiving the ball, while Tieshan advances to defend. Mike Bibby, age 22, stands at 188 meters tall. A rookie from 1998, he has played 3 seasons in the NBA, averaging 14.5 points, 8.1 assists, and 1.6 steals last season. As the primary point guard for the Grizzlies, he possesses commendable athleticism and exceptional passing ability, marking him as a rising star within the league. Tieshan slightly squatted, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Mike Bibby's dribbling grew increasingly rapid. He suddenly feinted, taking tentative steps. Tieshan swayed slightly, but remained steadfast as Mike Bibby executed a double crossover, penetrating from Tieshan's left side. Fortunately, Tieshan reacted swiftly, maintaining his position. One hand was raised high while the other rested on Bibby's waist, as he adeptly maneuvered to push him outward. After training for a month and a half with the seasoned veteran, and having lost over $6,000 to him, Tieshan was undoubtedly on point defensively. Mike Bibby was no Allen Iverson. His initial burst of speed was not as explosive. Seeing that Bibby had not shaken off Sun Tieshan, Raheem quickly moved to the left elbow, blocking Sun Tieshan. Mike Bibby circled around, and Charles Oakley, a moment too slow, failed to provide timely support, allowing Bibby to score. The score was now 15-19. Playing in the NBA is not merely about individual skill. One cannot single-handedly take on 5 opponents. Teamwork among players is crucial, particularly on the defensive end. If teammates falter, even someone as formidable as Michael Jordan may find himself repeatedly thwarted in the first round of the playoffs. Charles Oakley raised his hand, exclaiming, "Mine, mine." As the Raptors prepared to inbound the ball, Sun Tieshan took control, guarded by Mike Bibby. With one hand protecting the ball and the other dribbling, Sun Tieshan bore down on the court, pushing the ball forward against Bibby's defense. Bibby attempted to steal, but Sun Tieshan skillfully pulled the ball back, switching hands in a low dribble as he surged toward the three-point line. Mike Bibby, intent on teaching this rookie a lesson, took a gamble to steal the ball, only to be caught off guard by Sun Tieshan's seasoned ball handling, quickly losing his position and hastily turning to give chase. As Sun Tieshan approached the three-point line, he observed Damon Jones rushing in to provide defensive support. Meanwhile, Morris Peterson was left unguarded. "Son, I am wide open." With a deft flick of his wrist, Sun Tieshan sent the basketball soaring towards Morris Peterson, who, unguarded, leapt beyond the three-point line. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air. With a satisfying swish, it found the net without touching the rim. Head coach Lenny Wilkins could not contain his applause. Walker Russell turned to Lenny and remarked, "Son handled that play exceptionally well." He refrained from forcing a three-pointer and demonstrated remarkable court vision. In the ensuing moments, neither team managed to score. Mike Bibby advanced the ball to the frontcourt, passing it to Stromeyer Swift, who, under Davis's defense, missed his shot. Oakley secured the defensive rebound and handed the ball back to Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan, entangled with Mike Bibby, advanced the ball into the frontcourt. He called out, directing Charles Oakley to come forth for a screen. The ever-reliable Charles Oakley promptly positioned himself at the three-point line. The quality of Oakley's screen was exceptionally high. Sun Tieshan utilized the screen, maneuvering in a circle to shake off Mike Bibby. He retreated beyond the three-point line. Mike Bibby, delayed by Oakley, was a step too slow. Sun Tieshan pivoted, leaping with one foot nearly a foot high, one leg swinging forward to maintain his balance, and released a three-point shot that found its mark. Like a golden rooster standing tall, his outside jump shot exemplified the importance of cultivating sound habits from a young age to avoid future setbacks. To aspire to greatness, one must first endure challenges. The score stood at 25-15, with the Raptors leading by 10 points. The arena's DJ exclaimed in delight, "From the Raptors, number 58. Sun Tieshan with the three-pointer." Sun Tieshan made an okay gesture, touching his eye socket, and turned to scan the stands on either side. The audience instantly understood, responding with fervent enthusiasm, "Quick shooter, quick shooter, quick shooter." In Chapter 23, debts of gratitude must be repaid promptly. Raheem received a pass from Mike Bibby and executed a mid-range shot successfully. Lenny Wilkins called a timeout, substituting power forward Antonio Davis and Vince Carter for Jerome Williams and Del Curry. Morris Peterson took the small forward position while Del Curry assumed the shooting guard role. The Grizzlies also replaced Mike Bibby and Sharif Abdurrahim with Mahmoud Louf and Isaac Austin. As the first quarter concluded, Sun Tieshan made another breakthrough, scoring 2 points and securing a steal. Following the steal, he executed a spectacular coast-to-coast dunk, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. The Chinese fans present were elated, feeling their tickets were well worth the experience. The spectators, witnessing Sun Tieshan's impressive performance, reacted with great enthusiasm, showing no signs of diminished energy even after Vince Carter was substituted. In the second quarter, Sun Tieshan played for another 7 minutes before being substituted. By the end of the first half, he had played 14 minutes, shooting 5 out of 7, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc, contributing 12 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 2 fouls, and 1 turnover. Back in the locker room, Charles Oakley remarked to Sun Tieshan, "You played well in the first half. Very steady. However, you must understand that this is merely the preseason. No one takes it too seriously. When the regular season begins, the intensity of the defense will escalate." Sun Tieshan nodded, a benign smile gracing his features as he remarked, "I am psychologically prepared." Mark Jackson responded, "When you were matched up against Mike Bibby, there was a moment where you attempted a gamble on a steal, resulting in a foul against you. Bibby maintains excellent ball control. In the second half, when you find yourself facing him again, it is imperative that you exercise caution in managing the number of fouls. As a point guard, succumbing to foul trouble could place the team in a precarious position. Sun Tieshan nodded solemnly and inquired, "Mark, the Mike Bibby organization is quite impressive, with stable ball control. How should I limit him?" "Simply obstruct his passing lanes. There is no need to gamble on steals. You are the point guard, and your responsibility is to orchestrate the offense. Defense is the duty of the swingman," Mark Jackson replied with a precise demeanor. Mark Jackson exemplified the essence of an old-school player. Although Sun Tieshan was not particularly impressed by his remarks, he nodded in acknowledgement. In the second half, Sun played for another 7 minutes, scoring 2 points on 1 out of 2 attempts, providing 1 assist, 1 block, and securing 2 rebounds. Ultimately not participating in the final quarter, the Raptors triumphed over their opponents with a decisive victory of 108-92. Raptors head coach Lenny Wilkins and Grizzlies coach Sidney Lowe exchanged cordial handshakes, while players from both teams embraced one another. Mike Bibby took a moment to fist bump Sun Tieshan, saying, "Rookie, you performed admirably today. Keep it up, and the league will surely find a place for you." Sun replied, "Thank you for your encouragement. I still have much to learn and am far from your level." As the game concluded, players departed the court. Raptors home commentator Peter Kalades remarked, "The Raptors have acquired Riff and signed Mark this season, enhancing the team's strength. It is indeed something to anticipate." Bob Lanny responded, "You are correct, Peter. Have you noticed that Sun played 22 minutes today with commendable statistics, showcasing remarkable efficiency? Is that so?" Peter exclaimed. The stats provided indicate that Sun Tieshan shot 6 out of 9 overall, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, along with 1 offensive rebound and 4 defensive rebounds. He contributed 16 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, 1 turnover, and 2 fouls, filling the stat sheet. His interior shots were predominantly within 12 feet, hitting 4 out of 6 attempts. He made all 3 shots taken in the paint and 1 out of 3 from the mid-range of 9 to 12 feet, while shooting 2 out of 3 from three-point range, without any long two-pointers within a step of the arc. His rebounding and playmaking were also commendable, achieving a 15.55 stat line. Peter Kalades noted, "Sun indeed exhibits versatility and efficiency as a rookie. It is surprising that Lenny did not allow him to play in the garbage time of the fourth quarter. Clearly, he is being utilized as a core player for the team. Otherwise, he might have easily achieved a 2010 stat line in his debut." In the locker room, the Raptors' other players displayed indifference, apart from Sun Tieshan and Morris Peterson, who were keenly focused on their statistics. The rest paid little attention to the outcome. After all, it was merely a preseason game, primarily for the team to practice tactics. Regardless of victory or defeat, it was not deemed noteworthy. Following the post-game debrief, players changed their attire and returned home. Vince Carter scored 25 points, with 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, making him the leading scorer for the Raptors. During the press conference, the head coach was accompanied by Riff LaFrentz and Vince Carter, with little connection to rookie Sun Tieshan. Given that LaFrentz was the 3rd overall pick in 1998, the absence of Sun Tieshan at the press conference disappointed many Chinese media representatives. Although Riff LaFrentz is one of the Raptors' significant acquisitions this season, the reporters remained skeptical about the so-called Big White Bear. The primary focus of the reporters at the press conference was the rookie Sun Tieshan. Both he and Morris Peterson had limited playing time in the game, yet they practiced shooting and ball handling for over an hour before returning to rest. The following day, Toronto's Chinese newspapers and television stations were inundated with news about Sun Tieshan. Even English media outlets such as the Toronto Star, National Post, CBC, and Global News featured Sun Tieshan's spectacular gliding dunk prominently in their sports sections. Sun Tieshan, for a moment, became as favored by the media as Vince Carter. The preseason serves as an opportunity to identify issues, resolve them, experiment with lineups, and evaluate newcomers. As days passed, Tieshan's playing time gradually increased, soon stabilizing at 25 minutes, while Alvin Williams emerged as a nominal starter. Morris Peterson also showcased his strengths, demonstrating commendable three-point shooting and solid defense, with his playing time settling at 20 minutes. Michael Stewart, Tyronn Lue, and Mamadou Ndiaye were completely cast aside by the head coach. Before long, the date of October 24th arrived. The Raptors' final preseason game was set to take place in New York, where they would face the Knicks at 7:30 p.m. on the 24th. In the preceding 5 preseason matches, Sun Tieshan has averaged 25 minutes of playing time, contributing 16. 6 points, 4. 8 rebounds, 5. 6 assists, 1. 2 steals, and 0. 6 blocks alongside 2. 6 turnovers and 2. 4 fouls. His performance has been remarkably versatile, establishing him as the unequivocal sixth man of the team. On the morning of the 24th, shortly after concluding his training session, Sun Tieshan returned to his hotel only to receive a call from Pelinka. He had already arrived in New York and was situated in a private room within the hotel CAF. Sun Tieshan hurried over. Upon seeing him, Pelinka's face lit up with excitement as he enveloped Sun in a warm embrace. "Sun, you have performed exceptionally well in these recent matches. Your statistics are truly impressive." Sun Tieshan chuckled, remarking, "This is merely a preseason game. No one takes it too seriously, so it is not surprising to see any statistics I might accumulate. Nonetheless, it remains significant, as the preseason is still part of the NBA and a professional league. You did not come here solely to flatter me, did you?" Pelinka responded with a smile, "Certainly not. Adidas approached me with a 5-year endorsement offer worth $25 million. Mulu is also interested in having you represent their sports protective gear, though their contract is less lucrative, offering only $3 million over 3 years. Moreover, I received a call from Glenn Grunwald, the general manager of the Raptors, who wishes to convert your 2-year, $55 million non-guaranteed contract into a fully guaranteed one, asking me to visit Toronto." "Well, these are all splendid tidings," Sun exclaimed. "Of course, sponsors also consider appearances, and given your impressive performance, graceful and fluid, many brands are still observing. I am confident that if you can replicate such statistics in the regular season, they will surely flock to you. This all translates to monetary gain." To say that Sun Tieshan is currently exceptionally strong may be an overstatement. He still lags behind players like Ray Allen and is certainly not on par with Sam Cassell. His appeal to advertisers primarily stems from his association with the Chinese market and his strikingly handsome, sunny disposition. Had he resembled Sam Cassell, even with remarkable performance, those advertisers might not be as eager to invest. Ultimately, it is still a matter of aesthetics. How could Glenn possibly convert my non-guaranteed contract into a fully guaranteed one? Isn't that premature? Sun questioned. Pelinka replied, "Based on your current statistics, it is entirely plausible that you will secure a spot on the all-rookie team by the end of the new season. Furthermore, if we calculate based on 36 minutes of play, even with a less stellar performance, you could achieve figures of 13 points and 5 rebounds. They have no reason to impose limitations. This is also a gesture of goodwill, as you have only signed a 2-year contract. And they certainly hope you will remain there and extend your contract with the Raptors after those 2 years." Sun Tieshan nodded thoughtfully. He then inquired, "What is your perspective on the endorsements for Adidas and Mulu? There is no urgency in signing the sneaker contract. This is merely the first round of bidding. They must propose a higher offer, keeping in mind the vast Chinese market that you possess, a factor unmatched by other athletes. Conversely, the contract with Mulu can be secured, as the market for professional sports protective gear is limited. No other brand could possibly offer a more lucrative endorsement deal." In his original timeline, after graduating, he obtained a green card. Though it required him to pay taxes in America, he still retained his Chinese nationality and worked as a data analyst in a consulting firm, gaining some insight into financial information and mastering a fair share of the secrets to wealth. Following the financial crisis of 2009, he returned to develop his career in China. Had it been early March, even if Adidas had offered a slightly lower contract, he would have accepted it. At that time, the Nasdaq index had surged to over 500 points. On March 10th, by simply short selling without utilizing excessive leverage, he could have reaped returns in multiples. He could easily emulate Boss Kai. While opportunities still exist today, as the Nasdaq index has yet to reach its nadir, the fluctuations in the market pose risks. A minor misstep could result in substantial losses. Without a firm grasp on the specific trends, there is no necessity to take such risks. Sun Tieshan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "You are right. There is no need for us to rush. We must wait for Nike's offer to materialize before proceeding." Nike. Indeed, I owe Michael 2 favors. It is essential to repay such debts promptly. Chapter 24. Off-ball movement. One must repay affection and gratitude. This is the principle that Sun Tieshan has established for himself. Once a persona is created, one must fulfill it, much like Han Xion's generous gifting to the woman of the river, continually enriching that identity. In times of smooth sailing, this persona may not reveal its true value. However, When faced with adversity, it is possible that a significant figure may extend a helping hand as a result. Moreover, a benevolent employer is universally appreciated. Pelinka shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, let us see what Nike is willing to offer. He then shifted the topic. In today's match, you must showcase your unique attributes and fully display your athletic prowess. This is crucial. Oh, I know this is New York, the epicenter of media attention. And last season, the Raptors were swept by the Knicks in the playoffs, eliminated in a 3-game series. They are longtime rivals. This game will be broadcast nationwide by ESPN. It presents an excellent opportunity for you to shine. Sun Tieshan nodded. You are correct. The live broadcast across the United States indeed requires a commendable performance. After bidding farewell to Pelinka, Sun Tieshan returned to his room, reclined on his bed, and with a mere thought, summoned the Tianyu system to glance at the basketball attribute chart. Sun Tieshan's basketball attributes chart. Overall rating. B. Dribbling. 96. S. Penetration. 92. A. Layup. 84. B. Postplay. 73. C. Hookshot. 56. E. Floater. 83. B. Dunk. 95. S. Face-up. 86. B. Three-point shot. 98. S. Boxing out. 61. D. Playmaking. 82. B. Steal. 83. B. Interior defense. 73. C. Perimeter defense. 86. B. Rebounding. 79. C. Shot blocking. 78. C. After nearly a month of rigorous training, Sun Tieshan has shown marked improvement in both his rebounding and playmaking abilities. Under the astute guidance of Coach Walker Russell and Mark Jackson, his playmaking skills have notably advanced from AC grade to AB grade. Regarding rebounding, the ability to instantaneously assess the trajectory of the ball is crucial, as it is intrinsically linked to the player's shooting speed, force, and the angle at which the ball contacts the rim. Sun Tieshan's judgment is commendable, achieving a predictive skill level of B. He is on the cusp of elevating his rebounding to AB grade. Now, he has taken another step closer to becoming a hexagonal warrior. Upon checking his fan value, he noted that he performed admirably in the 5 preseason games, each showcasing a remarkable dunk, which has propelled his fan value to exceed the significant milestone of 100,000, thus granting him the opportunity to exchange for an exclusive skill. Sun Tieshan cast a glance at the skill list. Derrick Rose's swift crossover, Kobe's elegant fadeaway, Nowitzki's exquisite one-leg jump shot, Kawhi's relentless grip, James Harden's step-back three-pointer, Jabbar's skyhook, Olajuwon's dreamlike footwork, Doug Christie's precision, Vince Carter's aerial artistry, Tracy McGrady's pull-up jumper, Durant's mismatch isolation, Jordan's indefensible mid-range shot, Anthony's triple threat stance, Sigma's footwork, and so forth. There is little to say. He has truly embodied the essence of Jordan. Upon a mere thought, Sun Tieshan contemplated exchanging for Jordan's unparalleled mid-range shot. However, the host's mid-range ability did not meet the requisite standards. Thus, even with the exchange, the desired effect could not be achieved, rendering any enhancement futile. Should the exchange still be pursued? Would that not be akin to Dongshi imitating the frown? Sun Tieshan has experimented with various skills and found that, apart from a few exceptions such as Jabbar's hook shot, Charles Barkley's post-up moves, and Nash's behind-the-back passes, he can easily master the majority of exclusive skills possessed by players. For instance, he can emulate Tony Allen's tenacious defense and Vince Carter's aerial artistry. In a moment of indecision, he finds himself grappling with the plethora of choices available. For defensive prowess, he considers Kawhi's relentless grip and Tony Allen's shadow-like presence. In terms of offensive capabilities, he contemplates Anthony's triple threat, Nowitzki's signature fadeaway, Kobe's elusive turnaround jumper, and Harden's step-back three-pointer. When it comes to breaking through defenses, he weighs the merits of Derrick Rose's swift crossovers, Ginobili's Eurostep, and Harden's slow-motion three-step. Each skill possesses its own distinctive flair. Sun Tieshan pondered to himself, the reason I have managed to surpass the remarkable milestone of 100,000 fans in such a short span of time is due to the prior accolades bestowed upon me by Michael Jordan, coupled with my identity as a Chinese national, which offers a refreshing novelty to the fans. However, the future trajectory of my fan base remains uncertain. In terms of offensive skills and breakthroughs, I have had the privilege of playing alongside Jordan, acquiring 7 techniques without cost, which should suffice for the time being. Yet, I find myself lacking in off-ball movement, passing, and defensive skills. I am still indecisive regarding the off-ball movement reminiscent of Hamilton, the behind-the-back passes of white chocolate, and the tenacious defense akin to Tony Allen. At present, what I most desperately require is an increase in my fan base. Son Tieshan sighed, contemplating the allure of white chocolate's intricate and unpredictable passing. Although not the pinnacle of talent, he undeniably captivates fans, for it is said that when he possesses the ball, the hearts of 9 others tremble. The moment he leaps, it remains a mystery whether he intends to shoot or pass. Hamilton's off-ball movement is precisely what I require. For every scoring virtuoso is, in essence, a master of off-ball dynamics. Hamilton undoubtedly stands out in this regard. His three-point shooting may be rather average, and his mid-range game and athletic prowess do not reach elite status. Yet through his unparalleled off-ball movement, he secures a plethora of open opportunities, averaging 17 points per game throughout his career. Moreover, during his time with the Raptors, Vince Carter served as the primary receiving point for the team. As a rookie, even if the head coach is inclined to grant me chances, it is improbable that I would be allowed to shoot freely. However, with my exceptional three-point shooting ability, coupled with my elusive off-ball positioning, I am certain to gain more opportunities for open shots, which translates to greater scoring potential. Regarding the choice of Tony Allen as a shadow, it stems from the Raptors' need for a competent perimeter defender following Doug Christie's departure. If this season aims to propel the team toward greater honors, Tony Allen's defensive prowess is undoubtedly the optimal selection. Furthermore, he presents a chance for a lottery pick. It is worth noting that any superstar within the league excels in both offense and defense. Should my defensive capabilities falter, I risk becoming merely the next Vince Carter, possessing extraordinary talent, yet hindered by a lack of substantial accolades, ultimately preventing me from attaining superstar status. After much contemplation, Son Tieshan found himself at an impasse regarding the 3 options. Ultimately, he opted for Hamilton's off-ball movement. The rationale was simple. Passing from behind necessitates vision, creativity, and astute anticipation, qualities that white chocolate often fell short of, frequently committing errors in backward passes. While his style of play was flamboyant, it did not resonate with Son Tieshan's temperament. Moreover, both stealing and blocking require precise foresight. Otherwise, one risks falling into the trap of fouls. Conversely, off-ball movement merely demands continuous cutting and weaving to evade defenders and create open spaces, relying on agility and stamina. As for agility, he possessed it in abundance. Stamina, after all, is merely a function of time spent in play. Most crucially, Hamilton's off-ball movement is classified as an S-tier skill, while white chocolate's backward passing and Tony Allen's tenacious defense are merely A-tier skills. As Son Tieshan made his decision, images of Hamilton emerging in the game, finding open space and executing flawless shots flooded his mind. There were moments of pivoting jump shots, catch-and-shoot attempts, and three-point baskets. Son Tieshan, in a first-person perspective, reflected on how Hamilton swiftly maneuvered during the game, adeptly utilizing the screens set by players on both sides to elude defenders. It took a full hour for Son to awaken to this realization, as if he had been enlightened. His understanding of off-ball movement was self-taught. After a brief training session in the afternoon, that evening, Son and his teammates boarded the bus to Madison Square Garden. The technique of off-ball movement was remarkably straightforward. It required neither shooting nor dribbling, and once Son mastered it, he achieved an A-level proficiency. This systematic learning differed significantly from learning alongside the players, as it provided a higher starting point, allowing for immediate application in games. Although the matchup between the Raptors and the Knicks was merely a preseason game, the ticket prices for the Knicks were several times those of the Raptors. Nevertheless, the Knicks' home court was filled to capacity, resonating with the sounds of enthusiastic fans. After the players completed their warm-ups and returned to the locker room, head coach Lenny Wilkens clapped his hands and addressed the team. "Listen up, gentlemen. Today marks the final preseason game, and we must play to the standards of the regular season. This is a culmination of our month-long training camp. I want to see how much energy you can exert. Do not take this game lightly. Your defensive efforts must be heightened." Vince Carter was the first to respond. "Coach, rest assured, we will give our all to win this game." Lenny Wilkens continued, "The Knicks have a formidable defense. We are a family, and unity on the court is essential." "Yes." After offering a few more words of encouragement, Wilkens announced the dismissal. At 7 o'clock, the starting players took to the court. The Raptors' starting lineup included center Raef LaFrentz, power forward Antonio Davis, small forward Vince Carter, shooting guard Alvin Williams, and point guard Mark Jackson. The Knicks' starting players were Marcus Camby, Larry Johnson, Latrell Sprewell, Allen Houston, and Chris Childs. Son Tieshan cast a glance around. It was still the familiar arena. During his college years in Columbia, He had worked diligently as a floor attendant here, making him quite acquainted with the place. In New York, as long as there were games and adequate promotion, the audience was never in short supply. At Madison Square Garden, the venue is currently teeming with people. The renowned director Spike Lee, donning sunglasses, occupied a front row seat, accompanied by several glamorous actresses and supermodels, each adorned with strikingly long legs, creating a captivating sight. At 7:30 p.m., with the sound of the referee's whistle, the game commenced officially. Rafe LaFrentz and Marcus Camby leaped for the ball, with the Knicks seizing the initial offensive opportunity. The pace of the game was excruciatingly slow, characterized by a meticulous grind of positional warfare, each side vying to make fewer mistakes and exhibit stronger defenses. This was quintessential Van Gundy. After more than 5 minutes of the first quarter, the score stood at 10-9, with the Knicks holding a slender lead. Son Tieshan sat on the bench, keenly observing the defensive characteristics and habits of both teams, diligently absorbing knowledge to broaden his horizons. At that moment, the Raptors called for a timeout, substituting LaFrentz and Alvin Williams for Charles Oakley and Son Tieshan. Head coach Lenny Wilkens said, "Son, once you enter the game, you will be up against Sprewell. He is a seasoned veteran known for his subtle maneuvers, so be cautious and avoid any mistakes." "Understood, coach." Lenny Wilkens clapped his hands, glanced around, and continued, "Stick to our previous strategy and do not rush." "Yes, coach." Chapter 25. This rookie is not easy to handle. As the timeout concluded, everyone took to the court. Son Tieshan executed an out-of-bounds throw, and Mark Jackson seized the ball to advance, joined by Charles Oakley and others as they approached the front court. Mark Jackson, entangled with Chris Childs, maneuvered beyond the three-point line. He orchestrated the positioning of his teammates from the arc summit. Vince Carter, stationed at the right corner, incessantly darted back and forth, drawing the defensive attention of Allen Houston. Meanwhile, Son Tieshan positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the right side, with two interior players stationed just outside the key, jockeying for position. At that moment, Son Tieshan made a sudden cut, executing an off-ball movement that disrupted the opposing defense. Sprewell promptly followed suit. Son Tieshan maneuvered past Marcus Camby, Larry Johnson, and Charles Oakley at the baseline, skillfully positioning himself against the trio. He evaded Sprewell, pivoting to the left elbow area. Mark Jackson executed a precise bounce pass, perfectly timed as both player and ball arrived simultaneously. Son Tieshan received the ball, pivoted, and executed a jump shot, scoring effortlessly. He made an immediate impact upon entering the game, reversing the score to 11-10, with the Raptors leading by a single point. Head coach Lenny Wilkens was visibly impressed. He remarked to assistant coach Walker Russell, "Son Tieshan demonstrated remarkable intelligence with that play. His timing on the cut and off-ball movement were exceptional. He could serve as a pivotal element in our new strategy." Indeed, the head coach's assessment was astute. Son Tieshan possesses a formidable capacity for learning, and Mark executed his play with commendable composure, delivering precise passes. The Knicks prepared to inbound the ball. Son Tieshan sprinted towards the backcourt, playfully patting the air. He gave a thumbs up to Mark Jackson, exclaiming, "That pass was exceptional." Mark Jackson chuckled in response. The Knicks employ a pseudo-zone defense, with formidable protection both inside and outside, and their tempo is deliberately slow. Their players possess remarkable athleticism, making it quite challenging to execute fast breaks against them. When facing them, one must exercise patience. Utilizing passing and cutting movements is the most effective strategy to dismantle their defense. Chris Childs maintained a steady grip on the ball, waiting for Camby and Johnson to position themselves. At that moment, Sprewell extended his arms, signaling for the ball as he intended to make a play. Childs delivered the ball to Sprewell, who feinted a couple of times, noticing that Son Tieshan remained unmoved. He then charged directly at Son Tieshan, and upon reaching the high post, he lowered his shoulder and delivered a subtle elbow, creating separation before releasing a jump shot. Son Tieshan felt a sharp pain in his chest, yet he was accustomed to such minor grievances, having frequently encountered them while competing against the old rogue, Michael Jordan. Such physical contact was an integral aspect of the game back in 2000, with the force of an elbow not being excessively harsh. It would merely elicit discomfort without causing injury. Without dwelling on it, he glided forward and leaped over half a meter high, raising his palm to strike. With a resounding thud, the basketball was sent soaring beyond the three-point line. Vince Carter, quick as lightning, seized the ball and initiated a fast break. With Allen Houston hot on his heels, just 3 steps away from the hoop, Carter executed a single-foot takeoff and soared. delivering a magnificent windmill dunk as the ball swished through the net. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Oh my, it's like a UFO taking off." Sprayville, with his two buns, felt a sting to his pride and shot a fierce glare at Sun Tieshan before retreating to the backcourt. Most players were somewhat intimidated by Sprayville, who had nearly choked their coach, let alone the rookies, but Sun Tieshan remained unfazed. He was acutely aware of the essence of these players. The score stood at 13-10, with the Knicks trailing by 3. Head coach Van Gundy called for a timeout, and upon seeing Sun Tieshan return to the bench, Sprayville, with a sullen expression, also turned back to his seat. This match was being broadcast live across the United States by ESPN and MSG. ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith remarked, "Vince Carter's athleticism is truly remarkable. I am always exhilarated watching him play." Mike Breen chuckled. That last play was quite impressive from Sun Tieshan. He jumped nearly a meter high, showcasing incredible dynamic talent. "We have indeed underestimated him." Stephen A. Smith countered, "Sun's athletic prowess is not uncommon in the NBA. With the likes of Kenyon Martin, Swift, and Miles exhibiting even greater athleticism, it's not surprising." Walter Frazier of MSG Network chimed in, "You are mistaken. We have indeed underestimated Sun Tieshan. Based on his performances in these preseason games, he has adapted swiftly to the NBA. His ability to learn and read the game is exceptional. Just moments ago, he was shoved aside by Sprayville yet managed to leap swiftly and deliver a block, proving that he has truly dedicated himself this offseason. Remember, he is only 18 this year. With his diligence, the sky is the limit." Mike Breen added, "I heard Sun Tieshan trained for 6 months in Chicago with Michael Jordan's personal trainer, Tim Grover. His progress is quite evident." As the timeout concluded, the Raptors substituted Mark Jackson for Morris Peterson, while the Knicks replaced Chris Childs with Charlie Ward. The Knicks inbound the ball, and Sprayville received it directly from the baseline, clearly intent on retaliating against Sun Tieshan, eager to show him what he was made of. Vince Carter sensed the impending conflict and, fearing for Sun Tieshan, urged him to defend Allen Houston while he took on Sprayville. Sun Tieshan also perceived the situation. In his heart, he mused, "The regular season is about to commence. It is imperative to establish a formidable persona for myself at this juncture." NBA players are often swayed by intimidation rather than virtue. It is utterly impossible to win them over through benevolence. Yao Ming endured countless hardships in his early NBA days, spending 2 or 3 seasons before earning their respect. "If I were to retreat now, they would perceive me as weak and easily manipulated, which would only exacerbate their tactics, leading to even more underhanded plays in the future. This would significantly impact my performance." With this thought in mind, Sun Tieshan had already devised a plan, gesturing for Vince to confront Allen Houston. He stepped forward to guard Sprayville. As Sprayville dribbled across half-court, Sun Tieshan applied tight defensive pressure. At that moment, noticing Sprayville attempting to break through while dribbling behind him, he discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Sprayville's waist. This was a subtle maneuver he had learned while competing against Michael Jordan. Having just been elbowed by Sprayville, it was the perfect opportunity for retribution. Sprayville grimaced in pain, almost letting out a cry, his hand faltering for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Tieshan swiftly stripped the ball away and dashed forward, racing down the court with control. Infuriated, Sprayville pivoted and pursued him fiercely. Sun Tieshan surged past the free throw line, leaping into the air with remarkable agility. With a graceful motion, he executed an under-the-leg switch. His body arched like a bow. As he straightened his torso, he performed a magnificent windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. His form was exquisite, exuding athletic prowess. The score stood at 15-10, with the Knicks trailing by 5 points. Oh my heavens! After Sun Tieshan executed a steal, his explosive athleticism and graceful stature, combined with a dunk that epitomized the aesthetic of power, captivated the audience. The fervent cheers of over 20,000 spectators elevated the atmosphere of the arena to a fever pitch. The large screen repeatedly showcased Sun Tieshan's breathtaking steal and subsequent dunk, leaving all the players on the Raptors bench in stunned silence. "Quick shooter, quick shooter, quick shooter," they exclaimed, recalling his 2-year tenure with the Colombian Blue Lions. Sun Tieshan has garnered a considerable following among the youth in New York. Initially, there were merely dozens of fans on the sidelines cheering him on, but soon the entire audience was swept up in the fervor, their roars resonating through the arena. Together, they rallied in support of Sun Tieshan, the visiting player. This is quintessentially New York. As Sprayville prepared to confront Sun Tieshan, a moment of hesitation washed over him. Just then, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The Knicks requested a substitution, and Van Gundy replaced Sprayville with Eric Strickland. Sprewell shot a menacing glare at Sun Tieshan as he made his way to the bench. He warned Eric Strickland, "Be cautious. This rookie is not easy to handle." Chapter 26. KO. Eric Strickland nodded in acknowledgement. "I will be careful." The Knicks resumed play with an inbound pass, and Sun Tieshan continued to guard Charlie Ward, who swiftly passed the ball to Allan Houston. In a display of off-ball movement, Allan Houston, at the peak of his career at the age of 29 and dubbed the mid-range king by the New York media, executed several quick changes of direction, creating space before unleashing a jumper that netted 2 points, bringing the score to 15-12. Sun Tieshan advanced with the ball into the front court, lofting it into the paint for Anthony Davis. Davis executed a turnaround jump shot, which missed, and the rebound was secured by Marcus Camby. Charlie Ward pushed the ball up the court, engaging in a series of plays, while Larry Johnson, under the defense of Anthony Davis, also failed to score. Marcus Camby tipped the rebound out, and Sun Tieshan, having anticipated the trajectory perfectly, swiftly seized the ball, launching a fast break. Morris Peterson darted forward like an arrow. Richard Jefferson and Strickland pursued closely. Just past the midcourt, Sun Tieshan was halted by Strickland, who passed to Morris Peterson positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left. A 2-on-2 situation unfolded in the front court. Seeing this, Richard Jefferson rushed towards them. Morris adjusted the ball and took a 3-point shot. At that moment, Sun Tieshan had already surged towards the basket. The shot by Morris missed, ricocheting off the rim, but Sun Tieshan arrived just in time, leaping into the air to emphatically slam the basketball into the hoop. The score was now 17-12, and the crowd erupted in jubilant applause. Even Pikely, a devoted fan of the New York Knicks, couldn't help but applaud. The large screen replayed Sun Tieshan's remarkable putback from various angles. After 10 minutes of the first quarter, both teams began to rotate players. The Raptors substituted Anthony Davis and Vince Carter for Jerome Williams and Alvin Williams. The Knicks replaced Larry Johnson and Allan Houston with Kurt Thomas and Latrell Sprewell, adhering to Van Gundy's standard 8-man rotation. Charlie Ward brought the ball up, and Sun Tieshan's attempt to steal failed, resulting in a called foul for a reach-in. Charlie Ward passed the ball to the advancing Sprewell. Kurt Thomas moved to a high position to facilitate the play. Jerome Williams followed closely, and Sprewell executed a double crossover, evading Alvin Williams and penetrating the paint to score with a layup. The score now stood at 17-14. Sun Tieshan passed the ball from the perimeter to Alvin Williams. Williams, facing Sprewell, dribbled several times but failed to create an opportunity. With only 2 seconds remaining in the possession, he returned the ball to Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan received a pass and attempted a 3-pointer from the perimeter, but his shot missed the mark. In the subsequent possession, Nick Scott Thomas aggressively attacked the paint, drawing a foul from Jerome Williams. He converted one of his 2 free throw attempts. Sun Tieshan carried Charlie Ward, advancing into the front court while lowering his center of gravity and executing a series of lateral hesitation steps. Charlie Ward, with arms outstretched, focused intently on Sun Tieshan, dedicating himself to a vigorous defense. At that moment, Sun Tieshan retreated beyond the 3-point line, suddenly leaping into the air to take a shot, prompting Ward to swiftly pivot and leap to contest the attempt. Sun Tieshan's shooting prowess is remarkable, characterized by both height and swiftness, earning him the moniker of quick shooter. The basketball, merely 2 feet from his palm, arcs gracefully through the air before swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. The score stands at 20-15. Shortly thereafter, Sprewell takes control of the ball, while Sun Tieshan defends tenaciously. The two engage in subtle, yet forceful, elbow exchanges, each move discreetly executed. Under Sun Tieshan's watchful defense, Sprewell's jump shot fails to find its mark. With merely a minute remaining in the game, Alvin Williams receives the ball and advances to the front court. Suddenly, Sun Tieshan makes a swift cut to the high post, receiving a pass from Alvin Williams, prompting Sprewell to hastily pursue him. Sun Tieshan, recognizing the lack of opportunity, swiftly passed the ball to Charles Oakley, positioned at the low left. Corte Thomas demonstrated solid defensive fundamentals, particularly excelling in low-post defense with remarkable tenacity. Sun Tieshan observed Charles Oakley positioning himself in the low post, attempting to establish dominance over Kurt Thomas. Suddenly, he sprang into action, deftly maneuvering past Sprewell towards the basket. Oakley delivered a timely pass, and Tieshan received the ball a little over a meter from the hoop. With a single-foot takeoff, he executed a soaring, knee-bent slam dunk. Marcus Camby, stationed beneath the rim, prepared to leap in an attempt to intercept. Upon witnessing Tieshan's posture, he felt a pang of alarm and hastily turned to reposition himself, but regrettably, he was a moment too late. Tieshan soared over him, successfully scoring. The score stood at 22-15, igniting a fervor throughout the entire arena. Sun Tieshan, determined to make a lasting impression during this nationally televised event, gave it his all. The big screen repeatedly showcased the moment Camby was eclipsed. "Quick shooter! Quick shooter! Quick shooter!" roared the crowd in a thunderous cheer. As soon as Sun Tieshan touched down, Camby furiously approached and shoved him, exclaiming, "This is New York. Don't be too arrogant, rookie." Sun Tieshan cleared his ear and looked up at Camby. "Could you please repeat that? I didn't quite catch it." Camby pointed at Sun Tieshan and retorted, "This is New York. Don't get too arrogant. Since you seem obedient, I'll spare you this time and refrain from holding it against you." Upon hearing this, Marcus Camby was infuriated and was about to take action. "Kid, behave yourself and don't cause trouble." Just then, Marcus was pushed aside by Charles Oakley. As soon as he recognized Charles Oakley, the notorious enforcer of the NBA court, he dared not retaliate. As Sun Tieshan turned to walk back, he had barely taken a few steps when a shadow darted toward him, delivering a punch aimed at his face. How audacious for a mere novice to exhibit such arrogance. Sun Tieshan leaned back, twisted his body, and swiftly retreated to evade the ambush. He found himself facing Sprewell. With a missed punch, Sprewell instantly unleashed a flurry of blows, delivering a left hook followed by an uppercut in rapid succession. Noticing this, Charles Oakley hurried over, intent on intercepting Sprewell. Sun Tieshan moved with remarkable agility, deftly evading each attack with swift footwork. He neither countered nor engaged, he simply dodged. Sun Tieshan swiftly twisted his waist and swung his arm, like a flash of lightning. His fist landed squarely on the ear of Sprewell. Stars danced before Sprewell's eyes as his dental brace flew out. Sun Tieshan's bench press of 160 kilograms is certainly incomparable to Master Ma's lightning-fast 5 consecutive strikes. The strength is undeniably evident. Sprewell's resilience against impact is woefully inadequate. With a single misstep, he stumbles and crashes to the ground, utterly motionless. He is swiftly knocked out by a punch from Sun Tieshan. The sequence of events unfolds with astonishing rapidity, leaving Charles Oakley astonished by Sprewell's fragility. A profound silence envelopes the court. Sun Tieshan's gaze was icy as he directed his attention towards Camby and strode towards him. Upon witnessing Sprewell sprawled on the ground, having been knocked out with a single blow, Camby was instantly overwhelmed with fear. He turned and fled, only pausing after crossing midcourt when he glanced back to find Sun Tieshan had not pursued him. "You coward, I'm not afraid of you. Come at me if you dare." The altercation transpired so swiftly that the officiating referee was caught off guard, hastily retreating to review the video replay. ESPN commentator Mike Breen, watching the endlessly looping footage, was left astounded, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Latrell has indeed been knocked out with a single punch. Sun Tieshan is undoubtedly skilled in martial arts. Indeed, he must be a master of kung fu. I have a profound understanding of the Chinese people. I once visited China, where everyone seems to possess martial prowess. Even octogenarian grandmothers display remarkable skills. Latrell should not have provoked Sun, especially not with a sneak attack, as he is not even in the same weight class as Sun Tieshan." Stephen A. Smith eagerly inquired, "Are you suggesting that Sun Tieshan practices on an empty stomach, akin to Bruce Lee?" "Certainly," Mike Breen remarked, "during my visit to China, I witnessed numerous individuals practicing in the park at dawn. It is quite common. Nearly everyone there possesses some level of skill." Walter Fraser from MSG Network added, "Latrell truly made a mistake. He should not have ambushed Sun Tieshan. Considering Sun is still a novice who has yet to compete in a regular season. You are correct. He certainly should not have provoked Sun Tieshan. This is a basketball court, not a cage fighting arena." At that moment, Sun Tieshan was persuaded off the court by Charles Oakley. The Knicks medical staff came onto the scene to assess, and Sprewell had regained consciousness. The physician extended a finger, shook it, and asked, "How many fingers do you see?" "2. Sprewell wobbled to his feet and declared, "I'm really fine, just feeling a bit dizzy." The doctor nodded and said, "Preliminary diagnosis indicates a concussion. Further evaluation is necessary. But if no other issues arise, a few days of rest should suffice." The referee reviewed the footage and blew the whistle, pointing to expel Sun Tieshan, Camby, and Sprewell from the game. Sun Tieshan cautiously approached the bench, addressing Coach Lenny Wilkins with a hint of trepidation. "Coach, I fear I may have made a blunder." His demeanor resembled that of an innocuous little rabbit. Chapter 27. Latrell, a repeat offender. Coach Lenny Wilkins, wary of Sun Tieshan's novice tendencies leading him astray, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's perfectly all right. It was merely a scuffle, and besides, You were acting in self-defense. He then instructed, Charles, please accompany son Tieshan back to the locker room. Understood, coach, Charles replied. Upon their return to the locker room, Charles reproached, you shouldn't have resorted to violence. I was already on my way. I have never been one to instigate trouble, yet it does not imply that I am afraid to confront it, son Tieshan retorted. Son Tieshan decided to drop the pretense and continued. He threw 3 punches, and if I didn't retaliate, others would perceive me merely as a coward relying on your protection, rather than a tough guy. As you can see, he lacks skills in basketball and even more so in fighting. This match was supposed to be broadcast live across the nation. I intended to achieve impressive statistics, but he ruined it. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for standing up for me. Charles calculated the statistics and confirmed that son Tieshan indeed performed admirably in the first quarter. He made a mid-range jump shot, executed a behind-the-back windmill dunk, completed a putback, sank a three-pointer, and delivered a powerful dunk over an opponent. In just 6 minutes on the court, he shot 5 out of 6, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, accumulating 11 points, 1 steal, 1 assist, 2 rebounds, 1 block, and 2 fouls. Although the intensity of the game was high, it may not have reached playoff levels. Yet it was hardly different from regular season encounters. Competing against the tenacious Knicks, son Tieshan was in remarkable form. And the unfamiliarity of the opposing players with his technical skills inevitably led to defensive lapses, allowing him to achieve commendable statistics. A thought crossed his mind, and he curiously inquired, was that kung fu you just used? Son Tieshan furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Charles Oakley, observing son's demeanor, inquired, are you concerned about the league's penalties? You are right. I do not wish to be branded as violent, as it would adversely affect my finances, he replied. Do not fret. Sprewell and Camby are merely 2 timid souls. You are but a rookie. Although this is a nationwide broadcast, it is merely a preseason game. And you are the one being bullied. 1 punch to strike first will prevent a barrage of blows. Many African-American players are quite reckless, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Should you throw a punch, those who contemplate provoking you will certainly think twice about whether they can withstand it. Moreover, this being the NBA's inaugural nationwide broadcast, it is imperative to display your toughness, establishing an image that is not easily trifled with. This is what we call setting the tone. This game can decisively establish your strong stance. If you, like Nowitzki when he first entered the NBA, shy away from confrontation, the label of being soft will linger around you, difficult to shed. Son Tieshan harbored no regrets regarding this, unlike players such as Yao Ming. He hailed from a future where he possessed a confidence absent in the Chinese of the year 2000. On the contrary, he embodied a self-assurance that was rare among his contemporaries. I shall take a shower first. You may return to your game. I am fine, he said. After showering and changing his attire, he placed a call to his agent, Pelinka, to relay a few instructions. At halftime, the players returned to the locker room. Son Tieshan distinctly sensed that Alvin Williams, who had previously been a rival, along with the newly joined Reeve Lafreniere and Antonio Davidson, now regarded him with a hint of trepidation. Particularly, Alvin Williams, who had frequently thrown him under the bus, now exhibited a somewhat evasive demeanor. No longer did they perceive him as the rookie in need of Charles Oakley's protection. Vince Carter inquired, Tieshan, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong? I'm not the one at a disadvantage. I'm merely concerned about my wallet, he replied. Head coach Lenny Wilkens entered the locker room. Observing that son Tieshan appeared to be in good spirits, unaffected by his ejection, he chuckled, you need not worry. The team will appeal this matter to the league. He refrained from admonishing son Tieshan, having come from an era in the ADS when brawls were as commonplace as the game itself, where fighting often accompanied the play. Lenny Wilkens paid little heed to this particular incident. During halftime, the players took the opportunity to replenish their energy with some snacks. The second half commenced swiftly. The match was intensely contested, and although the Knicks trailed in points, their defense remained steadfast. After a grueling 3.5 quarters, both teams substituted in their bench players. Ultimately, the Raptors triumphed with a score of 88-72 against the Knicks. At the post-game press conference, the head coach joined Vince Carter and Mark Jackson. The press officer directed the first question to Yahoo Sports. The outcome of the game seemed of little concern. Mark Stein posed the question, Lenny, what are your thoughts on the on-court violence that occurred during the game? Head coach Lenny Wilkens responded, our rookie was understandably shaken. He has just transitioned from college and had yet to make his regular season debut before encountering such an incident. Previously, son Tieshan had only held a non-guaranteed contract. Learning that the team had converted his contract to a fully guaranteed one filled him with excitement, as he aspired to deliver a flawless performance for the audience. Unfortunately, Everything was derailed by Latrell and Marcus, with Marcus being penalized and acting out in anger, while Latrell was intercepted and blocked by our rookie, resulting in 2 costly turnovers that weighed heavily on his mind. Otherwise, Sun Tieshan could have scored 40 points in this game. An ESPN reporter remarked, yet, Latrell was knocked out by Sun Tieshan, and Sun Tieshan emerged unscathed. Latrell was the true victim here. Lenny Wilkins' expression darkened. Everyone was aware of Latrell's past misdeeds. Even now, Mr. Peter Calipari would awaken from nightmares at the mere thought of him, having nearly suffocated at Latrell's hands. Latrell was a habitual offender, while Sun Tieshan was merely a rookie. At just 18, he was still a child. When the on-court conflict arose, my foremost concern was the safety of my players. Thank goodness. Sun Tieshan was compelled to defend himself, safeguarding his own safety. Michelle Tataya, an intern reporter from ABC, turned to Mark Jackson and inquired, Mark, what kind of person is Sun Tieshan? Does he exhibit violent tendencies during training? Mark Jackson shook his head and replied, Sun Tieshan is exceedingly humble, remarkably polite, and possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He frequently seeks my counsel regarding tactics and various technical details. I have instructed him on how to read the game, how to dismantle defenses through passing, and how to ensure a team's efficient operation. Indeed, he has received an excellent upbringing, whether in games or training. He never loses his temper. His character is exceptionally gentle. He interacts harmoniously with all of us, akin to family. And he holds immense respect for me and every player on the team. TNT reporter Chris Haynes then asked, Vince, do you find Sun Tieshan easy to get along with? Vince Carter responded, Sun Tieshan is indeed very approachable. He is a fiercely competitive individual, highly intelligent, and a reliable teammate. If this incident had not occurred, I would have been unaware of his martial prowess. I intend to take some time to learn a few techniques from him. I am currently brimming with energy and eagerly anticipating the commencement of the new season. As the press conference concluded, the team returned to their hotel, preparing to head back to Toronto the following afternoon for training in anticipation of the new season. That night, an ESPN reporter interviewed Sprewell at his hospital bedside. Latrell, why did you assault the Raptors' number 58 player, Sun Tieshan, tonight? Did he provoke you in any way? Faced with the reporter's evidently leading question, Sprewell refrained from making reckless statements. After all, he is a star in the league and cannot afford to speak indiscriminately, especially with numerous cameras capturing the scene. No, I simply found him irksome. Are you certain there was nothing more? The reporter pressed. Sprewell replied, he is merely a rookie who hasn't even played a single regular season game. What gives him the audacity to act so arrogantly in New York? I merely wish to teach him some manners. The reporter, exasperated, questioned. And then you were knocked out by him? Sprewell lamented, I had no idea he possessed such martial skills. Had I known, I would never have laid a hand on him. The moment he struck me, it felt as if I had been hit by an 80-mile-per-hour car. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still feel nauseous, have a headache, and want to vomit. His punches are immensely powerful. I believe he should pursue boxing rather than the NBA. The following day, local New York media inundated the airwaves with reports, reigniting Sun Tieshan's fame. In the NBA, skill is paramount, but so too is appearance. Sun Tieshan possesses striking features, arched eyebrows, captivating eyes, and a straight nose that adorns a handsome visage, complemented by a neat crew cut. He eclipses Takakura Kin in charm and surpasses Aaron Kwok in allure, embodying the aesthetic ideals of both Eastern and Western cultures. His graceful dunks and youthful exuberance, coupled with the fact that he is a rookie yet to reach adulthood, only amplify his appeal. A graduate of Columbia University, he has already garnered a fan base in the locality, earning the favor of much of the New York media. In stark contrast, Sprewell, one of the NBA's notorious figures, possesses neither the looks nor the attire that endear him to fans. His volatile temperament has led to violent outbursts, including a near-fatal confrontation with his head coach. Consequently, various newspapers and radio stations in New York have been vociferously critical of him, showing no leniency even when he alluded to the repercussions of being knocked out by Sun Tieshan during interviews. On the morning broadcast of TNT Sports, analyst Kenny Smith remarked, "It is truly remarkable that Sun Tieshan has mastered Chinese martial arts. He delivered several impressive plays against the Knicks. His athleticism is astounding, almost rivaling that of Vince Carter. No wonder Michael believes he will astonish everyone in the new season." His new partner, Charles Barkley, with a mischievous grin, retorted, based solely on those few good plays. He cannot bear the weight of Michael's praise. However, his martial arts skills are commendable. Perhaps Michael was not referring to basketball. Kenny Smith shook his head, asserting, "No. Tieshan plays exceptionally well. As Raptors coach Lenny noted, had it not been for Latrell, he could have truly scored 40 points. His shooting touch was remarkable in this game, totaling 11 points, 2 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 assist in just 6 minutes of play. With only 5 days until the season opener, I am eager to see his performance. Perhaps he could net 30 points against the Pistons. 30 points? That is preposterous. Barkley replied, the regular season is not the preseason. Lenny cannot afford to give him that much playing time. Remember, he is merely a second-round rookie, a novice. Kenny Smith turned to him and inquired, what do you think Tieshan could score? Barkley posited, I believe he won't exceed 10 points in his debut. Chapter 28, League Penalties. The following morning, Tieshan watched the sports programs on TNT and ESPN. He scoffed at ESPN's evidently biased interviews. He was convinced that had he been a white player, the entire American media would have condemned Sprewell. In contrast, the discussions between Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley on TNT sparked introspection within him. However, he recognized that this matter was beyond his control. Although he performed admirably in the preseason, it remained uncertain how much playing time the head coach would afford him during the regular season. His desire to shine did not guarantee opportunity. At that moment, he received a call from Pelinka. The Raptors had converted his non-guaranteed contract into a fully guaranteed one. Furthermore, this incident had not affected his endorsement agreement with Mula. The following morning in Toronto, both parties would finalize the sponsorship contract. Tieshan was overjoyed upon hearing this news, for it was money earned through his own efforts, distinct from merely reaping benefits without contribution. With this newfound wealth, he could finally begin to establish his makeshift troupe. All his plans could now be set into motion, whether it be playing or investing. Were they not all in pursuit of a handful of silver coins? Having returned to life with a wealth of knowledge regarding the secrets of prosperity, failing to establish a company and to strategically position himself to capitalize on opportunities would be a disservice to his identity. Upon returning to Toronto in the afternoon, the league's penalties were announced. Tieshan was fined $5,000 by the league, but was not suspended, merely receiving a light reprimand. In contrast, 2 players from the Knicks were not as fortunate. Trell Sprewell faced a hefty fine of $50,000 and a 2-game suspension, while Marcus Camby was fined $20,000 and suspended for 1 game. Their penalties were indeed significant. This disciplinary action bore no relation to race, after all. Tieshan is merely a rookie who has yet to participate in an official game. Unlike Camby and Sprewell, they took advantage of a newcomer, especially in a nationally televised event, which crossed the league's threshold of acceptable conduct. Team General Manager Glenn Grunwald approached Tieshan, ensuring that the team would cover his fine, sparing him from any financial burden. This incident was communicated to all teams within the league. Almost every player was aware of Tieshan's proficiency in Chinese martial arts, and he earned a reputation as someone not to be trifled with. Engaging in a fight with others might merely lead to mutual scuffles among rookies, resulting in a few punches and potential fines from the league, a show of toughness. However, a confrontation with Tieshan could have dire consequences. On the same day, a reporter from TNT interviewed the star player of the Pistons, Jerry Stackhouse, who was to face the Raptors in their opening match. When questioned, Stackhouse stated, I am a gentleman. I will not engage in conflict with Tieshan, nor will I bully a rookie on the court. However, I shall, in the name of basketball, score 40 points over him. I assure you, we will secure victory. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming season opener. In the first quarter of the game, Tieshan intercepted Sprewell and delivered a formidable block, proving that his defense was not as feeble as some might have presumed. Stackhouse remarked, I am not Sprewell. I am taller and stronger. Tieshan cannot block me. I have watched him play against the Knicks, and he cannot stop me. The following day, the team had a day off, during which Tieshan met with Pelinka and finalized his contract with Morrow. Tieshan received his second endorsement fee. He carried his passport and contacted Angzinda accounting firm. Angzinda stands as one of the world's foremost professional service institutions, offering a diverse array of services such as auditing, taxation, consulting, and risk management for enterprises. Accepting client commissions, they handle matters related to offshore companies and fund registrations. In 2 years, they would collapse due to the Enron scandal. Toronto is the 3rd financial center in North America and a globally renowned metropolis, following New York and Chicago. The process of obtaining a business license is remarkably convenient. Moreover, this firm is equipped with professional tax advisors and attorneys, ensuring compliance with legal regulations. Sun Tieshan entrusted Anshin the accounting firm to establish a Mountain Eagle family fund registered in the Bermuda Islands, along with 3 offshore companies including Tianyu Capital. Sun Tieshan's younger sister is named Sun Taiying. In their original timeline, the bond between the siblings was exceptionally strong. The family fund is primarily held by Sun Tieshan, who possesses 95 of the shares, leaving a modest 5 for his sister within the foundation. Tianyu Capital is a wholly owned company controlled 100% by the family fund. Meanwhile, Panshur Investment Management Company and Quick Gun Investment Fund are under the auspices of Tianyu Capital. Additionally, they established an overseas account at a Swiss bank and entrusted the Anshin the accounting firm to manage their affairs, based on the designs conceived by his capable hands. Both trademarks for the patterns and the number 58 were registered by Quick Gun. This strategic planning is aimed at future endeavors. Upon his return, he had a conversation with Pylon. Sun Tieshan has secured another endorsement, which has bolstered Palinka's confidence. He has already resigned from his previous company and has rented an office in Toronto specifically to cater to Sun Tieshan's needs. After just over 20 minutes, the two met at a restaurant. Sun Tieshan beckoned the waiter to serve the dishes, then continued, "Little Robert, there are some matters where I require your assistance." "What is it?" "Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to help. As you know, I have signed a contract with Mulu, and there may be numerous endorsements to follow. If I were to handle this in my personal capacity, the income tax I would owe annually is exorbitant, particularly here in Toronto, where taxes surpass even those of New York, exceeding 50. I have now established a company that will manage my contractual obligations on my behalf. I would like you to serve as the legal advisor for this company, ensuring that everything is in order. Of course, our agent contract remains in effect." Upon hearing this, Palinka exhaled in relief. Sun Tieshan was indeed his golden goose, and he had no desire for any unforeseen complications. "Not a problem at all. I shall assist you with the company matters, and I will charge a nominal fee of merely $1 for my advisory services. Then let it be $1. I am currently rather short on funds, but I shall make amends in the future." With a smile, Sun Tieshan continued, "The company is called Tianyu Capital. I need to rent a few offices in Toronto, and additionally, I require a headhunter to recruit a COO and a CFO. The requirements for the COO are not particularly high. I simply need someone diligent in their work. However, the CFO is a different matter. I hope to find someone not only with extensive financial knowledge, but also familiar with relevant tax laws. Ideally, this individual should have work experience in the United States and be willing to relocate to Toronto. If they possess exceptional capabilities, I am prepared to appoint them as the president of the new company." At this point, Sun Tieshan shifted the conversation, stating, "You know, I am currently preoccupied with practicing basketball every day and do not have the time to manage these matters. I need your assistance, as these issues are of great importance to me." Palinka nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will handle everything efficiently." Subsequently, Sun Tieshan conferred with Palinka, entrusting him with the responsibilities moving forward. Palinka rented several office spaces in Toronto and, through a recruitment agency, brought on board a man named John Nolan as the COO of Tianyu Capital to oversee the company's daily operations. John Nolan, a nearly 50-year-old white male, was somewhat eccentric but took his work seriously, with the key attribute of loyalty. Additionally, he recruited a CFO named Greg Abel, a 38-year-old Canadian who was vigorous and dynamic. Greg had previously worked as an accountant at PricewaterhouseCoopers and had spent some time in the United States, making him well-versed in American taxation and related laws. His competence was quite impressive. He had just been poached from a company that had recently been acquired, taking on the dual role of president and CFO of Tianyu Capital, with a substantial salary. Both individuals were selected by Sun Tieshan following personal interviews. Before the regular season commenced, Sun Tieshan successfully assembled the foundational team for Tianyu Capital. The remaining tasks no longer required his direct involvement, as Palinka, Greg, and John were capable of managing many matters. During this time, he enrolled in a driving course. Furthermore, he trained daily with the team. Once he obtained his license, he intended to purchase a car, as public transportation was inconvenient. On the evening of October 31st, with the regular season about to begin, Sun Tieshan made a phone call home. Upon connection, a voice with a strong Hebei accent greeted him. "Hello. Who are you looking for?" "Mom, it's me, Tieshan. Where's Dad?" Although Sun Tieshan's home is equipped with a telephone, it lacks a caller ID feature. Neither mother-son nor father-son purchased a mobile phone. Supporting 2 university students, especially with one studying abroad in the United States at their own expense, places a considerable strain on the family's finances. Your father is preparing breakfast. What do you need from him? Sun Tieshan said, I have transferred 350,000 to my family, and the remittance slip is in my father's name. I asked him to keep an eye out for it in the coming days. Why did you send back such a substantial amount? Is the money sufficient for you over there? It is indeed sufficient. Sun Tieshan continued, Mother, please repay all the borrowed money. As for the remaining funds, let my father go to the Fenghui Garden in the Xiqing district of Beijing and purchase a dozen or so apartments. I will take care of the mortgage. In the year 2000, the price of a property in Fenghui Garden was merely around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per square meter, and a spacious 3-bedroom apartment of 150 square meters was only about 900,000 yuan, an astonishingly low price. At that time, the down payment for a property in Fenghui Garden could be as low as 20. In 2009, Sun Tieshan returned to the country and began working on Financial Street in Beijing, where property prices had skyrocketed. Despite his dissatisfaction with the exorbitant prices, he remained single, had limited funds, and found that purchasing a home would leave him with little money to spare. Before his rebirth, property prices had surged several times, leaving him with deep-seated regrets. Given his second chance at life, he was determined to rectify this missed opportunity. Is there anything else? He inquired. If not, let us end the call. International long-distance calls are quite costly. Just remember, Mother, I want my father to purchase at least 10 properties. What on earth would he do with so many houses? Staying in Beijing, it would be wiser to save the money in a bank for interest. Sun Tieshan remarked. I plan to return next summer to establish a company that will provide accommodation for employees. Moreover, my sister is attending university in Beijing, and she will need a place to live after graduation, won't she? I understand. Do not forget that this is a serious matter. Once the money arrives, make a trip over the weekend. I got it. After dinner with your father, I still have to go to work. There is nothing else. So I will hang up for now. Subsequently, Sun Tieshan called his cousin, Li Eileen, saying, Cousin, I have transferred the $50,000 to you, and the additional 5,000 is my treat for dinner. I have come into some money. Sun Tieshan remarked, Indeed. I have secured an endorsement contract worth $3 million over 3 years, with the initial year's fee already transferred. Congratulations. When will you visit Toronto? I have matters I wish to discuss with you. What is it that cannot be conveyed over the phone? Sun Tieshan remarked on the matter of investment, stating that he would discuss it further when time permitted, as he was presently overwhelmed with commitments. The following day, November 1st, marked the season opener for the Raptors, who were set to compete against the Detroit Pistons at their home venue, the Air Canada Centre. After a morning of warm-ups, the team engaged in tactical discussions in the afternoon. The assistant coach guided the players through an in-depth analysis of the Pistons' characteristics, key players, and commonly employed strategies. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, fans began to fill the arena. The Raptors placed great significance on this season opener, having orchestrated extensive promotions. A substantial number of Chinese fans flocked to the venue, resulting in a complete sellout of home game tickets. The atmosphere was electric. As the starting players took to the court, assistant coach Walker Russell cast a glance at Sun Tieshan and remarked, Sun Tieshan, the head coach believes you are more suited for the starting lineup than Alvin. However, you are still a rookie and must gradually acclimatize to the intensity of NBA competition. Preseason, regular season, and playoffs are entirely distinct experiences in the NBA, and you must grasp this. I understand. Sun Tieshan grinned and said, Coach, I am quite pleased with the current situation. I am still a novice and require time to acclimate to the competition. Sun Tieshan is not foolish. When he shares the court with Vince Carter and Mark Jackson, he finds himself relegated to a role without the ball and devoid of playmaking opportunities. Vince Carter, being the primary scoring option and the face of the franchise, enjoys unparalleled freedom to shoot in Toronto. It would be more advantageous for Sun to play during garbage time, where he can dominate the ball without the constraints of being a mere role player, thereby enhancing his statistical output. Chapter 29. Season opener. The starting lineup for the Raptors includes center Charles Oakley, power forward Antonio Davis, small forward Vince Carter, shooting guard Alvin Williams, and point guard Mark Jackson. The Pistons counter with center Ben Wallace, power forward Joe Smith, small forward Billy Owens, shooting guard Jerry Stackhouse, and point guard Chucky Atkins. From the onset, both teams engage in a battle of missed shots. After 5 minutes of intense competition, the Raptors lead by 4 points, 10-6. Coach Lenny Wilkins, unlike in the preseason, opts not to substitute Sun Tieshan into the game. Instead, He replaces Oakley with Rafe LaFrance. While on the court, Oakley manages to keep Ben Wallace somewhat restrained, but upon LaFrance's entry, Wallace begins to dominate the paint with aggressive elbow maneuvers, consistently securing offensive rebounds. The preseason did not reveal much, as players were more restrained, but in the regular season, LaFrance's ability to withstand physicality proves inadequate, particularly as he fears confrontations in the paint. His defensive presence falters, leaving Antonio to shoulder the burden alone inside. Fortunately, while LaFrance struggles in one-on-one matchups, his help defense remains somewhat effective. Stackhouse drives into the paint, and LaFrance delivers a notable block. However, critical rebounds slip through their fingers as Carter and Antonio continue to shoot poorly, failing to respond effectively. Even Mark Jackson's exceptional playmaking skills cannot alter the tide, allowing the Pistons to rally back with a scoring surge of 14-5, taking a 20-15 lead over the Raptors. As the game reaches the 8th minute, Coach Lenny Wilkins calls for a timeout. He substitutes son Tieshan for Mark Jackson and brings in Morris Peterson for Alvin Williams. These two join Antonio Davis, Rafe LaFrance, and Vince Carter on the court. The Pistons also make changes, replacing Ben Wallace and Billy Owens with Mickey Moore and Corliss Williamson, who team up with Chucky Atkins and Joe Smith. LaFrance inbounds the ball, and son Tieshan steps forward to receive it, closely guarded by Chucky Atkins. The tension builds. Son Tieshan lowered his center of gravity, cradling the ball in one hand while controlling it with the other, as he bore down on Chucky into the front court. Once the players had positioned themselves, Son executed a crossover step, dribbling beneath his legs in rapid succession, his form swaying from side to side. Seizing the moment when Chucky misjudged his direction, he surged forward with sudden acceleration, deftly altering his path with a double move. With his left hand, he pulled the basketball back, swiftly maneuvering past Atkins, cleanly breaking through his defense. He charged into the free throw area where Corey Williams hurried over to provide assistance. Son Tieshan, with a singular grip on the ball, flicked it over to the corner where Vince Carter awaited. Stackhouse was a beat late in his rotation. In an open position, Vince Carter launched a three-pointer, scoring effortlessly. The score was now 20-18. Immediately following, Stackhouse attempted a shot under the relentless defense of Morris Peterson, but it ricocheted off the rim. The battle for the rebound ensued, a chaotic clash of bodies and robust arms colliding as the basketball sailed out of bounds. Upon review, it was determined that Pistons' Mickey Moore had inadvertently touched the baseline, granting the Raptors an opportunity for an inbounds play. Seizing the dead ball situation, the Pistons substituted Michael Curry for Jerry Stackhouse, allowing Stackhouse a brief respite of 2 minutes. Son Tieshan advanced the ball to the front court under the defensive watch of Atkins. Reef. He immediately called for a screen. As center Rafe LaFrance moved from the paint to the top of the arc, observing that the opposing center, Mickey Moore, remained stationed in the key and did not follow. Son Tieshan took advantage of the situation. In the 2000-2001 season, the defensive 3-second rule had yet to be established, allowing interior players, particularly towering centers, to exert formidable defensive pressure. Son Tieshan maneuvered around LaFrance, deftly evading Atkins as he surged into the free throw area. Corliss, this time, refrained from providing assistance on defense. Meanwhile, the opposing power forward, Joe Smith, hurriedly emerged to delay the advance. Son Tieshan skillfully passed the ball back to Lavranovic, who surged towards the penalty area, poised to seize the offensive rebound. Uncontested at the arc, Lavranovic received the ball and launched a three-pointer. The basketball danced precariously on the rim before finally settling into the net. The score stood at 20-21. In just over a minute on the court, Son Tieshan delivered 2 assists, enabling the Raptors to score 6 consecutive points. The match was broadcasted by Huaxia Television. Zhang Heli commented, upon entering the game, Tieshan played exceptionally well. He utilized his drives twice, distributing the ball to open teammates, which helped the team regain the lead. The Raptors should have deployed Tieshan much earlier. Special guest Su Kun concurred, stating, Zhang's observation is astute. Son Tieshan's ability to penetrate is indeed formidable. He cleverly employed his passing to disrupt the Pistons' defense. Throughout the preseason games, he has exhibited commendable mid-range shooting skills, leaving the Pistons hesitant to allow him an open shot. Michael Curry missed a three-pointer, and Son Tieshan seized a defensive rebound, charging once again into the paint. With a resounding slap, Corey Williams attempted a steal but committed a foul instead. With both teams having reached the limit of 4 fouls, Son Tieshan was awarded 2 free throw opportunities. Corey Williams displayed a look of frustration, remarking, This guy has such large hands. It's no easy task to steal the ball from him. Sun Tieshan rubbed his hand, which had turned red from the impact. Having successfully made both free throws, the Pistons made a substitution, bringing in Martin Creefers to replace Chucky Atkins. Shortly thereafter, Corey Williams received a pass from Martin Creefers and scored 2 points. The score stood at 22-23, with the Raptors maintaining a slender lead of 1 point. Martin Creefers, the 14th overall pick in this year's draft, stands at a height of 188 meters and weighs 93 kilograms, proving to be more robust than Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan, evading the defense of Martin Clipper, executed a graceful maneuver, leaving Martin momentarily bewildered as he surged past the three-point line. With a seamless blend of penetration and distribution, he delivered his third assist of the match, enabling Morris Peterson to sink a three-pointer. The score now stood at 22-26. Subsequently, Martin Clipper assisted his teammate, Michael Curry, who scored a two-pointer while drawing a foul from Vince Carter, successfully converting the ensuing free throw as well. Sun Tieshan advanced with the ball, relentlessly pursued by Martin Clipper. Although this fellow's defensive skills were mediocre, his speed and strength were considerable, making it quite challenging for Sun Tieshan to shake him off. Antonio Davis positioned himself in the paint, reaching out for the ball. Despite his poor shooting touch, Sun Tieshan passed it to him. Antonio Davis backed down, colliding with Joe Smith before turning to face the basket for a jump shot that missed. As Joe Smith prepared to leap, Sun Tieshan had already sprinted from the free throw line to the basket, soaring high. Joe Smith's jump was a moment too late, and their bodies collided mid-air. Sun Tieshan reached over Joe Smith to emphatically slam the ball into the hoop. The big screen replayed Sun Tieshan's putback dunk repeatedly, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. The DJ exuberantly announced, "Number 58 for the Raptors, Sun Tieshan, scores with a putback." The Pistons inbound the ball, and Mickey Moore secured consecutive offensive rebounds, scoring with a shot. With only 10 seconds remaining, Sun Tieshan dribbled to the front court, passing to Vince Carter, who missed his shot. The Pistons inbound the ball, and Martin Clipper's long-range three-pointer hit the rim. The first quarter concluded with the Raptors leading by a mere point, 28-27. This game was broadcast live nationwide by TNT. Ernie Johnson remarked, "In this matchup, Raptors coach Lenny appears to prioritize veteran players." As both Sun Tieshan and Morey spent limited time on the court, playing just over 3 minutes in the first quarter, Sun Tieshan delivered a commendable performance, contributing 4 points, 3 assists, and 2 rebounds. Have you noticed that aside from a single putback, he did not score from active play, focusing instead on orchestrating the game? Partnering with him was data analyst Kenny Smith, who remarked, "You were absolutely right, Ernie. Sun Tieshan possesses formidable three-point shooting skills. In the first 5 preseason games, he averaged 3.5 successful three-pointers per game, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 50. His two-point shooting percentage is even more remarkable at 60, a commendable statistic. However, in this game, he passed up several opportunities to shoot, opting instead to distribute the ball to his teammates, effectively slicing through the Pistons' defense with his penetrating passes. Nevertheless, for a rookie participating in his first regular season game, his performance was quite commendable. Ernie Johnson remarked, "You make a valid point, but I believe Sun Tieshan should adopt a more aggressive approach on offense. Only by fully utilizing his offensive talents can he compel the Pistons to allocate more defensive resources, thereby creating greater opportunities for his teammates." The Raptors cheerleaders took to the court to perform a dance. Head coach Lenny Wilkins, noticing Sun Tieshan and Morris Peterson returning to the bench, patted Sun on the shoulder and said, "Well played, keep up the good work." "Yes, coach." Chapter 30. The season opener 2. As the second quarter commenced, Lenny brought Sun Tieshan, Morris Peterson, Jerome Williams, Rafe LaFrentz, and Charles Oakley onto the court, substituting them for Vince Carter and Antonio Davis. The Raptors initiated the play, with Sun Tieshan advancing the ball to the front court under the defense of Corey Williams. At 27 years of age, Corey Williams has already spent 5 seasons in the league. Although his defense is average, he brings considerable experience and notable scoring ability. It is quite challenging for Sun Tieshan to shake him off solely with his footwork. Riff. He immediately called for a screen, as Rafe LaFrentz moved to the top of the arc, while Mickey Moore remained stationed, not following. Sun Tieshan passed the ball to Rafe LaFrentz, who maneuvered without the ball. The towering Corey Williams was delayed by Rafe, failing to keep pace in a timely manner. Sun Tieshan received a handoff pass from Rafe, leaping half a foot into the air, arms outstretched as he executed a three-point shot, marking his first field goal of the match. Martin Clivers controlled the ball, with Sun Tieshan stepping up to defend. Upon reaching the front court, before both teams could position themselves, Martin Clivers swiftly passed the ball to Michael Curry, who immediately took a shot from beyond the arc. Morris leapt in response, but the basketball soared over his outstretched hand. As Sun Tieshan observed the basketball ricochet off the rim, he swiftly assessed its trajectory and leaped forward, securing the defensive rebound in his grasp. He initiated a fast break, but as he crossed the midcourt line, he was promptly fouled by Martin Clippers. Reef Lafrentz then executed the inbound pass. Sun Tieshan received the ball and advanced into the front court, calling for a screen. Upon noticing Reef Lafrentz arriving at the arc, Mickey Moore could no longer remain stationary. He ventured from beneath the basket to a higher position. Sun Tieshan, seizing the opportunity, lowered his shoulder and barreled into Martin Clippers, protecting the ball as he changed direction. Eluding Martin Clippers, he penetrated the defense and surged into the paint. Mickey Moore, aware of Lafrentz's three-point shooting prowess, dared not abandon him and refrained from retreating. As Sun Tieshan entered the paint area, the power forward Joe Smith swiftly positioned himself to defend. Sun Tieshan clasped the ball with both hands and leaped into the air, while Joe Smith raised his arms in an attempt to block the shot. Sun Tieshan observed the unoccupied space beneath the basket and, with a single hand, seized the ball. Following the path alongside Joe Smith's flank, he forcefully launched it, sending it soaring towards the left side of the backboard. Charles was there. Charles Oakley leaped into the air, executing an impressive alley-oop to score. Upon landing, Charles approached and patted Sun Tieshan on the back, exclaiming, "Sun Tieshan, that pass was simply exquisite." Sun Tieshan chuckled and remarked, "This is my duty, as I am the point guard." The Raptors surged ahead, scoring 5 consecutive points, leading the Pistons by 6, with a score of 34-28. Sun Tieshan contributed significantly with 7 points, 4 assists, and 3 rebounds, orchestrating the team's offense with remarkable fluidity. His assists were soaring. The Pistons initiated a baseline play. Martin Clippers pushed the ball across half court, but as soon as he released the pass, Sun Tieshan swiftly intercepted it with a burst of speed, darting towards the front court like an arrow released from a bow. Noticing Martin Clippers lagging behind, he approached the free throw line, tossed the basketball against the backboard, leaped with a graceful step, caught the rebound in midair, and executed a spectacular under-the-leg dunk. The ball went in, adding 1 to the rebound count, and 2 to the score, followed by another rebound, filling him with delight. As for the missed shot, securing an additional rebound was more than sufficient. "Well, oh my goodness!" The Raptors DJ bellowed with fervor. Number 58 for the Raptors, Sun Tieshan, with a steal, a fast break, and a thunderous under-the-leg dunk. As Sun Tieshan touched down, his palms raised, he fervently gestured upwards. Let there be some cheers. The atmosphere among the fans reached a fever pitch in an instant. Quick shooter! Quick shooter! Quick shooter! The Chinese fans in attendance, under the direction of the DJ, united in a resounding chorus, creating a cacophony reminiscent of the Shanghai Stadium, filled with 80,000 spectators. The score stood at 36-28, with the gap poised to widen to 10 points. The Pistons immediately called for a timeout. Sun Tieshan played for 5 minutes, delivering an impressive performance with 9 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, and 1 steal, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Following the timeout, the head coach substituted Morris Peterson for Vince Carter. Sun Tieshan engaged in battle for over 3 minutes, with the Pistons deploying their star player, Jerry Stackhouse, to defend against him. Stackhouse, at the age of 26, stands 1.98 meters tall and weighs 99 kilograms. With his impressive height, long reach, considerable strength, and remarkable speed, he possesses a wealth of defensive experience. Sun Tieshan had limited opportunities to showcase his talents, managing to secure only a long rebound, score 2 points in a fast break, provide 1 assist, commit a turnover, and incur a foul. With 6.5 minutes remaining in the first half, he was substituted out. The Raptors maintained an 8-point lead at 40-32. Head coach Lenny Wilkins opted to bring all the starting players back onto the court, visibly pleased by Sun Tieshan's unexpected energy and efficiency. He decided to grant Sun more chances to shine. Wilkins instructed Sun, "Take a few minutes to rest, and when you return, seize every opportunity to shoot. Do not fear missing the basket." As the game approached its final 3 minutes, Sun Tieshan replaced Alvin Williams once more. Within mere moments, the Pistons had narrowed the gap by 5 points, largely due to the Raptors' lackluster shooting performance. Though Mark Jackson orchestrated plays effectively, the team struggled to penetrate the defense. Despite delivering several good passes, the Raptors players failed to convert. The score stood at 48-45. Concurrently, Antonio Davis was also substituted, having struggled against Ben Wallace's defense, going 0 for 6 from the field and scoring only 3 points from free throws, underperforming compared to the seasoned 38-year-old Charles Oakley, who managed 2 out of 4 shots. Reef Lafrance, despite his deficiencies in interior defense, demonstrated commendable offensive skills, particularly with his three-point shooting, which allowed him to extend the floor. Mark Jackson advanced the ball to the front court, directing his teammates into position while Sun Tieshan stationed himself in the corner, ready to receive. Lafrance moved to the top of the arc, drawing Joe Smith away from the paint. When Jackson saw no openings, he passed the ball to Vince Carter, who skillfully navigated past Corliss Williamson's defense. Jerry Stackhouse, tasked with guarding Sun Tieshan, moved into double team. Vince Carter swiftly dished the ball to Sun Tieshan, who found himself wide open. Sun Tieshan, positioned at the corner, launched a three-point shot that traced a perfect arc through the air, swishing effortlessly through the net. Sun Tieshan formed an OK gesture with his hands, resting them against his eyes as he turned to scan the audience on either side. Quick shooter, quick shooter. The spectators in the stands responded enthusiastically. The score swiftly widened to a 6-point lead at 51-45. Moments later, Jerry Stackhouse drove into the paint, but his layup was swatted away by the help defense of Lafrance, sending the basketball soaring into the air. Fast break. Sun Tieshan retrieved the basketball, dribbling with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, racing down the center of the court. His fast break lacked vigor, suggesting a lapse in judgment. In stark contrast, Vince Carter's mind was undoubtedly sharp as he sprinted along the sideline. Jerry Stackhouse and Corey Williams relentlessly pursued him. As Sun Tieshan approached the three-point line, he noticed Carter had already positioned himself in the elbow area. In the midst of his stride, he deftly tossed the ball. In a harmonious exchange, Carter caught the ball midair and converted it into a basket, extending the lead to 8 points. Subsequently, both teams struggled to find the net, but Sun Tieshan secured a defensive rebound and passed it to Mark Jackson. Jackson's attempt to feed the ball into the paint also fell short. Carter committed a foul while defending Jerry Stackhouse, leading to Stackhouse's 2 free throws, of which he only converted 1. Just before the conclusion of the first half, Sun Tieshan, facing Stackhouse's defense, executed a graceful move to deceive him, swiftly breaking through, only to be met by the double team of Joe Smith and Chucky Atkins. Stackhouse failed to provide timely support. Sun Tieshan delivered a pass, assisting Mark Jackson in hitting a three-pointer. This match was broadcast nationwide by TNT. Commentator Ernie Johnson remarked from the commentary booth that it was evident the Pistons players were not yet accustomed to Sun Tieshan's technical prowess, as they fell victim to his consecutive breakthroughs and assists, catching them off guard. This was particularly evident with the Pistons bench unit, who found it exceedingly difficult to contain Sun Tieshan. In the final minutes of the first half, head coach Stackhouse assigned himself to defend Sun Tieshan, resulting in a decline in Sun's performance. Kenny Smith observed, "You make a valid point. After all, Sun Tieshan is still a rookie, and he has limited opportunities against Stackhouse. However, as the sixth man for the Raptors, he fulfills his role admirably. His ball-handling skills allow him to lead the bench players effectively, providing Vince with a few extra minutes of rest." The Raptors concluded the first half with a 10-point lead over the Pistons, 56-46. Chapter 31. Carter's fifth foul upon returning to the locker room. The assistant coach reviewed the personal statistics and said to Sun Tieshan, "Your performance is exceptional, just 4 rebounds and 3 assists shy of a triple-double. Achieving a triple-double in your debut would be a remarkable feat. You must strive even harder in the second half." As he spoke, he handed Sun Tieshan the halftime statistics. Sun Tieshan took a glance at the statistics. In the first half, he played for 12 minutes, shooting 5 out of 7, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc, and making both of his free throws, contributing a total of 14 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 turnover, and 2 fouls. He couldn't help but feel a sense of joy within. Why had he been so relentless in driving to the basket, distributing the ball, and aggressively pursuing rebounds, even enduring an elbow to the side? Was it not merely to achieve a triple-double? After all, facing the Pistons bench, wouldn't it have been more pleasurable to take the shots himself? Let me see. Charles Oakley took a look at Sun Tieshan's statistics. "Oh wow, Sun Tieshan. Your stats are absolutely remarkable. 14 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds in just 12 minutes. Sun Tieshan would certainly not disclose that he had been strategizing for this match for quite some time, fully aware that achieving a high score was unrealistic. If he were to relentlessly shoot, being thwarted by even two defenders might have led to his immediate substitution by the head coach. Thus, he devoted himself to securing rebounds and providing assists to his teammates. With a faint nonchalance, he offered a smile. But what difference does it make? As you know, if we lose this match, even if I were to attain a triple-double, it would hold no value whatsoever. As Sun Tieshan spoke, he inquired about the performance of Stackhouse. The assistant, upon hearing this, sent someone to the back to retrieve Stackhouse's statistics, stating that his performance was commendable as well, having scored 16 points in the first half. Just 1 point shy of Vince. However, it is worth noting that his scoring came with a high volume of shots. He had attempted 17 times in the first half, resulting in a rather low efficiency. At this moment, head coach Lenny Wilkins entered the locker room and announced, "In the second half, Sun Tieshan, you will partner with Morris, Reef, Vince, and Charles as the point guard." "Understood, coach." "Reef, you need to position yourself at the arc on the offensive end, collaborating closely with Sun Tieshan, while Charles remains in the paint to secure offensive rebounds." "Yes, coach." "Morris and Vince, ensure robust perimeter defense, particularly against Stackhouse, who had improved his shooting percentage in the second quarter, hitting several good shots." "Vince, you will match up against him. He will teach you a lesson." "All right, coach." Mark Jackson and the underperforming Antonio Davidson were benched by the coach. This lineup was balanced in both offense and defense, favoring Sun Tieshan's assist opportunities. However, the tides turned unexpectedly in the second half. Stackhouse erupted in the third quarter, relentlessly attacking the basket and making consecutive shots. Vince Carter, feeling the pressure, defended Stackhouse with all his might. Buzzer. Referee Tim Donaghy pointed at Vince Carter. Number 15 of the Raptors commits a foul. Vince Carter, taken aback, rushed to explain. But Tim Donaghy paid him no mind, signaling for the Pistons to inbound the ball. Within a minute, Tim Donaghy's whistle blew again, sending Stackhouse to the free throw line. This time for a blocking foul against Carter. A ridiculous blocking foul. Tim Donaghy shot a cold glance at Carter. In the next possession, he penalized Carter for a traveling violation, adding another turnover to his tally. On the following play, Carter fouled Stackhouse again, sending him once more to the free throw line. In less than 4 minutes, he racked up 3 fouls and 1 turnover. Charles approached Carter, saying, "The ref has his eye on you. Be cautious." Carter, feeling a bit disheartened, nodded in acknowledgement. With 5 fouls to his name, he became hesitant, allowing Stackhouse to penetrate even more aggressively and audaciously. Sun Tieshan furrowed his brows, troubled by the referee's interference. This is the home court of the Raptors. Could it be that they are involved in match fixing? Sun Tieshan was aware of Donaghy's involvement in gambling, which began with the Yao McGrady duo. Initially, the Rockets achieved a commanding 2-0 victory over the Mavericks in the first round of the playoffs, only to have the referees recklessly call fouls on Yao Ming for moving screens and traveling violations. This unjust treatment hampered the Rockets, preventing the Yao McGrady combination from realizing their full potential during their prime. Had circumstances been different, it is likely that Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady would have advanced to the finals that season. The reasons for this are well known. Yao Ming's decision to decline Nike in favor of Reebok ultimately resulted in a career devoid of significant accolades. Raptors head coach Lenny Wilkins made several attempts to negotiate in vain, ultimately substituting Carter for Alvin Williams. Williams missed 2 consecutive shots, while the Pistons' perimeter players relentlessly targeted Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan repeatedly charged into the paint, only to be fouled time and again, yet the referee remained oblivious, failing to make any calls. During one offensive play, Sun was knocked down while attempting to throw the ball towards the hoop. In the broadcast room of Huaxia Television, Zhang Heli expressed his frustration, exclaiming that the referee must be blind, as it was clearly a shooting foul. Sun had already launched the ball toward the basket before being taken down. How could it be deemed merely a common foul? Just moments ago, Vince Carter had committed a less egregious defensive action and was penalized multiple times, sending Stackhouse to the free throw line. Is this not an egregious double standard? Sukun chuckled and remarked that while Zhang was correct, one must recognize that Sun Tieshan is merely a rookie, still relatively obscure in the NBA. In contrast, Stackhouse is a star player, the cornerstone of the Pistons, and thus naturally garners the referee's favor. This judgment is indeed unjust, Zhang replied, noting that with the Raptors currently in the lead, perhaps the referees were reluctant to let the game lose its suspense too early. He glanced at the stats board and observed, "You're right, Stackhouse has played 7 minutes, scoring 12 points, but Sun's performance has also been remarkably impressive. So far in the third quarter, he has delivered 3 assists, secured 1 rebound, and scored 5 points. demonstrating a commendable blend of scoring and playmaking. The Pistons have only managed to cut the deficit by 2 points, trailing 84-76. Head coach Lenny Wilkens, seeing Sun Tieshan achieve a double-double with 19 points and 10 assists, along with 7 rebounds, noted that he had also been called for a foul by Tim Donaghy, bringing his total to 3. Consequently, he called a timeout, substituting Sun, Morris Peterson, and Charles Oakley for Antonio Davis, Mark Jackson, and Jerome Williams. As the third quarter concluded, the Pistons managed to recover 3 points, yet the Raptors maintained a 90-85 lead over them. Stackhouse, during his 12 minutes on the court in the third quarter, attempted 12 shots, making 7, and succeeded in 4 of 5 free throws, accumulating 19 points in that period. Sun Tieshan faced relentless pressure this game, resulting in a significant decline in his shooting accuracy, making only 2 of his 5 attempts. The scoring efficiency of Stackhouse in a single quarter equaled that of Sun Tieshan's combined performance over the first 3 quarters. TNT commentator Ernie Johnson remarked that the intensity of the matchup reached playoff levels, with both teams exhibiting formidable defensive prowess. Thus far, Anthony Davis's performance has been nothing short of disastrous, as he has failed to convert any of his 7 attempts, managing to score only 3 points through free throws. Moreover, the Raptors' decision to part ways with their defensive stalwart, Doug Christie, has severely diminished the quality of their perimeter defense, allowing Stackhouse to achieve an impressive shooting accuracy of 50, amassing 19 points in just 1 quarter. Sun Tieshan must strive for rapid growth, or else their journey will be fraught with challenges. At this juncture, data analyst Kenny Smith remarked that while Sun Tieshan's perimeter defense may not be deemed exceptional, his performance in this match was quite commendable. It is no wonder that Michael has stated he will astonish everyone. Sun Tieshan has showcased an impressively comprehensive performance. Thus far, he has amassed 19 points, delivered 10 assists, and secured 7 rebounds, 3 of which were offensive. It is remarkable to note that this is merely his inaugural game in the NBA, which is truly hard to believe. Ernie Johnson expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Has he achieved a near triple-double?" Indeed, one wonders if he can attain a triple-double, especially considering that in the fourth quarter, Lenny prefers to rely on seasoned veterans. At the onset of the fourth quarter, the head coach deployed a lineup consisting of Morris Peterson, Charles Oakley, Sun Tieshan, Jerome Williams, and Antonio Davis. Vince Carter remained on the bench due to 5 fouls. Lenny Wilkens instructed, "Charles, Antonio, you both must maintain your defensive positioning, ensuring that Sun Tieshan can secure defensive rebounds and initiate fast breaks." "Understood, coach," replied Morris. "Jerome, once the Pistons miss their shot, we must swiftly reclaim the defensive rebound and rush back to the front court. After Sun Tieshan secures the defensive rebound, he must choose the optimal moment to pass." "Is there any issue?" "None at all." Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan felt a surge of joy within. It was no wonder that Lanny enjoyed a favorable reputation among the players. A coach willing to assist players in enhancing their statistics during crucial moments is universally appreciated. Chapter 32. The opening game 4. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams' players took to the court, with the Pistons initiating a baseline throw-in. Under the relentless defense of the Raptors, Mickey Moore's shot failed to find its mark. Charles Oakley and Antonio Davis engaged in a battle for position, while Sun Tieshan swiftly secured the defensive rebound and propelled the ball forward. Just as he crossed the midcourt line, he was confronted by Martin Clippers. As Sun Tieshan observed Morris crossing the three-point line, he shouted, delivering a direct pass to him. Morris received the ball and, with 3 swift steps, executed a layup, extending the lead to 7 points. Subsequently, Stackhouse, under Jerome's defense, missed his shot, while Charles and Antonio continued to jockey for position, allowing Sun Tieshan to secure another defensive rebound. Unfortunately, this fast break was thwarted by a premature foul committed by Chucky Atkins. In the broadcasting studio of Hwacha Television, Zhang Heli praised the Raptors head coach, lauding his tactical acumen. The strategy was astutely devised, enabling the 2 frontcourt players to establish position and allowing Sun Tieshan to seize the defensive rebound and initiate the fast break. Sun Tieshan delivered an impeccable pass, allowing Morris to execute a swift layup and secure 2 points. Words can be as malleable as the speaker, depending on the phrasing. One might suggest that the head coach orchestrated tactics for Sun Tieshan, emphasizing his rebounding efforts, which indeed holds some truth. Sukun chuckled, noting that the primary factor lies in the mediocre defense of the Pistons' Mickey Moore, as the players on the court were predominantly substitutes. Had the starters like Ben Wallace been present, such maneuvers would have posed considerable risk, likely resulting in Ben seizing an offensive rebound and converting it into a second-chance opportunity. After several exchanges, Martin Clipper's three-point attempt fell short, yet Sun Tieshan skillfully collected the defensive rebound over Corey's Williams and swiftly transitioned the ball to Jerome Williams. Evading Corey's Williams' defense, he surged to the basket, receiving Jerome's pass for an alley-oop dunk, thus achieving a triple-double. Sun Tieshan struck his chest twice in front of the camera behind the basketball hoop. With a resounding roar, his shot sent the Pistons into a state of halt. Within less than 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, Sun had seized 3 defensive rebounds, igniting a series of fast breaks, delivering an assist, and scoring 2 points, thereby achieving a remarkable triple-double with over 20 points. Sun Tieshan felt an overwhelming excitement as he made his debut in the rookie season, exceeding expectations. He had initially hoped for around 20 minutes of playtime, aiming for a stat line of 15 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the coach's support, who even enlisted 2 interior players to assist with positioning. The current score stood at 96-87. With the Raptors leading by 9 points, and Sun Tieshan's team had ignited a brief surge, scoring 6-2. The Pistons, in response, deployed their full roster of starters. TNT's data analyst, Kenny Smith, gazed in astonishment at the statistics provided, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Sun Tieshan has truly accomplished it. He has achieved a triple-double in his inaugural game." This marked his first official match in the NBA, where he established a groundbreaking record. No player had ever recorded a triple-double in their debut game. Even Oscar Robertson, who nearly averaged a triple-double during the 1963-64 season, had not achieved such a feat. It is noteworthy that Sun Tieshan is merely 18 years and 148 days old, shattering the NBA record and becoming the youngest player in history to attain a triple-double. I predict this record will remain enshrined in the annals of NBA history, likely unbroken. Michael was indeed correct. Sun Tieshan is an extraordinarily remarkable player, showcasing an impressive intelligence on the court. Kenny Smith acknowledged Ernie Johnson's mention of Sun Tieshan's first-quarter dunk off a rebound, promptly stating, "It is undeniable that Sun Tieshan delivered an outstanding performance. Indeed, I anticipate that tomorrow's newspapers will be overflowing with his news, undoubtedly making the front page of the sports section." Furthermore, the live scoreboard displayed Sun Tieshan's impressive stats: 21 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Coach Lenny Wilkins substituted Morris Peterson and Sun Tieshan for Mark Jackson and Vince Carter. The Raptors maintained a stringent defense, consistently keeping the score gap around 8 points, with both teams exchanging momentum. After a brief respite of 2 minutes, Sun Tieshan re-entered the game and immediately capitalized on a pass from Mark Jackson to sink a three-pointer. As the match reached its final 5 minutes, Vince Carter fouled out, leaving the Pistons to unleash a frenzied double-team against Sun Tieshan. Fortunately, Sun exhibited commendable ball-handling skills and incisive drives, complemented by his respectable passing ability. In the closing moments, he secured another rebound, made a crucial three-pointer, and converted both of his free throws. Throughout the game, he prevented the Pistons from seizing the lead. Ultimately, the Raptors triumphed with a score of 109-104, concluding the match. Sun Tieshan graced the court for 31 minutes, achieving a commendable record of 8 successful shots out of 16 attempts, including a remarkable 5 out of 8 from beyond the arc, and converting 6 out of 7 free throws. He amassed a total of 27 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, alongside 5 turnovers and 3 fouls, thereby filling the statistical sheet. Had it not been for Vince Carter's foul troubles, Sun Tieshan might not have enjoyed such extensive playing time. His efficiency peaked during the first half. However, as fatigue set in during the second half, his performance waned considerably. In the latter half, he played for 19 minutes, making 3 of 9 shots, committing 4 turnovers and 1 foul, while securing 13 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Vince Carter played for 39 minutes, with a shooting record of 9 out of 22, contributing 26 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 steals, 1 turnover, and 6 fouls, ultimately being fouled out in the final 3 minutes. Morris Peterson displayed exceptional efficiency in his 12 minutes on the floor, scoring 7 points on 3 out of 5 shooting. Charles Oakley contributed 10 points and 6 rebounds, while Rafe LaFrentz added 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 blocks. The team's secondary star, Antonio Davis, struggled significantly, making only 1 out of 8 attempts for a mere 5 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks, ultimately producing lesser statistics than LaFrentz. though his contributions to interior defense were invaluable. Jerry Stackhouse faced relentless pressure from both Vince Carter and Sun Tieshan in the fourth quarter, yet still managed to score 9 points. Despite the loss, he achieved a remarkable 44 points, fulfilling his promise. He shot 17 out of 35 from the field, including 1 out of 3 from three-point range and 9 out of 10 from the free throw line, earning the title of Empty Stats King. The Raptors celebrated a victorious start to the season, and the entire team was in high spirits. Even Antonio Davis, who had a dismal performance, wore a smile. In competitive sports, one's heroism is ultimately judged by victories. The victors face no blame. Otherwise, with his dismal shooting percentage of 1 out of 8, he would surely have faced severe criticism. As the game concluded, Sun Tieshan was unanimously voted as the most valuable player. He was interviewed on the sidelines by TNT reporter Chris Haynes, who cheerfully remarked, "Sun Tieshan, congratulations. You are the first player to achieve a triple-double in your NBA debut. And you are also the youngest player to do so. What do you have to say about this?" Sun Tieshan remarked, "I understand this may come as a shock, as my competitiveness in NCAA competitions has not been particularly impressive. Nevertheless, I averaged 29.5 points over 2 games, leading the Blue Lions into the second round. Yet, few held faith in my potential. Many doubted my ability to adapt to the rigorous intensity of NBA play. Here, I must express my gratitude to Yaheo Watches. Indeed, had they not bestowed upon me an endorsement during a time when I was overlooked by many, enabling me to afford training at the Tim Flog facility in Chicago for 6 months, achieving such statistics would have been exceedingly difficult. I am also deeply thankful to Mr. Michael Jordan, who imparted numerous and valuable skills to me. He once foretold that I would astonish everyone, and I have done just that. In this game, I achieved a triple-double. Of course, I must also extend my gratitude to my head coach and teammates, as they provided the opportunities that made this possible. Was this game a tribute to Michael? Sun Tieshan remarked, "Indeed, you may perceive it this way. It attests to the fact that Michael did not err in his judgment. I am the most exceptional player among this cohort. Although I hold the first pick, I ought to have been selected in the first round rather than the second. Are you not concerned that other players might also achieve a triple-double at the outset? Of course not. Even if they attain a triple-double, what of it? I am yet to turn 19, and there remains ample room for growth." Chris Haynes subsequently inquired, "Why did you not pursue professional training earlier? Such an endeavor could have potentially secured you a higher draft position." This question bore a resemblance to the folly of Emperor Gene Huey's infamous remark about not consuming meat porridge. Engaging in professional training requires both time and financial resources. My family is not affluent. I came here to study and have accrued considerable debt. At that time, I lacked the means. Moreover, I had to prioritize my academic commitments, during which I obtained 2 degrees. I had little time for professional training. At that moment, Vince Carter approached, throwing an arm around Sun Tieshan's shoulders, exclaiming, "Buddy, you achieved a triple-double. It's your turn to treat us." Chris Haynes commented, "It seems you share a strong bond with your teammates." "Indeed, we are quite close. Vince and Maurice frequently practice with me." After concluding the interview and returning to the locker room, Antonio called out, "Sun Tieshan, you need to treat us today. Your triple-double is partly my achievement. You make a valid point, but today it cannot be done. Why not? Tomorrow we face Philadelphia in a back-to-back. I certainly do not wish for Iverson to score another 40 points against me. That feeling is dreadful." Sun Tieshan articulated a valid concern. "We must not allow Iverson to score 40 points. At that juncture, the team's press officer entered, stating, "Sun Tieshan, Vince, hurry up and shower. The head coach has asked me to inform you that there will be a press conference shortly." Understood." The group proceeded to the shower area. Antonio Davis, unabashedly naked, strutted around the bathing area with the poise of a lion surveying its territory. Sun Tieshan cast a glance at Davis before lowering his head in contemplation. As he bathed, he secretly pondered the season ahead. Securing at least one divisional championship in the regular season was imperative, as it would grant him an additional opportunity in the lottery. Upon turning 20, he vowed to dominate, rendering others hesitant to draw their swords before him. The prevalence of Asian men marrying Caucasian women is rare, and even more so with African American women, primarily due to differing dietary habits and beliefs, compounded by a pervasive lack of happiness. After his shower, he and Carter donned formal attire and accompanied the head coach to the press conference hall. The Raptors' press area was spacious yet became congested with the influx of reporters. The press officer first directed a question to Zhao Lei, a young female journalist from the local Chinese media, Singtao Daily. Zhao Lei inquired, "Mr. Lanny, Sun Tieshan performed exceptionally well in this game, which also marks your debut as head coach of the Raptors. What are your thoughts on this match? Lanny Wilkins replied, "First and foremost, I must commend Sun Tieshan. Indeed, he is a treasure, a remarkable rookie. His performance in this game deserves my utmost praise in every language. It is noteworthy that he nearly achieved a triple-double and, during Vince's foul troubles and subsequent ejection, he managed to lead the team to victory, ensuring that this win did not slip from our grasp. Although we emerged victorious, certain issues did arise during the game, such as Vince accumulating 6 fouls and Antonio's subdued performance. These are normal occurrences. As long as we have someone who can step up in crucial moments to secure the victory, we can deem ourselves successful." The press officer then turned to the local media, the Toronto Star. Reporter Felton asked, "Son, you played well in this match. I noticed during your sideline interview you expressed gratitude towards the head coach and your teammates for your near triple-double. Could you elaborate on that?" Sun Tieshan chuckled. "I must express my gratitude to Coach Lanny. You see, I am merely a novice, and this is my inaugural match. Many coaches tend to limit the playing time of a rookie, as we need to gradually acclimate to the intensity of the game. However, head coach Lanny placed immense trust in me, granting me 31 minutes on the court, which truly took me by surprise. I had anticipated merely stepping onto the court for 5 minutes during garbage time to soak in the atmosphere of the game. Furthermore, my teammates transformed my passes into assists. Without their successful shots, achieving a triple-double would have been impossible. Sun Tieshan, some refer to you as the Yellow Jordan. Do you believe you can reach the heights of Michael?" Sun Tieshan shook his head and stated, "No, I am not a mere shadow of anyone. I do not appreciate this nickname. They should refer to me as the Quick Shooter, for it is a title I earned during my tenure as captain of the Blue Lion team. Indeed, I find this moniker far more meaningful." Starhouse scored 44 points. "Do you have any thoughts on that?" Sun Tieshan said solemnly, "So what? You claimed he wouldn't score 40 points against you, yet he has done so. How could he possibly achieve that? He and I are not even matched up." Sun Tieshan pondered silently, casting a glance at Vince Carter, and employed the principles of Tai Chi push hands. He scored 44 points. Yet he did not carry away the victory from our home court. Basketball is fundamentally a team sport. We share the ball, allowing everyone to score. And we safeguarded our home advantage. If we cannot secure a win, even scoring 100 points would be utterly meaningless. You committed 5 turnovers in this game, nearly costing the team the victory. Clearly, Doug's trade has had a profound impact on the Raptors. Do you believe you can fill the defensive void left by Doug? Indeed. I did have 5 turnovers during the game. I think my stats should average out with Vince's. He only had 1 turnover, which means we would each have 3, making it less conspicuous. This question posed a trap, and Sun Tieshan, still a novice, was astute enough not to comment on the team's trade. Although he was merely 18 in biological years, in his previous life he was a middle-aged man in his 40s, adept at avoiding the snares set by others. The reporter observed Sun Tieshan deftly navigate the question with emotional intelligence, eliciting a light-hearted, self-deprecating laugh. "You were right. This way, Vince won't find himself in foul trouble and ejected from the game." At that moment, a reporter inquired, "Vince, how significantly does Doug's trade impact the team's perimeter defense?" Vince Carter responded candidly, "Trading away Doug has indeed had a considerable effect on our perimeter defense. In our first matchup against the Pistons last season, Doug contributed 2 steals, 3 blocks, 8 rebounds, and 15 points. He is our team's defensive bulwark on the perimeter. Losing Doug has certainly affected us, but this season, with the addition of Sun Tieshan and Maurice, I trust they will compensate for the defensive gap left by Doug's departure." Meanwhile, the Pistons were also conducting a post-game press conference. TNT reporter Greg Sager asked, "Jerry, although you scored 44 points in this game, you did not secure a victory on the road, and Sun Tieshan achieved a triple-double with over 20 points. You once remarked that his defense resembled Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother. Do you believe Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother could achieve a triple-double in your presence?" It is worth noting that aside from the triple-double, he also recorded 2 steals and 1 block. Jerry Stackhouse responded in a low voice, "I concede that I underestimated Sun Tieshan. His training with Tim Grover has rendered him far more versatile than I had anticipated. Although I scored 44 points, I did not achieve victory on the road. My plan remains only half fulfilled." Sun Tieshan is an exceptionally novice player, however. His gameplay exudes remarkable finesse, betraying none of the traits typically associated with a rookie. While he may not ascend to the status of the next Jordan, I firmly believe he has the potential to evolve into the next Magic. Following the press conference, the Raptors hurriedly made their way to Philadelphia. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, Sun Tieshan received a call from Pelinka. As soon as the call connected, Palinka's voice brimmed with excitement. Tieshan, your performance yesterday was nothing short of spectacular. The newspapers and television are inundated with news about you. Sun Tieshan chuckled. It's nothing, merely a routine game. No, you failed to comprehend. Data translates to monetary value. Today, Adidas has already raised their offer. They are willing to invest $70 million over 5 years. You heard me correctly, $70 million for 5 years. This is a substantial contract. Furthermore, they intend to launch 3 signature shoes for you. For each pair, you will receive a 3 sales commission. I sense their genuine commitment reflected in this offer. Sun Tieshan nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly remarked, Indeed, that is a proposal imbued with sincerity. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, Have we received any offers from Nike? Chapter 34. The impact of the opening match without the promotional assistance of Michael Jordan. Sun Tieshan's reputation would not have soared to such heights, nor would the head coach have readily accorded him the status of a principal player from the outset. This is precisely why, upon entering the game, Sun Tieshan exerted himself to the fullest, driven by the urgency of making a stellar impression in his inaugural match. He understood that hesitance was not an option. He must leave an indelible mark on the coach to secure additional playing time. Morris Peterson also performed commendably, shooting 3 out of 5 for a total of 7 points, along with 2 rebounds and 1 assist, albeit in a mere 12 minutes of play time, a stark contrast indeed. One must not forget the source of one's success. Maintaining one's persona is paramount. They attempted to reach me by phone, but I dismissed their call. Such favors are not freely given. I intend to let them cool their heels for a while, as we are not lacking in sponsors. Rest assured. I shall not interfere with your negotiations, Palinka exhaled in relief. In addition to Adidas, Reebok has also presented a sneaker contract offering $50 million over 3 years, during which they will launch 2 signature shoes for you. They are certainly investing significantly. Upon hearing that the unit price of Reebok surpassed that of Adidas by a staggering $6 million annually, Sun Tieshan could not help but remark, They have set their sights on the immense market potential behind you. Otherwise, they would not extend such a substantial contract to a rookie who has only played a single game. Palinka interjected, Tieshan, if you were to face the 76ers today and deliver such statistics, I am confident they would further enhance their offer. Do not forget, unlike Allen Iverson, you are backed by the vast Chinese market. In last night's match, Sun Tieshan exerted himself to the fullest. If he continues to play in this manner, even with the physique of Karl Malone, it would prove challenging to sustain. Over time, such exertion inevitably leads to physical strain. Firstly, rebounding necessitates engaging in fierce battles in the paint, which can leave bruises. He endured 2 impacts last night, resulting in multiple contusions. Secondly, maintaining stamina becomes increasingly difficult. Prolonged playing time significantly diminishes efficiency. While his performance in the first half was remarkable, it substantially declined in the second half, with shooting percentages markedly lower than those in the first half. This is particularly true given that Sun Tieshan is merely a guard. If he were a towering center like Yao Ming, fatigue would manifest even more swiftly. For a player to contribute meaningfully on both offensive and defensive fronts is no trivial feat. A game exceeding 30 minutes can be overwhelming, even for someone as formidable as Shaquille O'Neal. Hence, it is common to observe O'Neal strolling on the court. What may appear to be laziness is, in fact, a judicious management of energy, for without such strategy, he could not endure 40 minutes. Not everyone is endowed with the stamina of Michael Jordan or Wilt Chamberlain. Had it not been for his self-rebounding, combined with a stroke of luck that 2 rebounds fortuitously bounced into his grasp, he would not have accrued the impressive 14-7-6 statistics in the first half. The head coach cannot assist him in padding his stats during the second half. Without the coach's intervention, and with his stamina waning, securing a triple-double would have been improbable. Moreover, assists depend on the shooting touch of teammates, a factor beyond one's control. Sun Tieshan remarked, It is not as simple as you suggest. Achieving such statistics requires both opportunity and luck, which are inherently unrealistic. This match has already showcased my potential, and that is sufficient. As for the rest, it is a matter of fortune. You are correct. Robert, did you seek me out for this matter? No. During your sideline interview yesterday, you mentioned the Yahoo watch. Their president has been closely observing your debut and was quite pleased, intending to appoint you as the brand ambassador for Louis Vuitton in Greater China, covering menswear, fragrances, belts, and leather goods, primarily targeting the Asian market. Proceed with the negotiations. The endorsement fee should be reasonable, considering they are the first brand willing to invest in me. All right, we shall proceed as you advise. In New York, Rod Thorne. The vice president of basketball operations at the NBA headquarters arrived at the president's office. David, Huaxia Television has called. They wish to increase the broadcast frequency of the Toronto Raptors. David Stern promptly rose, exclaiming, "This is excellent news." Indeed, I concur. Yesterday, Sun Tieshan delivered an extraordinary performance, achieving a triple-double with 27 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists in his debut, breaking league records. Discussions about him abound. I believe we should inform Stu Jackson, the vice president managing basketball operations, to ensure the officiating committee treats Sun Tieshan fairly. In yesterday's game, he was clearly fouled multiple times without penalty, which tarnishes our league's image and adversely affects our international promotion. David Stern nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What was the attendance like at the Raptors' home game yesterday?" Many Chinese fans purchased tickets, resulting in a sellout. It is a positive trend. You are correct. It is indeed a good sign. David Stern continued, as a superstar rookie, Sun Tieshan should enjoy such privileges. I will communicate to the officiating committee that he deserves equitable treatment. Before Michael Jordan could rise, he was roused by a phone call. He glanced at the screen to see it was Mark Parker, vice president of Nike, and answered. "Michael, did you catch the Raptors versus Pistons season opener yesterday?" "No. I was occupied with other matters. As you know, I am now the general manager of the Wizards. You recommended Sun Tieshan, and he performed admirably, nearly achieving a 30-point triple-double, ultimately garnering 27 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists. I must admit I misjudged him. You have a good rapport with Sun Tieshan. He mentioned that this game was a tribute to you." Jordan appeared astonished but feigned calmness, asking, "Oh, he secured a triple-double in his first game?" "Indeed. We have learned that Adidas and Reebok have both extended substantial contracts to him. We cannot afford to miss out on the Huaxia market. Do you think you could assist?" Michael Jordan furrowed his brow and questioned, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" "You should discuss with Sun Tieshan and request an opportunity. I believe he would grant you this consideration." "You haven't contacted his agent?" Mark Parker replied, somewhat defensively. "His agent hung up as soon as I called. Twice in a row, leaving me no opportunity to speak." "Very well, I will reach out to Sun Tieshan, but this will cost me a favor. You all better not mishandle this. Rest assured, we will offer a lucrative contract and ensure everything proceeds smoothly." Jordan ended the call, thinking, fools. What could have been settled for $3 million is now exceeding $13 million, all while claiming to be responsible to shareholders. He then dialed Sun Tieshan's number. Sun Tieshan was preparing to practice when suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Jordan. Upon pressing the answer button, he heard Jordan's voice, quite serious on the other end. "Tieshan, I need your assistance with something. Could you have your agent give Mark Parker a call?" "Sure, no problem." Sun Tieshan continued, "I can grant you a favor, but friendship is friendship, and business is business. This matter is overseen by my agent. If their offer lacks competitiveness, do not blame me for not accommodating you. After all, the agent deserves his share. This directly pertains to his vested interests. Rest assured. If the price he quotes is not competitive, then they are nothing but foolish pigs, and I shall remain silent." "Very well, it is settled." Upon concluding the call, Sun Tieshan contacted Palinka to relay the details before proceeding to training. Chapter 35, the impact of the season opener today marks the second game of back-to-back matches. The team did not train in the morning. Only the head coach will hold a tactical meeting in the afternoon. The coach has added 2 new pick-and-roll strategies. The difference between having tactics and lacking them is monumental. Only a few core players in a team receive specialized strategies. Clearly, Sun Tieshan's performance in the season opener has won over the head coach, granting him the status of a core player. Sun Tieshan trained on the court for 2 hours, focusing primarily on shooting and dribbling. Upon returning to the hotel, he encountered Charles Oakley, who, clutching a stack of newspapers, exclaimed loudly, "Sun Tieshan, have you seen the commentary in today's paper?" "I haven't looked. What did they say?" "You have graced the cover of Sports Illustrated. Behold their astonishing headline. Chinese Jordan's debut yields a triple-double. It even lists your statistics alongside those of this year's number 1, number 2, and number 3 draft picks. Kenyon Martin played for 30 minutes, scoring merely 10 points, with 7 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block. Swift managed only 1 rebound in 9 minutes, and Ladarius Miles, in 34 minutes, garnered 8 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. Combined, their scores do not surpass your own as a second-round draft pick. And in terms of rebounds and assists, you have outperformed them by a considerable margin. Furthermore, there is this report from the outdoor stands. Michael has singled you out. A triple-double in your debut has astonished the world. Rumor has it that the Bulls intended to select you with the 33rd overall pick, but somehow this information was leaked. It is likely that their general manager is filled with regret for not securing you in the first round. Keep in mind, this year they possess not only a second-round pick but 3 first-round picks as well. Additionally, whispers suggest that Rockets general manager Dawson called the Raptors this morning, intending to trade you for Francis, yet the general manager declined. Sports Illustrated states that your value is equivalent to the aggregate worth of the first, second, and third overall draft picks. Like Vince Carter, you have become an untouchable asset for the Raptors. Sun Tieshan chuckled, remarking that most of the content published in the newspapers was mere sensationalism, designed to amuse the fans. Nevertheless, he found such gimmicks quite enjoyable. Indeed. At merely 18 years of age, his potential for the future was substantial. Do you believe that if I fail to deliver impressive statistics in today's match, they will swiftly change their tune tomorrow? He mused. Not quite, came the reply. At least they'll wait until you've played 5 games. However, based on yesterday's performance, you have already secured the title of Rookie of the Month. At that moment, Anthony Davis approached, a smirk on his face. Sun Tieshan, he said gleefully, this morning. ESPN interviewed Allen Iverson from the 76ers. They asked him how to defend against you, and he simply replied, "We'll see in the game. They are likely to guard you closely today. So don't forget to pass the ball inside a few times." "All right, no problem," Sun responded. Sun Tieshan remained oblivious to the fact that his news had permeated not only North America but also the networks and newspapers of East Asia, including not just China, but also Japan and Korea. Huang Chaodan conquers America, proclaimed the headline of a certain Japanese newspaper. In recent years, they had been suffocated by oppression, and a decade of disillusionment had led the Japanese populace to indulge in fantasies. It is said that Sun Tieshan is of Korean descent, they exclaimed. The Korean media began to vie for ownership of this narrative. Even those of the yellow race can soar, declared the Huaxia Daily, emphasizing the urgent need for China to assert itself across various domains since its rise in 2000. Sun Tieshan smiled slightly, executing 3 impressive dunks. A sports tabloid reported on this. A fervent Huaxia fan, dissatisfied with merely watching a live stream, circumvented internet restrictions to find news about Sun Tieshan's preseason game with the New York Knicks. There was no coverage of this game domestically. Upon watching, he was utterly astounded. After purchasing a recording of the match through a friend, he shared his thoughts on a local forum, titling his post, "Going Spree Well. Scaring Camby," a commentary on the authentic air of Huaxia Kung Fu. In response to his article, a foreign commenter expressed outrage. "Where has the traditional virtue of humility and kindness gone? He has brought shame upon us by brawling on their court." This comment was swiftly countered. If you perceive shame in his actions, then your perspective is that of a slave, offering the other cheek after being struck. I support Sun Tieshan. Confrontation is the way forward. Count me in. Support for him quickly surged to 10,000 posts, thanks to the backing of his hometown. Sun Tieshan's fanbase exploded exponentially. At 8 p.m., the match against Philadelphia officially commenced. The starting lineup for the Philadelphia 76ers included center Theo Ratliff, power forward Tyrone Hill, small forward George Lynch, point guard Eric Snow, and shooting guard Allen Iverson. Absent were the older players. All were in their prime. From the outset, both teams engaged in a fierce offensive battle. That evening, Vince Carter displayed remarkable shooting prowess, scoring 15 points with 6 of 6 field goals, 2 of 2 from three-point range, and 1 of 2 from the free throw line, alongside 2 rebounds and 1 assist in the first quarter. Allen Iverson also had an impressive shooting percentage, hitting 5 of 10 attempts for 10 points, along with 3 rebounds and 1 steal. After 7 minutes of the first quarter, Sun Tieshan and La France entered the game, replacing Alvin Williams and Charles Oakley. He transformed into a defensive powerhouse, constantly moving, cutting through the defense, and obstructing the opposing team's plays. He made 1-of-1 shots, contributing 2 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block, albeit with 1 turnover and 2 fouls. Iverson's first step was incredibly swift, making it difficult for Sun Tieshan to defend against him. A mere attempt to grab him resulted in a foul. Mark Jackson played the entire first quarter, delivering 4 assists and 1 steal, while scoring 4 points on 2 of 4 shooting. However, by the end of the first quarter, the Raptors led the 76ers by 8 points, with a score of 33-25. As the second quarter began, Sun Tieshan took the court alongside La France, Morris Peterson, Charles Oakley, and Jerome Williams. Sun Tieshan collaborates with Rafe La France in offensive pick-and-roll plays. Their towering center, Theo Trammell, proves unable to defend against them. Sun Tieshan skillfully employed screens to consecutively sink 3 three-pointers while also delivering an assist to the cutting LaFrance. Although Sun Tieshan struggled to contain Allen Iverson's penetrating drives. The Philadelphia 76ers bench players were equally unable to defend against Sun's external shooting prowess, particularly in light of the relentless screen-and-roll interplay between Sun and LaFrance. Subsequently, Kevin Ollie and Aaron McKee intensified their perimeter defense. Sun Tieshan encountered tight defense, consistently breaking through to distribute the ball. Morris struggled with his shooting today, missing 2 consecutive open shots and failing to convert the opportunities created by Sun Tieshan into assists. Nevertheless, Sun Tieshan made 3 three-pointers, forcing a timeout from the Philadelphia 76ers as the Raptors led 44-33, an 11-point advantage. Following the timeout, head coach Lenny Wilkins substituted Morris Peterson and Charles Oakley for Vince Carter and Antonio Davis. Meanwhile, 76ers coach Larry Brown promptly made adjustments, bringing in key players such as Allen Iverson. However, with LaFrance as the center, coupled with the three-point shooting prowess of Vince Carter, Sun Tieshan, and Dale Curry, the 76ers center trailer was compelled to step out to the three-point line for defense. Lacking a dominant center in the paint, Antonio Davis capitalized, making all 3 of his attempts. Sun Tieshan was substituted out after 9 minutes in the second quarter. By halftime, the Raptors held a 12-point lead, with Sun Tieshan scoring 13 points in that quarter. This game marked the season opener for the 76ers, broadcast nationwide by ESPN. Mike Breen remarked that Sun Tieshan performed admirably during that quarter, contributing 13 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound, 1 steal, 1 turnover, and 2 fouls. Despite Iverson scoring 12 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals against him, he also committed a passing error. Notably, Sun Tieshan impressed with a difficult three-pointer made while navigating through the tight defense of Allen Iverson and JaVale McGee, showcasing his remarkable strength. He is undoubtedly a phenomenal rookie, holding his own against Iverson. Doc Rivers noted that although Sun Tieshan scored 13 points in that quarter, 9 of those were against bench players. Iverson's defense was quite effective against him, as Sun Tieshan managed only 1 out of 3 attempts with Allen on the court, earning 2 points from free throws. However, his three-point shooting remained commendable. Larry made timely adjustments in that quarter, enhancing perimeter defense and interior penetration. Although the Raptors scored 35 points, the 76ers managed 30 points, preventing a significant widening of the score gap. As you mentioned, it remains to be seen how the 76ers will adjust in the second half. Chapter 36. 3 offensive skills. As the second half commenced, Sun Tieshan re-entered the game but was closely guarded by the 76ers players. Throughout the entire second half, he played for 14 minutes but had a dismal shooting performance, hitting only 1 out of 7 attempts, while making both free throws for a total of 4 points, along with 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 turnover, and 2 fouls. The third quarter saw both teams struggling with their shooting, as the Raptors managed only 17 points while the 76ers narrowed the gap by 3 points, concluding the third quarter with the Raptors ahead 83-74, a 9-point lead. In the final quarter, Antonio Davis and Reef LaFrance, who had been underwhelming in the third, made a strong comeback. LaFrance recorded 2 significant blocks, while Davis shot 4 out of 5 and made 1 out of 2 free throws, efficiently accumulating 9 points, albeit with 4 fouls. With only 5 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 107-104, with the Raptors leading by 3. Iverson's three-pointer hit the rim, missing the chance to equalize. The game concluded with the Raptors triumphing 107-104 over the 76ers, achieving their second consecutive victory. In this match, Sun Tieshan played for 31 minutes, with a shooting record of 6 out of 14 attempts, including 3 successful three-pointers from 7 attempts, and a perfect 4 out of 4 from the free throw line, contributing a total of 19 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, alongside 3 turnovers and 5 fouls. His performance was characterized by a promising start that dwindled as the game progressed. He efficiently amassed 15 points in the first half, yet could only score 4 points in the second half, during which he also committed several unnecessary fouls and turnovers. The relentless physical confrontation, compounded by the back-to-back nature of the games, took a toll on him, significantly diminishing his stamina and leading to a complete loss of shooting touch in the latter half. Vince Carter, on the other hand, had a stellar performance, scoring 25 points on 9 of 19 shooting, along with 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, while committing only 2 turnovers and 2 fouls. Antonio Davis contributed 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks, along with 5 fouls. Mark Jackson delivered an impressive 16 points, 12 assists, and 6 rebounds, achieving a double-double alongside Antonio Davis. Allen Iverson had a commendable outing as well, scoring 24 points on 9 of 23 shooting, with 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 steals, nearly achieving a remarkable 25-5-5-5 stat line. Returning to the locker room, Sun Tieshan wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, the 76ers went crazy in the second half. Not only did they tightly guard me, but every time I drove into the paint, there was always someone hanging on me. I'm just a rookie. Do they really need to go this far?" At this moment, Sun Tieshan is filled with nostalgia for Xiaohua. Playing the game feels akin to a brutal melee. Elbows collide with flesh, and the air is thick with a palpable, testosterone-fueled intensity. The flagrant fouls have yet to emerge, and the pursuit of impressive statistics proves to be an arduous task. Rookie, you must recognize that you have garnered fame. In your debut match, you nearly achieved a triple-double with 30 points, and they certainly do not wish to see you score at will upon them. Charles Oakley chimes in, stating, "Sun Tieshan, you understand this is a professional league, yet now that you are well known, no one will perceive you as a novice. They will only intensify their efforts to stifle you. During the game, you must learn to judiciously manage your stamina. In the second half, your energy wanes significantly, causing you to falter and keeping pace with Iverson's swift movements, resulting in 2 fouls against you. One must always reckon with the consequences of their actions in this arena." Sun Tieshan sighed softly and remarked, "You are right, Charles. I truly ought to learn how to manage my stamina." Mark Jackson replied, "The regular season consists of 82 games, and few players exert themselves to the fullest as you did yesterday upon entering the court. Particularly in back-to-back games, you must exercise caution in your play." Sun Tieshan nodded, acknowledging, "I shall take heed of this in the future." Vince Carter and Antonio Davidson attended the post-match press conference. After Sun Tieshan finished his shower, he awaited the conclusion of the head coach's press conference before the team returned to the hotel. Sun Tieshan felt that his dribbling skills had improved significantly. However, he still lacked offensive techniques and signature moves. Lying on his bed, he opened the system panel and was astonished to discover that his fan base had experienced a meteoric rise, surpassing 300,000 in just a few days. Sun Tieshan examined it once more, with both diligence and care, and indeed confirmed that it was 300,000, not 30,000, nor 3,000. He affirmed that there were no discrepancies. Sun Tieshan opened the system panel and glanced at his fundamental talents. Fundamental talents: peak 3-point shooting sensation S, sharpshooter; core strength S, transcendent agility; ball sense S, unity with the sphere; and constitution S, indomitable. These 4 attributes were derived from assimilating the physical prowess of Curry, Jordan, Rose, and Malone. Furthermore, he possessed coordination S, harmony of distant and near; memory S, photographic recall; and agility S, fleet of foot. Aside from memory, the other 2 attributes were the result of years of unwavering martial practice. His vision A, hang time A, explosive power A, upper body strength A, lower body strength A, immunity A, anticipation B, and stamina B, creativity B. Some of these were innate physical talents, while others were honed during his training at Tim's camp. Sun Tieshan mused to himself, delivering a pass directly is easily countered. To play beautifully and captivate the audience, one must master the art of covert passing. Yet, I find myself lacking in the skill of behind-the-back passes. Although Jason Williams' behind-the-back moves are flamboyant, they do not suit my style. My creativity is merely at AB level. As a rookie, if I were to play like him, it would result in chaos, one player holding the ball while the other 9 are in disarray. After just a few games, the head coach would relegate me to the bench, leaving me to stare at the water cooler. The behind-the-back passes of Nash, Stockton, Kidd, Paul, and Magic Johnson often falter due to inadequate vision and creativity. Thus, I have decided to opt for the behind-the-back pass of the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, as a temporary solution. Although Kobe's behind-the-back pass is rated only a level, it requires 50,000 fan points. During his early years, Kobe's passing was quite mediocre. He was stubbornly focused on scoring. It was only after his evolution into the Black Mamba and with the addition of his wife, Vanessa, that he began to share the ball. However, even his behind-the-back pass cannot be considered top tier. It is not a signature skill. The instances of behind-the-back passes are few and far between, totaling merely a handful over several seasons. Sun Tieshan observed from a first-person perspective, possessing superior height, arm length, hand size, agility, memory, and field vision compared to Kobe Bryant. His passing was notably more stable. His physical coordination, core strength, creativity, and anticipation were on par with Kobe's. He quickly learned Kobe's behind-the-back pass, mastering it in mere minutes, akin to an epiphany, as if he had learned it intuitively without instruction. Subsequently, Sun Tieshan studied James Harden's step-back three-pointer and Manu Ginobili's Euro step. Harden's step-back three-pointer is an S-tier technique. The ball-handling step-back is now easily penalized as a travel. Thus, it requires slight refinement. Compared to Sun Tieshan's commonly employed step-back, it necessitates a broader stride and a powerful pull of the ball. This technique demands S-tier physical coordination and A-tier three-point shooting ability to be effectively utilized in a game, and fortunately, Sun Tieshan excels in both aspects. As for Ginobili's Euro step, it also ranks as an S-tier skill. This maneuver requires S-tier physical coordination and S-tier ball sense for successful execution, minimizing the likelihood of errors. Its defining characteristics are rapid direction changes and long strides, necessitating keen observation of defensive weaknesses. Should he encounter a masterful defender who can anticipate his movements and position themselves accordingly, it could lead to offensive fouls against Sun Tieshan. His innate talent suffices for mastering these two offensive skills. After scrutinizing over 1,000 visual frames, he ultimately proficiently acquired these three techniques. However, mere mastery is insufficient. Continuous practice is imperative. Unlike the S-tier technique of Hamilton's off-ball movement, which he only grasped at a B-tier level and requires ongoing training, he can directly implement these techniques in a game due to his high starting point. This contrasts with his learning of Jordan's techniques, which necessitated relentless refinement before they could be applied effectively in matches. Chapter 37. Aftermath. Currently, Sun Tieshan's skill set includes Jordan's fadeaway jumper at B, S-tier, Jordan's left-right crossover at B, S-tier, Jordan's ball protection and change of direction at B, S-tier, Jordan's 360-degree crossover at B, S-tier, Jordan's front pivot at A, S-tier, Jordan's dribbling at A, S-tier, Jordan's 360-degree layup at A, S-tier, Hamilton's off-ball movement at A, S-tier, Kobe Bryant's behind-the-back pass at B, A-tier, James Harden's step-back three-pointer at B, S-tier, and Ginobili's Euro step at B, S-tier. Now, he is proficient whether playing off the ball or with it. Sun Tieshan's offensive capabilities are not significantly inferior to those of today's young talents. However, both face challenges regarding stamina and defensive skills. The reason Kobe Bryant ascended to the status of a superstar lies in his seamless integration of offense and defense, coupled with his abundant physical energy. This matter can only be addressed upon the conclusion of the season. The remaining fan points must be accumulated, so that at the end of the season, his stamina can be elevated to an S level. Otherwise, he will merely remain a half-court star. Additional talent enhancements will require substantial fan points: 48,000 for the first two, 64,000 for the third, 128,000 for the fourth, and 256,000 for the fifth. Elevating all remaining talents to an S level through fan points alone is utterly implausible unless one resorts to a lottery system. Acquiring the immunity of AC Green, the legs of Charles Barkley, and the arms of Ben Wallace would be essential. With S-level talent in arms and legs, alongside S-level immunity, the potential to become a versatile player emerges. This necessitates maximizing the Raptors' victories throughout the season. That evening, during a program on the MSG television network, announcer Marv Albert and guest Stephen A. Smith discussed Sun Tieshan's triple-double in his debut game. Stephen A. Smith remarked, "Is Sun Tieshan the most intelligent player I have ever seen in this league?" What leads me to this assertion is certainly not his Columbia University degree. No. He studied psychology in college, and during that game, he displayed an acute understanding of human nature. I must commend him for that. An acute understanding of human nature? Indeed. As a rookie, his skill level does not yet permit him to effortlessly achieve a triple-double, yet he accomplished it. What are you implying? Stephen A. Smith continued, "Marv, do you recall his steal in the first quarter leading to that bank shot off the rebound, followed by a windmill dunk? Of course, that play was exquisite. I concede it was a beautiful score, yet it also granted Sun Tieshan an additional offensive rebound." Stephen A. Smith went on, in the first half, Sun Tieshan did not focus on his own offense. Instead, he diligently created opportunities for his teammates, dishing out 7 assists, securing 6 rebounds, and scoring 14 points. It was this extra offensive rebound that elevated his total rebounds to 6, catching the Raptors' management's attention. The Raptors, a team newly established in the league, seek visibility. Mr. Lenny Wilkens, having just taken over, also requires exposure. What could be more sensational than a triple-double in a debut? The team's owner and general manager would undoubtedly attend the Raptors' opening game. There was no need for Tieshan to advocate for himself. The team would ensure his statistics were impressive. Hence, at the beginning of the second half, Mark Jackson did not take the court, and Tieshan started as the primary point guard. In the third quarter, he accumulated 3 assists and 1 rebound, achieving 19 points, 10 assists, and 7 rebounds before being substituted. As the fourth quarter commenced, the head coach arranged for 2 forwards to assist with positioning, enabling his rebound total to reach 9. Subsequently, he secured another rebound, achieving a triple-double. Thus, I assert that Tieshan is the most astute player. He possesses an intrinsic understanding of human nature and knows how to engage Lenny's assistants without uttering a single word. That sounds exaggerated, Marv responded. The truth is evident. Stephen A. Smith concluded. In that game, Tieshan adeptly navigated human psychology. Without Lenny's assistance, he might have tallied 27 points, 9 assists, and 8 rebounds, close to a triple-double, but not quite achieving it. After a day of rest, on November 4th, they faced the Celtics on the road. Upon arriving at the hotel, they were met by a throng of ESPN reporters. ESPN's female journalist, Rachel, inquired, "Son, may I conduct an interview with you?" Tieshan glanced at the team leader, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course," he replied with a smile. "Son is my surname. You may call me Tieshan, Mr. Sun, or Tieshan. But please refrain from addressing me solely by my last name." "Very well," Rachel responded. "Tieshan, Stephen A. Smith remarked on a program that you have an uncanny ability to read people's minds, orchestrating Lanny to enhance your statistics without uttering a single word. What is your response to that?" Tieshan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Is this Stephen A. Smith not the infamous critic of Yao Ming? He speaks his mind, and it is his prerogative. Should I then silence him? Is there any truth in his words? Tieshan raised his voice, asserting that is certainly incorrect. I am unaware of how he arrived at such a conclusion. He claims that your rebounding during a layup is merely a means to inflate your personal statistics. Tieshan remarked, he may have overlooked one detail. Mr. Martin Cleaves was my contemporaneous player, having been a key point guard for the Michigan State Spartans. It was they who eliminated the Blue Lions in the NCAA championship earlier this year. During the match, I intercepted Martin and had the opportunity to execute a dunk. Naturally, one must reciprocate. It is important to note that this occurred in the first quarter. I was uncertain of how much playing time the head coach would allocate to me. Leaving no room for extensive calculations, he suggested that Lanny assisted me in enhancing my statistics. The results do not lie. It was merely a tactical maneuver on our part. I secured 2 rebounds and converted a fast break, while the opposing team was compelled to commit a foul. As for Mr. Stephen A. Smith, he is nothing more than a sensationalist jester, and I have little to say regarding him. The interview concluded that evening, prior to the game against the Celtics. Tieshan made a formidable comeback, contributing 23 points, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 5 rebounds. He exhibited remarkable control over his errors during this match, committing only 2 turnovers. The Celtics, despite being a historic powerhouse in the league, have failed to reach the playoffs for 5 consecutive seasons. It was in the 1998 season that they selected their foundational player, Paul Pierce, yet their performance remains stagnant to this day. The team's mainstay, Paul Pierce, is merely in his 3rd year and has yet to fully emerge from his rookie season, while another key player, Antoine Walker, though a seasoned veteran, suffers from an exceedingly low shooting percentage, merely padding his statistics. In the original timeline, the Raptors lost by 2 points in this match. However, in this timeline, with the addition of the invigorating Tieshan, the Raptors decisively triumphed over the Celtics. After the game that evening, the team returned to Toronto overnight, preparing to face the Wizards in a back-to-back matchup, another struggling Eastern Conference team. Since the Washington Bullets changed ownership and rebranded as the Washington Wizards, they have yet to even graze the playoffs. In this game, Tieshan was elevated to the starting lineup, going up against the 35-year-old veteran, Richard Hamilton. And the second-year rookie, Hamilton. Tieshan is making waves, once again scoring 20 points and delivering 10 assists, achieving a double-double. Vince Carter, in back-to-back matches against the Celtics and Wizards, has consistently surpassed the 30-point mark, leading the Raptors to a splendid 4-game winning streak. Chapter 38, the sneaker contract with 5 games in 4 days. all players are feeling fatigued. After the final whistle, they showered and retired early for rest, prompting the head coach to cancel the following day's practice, granting the team a day off. The next 2 games will be at home, eliminating the need for arduous travel. This week's Player of the Week announcement revealed that Karl Malone and John Stockton of the Jazz were jointly honored. Much like the Raptors, the Jazz boast a record of 3 wins and 0 losses. However, Malone and Stockton's statistics are even more impressive. Malone averages 31, 7 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal per game, while Stockton records 15, 3 points, 12, 3 assists, 0 steals, and 7 blocks. The Raptors' dynamic backcourt duo, Vince Carter and Son Tieshan, received nominations as well. Although Son Tieshan recorded a triple-double in his inaugural match, his subsequent performances exhibited a decline, plagued by excessive turnovers and fouls. Vince Carter, on the other hand, found himself excluded from the weekly best players list, as his statistics fell significantly short of those of Karl Malone. Consequently, both players missed out on the honors. Nevertheless, Son Tieshan proudly holds the top position in the Rookie of the Year rankings, followed by Kenyon Martin of the Nets in second place, and Mike Miller of the Orlando Magic in third. During the 2000 to 2001 season, the best players from the Eastern and Western conferences were not yet evaluated separately, nor was there a designated Rookie of the Week. The following morning, after having breakfast, Son Tieshan was preparing to head to the gym for practice when he received a call from Pelinka. "Tieshan, where are you? I need to meet with you to discuss something." Son Tieshan remarked, "I have just finished my breakfast and am on my way to the gym. Please wait for me at home. We shall converse further upon my arrival." In less than half an hour, Pelinka arrived at Son Tieshan's residence. "Would you prefer tea or coffee?" "Coffee. I shall prepare it myself." Pelinka brewed the coffee and took a couple of sips. Son Tieshan reclined on the sofa and inquired, "What brings you here in such a hurry?" Nike, Adidas, Puma, Reebok, and Converse have all presented their final offers. Upon comprehensive evaluation, Nike emerges as the most cost-effective option, displaying the greatest sincerity. How should this be interpreted? Excluding any incentive clauses, the base endorsement fee is set at $15 million annually, totaling $45 million over 3 years. They will also launch no fewer than 3 signature sneakers for you. Should you secure the title of Best Rookie, achieve at least 1 selection to the All-Star team within 3 years, and maintain an average score exceeding 20 points per game in a single season, the incentive clauses will be activated, granting you an additional bonus of $15 million. Son Tieshan made an estimation. In the year 2000, there were not many outstanding players, and it seemed that being named Rookie of the Year would not be particularly challenging. Furthermore, making at least 1 All-Star selection over the next 3 years may pose a challenge for others, but for him, it should not be too difficult. After all, he has many supporters from his hometown who would undoubtedly assist in elevating him to All-Star status. This incentive clause of $15 million can be easily attained with just a slight effort, without even needing to leap. When combined with the incentive clause, it is roughly equivalent to an annual salary of $20 million. Son Tieshan inquired, "How is the commission for signature shoe sales calculated?" 4.5. This is the maximum amount they offer, surpassing that of Adidas, Reebok, and Converse. And what about Reebok? Reebok has raised its sales commission to 4 and is willing to provide a 3-year salary of $50 million without any additional conditions, devoid of incentive clauses. As a guard, you have the ability to sell shoes. Moreover, being of Chinese descent, your signing price is considerably higher than that of local players. However, they only agreed to release 2 pairs of signature shoes for you over 3 years. Adidas has raised its offer to $75 million. Nevertheless, they require a 5-year contract. With a shoe sales commission of 4.2, like Nike, they can offer you more than 5 signature shoes. Should you secure the title of Rookie of the Year and lead your team to the Eastern or Western Conference Finals, while being selected for the All-Star roster at least twice within 5 years, and maintain an average scoring of over 20 points per game for 2 seasons. Meeting any 2 of these criteria would activate the incentive clause, granting you an additional $25 million. This is their final offer. Although Adidas proposes a longer contract duration, considering the Asian sneaker market and your ethnicity, I believe Nike offers the best value for your investment. Son Tieshan chuckled and remarked, "It seems you have engaged in quite a bit of banter with him during this time. As my employer, your interests are certainly my priority." Pelinka then presented several contract templates, handing them to Son Tieshan. The terms from Converse are quite favorable, even surpassing those of Reebok. However, they are currently on a decline. and their research and development in new sneaker technologies is somewhat lacking. Sun Tieshan examined the proposal carefully and noted that Converse's offer had reached an impressive $55 million over 3 years, while the others were comparable to Reebok's. Sun Tieshan presented the draft agreements to Pelinka, stating, engage in discussions with Nike to extend the contract duration to 5 years. The incentive structure should mirror that of Adidas. Combine the incentive clause proposals with the base salary to formulate a new comprehensive offer. The total offer should encompass the incentive terms in the foundational salary, with the contract amount set at 5 years for $100 million. Additionally, release no fewer than 5 pairs of signature sneakers, while keeping the other terms unchanged. Pelinka replied, I believe 3 years is quite favorable. This is what I have managed to secure. After 2 years, you will undoubtedly depart from the Raptors, at which point you may transition to a major city. Your skills will have matured by then, allowing you to negotiate a lifetime contract. Sun Tieshan replied calmly, I understand your perspective, yet I have my own reasons. What reasons? A 5-year, $100 million contract with Nike will undoubtedly create a sensation in the industry. It will certainly elevate my profile, which is advantageous for my forthcoming plans. Pelinka did not inquire further about the specifics of Sun Tieshan's next steps. This is not a difficult matter. Nike originally intended to offer you a 5-year contract, but I did not agree. I believe a 3-year contract serves your interests best. You make a valid point. A 3-year agreement indeed offers greater flexibility. Sun Tieshan then remarked, however, this matter pertains to my forthcoming plans. So let us agree on a 5-year contract. You shall be the one to negotiate this. Furthermore, regarding my signature shoes, we must personally oversee the quality. The shoes sold in Huaxia must be of the same impeccable quality as here, without any compromise. This stipulation should be included in the contract. And in the event of a breach, a penalty of tenfold damages shall apply. I have no desire to be criticized or accused of earning ill-gotten gains. Very well. Pelinka continued, I have over 20 meticulously selected contracts for your review, including those from globally renowned brands such as Yamaha, Pepsi, KFC, and Toyota. Sun Tieshan smiled and waved his hand, saying, contracts with endorsement fees below $2 million annually should not be accepted. Otherwise, during the off-season, one would be compelled to attend numerous engagements, leaving no time for practice, thereby hindering one's performance. You are correct. I shall exercise discretion in this matter. Unless it is a global brand, I shall refrain from negotiations. At this point, Pelinka interjected, Tieshan, it is time for you to consider relocating your residence. This place is too small, poses safety concerns, and lacks the necessary privacy. Sun Tieshan understood that only by securing a stable home could one find joy in their work. I shall attend to this matter promptly. He then inquired, having met the CFO and COO of Tianyu Capital, what are your impressions of them? Chapter 39. Tianyu's makeshift team COO, John Nolan, may not possess exceptional capabilities, yet he is notably grounded. President Greg Abel, on the other hand, is commendable. He previously worked at Yonghua Puda as an accountant and approaches his tasks with utmost diligence. Moreover, the newly appointed CFO boasts extensive financing experience and maintains excellent relationships with major investment banks, proving to be exceedingly competent. Excellent. Sun Tieshan contemplated for a moment. You have been quite busy here. It is time for us to visit the office. The two arrived at the office in the afternoon, where they met several newly hired individuals. In addition to COO John Nolan and President Greg Abel, the company had also recruited a CFO named Joy Covey, a middle-aged woman in her 30s. She previously worked at Amazon and possesses extensive experience in financing, with a profound understanding of finance and tax laws. Furthermore, the company hired 3 young employees, 1 male and 2 females. Among them were a legal officer and a human resources officer, both Caucasian, as well as a Chinese female in her mid-20s who serves as Sun Tieshan's secretary. Aside from a few managerial personnel, the rest of the staff were only aware of Sun Tieshan's role as an investment advisor for the company, possessing shares, and were oblivious to the fact that he is, in reality, the true owner of the company. Upon encountering the assistant, Sun Tieshan found himself momentarily taken aback. She possessed long, flowing hair, a sweet and charming visage, an elegant demeanor, and a statuesque figure accentuated by high heels, reaching nearly 1.80 meters. Her long legs further enhanced her graceful silhouette. Who are you? He inquired. Pelinka, standing nearby, promptly introduced her, saying, This is Chi Linglin. I believe the company should assign you a personal secretary who is well-versed in the culinary culture of Huaxia and possesses a keen attention to detail. She will be responsible for managing your daily affairs, organizing your schedule, and addressing some personal matters, such as preparing authentic Huaxia cuisine for you. Sun Tieshan nodded emphatically and remarked, "You have performed admirably. I truly require a secretary of your caliber." Upon hearing this, Pailinka was filled with joy. Sun Tieshan recognized that he had struck gold, transforming himself into a veritable cash cow. The closer their relationship grew, the more challenging it became for other agents to encroach upon their partnership. Thus, he devoted considerable effort to securing a private secretary for Sun Tieshan, offering an annual salary of 150,000 with a probationary period of 3 months. Sun Tieshan inquired, "Miss Lin, where is your ancestral home?" Lin Chiliang replied softly, "My roots trace back to Fuzhou, though I was born in Taipei. I majored in Western art and economics at the University of Toronto and have recently concluded my studies, earning a master's degree." "How did you come to Tianzhou?" Sun Tieshan asked. Lin Chiliang explained, "After graduation, I struggled to find a suitable position. Initially, a friend recommended I seek opportunities in Japan, but coincidentally, a headhunting firm reached out to me, stating that you were in need of a personal assistant. I accepted the offer." Sun Tieshan finally confirmed that this was indeed the talented artist from Taiwan who had married far away in Fusan. In 2001, she began her journey in the entertainment industry after being discovered by a talent scout while teaching at an arts school. It was quite unexpected that she would become a member of Tianyu Investment. However, this arrangement seems quite favorable, as the entertainment world is rife with controversies. Under the guidance of her exceptional and devoted boss, she will surely maintain a heartfelt connection to her hometown. Sun Tieshan and Lin Chiliang exchanged a handshake. Smiling as they remarked, Tianyu Capital is a youthful enterprise, brimming with vitality and abundant hope. If we diligently apply ourselves, the company will not overlook the contributions of any individual. Lin Chiliang nodded in agreement. Sun Tieshan engaged in a conversation with them, and they shared a meal together. Joy. If the company possesses an endorsement contract valued at $100 million over 5 years, with an 88% equity stake, how much could be secured through a bank loan? This warrants further investigation, particularly into the specifics of the endorsement contract, such as breach of contract responsibilities and clauses, to facilitate a more informed discussion. What if the endorsement contract guarantees a minimum of $75 million over 5 years? If what you assert holds true, I believe securing a loan of $50 million should not pose a significant challenge. Joy Covey remarked with a subtle smile. In fact, we have another option, which is to issue corporate bonds. Although our company is newly established, your endorsement contract represents a valuable asset. There is no risk of failing to obtain funding. Should the company urgently require capital, we could issue fixed-rate bonds with a 3-year maturity. For instance, the interest rate upon maturity could be set at 15 or 18%. I believe there will be numerous investors willing to subscribe. Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is certainly feasible," he replied, "but I must raise $50 million within a fortnight for investment purposes. This capital is urgently needed, and issuing bonds requires time. The issue of funding can be resolved." Greg Abel chuckled. "In this world, if you lack financial resources, even a dog would scarcely spare you a glance. However, we are different. If we secure this endorsement worth $100 million over 5 years, the bankers will come knocking at our door. Their instincts are sharper than any hounds. As long as you can demonstrate sufficient repayment capability, whether for short-term loans or long-term financing, there will be no issues. Joy and I will handle this matter, as it is our expertise." Joy Covey added, "Greg speaks true." The group continued to dine while deliberating the details. After the meal, they had discussed nearly everything pertinent. Sun Tieshan inquired of Lin Chiliang, "Sister Chiliang, do you rent a house here or own one?" Lin Chiliang replied, "I am currently residing in a rented accommodation." Sun Tieshan nodded, took out a pen, wrote down a number, and handed it to her, saying, "This is my phone number. Please note it for our convenience in keeping in touch." Pailinka drove Sun Tieshan back. In the car, Sun Tieshan regarded Pailinka with a bemused smile and remarked, "It seems you have been quite preoccupied with my affairs of late. I ought to provide you with comprehensive assistance, as that is my duty." Pailinka, with a sly grin, responded, "Lin is a refined woman. I have conversed with her. She has studied dance since childhood and has previously worked as a model. She is quite knowledgeable. In addition to her native tongue, she is fluent in English and Japanese. Her background is not overly complicated. She harbors admiration for you, and if you are inclined, I believe she would not object to a liaison. It would be unseemly for you to remain without female companionship, as it may raise questions about your inclinations and adversely impact your endorsements. With such a private assistant by your side, no one would find it inappropriate. Furthermore, all companies have stringent confidentiality agreements with all new employees, ensuring that your personal privacy remains protected. Sun Tieshan chuckled. Have you inquired with Miss Lin? She indicated that she does not oppose the idea of us engaging in something. Is that even a question? Peilinka shook his head. With your striking looks and considerable wealth, no woman would ever decline such an invitation. If I were a woman, I certainly would not refuse, and would even take the initiative to pursue you. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Sun Tieshan pondered for a moment before directly calling Tim Flog. Once the call connected, Sun Tieshan said, "Hello Tim, this is Sun Tieshan. I have a matter I would like to discuss with you." Tim Flog responded, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Sun continued, "Mike Mancius is an employee at your training facility, and he has been responsible for my training. I would like to request him to be my personal trainer, and I felt it necessary to inform you and seek your opinion on this matter. Should I speak with him about it?" Sun Tieshan remarked, "Of course, if he consents, I can guarantee him a minimum annual salary of $100,000, with incremental increases each year. During the off-season, I will continue training with you. What do you think?" "All right, I will speak with him and inquire about his thoughts." Sun Tieshan must have a personal trainer to assist in his training and maintain his condition. Once he achieves success, he will also require his own team of trainers. In no time, Tim returned the call to Sun Tieshan. "Mike is willing to become your personal trainer, and, once he completes his resignation procedures, he will join you in Toronto." "All right, I shall await his arrival." Sun Tieshan then made a call to his guardian, Li Eileen. "Cousin, is it a convenient time to talk?" "Yes, please go ahead." Sun Tieshan was quite forthright this time, stating plainly, "I am looking to sign several endorsement deals, with a total value exceeding $100 million. I have already established a closed-end investment company. Cousin, could you come and assist me? I can offer you a 10% stake in the company, appointing you as the CEO." Li Eileen, having served as a mergers and acquisitions analyst, currently holds a position at a venture capital firm, bringing with her a wealth of experience. She had previously led a micro-investment company to impressive achievements. "Are you serious?" Chapter 40, Achieving New Heights. "Of course, you know I never engage in ventures without certainty. How much do you intend to invest?" Sun Tieshan remarked that the initial capital should not be less than $50 million, with subsequent funds ensuring a total of no less than $100 million. "Furthermore, I already have several promising projects ready for investment, eliminating the need to search for investment opportunities. I will give it some thought." "All right. I will await news from my cousin and hope for a prompt response." At Huaxiaotsangzhou Foreign Language School, physical education teacher Sun Aigua pushed open the door to the English research room and stepped inside. He approached the desk of the head of the research group, Lin Qinghua, with great excitement, saying, "The remittance for Xiaoshan has arrived. Please take the afternoon off so we can withdraw the funds together." Lin Qinghua replied, "You can go ahead. I still have a substantial amount of assignments to grade." Sun Aigua whispered, "There's quite a bit of money. Isn't it 350,000? That's in US dollars. The bank called and informed me that today's official exchange rate is 8.35, which amounts to over 2.9 million. You haven't even bought a single piece of clothing in these past few years. It seems you've finally emerged from your struggles. It would be just right to withdraw the cash and make a trip to the department store. I might as well send a few thousand to Taiying. Her life has been rather tough while she has been attending university these past 2 years." The following day, after the morning training session, Sun Tieshan returned to the locker room. Antonio remarked, "Hey buddy, you promised us a treat, yet you have yet to take any action." Sun Tieshan chuckled, "Of course I will treat you, but I am not fond of nightclubs. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise." He then turned to Charles Oakley and Vince Carter, saying, "Gentlemen, my contract has now become fully guaranteed, and I need to purchase a house in Toronto. The place I am currently renting is too small. Do you have any good listings?" Charles Oakley replied, "Doug left in a hurry. He has a house in Rose Valley, a detached villa with 6 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms. It also features an indoor basketball court and gym, a media room, and an outdoor swimming pool. The price is quite reasonable, only $2.8 million. That area is renowned as a wealthy neighborhood in Toronto with excellent security. He left the keys with me when he moved. If you are interested in purchasing, I can take you to see it." "Great." Sun Tieshan took a half-day leave to accompany Charles Oakley to Rose Valley, situated in Zone C09, not far from the Raptors training facility. The drive took a little over 20 minutes. The transportation is exceedingly convenient, and the community boasts a pleasant environment with towering ancient trees, babbling brooks, and abundant parks. Doug Christie played here for 5 years. He purchased this residence in 1997 for $2.6 million, and due to his eagerness to sell, the price increase was modest. Upon his first visit, son Tieshan was immediately enamored with the locale. The community boasted an excellent environment, and the training facilities were comprehensive. Although the indoor basketball court was merely half a court, it sufficed for his needs, allowing him to save considerable time by not having to travel to the gym for practices. Charles Oakley placed a call to Doug Christie to discuss the matter. Upon hearing the news, Doug Christie was elated. He spoke with son Tieshan and permitted him to move in first, with the transaction formalities to be completed when Christie arrived in Toronto for an away game. In addition to the house, there was a second-hand car available. Son Tieshan would be receiving his driver's license this week, which would prove convenient and save him from the expense of purchasing a vehicle. Once everything was settled, Charles Oakley handed the keys to son Tieshan and inquired if he would like a ride back, as there was a game that evening. "No need," son replied. "I have someone coming to tidy up the house for the move. I'll take a taxi back later." "No problem," Oakley said. After he departed, son Tieshan called Lynn Chilling. "Sister Chilling, I just acquired a detached villa. Could you come over to see what we need and help procure the items?" "Certainly." Before long, Lynn Chilling arrived at son Tieshan's new residence. "How may I assist you, Mr. Sun?" "Please, Sister Chilling, there's no need for formality. You can call me Tieshan. Let us just be friends in private." "Of course." Son Tieshan continued. "The apartment rented by Sister Chi Ling can be vacated. From now on, you shall reside in the room adjacent to mine." Upon hearing this, Lin Chilling blushed and replied, "All right." Son Tieshan then pointed to another room and said, "This room also needs to be arranged, as my cousin may visit soon. Additionally, the room upstairs requires some decoration. We will soon welcome a new colleague, my personal trainer. The other 2 rooms will serve as guest accommodations. We must procure quality bedding to ensure comfort for future guests. All expenses will be covered by the company account." "All right." Lin Chilling inquired, "Tieshan, should we consider renovating this villa?" "Not for now. I will be here for a maximum of 2 years." With that, son Tieshan handed her a schedule for the Raptors, stating, "This is my schedule. Take a look. Once everything is set up here, I intend to invite my teammates over for a gathering. You will handle the catering arrangements and have them bring the ingredients to prepare the meal. I will make sure everything is in order." With all matters arranged to his satisfaction, son Tieshan hailed a taxi and returned to the gym, accompanied by a striking beauty, which was quite a delight to behold. Son Tieshan was in exceptionally high spirits. That evening, the Raptors faced off against the Celtics at their home arena. After 7 minutes of play, he was called off the bench. On this particular day, son Tieshan's shooting touch was remarkable. Upon entering the game, he received a pass from Mark Jackson and executed a step-back three-pointer. In the subsequent possession, he deftly evaded Antoine Walker's defense, performing a Eurostep and driving into the paint. Confronted by Vitaly Potapenko, he made a powerful layup, converting it into a three-point play. In the first quarter, Sun played for 5 minutes, scoring 8 points. As the second quarter commenced, he took on the role of point guard, scoring 13 points against Randy Brown's defense through a combination of drives and jump shots. By halftime, he had amassed a total of 21 points. At the start of the third quarter, he joined Carter, Mark, and others on the court, though opportunities were limited, resulting in only 6 points for that period. The Celtics were woefully underperforming that day, with Antoine Walker shooting just 5 out of 12, Paul Pierce hitting only 4 out of 14, and starting point guard Randy Brown failing to score on 8 attempts. The Celtics managed a mere 58 points through 3 quarters. The Raptors dominated the game, leading 88-58, rendering the fourth quarter entirely a formality. Head coach Lenny Wilkins allowed Sun Tieshan and Morris Peterson to play through the entirety of the final quarter as the team enjoyed a substantial lead. Sun Tieshan played with utter abandon, as if it were merely a game. In the face of the Celtics bench players, he showcased an array of dazzling skills. Behind-the-back passes, fadeaway jump shots, step-back three-pointers, alley-oop dunks, and acrobatic layups elicited waves of cheers from the audience. The Raptors' home arena transformed into a veritable sea of joy. In the fourth quarter, Sun Tieshan scored 15 points, along with 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 rebound. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the game concluded, and the Raptors triumphed over the Celtics with a resounding victory of 118-79, a margin of 39 points. Sun Tieshan played for 35 minutes and achieved a personal season high in scoring. He completed 14 out of 20 shots, including 6 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and converted 8 out of 9 free throws, amassing a total of 42 points, alongside 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. However, he also recorded 4 turnovers and 2 fouls. The Raptors celebrated a remarkable start with 5 consecutive victories. Chapter 41 Press Conference in the original timeline. The Raptors began the season with 3 consecutive losses, followed by a streak of 4 victories. During the 3 losses, the point differentials between the two teams never exceeded 10 points. Sun Tieshan's joining the Raptors has bestowed upon the team a dependable perimeter scoring threat, effectively compensating for the offensive void left by Tracy McGrady's departure, thereby deterring opposing teams from excessively double-teaming Vince Carter. The Raptors have thus embarked on the most flawless start to a season since their inception in the NBA. Over the course of 5 games, Sun Tieshan has averaged 31.2 minutes on the court, appearing as a substitute in 4 matches and starting in 1. He has made an impressive contribution of 26.2 points, 5.8 rebounds, 7.8 assists, 1.6 steals, and 0.8 blocks per game, alongside averages of 3.6 turnovers and 3.2 fouls. His shooting accuracy stands at 47.5, with a three-point shooting rate of 48 and a free throw percentage of 86.4. Truly remarkable statistics for a burgeoning superstar. Of course, had it not been for the 5th game, where he amassed an astounding 15 points in the final quarter, his average scoring would not have been so extraordinary. Following the match, Sun Tieshan, accompanied by head coach Lenny Wilkens, attended a press conference. The first question was posed by Rachel Nichols from ESPN, who inquired of the coach, "Lenny, with the Raptors leading by 30 points at the end of the 3rd quarter, why did you keep Sun Tieshan on the court?" Lenny Wilkens responded, "Sun Tieshan is merely a rookie, not yet 19 years old. He requires more game experience. As a newcomer, he should be allowed to finish the game. I believe this arrangement is entirely appropriate." Subsequently, a reporter from Huaxia Sports Weekly addressed Sun Tieshan. "Congratulations on an outstanding performance. Having set a new scoring record for the season with 42 points. You possess a multitude of scoring techniques, such as your step-back three-pointer. In your opinion, what areas do you believe require further enhancement?" Sun Tieshan remarked, "While I possess numerous offensive techniques, my experience remains insufficient, as evidenced by the 4 mistakes I made during this match, 3 of which were passing errors. I am still a novice, as Coach Lanny has pointed out, and I require additional game experience. Moreover, my physical stamina is somewhat lacking. However, I have enlisted the assistance of a professional personal trainer who will devise a comprehensive fitness enhancement regimen for me. I am confident that as the season progresses, my performance will improve significantly." In response to a question from Zhao Lei, a reporter from the Tsingtao Daily, he stated, "Mr. Sun, you are the first player in NBA history to achieve 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists in the first 5 games of your rookie season, surpassing Michael Jordan's statistics from his rookie season. Will you be able to maintain this level of performance throughout the season?" Sun Tieshan remarked, "At this moment, I find myself unable to address your inquiry, as I am still a novice. My current style of play remains unfamiliar to my opponents, which renders the achievement of high scores somewhat more attainable. However, once they become acquainted with my techniques, I may face targeted defenses in future matches. It is conceivable that I might encounter the so-called rookie wall, hindering my ability to replicate such statistics during competitions." TNT reporter Chris Haynes then inquired, "Sun Tieshan, your performance on the court undoubtedly qualifies you for a starting position, yet you are currently coming off the bench. Are you content with the team's arrangement?" To which Sun Tieshan replied, "I am exceedingly satisfied with my present circumstances." Sun Tieshan continued, stating that regardless of whether one is a starter or a substitute, a player's contribution towards the team's victory is paramount. "As a rookie, my focus should be on learning and honing my skills on the court rather than concerning myself with such matters. It is akin to appointing a veterinarian as the team doctor, which would not be prudent, for it is not within their expertise. Such a decision could lead to injured players receiving inadequate treatment, potentially jeopardizing their careers. I am a player, not a coach. The responsibility for determining playing time lies with Mr. Lanny. Moreover, I have numerous areas for improvement, particularly as a point guard, where my assist-to-turnover ratio leaves much to be desired. Being on the bench provides me with a more advantageous opportunity to absorb Mark's playing experience." Following the conclusion of the press conference, the players returned to rest. On the morning of November 9th, after our training session. Lin Chiliang called to inform me that the furniture and supplies were all set. The chef from Fengyue Tower would arrive promptly at 5 o'clock that evening with the ingredients. Following the conclusion of our training session, Sun Tieshan invited all the players of the team for a gathering. As Antonio Davidson stepped into the courtyard, he inquired, "Hey, buddy, did you purchase such a large house with the intention of settling down in Toronto? I had never contemplated such matters. We are professional athletes, and this decision is not ours to make." Tieshan's assertion holds true. The team is the one in charge. Our sole responsibility is to focus on playing the game. Charles remarked on your lack of funds, questioning how you could even consider buying a house. Sun Tieshan chuckled, stating, "If money is an issue, I can always secure a loan, especially since my contract has now been converted to a permanent one, providing me with greater security." As for the endorsement deal for sneakers, he had no intention of divulging any information just yet. Jerome Williams interjected, "Tieshan, you should invite some ladies over. It would certainly enhance the atmosphere. I have ample wine and meat, and I even hired the chef from Fengyue Tower, spending a lavish $10,000 on the freshest ingredients. Though I lack the company of ladies. Are you a Puritan?" He added, "No, I prefer not to bring outsiders into my home." At that moment, Lin Chiliang emerged from the room, greeting everyone. Del Curry's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, "Tieshan, is she also from Fengyue Tower?" Sun Tieshan solemnly warned, "This Miss Lin is my friend and also serves as my personal assistant. You, old lecher, should not harbor any ill intentions towards her." As the group entered the room, it felt familiar. After all, Doug Christie was one of their teammates and had previously hosted them at his home. Charles Oakley invited everyone to partake in a game of Texas Hold'em poker. Sun Tieshan, of course, would not dampen the spirits of the gathering. In just over an hour, he effortlessly amassed over $10,000. "Tieshan, your prowess at poker is truly remarkable." Sun Tieshan chuckled, "It is not merely my skill at cards, but rather my remarkable memory. There is no denying it, for the heavens bestow their blessings." Antonio Davis had incurred the greatest losses. Puffing out his cheeks, he declared, "Today, I shall reclaim all that I have lost." Vince Carter replied with a laugh, "That seems quite the challenge. You have lost over $6,000, and it may take a considerable feast to recover." A cascade of exquisite Cantonese delicacies flowed onto the table. Del Curry, indulging in the sumptuous fare, remarked with delight, "This is splendid. I adore authentic Chinese cuisine. It is far superior to the boiled chicken breast I usually consume." Sun Tieshan chuckled, "Indulging occasionally is acceptable, but frequent indulgence is not advisable, as it can lead to an unseemly physique. For us, the staples should consist solely of boiled chicken breast, oats, salmon, and steak." Indeed, you make a valid point. We must exercise restraint over our appetites. As everyone finished their sumptuous meal, Sun Tieshan bid them farewell. The chefs and staff of Fengyue Tower tidied up the restaurant and departed. Lin Chiliang inquired, "Are these all your teammates?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Those with high profiles can earn over $10 million a year, and even the water cooler attendants make $300,000 to $400,000 annually. Not to mention their off-court earnings. Countless second-rate celebrities and models are perpetually drawn to these individuals. One could say the NBA is a veritable arena of fame and fortune." Lin Chiliang remarked with a hint of envy, "These players truly make money with ease." "Do not envy them," was the response. "You will surpass them in wealth one day." Most of these players squander their fortunes without restraint, lacking saving habits and financial acumen. Many find themselves bankrupt within a few years of retirement. Sun Tieshan trained for over an hour and practiced boxing before retiring for the night. Chapter 42. Future plans. The following morning, upon rising, he received a call from Palinka, informing him that Nike had agreed to the terms proposed by Sun Tieshan. Additionally, a delegation led by Delphina, an executive from Louis Vuitton, had arrived in Toronto. That morning, Sun Tieshan, accompanied by his personal secretary Lin Chiliang and Palinka, met with Delphina and her team, and they shared a meal together at noon. In the afternoon, a signing ceremony took place between Louis Vuitton and Tianyu Capital, representing Sun Tieshan. The agreement encompassed not only a watch collection but also belts, men's fragrances, luggage, formal and casual attire, as well as leather shoes. With this arrangement, Sun Tieshan would no longer need to spend money on clothing, as all his daily garments were to be supplied by Louis Vuitton. Furthermore, the brand thoughtfully prepared a watch valued at an impressive $100,000 as a gift for him to present to others. In the evening, a meeting was convened with Palinka, Greg Abel, president of Tianyu Capital, COO John Nolan, CFO Joy Covey, and son Tieshan, along with his personal assistant Lin Chiliang. Greg and Joy had been performing commendably, having secured a bank willing to provide a financing loan of $50 million over 5 years. They awaited the finalization of the contract with Nike to facilitate the immediate disbursement of funds. Son Tieshan was exceedingly delighted upon hearing this. The group deliberated carefully before dispersing. Upon returning home, son Tieshan summoned Lin Chiliang and said, "Sister Chiliang, I require your assistance with a matter." "What is it?" "Please, do tell." Son Tieshan stated, "Tomorrow, procure a computer of the highest performance. I require the establishment of a database that compiles information on all internet enterprises related to both China and the United States. Create a directory that is as detailed as possible. This is of paramount importance for the future development of our company." "Very well, I shall attend to this matter." Son Tieshan remarked that they only require information obtainable from public channels, without the need for particularly confidential matters, including those pertaining to already listed internet enterprises. This would be the focal point of future endeavors. "I understood." That evening, son Tieshan's guardian, Li Ailin, also arrived. Lin Chiliang drove to bring son Tieshan's cousin, Li Ailin, to the house, where the three of them shared a meal together. Once in son Tieshan's room, Li Ailin closed the door and inquired, "What are your specific plans regarding the investment company? Please share your thoughts." Son Tieshan stated, "I have now established a private fund along with 3 companies. Tomorrow, I shall sign an endorsement agreement with Nike, which will serve as collateral for a loan of $50 million from UBS, to be invested in rock-solid investment management company. With the bursting of the internet bubble, numerous high-quality internet companies are now available, presenting a veritable treasure trove. This marks an opportune moment for counter-cyclical investment. I have meticulously selected several companies that exhibit significant growth potential. I would like to invite my cousin to assume the role of CEO at rock-solid investment management company, primarily to oversee negotiations for equity acquisition and to supervise the utilization of investment funds." Son Tieshan, upon reaching this point, shifted his tone and stated, "Of course. As the CEO of Panshur Investment Management Company, my cousin is responsible for team formation, and I shall allocate 10 of the shares to her. Tianyu Capital will solely act as the major shareholder, entrusted with the final vetting of selected investment targets. Beyond the companies I have chosen, any investment exceeding 500,000 USD must receive my approval. My cousin will lead the company's employees in the examination, negotiation, and investment matters concerning these firms." Son Tieshan is acutely aware of his limitations. While he can offer ideas, his managerial skills leave much to be desired. Even with a second chance at life, he has yet to illuminate this particular talent. Li Ailin furrowed her brow, questioning, "If I cannot independently select the companies for investment, then what purpose do I serve?" "Dear sister," he replied, "you must understand that in the realm of business investments, having a discerning eye is paramount. One's judgments must be both precise and swift. Once we reach a decision, we must commit wholeheartedly, striving to accomplish our objectives in the shortest possible time. I trust that you have confidence in my judgment. Yet that alone is insufficient. It is essential to couple my vision with your decisive action. Together, we form a perfect synergy. At your company in New York, you were merely an employee. Now, as a shareholder, you work for yourself, which presents an entirely different dynamic." Li Ailin pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Which company do you intend to invest in initially?" Son Tieshan felt it necessary to confide in his cousin, stating that in July of this year, Hong Kong Telecommunications and IDG each invested $2 million, acquiring a 20% stake in a Shenzhen-based company named Feishuan Instant Messaging. He holds a favorable outlook on this enterprise, noting their rapid user growth. However, they lack corresponding monetization channels. He possesses a feasible plan to assist them in converting traffic into revenue. His intention is to purchase the entire stake held by Hong Kong Telecommunications and IDG. The sooner this transaction is completed, the better, to prevent any external interference. He aims to finalize this matter by mid-December and has already prepared the necessary funds. What remains is to identify a suitable candidate. But he is aware that time is of the essence, and he does not feel comfortable entrusting this to others. He estimates that the 40% stake can be acquired for no more than $25 million. Should any members of the founding team wish to sell their shares, he is open to acquiring additional stakes, but they will not exceed 50%. His involvement would be strictly as a financial investor, providing advisory support without engaging in operational management. Furthermore, he plans to acquire the entire equity of two gaming development companies, Yatwoshi and Umedia, based in South Korea. These companies are currently developing two online games, Millennium and Legend, which he believes hold significant potential in the Chinese market. Their collaboration with Tieshan could prove mutually beneficial, as they would handle domestic distribution. This partnership is likely to create substantial value for the company. Additionally, he has a keen interest in a Beijing-based internet company named Baidu, specializing in search engines. Established in 1999, its founder, also surnamed Li, possesses experience in Silicon Valley. Sun Tieshan was acutely aware that in the latter half of 2001, PCCW and IDG would divest their holdings of 20. If he could finalize this matter before the end of 2000, not only could he preemptively secure the acquisition, but he could also save a considerable sum. For the aforementioned companies, a 4-month investment yielding a 4-fold return was entirely acceptable. Should the acquisition prove successful, the resulting profits could potentially multiply into the thousands in the future. Moreover, the two games from the aforementioned companies could become substantial cash cows, propelling the company towards rapid growth and expansion. Sun Tieshan elaborated on his plans, stating that these involved investments exceeding $10 million. He felt reassured with his cousin overseeing the matter. Once Panshur Capital flourished, his cousin could emerge as one of the most influential women globally. Li Eileen inquired whether Panshur Capital would engage in other investments aside from these few companies. Progress must be gradual. The initial plan of $50 million is merely my first step. I will successively secure several endorsements, and additional funds will flow in. Money should not remain idle in the company's accounts. I will persistently seek financing for Panshur Capital, with subsequent investments not falling short of $100 million. After careful consideration, Li Eileen agreed to assume the role of CEO at Panshur Investment Management Company. The parties settled on an annual salary of $500,000 for Li Eileen, in addition to granting her a 10% stake in Panshur Investment and an additional 2% as an options reward for the future management team of Tianyu Capital. Sun Tieshan observed with clarity. Although he possessed foresight, he alone could not stir significant changes. To expand the venture sufficiently, it was imperative to unite everyone, thereby securing more substantial rewards. Moreover, Li Eileen, earning a salary exceeding $1 million at that firm in New York, would find her compensation diminished here. Thus, equity must be offered rather than options. At this moment, Li Eileen raised an eyebrow and inquisitively asked, "Is that Miss Lin your girlfriend?" "She is my secretary. Proficient in 3 languages, a graduate student from the University of Toronto, and manages my schedule," he replied. Women are perpetually intrigued by gossip. Li Eileen, skeptical of his assertion that their relationship was purely professional, smirked playfully. "My little cousin has grown up and learned to hide his treasures." Chapter 43. Sensation. The following morning, Sun Tieshan, accompanied by his personal secretary Lin Chiliang, arrived at the office of Tianyu Capital. Together with President Greg Abel and Palinka, they deliberated on which contracts to sign. Greg remarked, "Mr. Sun, I believe it would be prudent for you to first enter into an agreement with the international group. Although they may not offer you a single cent in endorsement fees, they can provide you with a lifetime accidental death and dismemberment insurance policy valued at $1 billion, along with a seasoned personal bodyguard to ensure your safety around the clock. The expenses for the bodyguard will be borne by the international group. I deem this to be of utmost importance. Beyond the confines of the stadium, he will manage any matters on your behalf, ensuring that you are not subjected to any threats. In simpler terms, you may consider him as a custodian." Joy Covey added, "Of course. Should you require assistance with other events, additional fees will apply. For instance, if you wish to charter a private jet or rent a yacht, or if you need companionship during your outings at night, he can facilitate these arrangements for you. We can assure you that your itinerary and privacy will remain confidential and will not be disclosed to any third parties." Sun Tieshan furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am merely a player. Is it truly necessary?" Palinka, standing nearby, quickly responded, "It is indeed of utmost importance, Tieshan. You must comprehend that while the regular season may seem trivial, the playoffs are an entirely different matter, with a single game potentially involving revenues in the millions. Without substantial backing from major corporations, one could easily become a target. Do not be misled into thinking that all teams are mere lambs. Many team owners within the league possess significant influence. My understanding of this matter far exceeds your own. Consider Michael, who led the Bulls to their first three-peat. His father was tragically murdered by a few petty criminals, a fact I trust you are aware of. Yet, The truth of the situation is far more complex than you might imagine. Well, your assertions have indeed shattered my preconceptions. However, since you all believe I should represent an international conglomerate and accept their offered insurance policy, I have no objections. On that day at 10 in the morning, Tianyu Capital, representing Sun Tieshan, signed a 5-year endorsement contract worth $100 million with Nike, which included $25 million in incentive clauses and an agreement for a minimum of 5 signature sneakers over the 5 years, with Nike retaining the right of first refusal for contract renewal at the same price. To demonstrate their sincerity, Nike's vice president, accompanied by the chief designer, crafted a foot mold for Sun Tieshan, custom making his signature sneakers. After leaving the foot mold, Mark Parker stated, "Mr. Sun, both you and Mr. Carter are Nike ambassadors on the same team, and we plan to design your sneakers as part of the Twin Stars series, utilizing the same air cushion technology and Shoke's technology as Mr. Carter's shoes." What are your thoughts? As a seasoned fan, Sun Tieshan was well aware of Nike's full-length Shoke's technology and air cushion technology. Given Carter's multiple injuries, these technologies were not without their implications. He shook his head and replied, "I appreciate the Shoke's technology for its ability to disperse impact. However, full-length Shoke's is too challenging to manage. I only require half-length Shoke's. Furthermore, the forefoot should not incorporate air cushion technology, as the toes provide essential grip and play a pivotal role in human balance. Sneakers utilizing full-length Shoke's technology are excessively rigid, and I also find air cushion technology difficult to navigate. Neither style of shoe suits me. Additionally, we must enhance the sneaker's breathability and grip to keep the feet dry, while integrating more elements of Chinese culture into the design, such as cloud patterns, the 5 elements, and bagua." Upon hearing this, Nike's chief designer eagerly inquired, "You have researched this as well?" "Not at all." Sun Tieshan provided a rationale, stating, "However, I have trained in Huaxia martial arts, and I am aware of the type of shoes that suit me. This technique is beyond my mastery." "No problem. We shall proceed as you suggest," replied Mark Parker, the vice president of Nike, somewhat concerned for Sun Tieshan's safety. "Mr. Sun, you are now contracted with Nike for 5 years at $100 million, and you have achieved significant fame. You must realize that there are many fervent fans and individuals with prejudiced views. Jealousy may arise, and to safeguard yourself from potential harassment, I advise you to hire a personal bodyguard to ensure your safety and privacy." "You need not worry about this," interjected Polinka. "Mr. Sun will soon sign with an international conglomerate as their spokesperson, which will provide him with a lifetime insurance policy worth up to $1 billion, along with a professionally trained security officer, a retired SEAL Team 6 instructor, as his personal bodyguard to ensure his safety. You can rest assured regarding your security. There will be no issues," Mark Parker expressed with delight upon hearing this. "I am familiar with the international group. They are a global insurance enterprise. I never anticipated Mr. Sun would become their spokesperson." Polinka shrugged with a smile. The international group originated in Huaxia and holds a deep affection for the region. They aspire to extensively develop the Huaxia market. "You are correct. The Huaxia market is vast, and no one would relinquish such an opportunity." In the afternoon, both parties convened a press conference for the official announcement. The following day, newspapers, television stations, and websites across America and Toronto inundated the media with coverage of Sun Tieshan's contract with Nike. ESPN featured a headline article titled "Breaking News. Huaxia's Jordan signs lucrative deal with Nike, emerges as the biggest winner." Sports Illustrated placed Sun Tieshan's story at the forefront, declaring, "Shock. Sun Tieshan signs with Nike for 5 years at $100 million. Major sports media outlets from Fusang, Goryeo, Hong Kong, Taiwan, France, and Germany published reports on the matter. Huaxia Sports Weekly also released an article titled "The Highest Endorsement of the New Millennium: Sun Tieshan's Astounding $100 million 5-year deal." The Yanzhou Evening News reported, Sun Tieshan's contract with Nike is equivalent to 1/3 of Hebei's annual export value. Even the national news broadcast dedicated 15 seconds to the report, encouraging young athletes to venture abroad, promote Huaxia culture, and elevate Huaxia's influence. Renowned TNT journalist Craig Sager interviewed Jordan regarding Sun Tieshan's contract with Nike. Craig Sager inquired, "Michael, are you aware of Sun Tieshan's $100 million contract with Nike?" Jordan replied, "I am aware. I recommended Sun Tieshan to Nike. I have great confidence in his development within the NBA. He resembles me in my youth. Do you consider him your successor?" "No, he is his own person. We share a good relationship, and I have high hopes for him. However, as Tieshan mentioned, he is not a shadow of anyone, nor will he become one. His technical attributes differ from mine. His mid-range shooting and defense do not match my prowess, yet he excels in three-point shooting. Sun Tieshan's 5-year, $100 million contract with Nike has sent shockwaves throughout the sports community. Within a mere day, Pelinka received over 200 calls from companies eager to enlist Sun Tieshan as their spokesperson, including numerous firms from Huaxia. Seizing the moment, Pelinka raised Sun Tieshan's endorsement price. Chapter 44, 13 endorsements. During yesterday's meeting, Sun Tieshan tasked Pelinka with securing 13 endorsement deals by the end of November. Pelinka engaged in relentless negotiations with various companies and was currently on the phone with the director of the Volkswagen marketing department. Listen, Lawrence, my client is inundated with contracts. I am exceedingly busy. My paramount duty each day is to assist my client in declining the flood of endorsement offers. He will only select products from the 13 most influential global corporations and will not entertain additional contracts, particularly those that could tarnish his image. Therefore, you must enhance your offer. Bear in mind, he commands both the North American and Huaxia markets. No sports star can rival my client. Yes, he is a graduate of Columbia, fluent in 6 languages, and his image is unparalleled. I will only wait for your response for one day. Toyota has already proposed a $6 million endorsement fee. If I do not receive a satisfactory offer within a day, we will proceed with Toyota. You will forfeit a tremendous opportunity. Understand that my client epitomizes success and boasts countless fans. He is a household name in Huaxia. Pelinka was an adept negotiator, skillfully leveraging the competition to drive up prices. Certainly, you know that Volkswagen has numerous brands eager for Mr. Sun to represent their products. We will provide you with a satisfactory response by tomorrow. At that moment, Tianyu Capital had secured a loan of $50 million from a Swiss bank, which was deposited into the Rock Investment Management Company. Li Eileen began recruiting talent. Becoming increasingly occupied, she possessed extensive connections in the investment field, eliminating the need for headhunting firms. Mike Mancius also arrived in Toronto, with his salary covered by Tianyu Capital, becoming Sun Tieshan's personal trainer. His compensation was increased by 50%, matching that of Lin Chiliang. With an annual salary of $150,000, quite substantial in the United States. Accompanying Mike was a personal bodyguard named David Paul, who was proficient in Sambo and karate, as well as familiar with helicopters, various vehicles, and firearms. He would ensure Sun Tieshan's safety around the clock. That evening, Pelinka called Sun Tieshan. Tieshan, I am in awe of you. The commotion your 5-year contract has caused is beyond imagination. I have received over 200 calls in a single day, and my phone has not stopped ringing. Your strategy is truly remarkable. In recent years, Huaxia sports stars have not commanded high endorsement deals, but $100 million is sufficient to create a buzz. This is known as the clustering effect. It is no surprise. As the saying goes, a dog biting a man is not news, but a man biting a dog certainly is. Once the buzz is generated, it must be sustained through related media coverage and in-depth exploration. For instance, I am fluent in 6 languages and hold 2 university degrees. Even on the plane, I am self-studying data analysis courses. I will obtain my 3rd diploma after passing my exams in June, and I will continue my education. After every game, I practice for an additional hour, only resting after making 500 shots. These details should be gradually released to enrich my image, shaping me into a well-educated, hardworking, and optimistic individual. As my fame escalates, so too will my endorsement fees. As my agent, you must understand how to package a player. My request for you to select 13 companies stems from my lack of time to attend events and the aim of creating a sense of scarcity. Much like a limited edition product, this will motivate those seeking endorsements to offer more substantial sums. We will only engage with top-tier brands, which are financially robust and will naturally present higher bids, all while reducing our workload. You are correct. I indeed need to learn from you in this regard. The following morning, upon arriving at the gym, Sun Tieshan was surrounded by teammates such as Morris Peterson. Jerome Williams, with envy, remarked, Tieshan, we saw the news. We heard you signed a lucrative contract with Nike. Indeed, I have signed with Nike, Sun Tieshan replied. Antonio Davis chimed in, Tieshan, having signed such a grand contract. It is your duty to treat us. It's tradition. Sun Tieshan chuckled, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the care and support he had received during this period. He presented each of the 14 players with a meticulously crafted fashionable wristwatch, hoping they would take delight in his gifts. From a bag, he produced exquisitely packaged timepieces, each valued at over $3,000. The players were elated, and even Alvin Williams, who regarded him as a rival, joyfully accepted the watch, relishing the fact that it was a complimentary gift, free of charge. Subsequently, Sun Tieshan visited the team's assistant coaches and head coach, bestowing upon them the same elegant watches. Given that the coaches' salaries were modest, amounting to only a few $100,000 annually, their faces lit up with joy upon receiving the gifts. That evening, in a commanding performance, the Raptors triumphed over the visiting Cavaliers with a score of 119-83. Sun Tieshan's playing time increased to 35 minutes, during which he achieved an impressive 10 out of 16 shooting, including 8 out of 12 from three-point range and a perfect 4 out of 4 from the free throw line, contributing 32 points, 6 assists, 6 rebounds, and 1 steal to his team's victory, with only 2 turnovers and 1 foul. One of his passes during the game was particularly outstanding, earning a spot as the top play of the month and being replayed repeatedly by various television stations. Sun Tieshan penetrated the paint, confronting 4 defenders. He leaped into the air, executing a breathtaking 360-degree spin while delivering a no-look pass, assisting Morris Peterson in sinking a three-pointer. Sun Tieshan's dazzling pass left even the master of floorball on the bench, Mark Jackson, bewildered. After the match concluded and the press conference wrapped up, the team embarked on a night journey to Chicago, preparing for a back-to-back clash against the Bulls. The Bulls, known as the league's perennial underperformers, had finished at the bottom of the standings last season. As soon as Sun Tieshan stepped onto the court, the Bulls swingman Ron Artest shadowed him closely, employing an aggressive and targeted defense that seemed as relentless as if he were confronting a personal nemesis. The intensity of his defense was reminiscent of a finals-level contest. "Ron, what are you implying? This is merely a regular season game, not the finals. Do you wish to duel with me?" He might have thought. How is it that a rookie can secure a $20 million endorsement while I am left with only a contract for free sneakers? I must prove that I am superior to you. Perhaps then I could also land a lucrative contract. This individual was truly oblivious, with a uniquely peculiar mindset, completely unaware of why Sun Tieshan was able to command such a substantial deal. Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan immediately engaged with unwavering resolve, exerting himself to the fullest in his confrontation with Artest. However, his stamina waned rapidly, and his shooting touch deteriorated significantly under Artest's relentless defense. In this match, Sun Tieshan made only 4 successful shots out of 14 attempts, including 3 out of 9 from beyond the arc, while converting both of his free throws, totaling 13 points, alongside 5 assists, 4 rebounds, and 1 steal. However, he also committed 4 turnovers and 2 fouls. Since the beginning of the season, his shooting percentage has plummeted below 40 for the first time, with his performance markedly declining. At the conclusion of the game, he bore the marks of battle with several bruises adorning his body. Artest fared no better. Nevertheless, the overall strength of the Raptors significantly surpassed that of the Bulls, culminating in a decisive victory of 103-78. The team, benefiting from a favorable schedule, has achieved a commendable 7-game winning streak. However, the significance of this streak is diminished. Aside from the 76ers, who reached the playoffs last season, the other 6 opponents were decidedly subpar teams. Upon returning to Toronto on November 13th, the team enjoyed a day of respite, with their next game scheduled 4 days later against the formidable Western Conference team, the Trailblazers, serving as a true test for the Raptors. Chapter 45, Player of the Week. Sun Tieshan purchased several bottles of safflower oil and, upon returning home, called out to Mike Mancius, inquiring, "Mike, are you familiar with how to use this?" Mike Mancius, taken aback, replied, "What is this?" Lin Chiliang, standing nearby, interjected, "It's safflower oil. I know how to use it." He and Lin Chiliang had also become quite acquainted. Sun Tieshan remarked, "Last night, while playing against the Bulls, I sustained a few bruises, which have yet to fade. If it's convenient for you, Sister Chiliang, could you assist me with some massage using the red flower oil?" Lin Chiliang blushed and replied, "Of course." Sun Tieshan removed his clothing, exposing his bare torso. Lin Chiliang was taken aback upon noticing the numerous bruises adorning Sun Tieshan's robust physique. "Have you been in a fight?" she inquired. "What fight?" "I encountered a reckless individual. Nothing more than a brute. I faced him on the court for over 30 minutes, though he did not escape unscathed either." Lin Chiliang poured some medicated oil into her palm and began to massage Sun Tieshan. Her technique was remarkably adept. "I didn't realize you possessed such a skill," Chilling, he remarked. With a flush of color on her cheeks, she softly replied, I often sustained injuries while practicing dance, and I always use this remedy. On November 13th, the league announced the best players of the second week. Once again, it was a double honor, as the dynamic duo of the Raptors, Vince Carter and Sun Tieshan, were both selected. In the second week, Sun Tieshan made an average contribution of 29, 6 points, 7, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, 1, 3 steals, 0, 3 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 2, 7 fouls across 3 games, appearing twice during garbage time. Vince Carter, during the same 3 matches, averaged 28, 7 points, 3 assists, 5, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, 1, 7 blocks, 2, 3 turnovers, and 2, 6 fouls. The Raptors triumphed in all 3 contests, with both players earning selections as the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week. Meanwhile, Stephon Marbury of the Nets received a nomination. Marbury's performance was nothing short of explosive, averaging 34, 7 points, 9 assists, 3 rebounds, and 1 steal, yet his team managed only 2 wins and 1 loss, which hindered his selection. This might also be a reason behind Sun Tieshan securing a lucrative contract with Nike. Otherwise, given the statistics of both him and Carter, it would be improbable for them to overshadow Marbury in the race for Player of the Week. The following morning, Mike Mancius approached Sun Tieshan and presented him with a training regimen. Sir, this is the training plan I've devised for you. With a gradual approach, your physical fitness should improve before the playoffs. I discussed this plan with Tim, and he finds it quite feasible. However, you must ensure adequate sleep and maintain a regular diet, avoiding fried foods and those high in fat. No need for such formality. Just call me Tieshan from now on. Sun Tieshan glanced at the training plan, which included aerobic training, strength training, and flexibility exercises. He noticed that there were no additional training sessions scheduled amidst the packed game schedule and away games. He inquired, isn't there a need for extra training? No. You only need to focus on shooting practice, replied Mike Mancius. The fatigue you experience during games is primarily due to all rookies needing an adjustment period to adapt to the NBA. Your physical condition is quite good, and your recovery ability surpasses that of many, especially at your young age. Even without this training regimen, by the end of the season, your stamina will surely improve for the next season. All right, I shall adhere to this training plan, Sun Tieshan decided. In the morning, with Mike's assistance, he engaged in resistance band dribbling drills and shooting practice against defenders to swiftly acclimatize to the intensity of NBA games. In the afternoon, he selected an open space and had Lynn Chilling arrange for the construction of 36 3-meter high wooden poles, each over a foot in diameter, laid over a wooden floor. He would run around the poles daily, practicing ball control and off-ball movements to enhance his dribbling agility. After a full day of training, Lynn Chilling was astonished and exclaimed, Tieshan, do you really need to undergo such intense training every day? Certainly, he responded. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the sharpness of a sword is forged through grinding. If I wish to establish myself in the NBA, I must endure hardships. It's no wonder your physique is so impressive, she remarked. Perhaps I should also engage in some training to maintain my figure. Just as he was about to rest for the evening, he received a call from an unknown number, originating from Huaxia. Sun Tieshan pressed the answer button. May I ask who is calling? A deep, resonant voice filled with magnetism emanated from the phone. It is your father, Sun Igua. Sun Igua continued, Today, your mother and I visited BJ to inspect some properties. This building is designated for bank employees, and a selection of commercial units is available for sale. The quality is quite commendable, and we have secured a mortgage for 15 units, all of which are equipped with elevators. President Fan, upon learning that you are my son, expressed his admiration for you as a fan and graciously provided us with a 10 discount, along with numerous valuable suggestions. I purchased 3 spacious 4-bedroom units of 170 square meters each, while the remaining 12 are approximately 100 square meters, consisting of 2-bedroom layouts. President Fan also generously offered us 15 parking spaces. In total, we have taken out a loan of $7 million, with over $500,000 remaining to allocate towards the repayment of the mortgage. The purchase agreement bears the names of both your mother and myself. Sun Tieshan chuckled and said, Father, you need not worry about repaying the loan. I will arrange for my assistant to transfer your and my mother's salaries each month, within a maximum of 2 years. The loan will be settled in one lump sum. At this point, he shifted his tone and continued, Our family has had to rely on me these past few years. and my younger sister must not be left without funds. Set aside 100,000 for her. She can purchase whatever she desires. If that amount proves insufficient, she can always reach out to me. As for the remaining funds, please consider buying a car, so that you and my mother no longer have to endure the bus commute to work. All right. Son Igwa continued. General Fan intends to promote using your name. He can assist us in renovating the house at no cost. Have you agreed to his proposal? General Fan is quite amiable, offering numerous discounts and even providing a parking space as a gift. Sun Tieshan was aware that the so-called parking spaces at Fenghui Garden merely consisted of painted lines on the ground, with no underground parking facility whatsoever. Moreover, these spaces were included as part of the property purchase. The claim of a 10% discount was even more ludicrous, as discounts were commonplace during that period. Those with solid connections could even secure a blue household registration. Reflecting on this, he decided to caution his father against allowing anyone to exploit familial connections, saying, "Dad, our family is not in need of money at present. Your son has just signed a substantial 5-year contract worth $100 million. Converted to RMB, that amounts to over 800 million. You must refrain from casually agreeing to others' requests. I have an agent, and I have already signed a contract with them. If you agree to someone else's proposal without my consent, it would constitute a breach of contract, resulting in significant penalties. Conversely, if you decline, it may tarnish your reputation. Moreover, if my agent were to pursue the matter seriously, it could lead to a very complicated situation, potentially involving legal proceedings." Sun Igwa spent his entire life as a physical education teacher in high school, never having attained any leadership position, so how could he possibly be aware of such matters? He was taken aback. Are we really expected to pay compensation? Indeed, if things go awry, several million might not suffice, and there is the looming threat of litigation. Should we then simply abandon the matter? Sun Tieshan hurriedly said, "Father, I am merely offering you a heads up. I will discuss this matter with my agent. From now on, regardless of who approaches you, please refrain from making hasty commitments. Understood? From now on, I shall not interfere in your affairs. I will provide you with my agent's phone number. Kindly take note of it. Should anyone inquire about me, you can redirect them to him, so as to spare you any discomfort." Sun Tieshan left a message for his father with his agent Palinka and spoke briefly with his mother before hanging up. He has now signed a contract with Nike and is financially secure. The numerous properties he owns, all under his parents' names, generate an annual rental income of around 600,000 to 700,000, providing a basic living assurance for his parents. In a decade or so, he plans to sell these properties for billions, ensuring a comfortable retirement for them. This has long been part of Sun Tieshan's meticulous plan. Subsequently, he called Palinka again, providing a brief overview of his family matters. Palinka, of course, would not quibble over such trivialities, especially considering that Sun Tieshan is now a vital asset to him. The endorsement deal with Nike alone has brought him an income of $9 million, with several more endorsements currently under negotiation. Palinka remarked, "Tieshan, this is merely a trivial matter, particularly in Huaxia. Your family purchasing properties there grants you certain advantages. Promoting your name is quite normal. Even if you disagree, the real estate developers can still capitalize on the situation without any benefit to you, as long as you understand." With a smile, Palinka added, "I completely comprehend." At this juncture, he shifted the conversation. "Tieshan, I have a proposition to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Please proceed," Sun Tieshan replied. "I am considering establishing a management company dedicated to NBA player representation, which would allow me to serve you better. What do you think?" Palinka's desire to form this agency stemmed entirely from the lucrative potential of Sun Tieshan. With such abundant resources, if Sun Tieshan disapproved or withheld his support, Palinka would not risk jeopardizing their profitable relationship. "Oh, this sounds promising. I wholeheartedly support you," Sun Tieshan responded. Palinka, elated, exclaimed, "This will enable me to manage many more affairs." The following day, the team resumed regular training. The Raptors were preparing for 3 consecutive home games, with their next match against the Trail Blazers on November 17th. The current Trail Blazers possess formidable strength, having reached the Western Conference Finals in both the 98-99 and 99-00 seasons, losing once to the Spurs and once to the Lakers. Their star point guard, Damon Stoudemire, was previously the Raptors' leading player. Although Scottie Pippen, the small forward, is now 35, he still showcases considerable skill as a former second-in-command of the Bulls. The power forward, Rasheed Wallace, is at the peak of his prowess, excelling in both offense and defense. Shooting guard Steve Smith, 31 years old and a 1998 All-Star, also possesses significant talent. The blue-collar center, Dale Davis, is known for his fierce defense and strong rebounding skills. Having been the starting center for last season's Eastern Conference champion Pacers and having reached the finals, the bench includes notable players such as the renowned Arvydas Sabonis, Bonzi Wells, and Shawn Kemp. The team boasts 5 stars with salaries exceeding $10 million and 2 others above $6 million, culminating in a total payroll of $87 million, the highest in the league, which is 2.5 times that of the Raptors. Trail Blazers owner Paul Allen is undeniably affluent, aiming to leverage his wealth to secure an NBA championship. In comparison, Clippers owner Steve Ballmer seems like a novice. This game will be broadcast live nationwide by TNT, with Hwaxia Television providing coverage. Although merely a regular season match, Raptors head coach Lenny Wilkens places immense importance on it, thoroughly analyzing the Trail Blazers' key players' tactical characteristics in strategy sessions and conducting targeted training. The media has also extensively reported on this upcoming game. On the evening of November 16th, ESPN's renowned host Mike Breen provided a preview of the Raptors' clash with the Trail Blazers, stating, "This season, the Raptors have welcomed the so-called super dark horse, Sun Tieshan, into their ranks. They have been performing admirably, having achieved a 7-game winning streak. However, of those 7 teams, only the 76ers and the Pistons were playoff teams last season, while the others are relatively weak, particularly the Bulls, who finished at the bottom of the league last season. Although Sun Tieshan has achieved commendable statistics and shared the title of Player of the Week with Vince Carter, his performance lacks persuasiveness, aside from the match against the 76ers. The game against the Trail Blazers will serve as a true test of his abilities." Doris Burke inquired, "Are you suggesting that his statistics do not indicate any real issues?" "Indeed." Mike Breen then remarked, "At this point, we can only assert that Sun Tieshan has fully adapted to the intensity of NBA competition. He is capable of establishing himself as a competent player in the league. However, it is premature to claim he is a superstar rookie on par with Tim Duncan. It is essential to note that Tim Duncan contributed 21 points, 11 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks in his inaugural season, leading his team to the second round of the playoffs, and in his second year, he triumphed over the Knicks to secure the NBA championship. You make a valid point. Let us observe Sun Tieshan's performance in tomorrow's game." The following day, on the day of the match. In the morning, Sun Tieshan engaged in shooting practice at the gym. After a week of relentless training, coupled with daily extra sessions, his step-back three-point shot and Euro step have significantly improved. Particularly, his step-back three-pointer has benefited from a refinement of his previous technique, now reaching an impressive A grade. Both his Euro step and behind-the-back pass have also ascended to a commendable B level. The Raptors have achieved an astonishing 7 consecutive victories since the start of the season, igniting fervor in the basketball market. As a former star of the Raptors, the demand for tickets to the game against the Trail Blazers has surged, making them exceedingly difficult to procure. Outside the arena, scalpers have begun to resell tickets, heightening the anticipation for the match, which is set to commence at 8 p.m. that evening. Sun Tieshan and Vince Carter graciously accepted the Player of the Week trophy presented by the league officials. The 2000-2001 season marked the final year in which the NBA distinguished the Player of the Week and Player of the Month awards for both the Eastern and Western conferences collectively. In the following year, these accolades would be calculated separately, enhancing their prestige. Both Vince Carter and Sun Tieshan, beaming with joy, raised the trophy high above their heads. The enthusiastic crowd erupted in applause and cheers, responding with fervor. Sun Tieshan proclaimed loudly in Chinese to the Chinese spectators attending the match, "This trophy belongs not only to me but also to all of you. Your support is my greatest motivation on the court." The Chinese fans responded with exuberant cheers of encouragement. "Go, go, go." This fervor enveloped Sun Tieshan, making him feel as though he were amidst the grandeur of the bird's nest. Following the warm-up, at 8:30, the match commenced officially. The starting players for the Raptors were center Charles Oakley, power forward Antonio Davis, small forward Vince Carter, shooting guard Alvin Williams, and point guard Mark Jackson. The Trail Blazers starting lineup included center Dale Davis, power forward Rasheed Wallace, small forward Scottie Pippen, shooting guard Steve Smith, and point guard Damon Stoudemire. During this period, the NBA retained its tenacious style of play. Both teams struggled initially with their shooting accuracy, the sound of clanking iron reverberating throughout the arena. After 7 minutes of play in the first quarter, the score stood tied at 12. TNT's commentator Charles Barkley remarked, The Trailblazers possess formidable defensive prowess, particularly Rasheed Wallace, whose agility allows him to cover the three-point line effectively. Coupled with the defensive skills of Scottie and Dale, their interior defense is impenetrable. Oakley managed only one basket out of 4 attempts, while Antonio Davis failed to score on 3 attempts. Fortunately, Vince Carter shone brightly, converting 3 of 5 shots and sinking both of his free throw attempts, tallying 8 points. At this juncture, the Raptors called for a timeout. Tieshan is about to take the court. Let us observe who he will replace. His partner, Kenny Smith, remarked that coach Lenny Wilkes is making extensive substitutions, taking out Antonio Davis, Mark Jackson, and Alvin Williams. In their stead, Tieshan, Morris Peterson, and Reggie Evans will enter the game. The Trailblazers have opted not to make any substitutions. Antonio Davis has struggled in this match, having missed 3 consecutive shots. Reggie has been performing commendably during this 7-game winning streak, boasting a 3-point shooting percentage of 38. His synergy with Tieshan at the top of the arc has become a staple tactic for the Raptors. You are correct, while Reggie's post-up skills may be modest, his shot-blocking ability is commendable, and his 3-point shooting is quite impressive. Averaging 3.5 3-point attempts per game, he successfully nets 1.3 of them when left unguarded. His shooting percentage soars to an astonishing 60, as few dare to challenge him. However, standing at an imposing 7 feet 1 inch, he should venture into the paint. He ought not to shy away from the physicality of the interior, especially given his proficiency in mid-range shooting. He cannot remain perpetually on the perimeter. The paint is where a player of his stature truly belongs. As Tieshan entered the arena, he confronted Damon Stoudemire, employing his size advantage. With a swift dribble and a deft change of direction, he effortlessly maneuvered past Stoudemire's defense, reaching the top of the arc, before he could release a 3-point shot. Scottie Pippen had already arrived to provide assistance on defense. As soon as Tieshan noticed Vince Carter was unguarded, he swiftly passed the ball to him. Vince Carter, having just missed a 3-pointer, did not hesitate in the slightest when faced with the wide-open opportunity, and he took the shot from the 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Tieshan surged directly towards the free throw line, ready to seize the rebound should Vince Carter's 3-point attempt go awry. The basketball carved a perfect arc through the air, swishing elegantly into the net. The Raptors' DJ exuberantly announced, number 15, Vince Carter, has successfully made a 3-pointer, assisted by number 58, Tieshan. Chapter 47, Raptors vs. Trailblazers 2. The agile Damon Stoudemire dribbled the ball into the front court, with Tieshan stepping up to defend. Stoudemire's speed was remarkable, and his ball handling skills were impeccable. Despite Tieshan's height and long reach, Stoudemire skillfully maneuvered, accelerating past him and penetrating into the paint. Tieshan lagged half a body length behind, yet he raised his large hand, determined to maintain his imposing presence over his opponent, showing no signs of discouragement. Meanwhile, Stoudemire executed a bounce pass, delivering the basketball to Rasheed Wallace. With a swift extension of his arm, Wallace executed a jump shot, successfully sinking the ball into the hoop. The Raptors held a narrow lead of just 1 point, with the score standing at 14-15. Tieshan, confronted by Stoudemire's relentless harassment, dribbled into the front court. With a feint step and a behind-the-back dribble, he executed a sweeping change of direction, skillfully protecting the ball as he maneuvered past Stoudemire and penetrated inside the 3-point line. This time, Scottie Pippen did not step up to provide support. Tieshan swiftly executed a Eurostep, covering an impressive distance with each stride, and in an instant reached the left elbow area. Before Rasheed Wallace could provide defensive support, he came to a sudden halt and executed a jump shot, successfully sinking the ball. In the subsequent possession, Rasheed Wallace's shot fell short. Vince Carter seized the defensive rebound and swiftly dribbled to the front court, deftly evading Scottie Pippen's defense and drawing the opposing center, Dale Davis, out of position, thus assisting Charles Oakley in scoring a 2-point basket. With the score at 14-19, the Raptors held a 5-point lead. In the following minute, both teams struggled with their shooting. The agile Stoudemire received an assist from Pippen and successfully converted a 2-point shot. Tieshan, akin to a bulldozer, carried the basketball forward with the agility of a flying squirrel, the latter being too light to impede his advance. Upon reaching the front court, Sun engaged in off-ball movement, delivering the ball to Vince Carter. In the presence of Peja Stojakovic, Vince found no opportunity and subsequently passed the ball back. Confronted by Damon Stoudemire, Sun executed a feint followed by a swift dribble, causing Stoudemire to lunge desperately to the right. Tieshan abruptly pulled the ball back, stepping away to take a three-point shot. The basketball struck the inner rim, spun twice, and then fell gracefully through the net. In 3 minutes, the Raptors unleashed a scoring surge of 10-4, leading the Trail Blazers by 6 points with a score of 22-16. Tieshan made 2 successful shots within 3 minutes, contributing 5 points and 1 assist, showcasing a commendable performance. The Trail Blazers called for a timeout, substituting Damon Stoudemire and Dale Davis for Bonzi Wells and Arvydas Sabonis. The Raptors also replaced Charles Oakley with Antonio Davis. Upon witnessing Sabonis remove his jacket, Tieshan remarked to the coach, "Coach, they have brought forth the pinnacle of the world. We must transition to a fast-paced game. Otherwise, with Sabonis stationed beneath the basket and Rashid's defense extending to the three-point line, scoring will prove exceedingly challenging." Coach Lenny Wilkins nodded in agreement, stating, "You are indeed correct. We must adopt a running strategy against Sabonis, adhering to the number 5 tactic." "Yes, coach," came the response. As the timeout concluded, the players took to the court once more. The Trail Blazers executed an inbounds pass, while the Raptors maintained an exceptionally tight defense, searching for opportunities beyond the arc. Suddenly, Bonzi Wells surged forward, driving into the paint against Morris Peterson. He passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace, who executed a straight-arm jump shot. Vince Carter leaped from the side to block the shot, resulting in a foul. Rasheed Wallace converted one of his 2 free throws. Morris Peterson swiftly initiated the play, with Tieshan receiving the ball and executing a long pass to the penetrating Vince Carter just inside the three-point line. Vince Carter caught the ball and completed a layup with a 3-step approach. Steve Smith's shot missed the mark, allowing Tieshan to secure the defensive rebound. All 5 Raptors players sprinted down the court, eager to advance the fast break. "The fast break is not aggressive enough. There seems to be a lapse in judgment," remarked Bonzi Wells as he moved to guard. As Tieshan progressed, he executed a direct pass to Vince Carter on the right flank, making a decisive cut toward the three-point line. Scottie Pippen, panting in position 3 meters away from Carter, shouted, "Bunchy, stop him." Bunchy Wells hurriedly sprinted to impede Vince Carter. Just as Carter entered the three-point arc, he was intercepted by Wells. "Tieshan, catch the ball." Vince Carter pushed the ball with both hands to Tieshan, who had just crossed the free throw line. In a spectacular display, Vince Carter leaped into the air, catching the ball and executing a powerful 2-handed dunk. The resounding thud echoed as the backboard trembled. This airborne connection resulted in a successful basket, igniting an exhilarating cheer from the audience. "Quick shooter, quick shooter, quick shooter." Meanwhile, Arvydas Sabonis of the Trail Blazers trudged heavily, still yet to cross half court. The Raptors led 24-17, a 7-point advantage. In the studio of Hwaxia Television, Zhang Heli slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "That was an incredible play by Tieshan. An alley-oop dunk. I can hardly believe his jumping ability is so exceptional." Carter's pass was exquisite. Tieshan's catch and dunk were seamless. It was absolutely thrilling, definitely a top 10 play. Su Jiqing added, "Little son, this month has already seen 2 of your plays selected for the top 10. One was a windmill dunk through the legs after catching a rebound, and the other was a 360-degree behind-the-back assist while driving to the basket. Each was remarkably executed. This dunk is no exception, a 1-meter alley-oop just inside the free throw line." Zhang Heli remarked, "Mr. Su is right. This play was exceptionally well coordinated. His synergy with Vince Carter was fluid, a pleasure to behold." In the locker room of the Shanghai Sharks, there was an outburst of astonishment. Lu Wei exclaimed, "Wow, Tieshan's dunk was absolutely explosive. His athleticism is off the charts. If he participates in the Sydney Olympics this year, we might advance several places. Making it out of the group stage is not out of the question." A nearby player chimed in, "That's uncertain. I've seen reports on him. In NCAA games, he performed not as well as South Steel's Lau Hu. He is slender and lacks defensive prowess." Reports indicated that this summer he trained for 6 months in Chicago with Michael Jordan's personal trainer, Tim, focusing on muscle gain and weight, resulting in his current physique. However, his performance is indeed commendable. A tall, lanky player nearby clenched his fist while watching the game. The Trail Blazers substituted Stoudemire. As the first quarter concluded, Tieshan grabbed another defensive rebound. In just 5 minutes on the court, he achieved 3 successful shots, contributing 7 points, 3 assists, and 2 rebounds, an impressively high efficiency. The Raptors concluded the first quarter leading 27-21, a 6-point margin. As the second quarter commenced, the Raptors replaced Vince Carter with Jerome Williams, while Morris Peterson shifted to shooting guard. The Trail Blazers also substituted Rasheed Wallace, Steve Smith, and Scottie Pippen for Damon Stoudemire. Shawn Kemp, and Stacey Augmon. The Raptors prepared to inbound the ball. Sun Tieshan charged into the front court, bearing the weight of Damon Stoudemire upon his shoulders. With a single hand grasping the ball, he executed a feigned pass, momentarily distracting Damon. In that fleeting instant, he retreated and unleashed a three-point shot with elegance and grace. Although the diminutive Stoudemire possessed remarkable leaping ability, standing at a mere 1.78 meters, he could offer no effective defense against Sun Tieshan's retreating three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, swishing smoothly through the net. Sun Tieshan fell to the ground, forming an OK gesture, and glanced playfully towards the left and right stands. The fans in attendance erupted in a chorus of cheers. Quick shooter, quick shooter, quick shooter. Chapter 48, Raptors vs. Trailblazers. 3. Bonzi Wells attempted a two-pointer but missed. Antonio Davis secured the defensive rebound and passed it to Morris Peterson. Peterson swiftly advanced with the ball, initiating a fast break. The Raptors' 5 players rushed down the court. Bonzi Wells hurriedly moved to switch defenses, and Peterson, with a deft flick of his wrist, passed the ball to Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan received the ball and, as he approached the three-point line, Stetson Augmon stepped forward to block him. Jerome has received the pass. As Sun Tieshan witnessed Jerome penetrate the restricted area, he let out a resounding shout and swiftly passed the ball to Jerome Williams. Jerome Williams executed a layup, successfully scoring the basket. The score stood at 21-32, with the Raptors leading by 11 points. Subsequently, Damon Stoudemire delivered an assist, enabling Arvydas Sabonis to sink a mid-range jumper, adding 2 more points. This player was exceptionally tall and possessed remarkable shooting skills, rendering him incredibly difficult to defend against. Sun Tieshan was reminded of another Yao Ming. The Raptors prepared to inbound the ball. Sun Tieshan advanced the ball into the front court, signaling for Raef LaFrentz to move to the top of the arc. Shawn Kemp followed closely behind. Sun Tieshan received a handoff pass from LaFrentz, deftly evading Bonzi Wells as he penetrated into the paint. Although only 31 years old, Shawn Kemp had grown complacent since securing a lucrative contract with the Cavaliers, succumbing to laziness and indulgence, resulting in a complete transformation of his physique. His speed had diminished significantly, reminiscent of a lumbering tractor. LaFrentz maneuvered past Kemp and continued his descent towards the basket. Sun Tieshan danced with fluidity, reminiscent of a serpent, exhibiting an extraordinary grace. While Bonzi Wells missed his target twice, Sun Tieshan suddenly surged into the paint from the right flank, leaping into the air. Sabonis, attempting to block the shot, elevated only half an inch. Sun Tieshan, with a single hand on the ball, deftly maneuvered behind his back, flicking his wrist to elegantly toss the ball towards the left front. Lavrinovic, soaring in midair, caught the ball and emphatically dunked it into the hoop. The atmosphere in the basketball arena reached a fever pitch, with the crowd erupting in unison. The cheers reverberated, and the large screen repeatedly showcased the moment of Sun Tieshan's brilliant assist. Quick shooter, quick shooter, quick shooter. The cacophony reached a deafening crescendo, as this singular play propelled the entire audience into a state of exhilaration. As Sun Tieshan touched down, Lavrentz cast a resentful glance at him, resembling a wronged little wife. It was undeniably my rebound. They ought to call for a rebound. Sun Tieshan patted Rafflance on the shoulder and said, "My friend, do not overthink it. After all, you scored 2 points and gathered the statistics." In the studio of Huaxia Television, Zhang Heli spoke with fervor. Tieshan's pass was exquisite, brimming with creativity. A true delight to behold. Indeed, it was a splendid pass. Su Jiqing nodded in agreement and continued, "The 1996 Olympic Games represented the pinnacle for our men's basketball team. Having reached the quarterfinals, our quick and agile style became our hallmark. Unfortunately, Hu Weidong and his contemporaries have aged. However, our interior players have now matured. Yet, we face a transitional phase on the perimeter. If Sun Tieshan could join the national team, we might achieve greater success in the 2004 Olympics." Following this, Bonzi Wells attempted a shot but missed. Raef LaFrentz secured the defensive rebound and passed it to Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan advanced the ball into the offensive zone, where Lavrinovic set a screen at the arc. Sun Tieshan once again penetrated the lane, and Stetson Augmon promptly provided defensive support. Sun Tieshan directly passed the ball to Peterson, whose three-point attempt went awry. Sabonis and Antonio Davidson leaped together, seemingly vying for the rebound. At that moment, Sun Tieshan surged in from the elbow area, leaping gracefully. He placed one hand on Antonio's shoulder while using the other to deftly dunk the ball over Sabonis into the hoop. The score now stood at 23-36. Sun Tieshan executed a stunning dunk over 2 opponents, igniting a thunderous applause throughout the arena. The large screen repeatedly showcased the moment when Sun Tieshan soared above Sabonis for the remarkable dunk. As he touched down, Antonio's face turned a shade of green with disbelief. Sun Tieshan noticed his discontent and approached him, giving a light pat on the back. With a grin, he remarked, "Buddy, just now we collaborated to soar over the roof of the world." Antonio Davidson's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and he instantly replied with a smile, "You're absolutely right. Together we indeed eclipse the pinnacle of the earth." Generally, African Americans tend to be straightforward. Their thought process is unembellished. Within the first 2 minutes of the second quarter, the Raptors launched a surge, scoring a quick 9-2 run and leading the Trailblazers by 13 points. The Trailblazers promptly called for a lengthy timeout. TNT commentator Charles Barkley, visibly astounded, exclaimed, "Oh, this is unbelievable. Sun Tieshan just dunked over 2 players, including the towering Sabonis. This play is undoubtedly a candidate for the top 10 highlights. His performance is simply breathtaking." Kenny Smith chuckled, adding, "Sun Tieshan is playing with great enthusiasm today, already contributing 3 remarkable plays, each more dazzling than the last. Is he aiming to sweep this month's top 10 highlights?" Indeed. Each of his shots was nothing short of spectacular. Shifting the conversation, Charles Barkley continued, "I must say, since Sun Tieshan took to the court, the Raptors' offense has been exceedingly fluid. His ability to draw defenders is remarkable, and his scoring prowess is significantly underestimated. In just 7 minutes of play, he has already amassed 12 points without any free throws, currently shooting 2 for 3 from beyond the arc, and 5 successful field goals out of 6 attempts, truly efficient." For the Trailblazers to claim victory in this match, they must devise a strategy to contain Sun Tieshan. His movement is exceptionally agile, his passing is commendable, and his three-point shooting is precise, making him a challenging player to defend against. Double team. Well, Charles, are you serious? Sun Tieshan is merely a rookie? Someone interjected. Who says rookies cannot be double-teamed? Michael Jordan averaged 28 points in his first season. If not double-teamed, who could possibly contain him? The Trailblazers head coach substituted Sean Kemp for Rasheed Wallace, simultaneously bolstering their perimeter defense, assigning Bonzi Wells to shadow Sun Tieshan closely, thereby intensifying the defensive pressure on him. The Raptors were performing admirably in the second quarter, and head coach Lenny Wilkins opted not to make any substitutions. Subsequently, Rasheed Wallace missed a 2-pointer, and Sun Tieshan's 3-point attempt fell short. For nearly a minute, neither team scored. The Raptors replaced Jerome Williams with Vince Carter. Stoudemire received a pass from Sabonis and successfully made a 2-point shot. Sun Tieshan advanced the ball to the front court, skillfully maneuvering past the defense of Bonzi Wells and penetrating to the free throw line. Confronted by the double team of Rasheed and Bonzi, he distributed the ball to Vince Carter, who promptly retreated beyond the 3-point line in accordance with the tactical directive. Vince Carter's shot, however, clanged off the rim. Antonio Davis seized the offensive rebound and passed it to the perimeter, where Sun Tieshan received the ball and sank a 3-pointer. Subsequently, both teams struggled to find the basket. Sabonis delivered a formidable block, while Antonio Davis's 2-point attempt failed to find its mark. In the ensuing chaos beneath the basket, the ball was knocked out of bounds. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling possession to the front court. Upon seeing this, the furious Tienzuan erupted in discontent, vociferously protesting to the referee. "That ball was last touched by the Raptors. This is a misjudgment." At this juncture, with the Raptors holding a substantial lead, the referee chose not to engage with him further. Sun Tieshan executed an out-of-bounds pass to Vince Carter, who then penetrated the paint, confronting Wallace's defense before passing to Antonio Davis. However, Davis, in a fit of frustration, missed yet another shot, failing to score. Stoudemire seized the defensive rebound, and with a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "The basketball does not lie. It is rightfully our possession." At that moment, the Trailblazers called for a timeout. TNT commentator Charles Barkley remarked, "Antonio's execution is far too rough. He has missed 5 shots under the basket this game. He's as soft as Shaquille's grandmother in the face of Rasheed's defense. He squandered a fine opportunity created by Vince. Even if I were to step onto the court now, I would perform better than him." Kenny Smith responded, "The Raptors have indeed shown promise this season with a well-balanced roster, yet they do lack depth in the paint. If they aspire to claim a championship ring, perhaps a return to the court could be beneficial." Upon hearing this, Barkley's eyes rolled in disbelief. Chapter 49, Raptors vs. Trailblazers, end. Although lacking a championship ring, it remains a lifelong regret for Barkley. As the timeout concluded, the Raptors substituted Peterson for Mark Jackson, while the Trailblazers reinstated their entire starting lineup. The Trailblazers commenced their offensive play, but Sun Tieshan committed a foul against Stoudemire during the defensive exchange. Sun Tieshan remarked about Vince Carter, saying, "This fellow is incredibly swift, akin to a large rodent. It is utterly impossible to defend against him." Indeed, the NBA has aptly assigned him his nickname. Carter replied, "You cannot restrict him on every single offensive play. Even Michael could not achieve that, so there is no need for concern." Stoudemire steps to the free throw line to take his shot. Sun Tieshan exclaimed, "Little flying mouse, I wager $100 that you will miss your first free throw." Humph. As expected, Stoudemire indeed clanked his first attempt. What a disappointment. Vince Carter and Anthony Davis burst into laughter. Stoudemire dribbled the ball, made an adjustment, and successfully sank his second free throw. Mark Jackson brought the ball up the court while Sun Tieshan lingered in the corner, smoking and beginning his off-ball movement. 10 minutes had elapsed in the second quarter. Sun Tieshan and rival friends were substituted together, and ultimately, the Raptors concluded the first half with a 9-point lead over the Trailblazers, standing at 50-41. Sun Tieshan played for 15 minutes, during which he remarkably scored 18 points with 7 successful shots out of 10 attempts, including 4 out of 7 from beyond the arc. He also contributed 6 assists, 4 rebounds, 1 turnover, and 1 foul. As the second half commenced, both teams continued their struggles with accuracy. Fortunately, Vince Carter found his rhythm, shooting 5 out of 7 in the quarter, which included 2 3-pointers, and he converted both of his free throw attempts, efficiently adding 14 points to the scoreboard. Although Sun Tieshan's efficiency did not match that of the first half, he played for 8 minutes, contributing 8 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound. However, he also committed 2 turnovers and 2 fouls before being substituted for a rest. The other 7 players failed to score, going a dismal 0 for 8 in their attempts, thus squandering several brilliant passes from him and Carter. During this quarter, the Trailblazers also struggled with their shooting, managing to score only 19 points, allowing the Raptors to maintain a 12-point lead as they entered the fourth quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, with 7 minutes remaining, Sun Tieshan finally returned to the court. At that moment, the Trailblazers had narrowed the gap by 4 points, yet the Raptors still held an 8-point lead, which was far from secure. Sun Tieshan's physical condition has improved somewhat. Shortly after entering the game, he made a 3-pointer, extending the lead to 11 points. However, he soon found himself being relentlessly pursued by Bonzi Wells. Although the Trailblazers' defense was formidable, their shooting accuracy was mediocre today. Ultimately, the Raptors triumphed over the Trailblazers with a score of 96-87, achieving an impressive 8-game winning streak. After the game, TNT commentator Charles Barkley took a glance at the statistics handed to him backstage. He expressed his astonishment. Throughout the game, Sun Tieshan shot 10 out of 19, including 7 out of 12 from beyond the arc, and made both of his free throws. He contributed 29 points, 9 assists, 5 rebounds, along with 3 turnovers and 4 fouls, showcasing nearly a double-double against the Trailblazers. Vince Carter had an even better performance, shooting 14 out of 27 and making 6 out of 7 free throws, amassing 37 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 block, 1 turnover, and 2 fouls. Aside from these two, no other Raptors player managed to score in double digits. The backcourt duo of the Raptors proved overwhelmingly powerful. Together, Vince Carter and Sun Tieshan combined for 66 points, 15 rebounds, and 16 assists. The remaining 7 players attempted 38 shots but only succeeded in making 12, totaling 28 points, which paled in comparison to the rookie Sun Tieshan's individual scoring. It was truly remarkable. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, adding that Raptors' second-in-command, Antonio Davis, failed to score on 10 attempts under the fierce defensive Yao Ming, managing only a single point from free throws, alongside 2 assists, 12 rebounds, and 1 block, rendering him a complete liability on offense. He should refrain from frequently demanding the ball and focus on fulfilling his responsibilities as a blue-collar player. Mark Jackson had an unimpressive performance against the diminutive Allen Iverson, missing all 3 of his shots, contributing only 5 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers, without scoring. It is no wonder that Sun Tieshan faced significant challenges in the second half, considering his high shooting percentage in the first half, where he scored 18 points on 7 out of 10 shooting. In the second half, he managed only 3 out of 9, with 11 points from 2 successful free throws. Both he and Vince were subjected to intense defensive pressure in the latter half. Charles Barkley turned to ask, Sun Tieshan performed quite well. If he continues to come off the bench, the award for this season's best sixth man will be a foregone conclusion, don't you think, Kenny? That's certainly the case. Kenny Smith replied, The Raptors have been fortunate. When Tracy McGrady departed for Orlando, everyone believed the Raptors would struggle to make the playoffs this season. Yet, Tieshan's performance is hardly inferior to McGrady's. While his coming off the bench contributes to this, his scoring ability is indeed formidable and his defense is commendable, above average. The Raptors are destined to rise this season. Vince also played exceptionally well. The backcourt duo of him and Son Tieshan is on par with last season, if not better. And Son's high shooting percentage from long range creates space for Vince on the court. They complement each other remarkably well. Vince Carter is aware of the struggles he faces. Son Tieshan's contract with Nike has transformed him from the premier figure of the brand to a secondary role. Should he continue to languish in effort, even his position as the leader of the team may be jeopardized. He ardently battles for rebounds, assists, and points, yearning for a triple-double. Alas, his teammates falter, squandering numerous brilliant passes he has provided. As the second half unfolds, when he begins to pass to Son Tieshan, the latter faces relentless double teams, leading to a significant decline in his stamina and efficiency. The aspiration for a triple-double dwindles to a mere double-double, a substantial depreciation. After returning to the locker room, showering, and changing clothes, Son Tieshan, accompanied by Vince Carter, proceeds to the press conference. A TNT reporter inquires, "Son Tieshan, what are your reflections on the game against the Trailblazers?" Son Tieshan remarked, "The prowess of the Trailblazers is formidable. Banshee Wells sprinted across the court alongside me, preventing me from seizing many opportunities in the second half. His stamina is truly enviable." An ESPN reporter inquired, "The team's starting player, Alvin Williams, played only 16 minutes while you took to the court for 31. In terms of scoring efficiency and individual capability, you surpass him. Yet, he starts while you are relegated to the bench. Do you find this situation fair?" In the face of the ESPN reporter's provocation, Son Tieshan chuckled, stating that as long as it contributes to the team's victory, he does not mind whether he is a starter or a substitute. Perhaps by the end of this season, he could collect an additional trophy, an accolade that even Tim Duncan and his peers have yet to attain. The journalists erupted in laughter, clearly aware of how ESPN has significantly disparaged Son Tieshan on their programs, asserting that he should not be regarded as a super rookie. Son Tieshan is making a comeback. Among the super rookies, only a handful like Duncan, Magic Johnson, and Jordan have made their mark. They have all achieved success in the new season, yet none have come off the bench, nor has anyone claimed the title of best sixth man. A reporter from the Toronto Star inquired, "Vince, given that Antonio has been struggling with his shooting, having missed his first 6 attempts, why did you still choose to pass him the ball?" Vince Carter responded, "In a game, you can never predict who will find their rhythm in the next moment. Yes, Antonio has been a bit off today, but in the previous game, he performed admirably, shooting 9 out of 12 and scoring 24 points. We are a cohesive unit. I certainly hope he regains his shooting touch swiftly, as it would make our game considerably easier." A reporter from Huaxia Sports Weekly asked, "Tieshan, you have found great success in the NBA. What advice do you have for Huaxia players aspiring to join the league?" Chapter 50, The Predicament of Pelinka. Son Tieshan remarked, "For a Chinese player aspiring to enter the NBA, 2 crucial points must be addressed. Firstly, it is imperative to seek out a competent foreign coach or an English tutor, even if the individual is not adept at writing. They must possess the ability to comprehend the coach's strategies and articulate their thoughts fluently. This proficiency will facilitate a swifter integration into the team. Secondly, participation in a comprehensive preseason training camp is essential. This experience fosters familiarity among players, allowing them to understand each other's capabilities, strengths, and comfort zones, thus paving the way for effective collaboration on the court. It ensures that the player will not feel isolated, will have opportunities to engage with the ball, and will avoid receiving blame for others' mistakes. Both of these aspects are of utmost importance. I personally prefer to plan ahead, and I hope that aspiring NBA players from China will adopt a similar mindset. It is crucial to be well prepared rather than joining a team midway without adequate readiness. The first game in the NBA holds significant weight, as it shapes the impressions others will have of you. Once a preconceived notion is established, altering it may require tenfold the effort, and even then, success is not guaranteed. What Son Tieshan articulated is not mere nonsense. In the original timeline, Yao Ming was selected as the first overall pick by the Houston Rockets in 2002. However, due to various well-known reasons, the Shaquille O'Neal club delayed his release for an extended period. It was not until the regular season was about to commence that Yao Ming finally joined the Rockets. He had not undergone a complete preseason training camp, faced language barriers, and struggled to collaborate effectively with his teammates. In his first 7 games, he recorded 2 scoreless outings, along with a 2-point game and a 3-point game, managing a maximum of 10 points in a single match. This led to Charles Barkley's remark that Yao Ming would not score 18 points in his rookie season, as that was roughly the highest score achieved by the Dallas Mavericks. This also gave rise to the memorable scene where Barkley kissed the rear of a donkey named Kenny. In his inaugural season, Yao Ming averaged 2 minutes less of playing time than Amare Stoudemire, yet their average points, rebounds, and assists were comparable, with Yu excelling in blocks and defense. Nevertheless, he ultimately regrettably lost the Rookie of the Year award. Sun Tieshan aspires to enact change and hopes to see more Chinese athletes excel in the NBA, thereby achieving greater rankings in the Olympic competitions. This endeavor is significant for a larger fan base and an increase in popularity. Upon concluding the press conference, he returned home accompanied by his bodyguards. Sun Tieshan practiced for over an hour before finally taking a break, although he was accompanied by the alluring Lin Chiliang, who was charming and occasionally playful. Sun Tieshan was not in the mood to indulge in flirtation. This was his rookie season, and he faced an increasing array of challenges. A slight dip in performance could invite scrutiny, especially during this critical period of endorsement negotiations, where he needed to collaborate with Pelinka and deliver impressive statistics without distraction. The following morning, the team had no training, but an afternoon tactical session was scheduled. On November 19th, the Raptors faced the second of 3 consecutive home games against the formidable challenge posed by the Bucks trio of sharpshooters. The Bucks star guard Ray Allen, along with the extraterrestrial Sam Cassell and the small forward Glenn Robinson, all possessed exceptional 3-point shooting abilities. Notably, Ray Allen boasted a career shooting percentage of 45, with a 3-point accuracy of 40 and a free throw success rate nearing 90, complemented by superior defense and athleticism. From the outset of the game, both teams engaged in a fierce scoring contest. Vince Carter was in exceptional form, scoring 18 points in the first half, along with 2 blocks and 7 rebounds, and then erupting for 30 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals in the second half. In the final 2 minutes, realizing the game was slipping away, George Karl resorted to a strategy of fouling to prevent Carter from reaching 50 points, repeatedly fouling Antonio Davis and Charles Oakley. Despite the loss, this tactic succeeded in denying Carter the coveted milestone. Nevertheless, Carter finished with an astounding 48 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Antonio Davis also rebounded strongly in this game, contributing 17 points, 18 rebounds, 1 steal, 4 blocks, and 2 assists, truly making an impact. In comparison, Sun Tieshan's performance was rather modest. In his 30 minutes on the court, he shot 5 of 11, including 2 of 5 from 3-point range, and made all 4 of his free throw attempts, tallying 16 points, 11 assists, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, 3 turnovers, and 2 fouls, achieving his 4th double-double of the season. The Raptors extended their winning streak to 9 games, currently sitting atop the league standings. After the game, Ray Allen approached Carter and remarked, "Buddy, you are truly an incredible player. Your shooting was phenomenal tonight." Carter responded with a smile, "The key is having great support. You dared not double-team me." Allen turned to Sun Tieshan and said, "You have delivered a perfect rookie season." Sun Tieshan chuckled, "Sweet shooting. My 3-point game still has some distance to cover compared to yours, especially with a defender present. You are a paragon for me to emulate." Ray Allen inquired, "May we exchange numbers?" "Of course," Vince Carter replied, his tone laced with caution. "Ray, you must not harbor any improper intentions towards Tieshan. He is my partner. Who knows what the future holds?" The 3 exchanged compliments, and Sun Tieshan and Ray Allen traded contact information, solidifying their camaraderie. After the game, Vince Carter and Anthony Davis attended the press conference together. Following a refreshing shower, Sun Tieshan dedicated over an hour to additional practice at home. Lin Chiliang consistently provided him with bottled water, towels, and even thoughtfully assisted in wiping away his sweat, effectively becoming a half-private trainer. "Sister Chiliang, you need not do all this," Sun Tieshan remarked. Lin Chiliang sweetly replied, "It's no trouble at all. There is little else to occupy my time, and I'm genuinely happy to assist you." Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan felt a stirring within. The presence of such a stunning beauty posed a significant test of his composure. The following morning, the league announced the Player of the Week for the 3rd week. Although Vince Carter had scored an impressive 48 points and secured 10 rebounds in his last game, he fell short of the weekly accolade due to having played only 2 games that week. The honor was claimed by the Timberwolves kingpin, Kevin Garnett, who led his team to a perfect record of 3 victories in 3 games. Garnett averaged 27 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, dominating the game on both ends of the court. That afternoon, Sun Tieshan took a half-day leave. Lee Eileen, having assembled a new team, returned to Toronto. This team, excluding Lee Eileen, consisted of only 12 members, encompassing positions such as accountants, lawyers, and auditors. Each individual was proficient in more than 2 languages and represented the elite of their respective fields. Among them, 5 were Chinese nationals holding green cards, while 7 were Caucasian. The average annual salary exceeded $200,000, and with the exception of the lawyers and accountants, all were under the age of 30. They met briefly with Sun Tieshan before splitting into 2 groups, one heading towards Huaxiao and the other towards Hong Kong Island. In the evening, Pelinka visited Sun Tieshan's residence. During this period, Pelinka had been extraordinarily busy, receiving no fewer than 200 calls each day from companies eager to have Sun Tieshan as their spokesperson. In addition to North America and Europe, numerous enterprises from Huaxia had also sought him out, hoping for his endorsement. Among them was Sanlu, the largest milk powder manufacturer in Huaxia, located in Shijiazhuang, who had managed to reach Sun Tieshan's father, Sun Igua, through connections, subsequently contacting Pelinka with a lucrative endorsement offer. This situation left Pelinka in a dilemma. He feared offending Sun's father while also recognizing the sincerity of the company. However, he felt their proposal was somewhat misaligned with their established strategy and wished to gather Sun Tieshan's perspective on the matter. Chapter 51. Some money should not be earned. Sun Tieshan replied, "Young Robert, there are some opportunities worth pursuing and others that are not. Are you suggesting we decline this product endorsement? They were recommended by your father, and the offer is quite substantial, over $3 million a year." Sun Tieshan is aware of the Sanlu incident that erupted in 2007. The detection of excessive levels of melamine in Sanlu products caused a tremendous uproar in society. Following this event, domestic milk powder companies suffered a significant decline. He realizes that there is little he can do to alter the consequences of this situation. Currently, it is the year 2000, and he is utterly ignorant of when the specific events commenced. These incidents directly prompted all domestic food enterprises to eliminate exempt products and to adopt food safety inspection and quarantine standards that surpass those of the United States and Japan, thereby establishing a protective barrier for the health of the nation's citizens. Sun Tieshan resolutely stated, "I am unfamiliar with this enterprise. I will not endorse their products. And this is not a matter of financial incentive." He then shifted his tone. "Little Robert, you must comprehend one essential principle. We only endorse 13 companies. The compensation may be modest, yet each must be a brand of international repute. This is my unwavering principle. We cannot abandon our standards simply because they come recommended by my father or because the monetary compensation is substantial. If we compromise our principles this time, we shall forfeit all standards henceforth. Such actions would tarnish my image. An athlete's reputation is akin to a brand. I must remain accountable to my supporters. I only endorse companies that I thoroughly understand or those that are globally recognized leaders. Only then will the fans be willing to invest. It is not merely about profit. We cannot endorse any product for the sake of financial gain." Pelinka nodded in agreement, saying, "You are correct. I merely felt that since they are from Huaxia and were recommended by your father, it would be difficult to decline." Sun Tieshan is acutely aware of Pelinka's concerns. Business is business. Endorsing a product of which I have no prior experience, solely for monetary gain, reflects a lack of responsibility. Surely, you understand that since completing my training, I have refrained from visiting nightclubs. Do you know why? Pelinka, puzzled, inquired, "Why?" "Because I recognize that I am the first Chinese player to enter the NBA, which has afforded me immense opportunities, yet simultaneously placed me in the limelight. Every media outlet scrutinizes my every action. Any slight misstep could lead to severe backlash from the press, compelling me to maintain an unblemished reputation. Moreover, the nightlife here poses significant dangers." "I comprehend." Pelinka nodded thoughtfully and continued, "You have now endorsed 7 brands, with 3 more set to be officially announced soon. Please be mindful of the timing." "Oh." Sun Tieshan looked at him with a questioning gaze. Louis Vuitton, Nike, and International Group have made official announcements. Additionally, Audi under the Volkswagen umbrella, Coca-Cola, and KFC have signed contracts with Tianyu Investment and will be making announcements soon. It is sufficient to discuss this matter with Sister Chiliang. She will arrange my itinerary accordingly." "Very well." Pelinka continued, "The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China wishes to invite you as a spokesperson, offering $30 million a year. What are your thoughts on this? I am open to it. Please negotiate the specifics with them. Furthermore, Visa and Budweiser are also interested in having you endorse their products. Tieshan waved his hand and remarked, as for Budweiser, let's set that aside. I cannot indulge in alcohol at the moment, and endorsing alcoholic beverages would be inappropriate. However, Visa is a viable option. What are your thoughts on Samsung from Korea? Tieshan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, certainly. But I will only sign for 3 years, with no preferential clauses. Tieshan then inquired, aside from these few, which other companies are there? Dell, Apple, IBM, HP, Ericsson, Sony, Toshiba, and Motorola are all purveyors of electronic products. However, in the realm of mobile phones, Samsung offers the highest endorsement fees. The prices among the personal computer brands, Dell, Apple, IBM, and HP, are relatively similar. In the domain of electronic communications, AT and China Mobile are notable contenders, with Greg favoring China Mobile and Joy leaning towards AT. Additionally, Microsoft is keen to engage you as their brand ambassador for the Greater China region. Opting for Apple as the computer brand, along with Microsoft and China Mobile, brings the total to 13 companies for you to discuss further. Tieshan remarked, do not be overly concerned with the endorsement fees. It is preferable to finalize everything by the end of November. The issuance of bonds is of greater significance. I understood that with a clear direction, I would expedite the conclusion of negotiations. Pelinka then added, Vince Carter possesses unrestricted shooting privileges with the Raptors, which has already impacted your statistics, and you are still coming off the bench. What are your thoughts on this? Tieshan shook his head. What thoughts could I possibly have? I am still a novice, and it is more advantageous for me to play as a substitute. Moreover, I will leave the Raptors in no more than 2 years. I am a point guard, and there is no competition with Vince. Pelinka was taken aback. 2 years? Do you believe that in 2 years, the Raptors would be able to retain me with a mid-level contract? A mid-level contract? How could that even be feasible? Tieshan shrugged and remarked, this is quite evident. The Raptors wish to extend my contract, but according to the labor agreement, they can only offer me a mid-level deal. Conversely, other teams are in a position to present maximum salary contracts. Therefore, there is no need for you to overthink it. I will strive for the best statistics. Whether I start or come off the bench is of little concern to me. In fact, playing as a substitute allows me the freedom to express my game, as the opposing players are not as formidable, which ultimately benefits me. It enhances my efficiency and makes it easier to accumulate impressive numbers. You have always maintained your composure, analyzing everything with remarkable clarity. You hardly resemble a youth, but rather, you evoke the shrewdness of those old foxes in the White House. I am not so shameless, he added. Pelinka was momentarily taken aback by this. Tieshan remarked, I once heard a joke that in America, if you excel in mathematics from a young age, you can grow up to become an engineer. If your logical reasoning is astute and your eloquence is commendable, then you might pursue a career as a lawyer. However, if you have a penchant for deceit, trickery, and theft, you may choose to become a politician in the White House. What shameless politicians? Pelinka chuckled softly. You have a point. The following day, the team resumed training, preparing for their match against the Charlotte Hornets on November 21st. The Hornets had a record of 5 wins and 6 losses this season and had just endured a grueling stretch of 4 games in 3 days, triumphing over the Pistons 105-99 in their most recent outing. Their match against the Raptors marked the final game of a 5-day span featuring 4 contests. Once again a back-to-back. The Raptors, currently riding a 9-game winning streak, were in formidable form, having enjoyed a day of rest and seemingly disregarding the Hornets entirely. Yet, during the game on the evening of November 21st, the entire team fell into a slump. The hoop seemed as if it had been sealed shut. The sound of iron clanking echoed continuously, as most shots were resolutely denied by the rim. Despite Tieshan's relentless efforts to break through and distribute the ball during the match, he managed to deliver only 3 assists, whether it was Vince Carter or Morris Peterson. Even when presented with open shots, they struggled to find the net. Consequently, Sun faced frequent double-teaming from the Hornets' Jamal Mashburn and the formidable Byron Davis. In his 31 minutes on the court, he attempted 15 shots but succeeded with only 6, resulting in a shooting percentage of 40. Among these, he made 3 out of 8 3-point attempts and converted all 4 of his free throws, accumulating 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. Yet he committed a staggering 5 turnovers and 3 fouls. The Raptors' overall shooting percentage languished at a mere 29, with his being the highest on the team. Ultimately, the Raptors succumbed to a 78-100 defeat, bringing their 9-game winning streak to a sudden halt. As the game concluded, All players left the court with their heads hung low, visibly disheartened. Chapter 52. The marvelous weapon. Upon returning to the locker room, Antonio Davis, in a fit of frustration, kicked over a bucket filled with ice, exclaiming, "We played like utter trash in this game. The press conference later will surely be a massacre at the hands of those reporters." Dale Curry, who had the opportunity to play during garbage time, chuckled mischievously, "Don't worry, our little guy will handle the press conference just fine." Tieshan suddenly came to his senses. He glanced at Del Curry and asked, "Del, why me? Your performance has been outstanding. You scored 19 points in this game with the highest shooting percentage on the team. Naturally, it falls upon you to handle the reporters." Tieshan turned to Vince Carter and said, "Buddy, you are our leader, and having scored 20 points, it's unfair for me, a rookie, to take all the blame. You must be willing to shoulder the responsibility." Vince Carter, ever the responsible figure, had indeed performed commendably, boasting the second highest shooting percentage of the game. He replied, "I only made 7 out of 22 attempts. As Antonio said, I played like garbage, and I certainly should bear the burden of our loss." At that moment, the press officer entered and said, "Tieshan, get ready. After you shower, you'll join Vince for the post-game press conference." "Shouldn't it be just Vince going alone?" The press officer, Tyler Cohen, shrugged and replied, "Well, it should indeed be Vince's responsibility. However, the head coach insists that as a rookie, you must not only attend when the team wins. In light of this significant defeat, you should accompany him to experience the scrutiny of the media. It will be beneficial for your growth." The coach's reasoning was undeniably sound. After showering, Tieshan joined Vince Carter and head coach Lenny Wilkens for the post-game press conference. ESPN reporter Rachel Nichols was the first to pose a question. "Coach Wilkens, why did the Raptors suffer such a crushing defeat to the Hornets, losing by 22 points? Keep in mind that the Hornets have a record of 5 wins and 6 losses this season, and they just faced a grueling stretch of 3 games in 4 days. Coach Wilkens furrowed his brow and lamented, "You're right. Our young players displayed a complete lack of passion. It was as if they were the ones coming off a grueling stretch. This marked the end of our 9-game winning streak. Tomorrow, there will be no rest. All players must participate in practice. We cannot allow this to continue, and I will not permit the team to suffer consecutive losses." Yahoo Sports reporter Mark Stein then asked, "Tieshan, as a player, can you explain why the team faced such a rout?" Tieshan certainly understood the reasons behind the debacle. After yesterday's training, no one took the Hornets seriously. Vince Carter had scored 48 points and grabbed 10 rebounds in the previous game, and as a result, he had invited all the players to a nightclub for a night of revelry, a full-service experience of indulgence. With glamorous women surrounding them, they had exhausted themselves. And by game time, they were all left feeling lethargic. Even the rookie Morris Peterson had indulged to the point of distraction, while he himself had refrained from participating, mindful of his status. However, this was something he could never speak of, especially at the post-game press conference. It was a topic he must avoid at all costs. If he let slip a word, he would find it impossible to establish himself in the NBA. Mark Stein's inquiry was undoubtedly malicious, intended to set a trap for him. Vince Carter anxiously glanced at Tieshan, fearing that he might inadvertently reveal the indiscretion. Tieshan remarked, "Mr. Mark, we are not machines. It is entirely natural for our performance to fluctuate. Even the triumphant Bulls, who claimed 3 consecutive championships, only amassed 72 victories. It is impossible for us to maintain an unbroken winning streak. Moreover, the Hornets have proven to be a formidable challenge for us. We are akin to a roaring fire capable of consuming everything in its path, yet easily extinguished by a torrential downpour. The Hornets represent such a downpour. Furthermore, this is merely 1 game in an 82-game regular season, and I acknowledge my subpar performance today. However, we shall strive to reclaim our victories." A reporter from Dwelluin Dwishing inquired, "Vince, while it is commonplace for 1 or 2 players to experience a slump, the Raptors seem to be collectively struggling. You shot 7 out of 22, Antonio 2 out of 6, Charles 1 out of 8, and Mark 1 out of 6. Can you shed some light on this?" Vince Carter adeptly handled the inquiries from the reporters, stating, "We did not perform well in this game. But I am confident that in the next match we will regain our shooting touch and sink those damned shots." TNT reporter Chris Haynes then posed a question, "Tieshan, you made several penetrations to distribute the ball, even though your teammates were struggling. Why did you continue to pass to them?" Tieshan remarked, "Indeed. I possess the ability to penetrate the paint and take a shot even when double-teamed. However, I am primarily a playmaker. I am acutely aware of my responsibilities. Facilitating the team's offense is my role. When I assume the position of point guard on the court, I become the commander of the game. It is imperative that I deliver the ball to the open players. For one can never predict who will regain their shooting rhythm and make the basket in the next moment. Only when my teammates are unmarked can I evade the double team, diminish resistance, and play with greater ease. A reporter from Sports Weekly inquired, Tieshan, in your upcoming match, you will face the Pacers. Do you believe you can secure a victory? He responded confidently, I believe we certainly can. After the press conference, upon returning home, Sun Tieshan remained silent, dedicating over an hour to extra practice before finally resting on the sidelines. Lin Chiliang approached him and softly asked, I heard your team did not achieve a 10-game winning streak and suffered a significant defeat to the Hornets. Yes, those fellows had too much fun last night. Drained by those voluptuous ladies, rendering them lethargic in the last game, he replied. Why didn't you join them? Is it because you are not fond of women? Sun Tieshan remarked, I certainly have an affinity for women. However, I refrain from frequenting nightclubs due to their overwhelming complexity, and I must be mindful of my image. Lin Chiliang, with her distinctive Taiwanese intonation, inquired playfully, do you also need to maintain your image at home? Sun Tieshan, possessing a keen intellect, immediately grasped the implications behind Lin Chiliang's words. Turning back with a smirk that was both amused and enigmatic, he remarked, do you wish to experience the might of my golden cudgel? Lin Chiliang stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, and replied, I see you are already bleeding from your nose. Is that so? Sun Tieshan hurriedly wiped beneath his nose and, upon inspecting his hand, found nothing at all. You mischievous sprite, how dare you toy with me, old son? Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Lin Chiliang, upon hearing this, let out a light, melodic laugh, akin to a joyful fawn, and gracefully departed, saying, I will assist you with the water. Make sure to bathe and rest early. The two conversed in Chinese. Mike Mancini, tidying up his equipment nearby, turned to his bodyguard, David Paul, and inquired, Paul, what are they talking about? They're discussing matters concerning the team, David replied. Mike Mancini responded, Miss Chiliang is truly beautiful, and her voice is even more enchanting. Mike, do not entertain any thoughts. Miss Chiliang belongs to him, and they were just discussing the golden staff. What is the golden staff? A magical weapon that can expand and contract, altering in size and length at will. Chapter 53. I need your assistance. Sun Tieshan, unwavering in his routine, completed a round of boxing and returned to his room. Upon entering, he discovered that the bathtub had been filled with water. He changed his clothes and stepped into the bath, and just as he donned his nightwear, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in, he called out. And Lin Chiliang pushed the door open, holding a bottle of red flower oil and dressed in her own night attire. She closed the door gently behind her. Lin Chiliang's hair was still damp, clearly just washed, and her face glowed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach. In a sweet, melodious voice, she lifted the bottle of oil and said, Mike mentioned that your match today was quite intense, and you must have some bruises. I brought this for you. Thank you. Chiliang, he replied, there's no need for formality. Sun Tieshan sat on the edge of the bed, while Lin Chiliang, with her long and delicate fingers, carefully applied safflower oil to the 3 bruises on his body, gently massaging them for a while. Thank you, Sister Chiliang. The next day, regular training resumed. That evening, the team flew directly to Indiana. In the match the following night, the Raptors fought valiantly to secure a resounding victory over the Pacers with a score of 118-92, marking their 10th win of the season. The entire fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, allowing Sun Tieshan to indulge himself, once again achieving a double-double for the season. After the game, they hurried to the Big Apple. On November 26th, just 2 days later, the Raptors would challenge the New York Knicks on their home court. This match would be broadcast live nationwide by ESPN. The next morning, as New York Knicks guard Sprewell and center Marcus Camby arrived at the arena, they encountered ESPN reporter Doris Burke, who had been waiting for them. Latrell, tomorrow you face the Raptors at home. You had a confrontation with their rookie Sun Tieshan during the preseason. How do you plan to handle it? Sprewell responded defiantly, just watch. I will make sure to kick his butt. He won T score 20 points in front of me. Will you seek revenge after he knocked you out in the preseason? Sprewell, facing the camera, replied, Of course not. I won't do anything foolish again. You know he can be quite relentless. Plus, it would cost me a lot of money. I will defeat him with my basketball skills. Yes, I will definitely kick his butt. I guarantee it. Marcus, what about you? Camby, who was about to slip away, paused at Doris Burke's question and said, I'm not afraid of him. Yes, he's not nearly as strong as I am. But I don't like violence on the court. My mother taught me to stay away from danger. Tomorrow, I will block him a few times. He won't be dunking on me like last time. As Sun Tieshan and his team concluded their morning training and exited the gym, they encountered Doris Burke, accompanied by a camera crew stationed outside the training facility. Upon spotting Sun Tieshan, Doris Burke promptly approached him and remarked, "Tieshan, your performance in the past 2 games has been commendable, with your scoring exceeding 20 points each time. We have just interviewed Sprewell, who stated that he intends to give you a stern challenge and will not permit you to score 20 points in his presence. What are your thoughts on this?" Sun Tieshan raised an eyebrow, his expression calm as he remarked, "Sprayville is incapable of containing me. His defense resembles that of Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother. He simply cannot restrain my prowess. Indeed, he falls short. His tactics amount to mere ambushes. He is far from being a competent player. You assert that Sprayville cannot limit you? Precisely, that is my sentiment. By his own merit, he lacks the ability to confine my abilities, and once the game concludes, the truth will be evident." Upon returning to the hotel, Sun Tieshan approached Vince Carter, stating, "My friend, Sprayville has issued me a challenge. I require your assistance in the upcoming match against the Knicks." Carter inquired, "How may I assist you?" Sun replied, "I intend to take more than 20 shots. I need you to deliver me a few excellent passes." As you are aware of the rivalry between him and me, Vince Carter furrowed his brow at this request. Sun Tieshan shifted his tone, directly addressing Vince. "You must understand that there is no conflict between us. I have only signed a 2-year contract with the team, and they do not hold my bird rights. After 2 years, should the team wish to renew my contract, the maximum they can offer is a mid-level exception. Meanwhile, you are destined for a maximum contract. The Raptors have always been your team. I am, at best, just a transient presence." Vince Carter reflected on Sun Tieshan's words and found them to possess a certain truth. "Rest assured, in this game, I will relinquish shooting duties, allowing you to score higher than him." Upon achieving his objective, Sun Tieshan smiled and remarked, "I am most grateful. Upon my return to Toronto, I shall treat you all to a grand feast." "Very well," he continued. "I will confer with the other players to garner their support for you. At present, Vince Carter is the undisputed leader of the Raptors, wielding unparalleled freedom to shoot. If he does not relinquish the ball, Sun Tieshan's aspiration to attempt over 20 shots in a single game would be utterly unattainable, especially considering Carter's commendable shooting percentage. Furthermore, possession of the ball is tantamount to data for players, equating to financial gain. This matter necessitates prior communication, otherwise, a rift may develop between both parties. Sun Tieshan still hopes for additional opportunities in the lottery after the season concludes. He is unwilling to sour his relationship with Vince Carter over a single game. ESPN, ever the instigator, aired interviews with players from both teams on the same day, while ticket prices for the match doubled, yet sold out completely. Outside the arena, scalpers inflated ticket prices threefold. Thousands of fans remained unable to secure tickets, milling about outside Madison Square Garden. At 7:30 p.m., the game commenced punctually. Madison Square Garden was alive with fervor, with over 20,000 seats filled to capacity, and renowned director Spike Lee nestled in his designated seat. The front rows were adorned with striking long legs, capturing the attention of fans, a unique and vibrant spectacle that Madison Square Garden never fails to deliver. The matchup against the Knicks began rather lethargically. In the first 5 minutes, both teams struggled, with Anthony Davis shooting poorly, hitting only 1 of 5 attempts and converting 1 of 1 from the free throw line, while grabbing 4 rebounds, including 2 offensive ones. Vince Carter missed both of his shots. Alvin Williams managed just 1 of 3 attempts, made 1 of 2 free throws, and committed 1 turnover and 1 foul. The Raptors managed a mere 6 points, with no contributions from other players. Jeff Van Gundy's squad showcased a truly impenetrable defense. Currently, the Raptors trailed the Knicks by 4 points, 6-10. Head coach Lenny Wilkins called a timeout, substituting Alvin Williams and Anthony Davis for Rafe LaFrance and Sun Tieshan. He instructed, "Rafe, once you enter, position yourself at the arc to create offensive space." "Yes, coach," came the reply. Sun Tieshan, "Move actively on the court to break through their defense." "Mark, be vigilant for Sun Tieshan. Once an opportunity arises, pass him the ball promptly." "Understood, coach." "Charles, focus on positioning. When Sun Tieshan cuts inside, assist him in delaying the opposing players and secure the rebound." "Got it." "Vince Carter, ensure you coordinate closely with Sun Tieshan." "Understood, coach." Lenny Wilkins then picked up the tactical board, outlining a strategy before the timeout concluded, and the players took to the court once more. The Raptors prepared to inbound the ball. Sun Tieshan passed the ball to Mark Jackson, who swiftly made his way to the right side beyond the three-point line. Closely pursued by Sprewell, Mark Jackson skillfully controlled the ball as he advanced to the front court, while Reef Lafrentz positioned himself at the arc, with the formidable Larry Johnson hurrying to keep up. At 31 years of age, Larry Johnson stands at a registered height of 2.01 meters. In reality, he is shorter than Sun Tieshan, measuring only 1.93 meters, yet he possesses an exceptionally strong physique and remarkable athleticism, particularly in his powerful thighs, which are sculpted with muscle, allowing him to hold his ground even against Oakley. Having once trained in boxing, he is regarded as one of the league's notorious enforcers. In a notable encounter in 1999 at Madison Square Garden, he famously left Mourning battered and bruised. Should a conflict arise between Larry Johnson and Sun Tieshan during the preseason, it would certainly be a spectacle to behold. Sun Tieshan may not necessarily be his rival. After all, Larry Johnson possesses significantly superior resilience to strikes, far surpassing that of Sprewell. His physique is more robust, and his strength is greater. However, he does carry a considerable risk of severe injury. Although Sun Tieshan has practiced martial arts and possesses various techniques of force application, he lacks combat experience. In the early 20th century, renowned martial arts masters in the country were all exceptionally robust, having endured countless battles and claimed numerous lives. Martial arts are not merely a product of solitary practice. The lightning five-linked whip is but a jest, unworthy even to carry the shoes of those true masters. In this age of capitalism, martial arts have been utterly distorted. Sun Tieshan observed Larry Johnson being drawn out from the paint and swiftly disengaged from Sprewell, cutting towards the basket. Sprewell shadowed him closely, maintaining his pursuit of Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan maneuvered past Marcus Camby and Charles Oakley from the baseline, while Sprewell was momentarily hindered by Oakley, causing him to lag behind. Sun Tieshan swiftly dashed to the left corner, receiving a pass from Mark Jackson. An open opportunity. Sun Tieshan, positioned at the lower left corner, made no adjustments. He launched a three-pointer, with Sprewell still over a meter away, leaping in a frantic attempt to interfere. The basketball soared more than 2 feet above his outstretched hand, heading toward the hoop. Chapter 54. Sprewell achieves it with a crisp swish. The ball found its mark, effortlessly sinking through the net, scoring a three-pointer right off the bat. The Raptors closed the gap to 9-10, leaving just a single point separating the two teams. Sun Tieshan formed an OK gesture with his hands, positioning them before his eyes as he cast a glance towards the audience on either side. The atmosphere was filled with resounding boos, and the spectators engaged fervently. The Knicks prepared for the inbound, with players taking their positions. Sun Tieshan defended against Sprewell, while Chris Childs observed the seasoned veteran Mark Jackson, who maintained his position impeccably, before passing the ball to Larry Johnson. Just as the latter was about to attempt a layup, he was intercepted by Charles Oakley. The Raptors initiated a fast break, yet the Knicks responded with equal swiftness. Vince Carter's layup was thwarted by Allen Houston's interference, leading him to retrieve his own shot. He secured the offensive rebound and promptly passed it to Sun Tieshan. After receiving the pass, Sun Tieshan executed a jump shot, successfully sinking the ball as Sprewell lagged in his defense. 11-10. The Raptors have taken a 1-point lead. Sun Tieshan turned to Sprewell and said, "Lateral. I have already scored 5 points. You cannot possibly defend against me alone. You should call for assistance. Go away, you little brat." Sun Tieshan refrained from further words and sprinted towards the backcourt. Larry Johnson stepped forward and addressed Sprewell, saying, "You ought to teach him a lesson, madman." Sprewell shook his head in response, stating, "He can be quite formidable. Even Michael regards him as a skilled player. I would prefer to avoid further punishment. After all, this is merely a job." Larry Johnson, upon hearing this, became incensed. "Listen, I did not instruct you to fight. You may utilize basketball tactics, but you cannot be timid in your defense. It must be sufficiently robust." "I will." Sprewell nodded in agreement. As they reached the front court, he sought to retaliate. Requesting the ball, he faced Sun Tieshan's defense and made a decisive drive. Sun Tieshan raised his hand and sidestepped to follow, under his defense. Sprewell's strong shot missed the mark. The rebound was seized by Reef Lafrentz, who passed it to Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson, ever composed, leisurely advanced the ball to the front court. Sun Tieshan executed a seamless cut without the ball. Despite Sprewell's attempts to hinder him with pulls and tugs, he could not thwart Sun Tieshan, who completely disrupted the interior defense of the Knicks. Sun Tieshan received the ball as Allen Houston swiftly moved forward to provide defensive support. Sun Tieshan possesses an exceptional memory, effortlessly recalling plays without needing to observe his teammates. He delivered the ball to the left side at a 45-degree angle. Vince Carter, stepping just inside the three-point line, caught the pass and executed a jump shot, successfully netting 2 points. The score stood at 13-10 as the Raptors surged with a 7-0 run. Upon witnessing this, Knicks head coach Jeff Van Gundy swiftly called for a timeout. As the timeout concluded, Allen Houston scored 2 points. Subsequently, Tieshan received an assist from Mark Jackson and, leaning against Sprewell, executed a turnaround jump shot, securing another 2 points. The score was now 15-12. Vince Carter fouled Allen Houston, prompting the coach to substitute Mark Jackson for Morris Peterson, allowing Tieshan to take on the role of point guard. The Knicks regained possession. With an assist from Larry Johnson, and following a player substitution, Tieshan was slightly delayed by Sprewell's defense, allowing Chris Childs to receive the ball and launch a successful three-pointer. The teams were now tied at 15. Morris Peterson initiated the baseline play, passing to Tieshan, who, despite continuous harassment from Sprewell, carried the ball forward into the front court, where Rafe LaFrentz awaited at the top of the arc. Tieshan maneuvered past Sprewell, deftly evading him, while Larry Johnson rushed forward to impede his progress. Tieshan then passed the ball to LaFrentz, executing a well-timed cut without the ball. Receiving LaFrentz's pass, he turned and executed a jump shot, which found its mark. Tieshan exclaimed, "Latrell, I told you, you cannot guard me. Your defense is akin to that of Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother." Utter nonsense. Sprewell assisted, and Allen Houston scored a two-pointer. The Raptors swiftly initiated play. Tieshan received a pass from Vince Carter and executed a swift three-pointer, drawing a foul from Sprewell and converting the subsequent free throw. "Latrell, I have amassed 13 points. And the match has only just commenced. If you wish to confine my score to below 20 points, you might as well retire early and dream of anything your heart desires." Sprewell, infuriated, felt the veins in his neck throb with rage. "Were it not for your martial skills, I would have bested you long ago. Today, I shall not rest until you are subdued." At this moment, less than 2 minutes remain in the game, and Van Gundy substituted Marcus Camby and Sprewell for Kurt Thomas and Glenn Rice. Lenny Wilkins replaced Charles Oakley with Antonio Davis. Subsequently, both teams struggled with their shooting. Peterson was fouled by Glenn Rice and made both of his free throws. Tieshan's three-point attempts failed, and Glenn Rice committed a turnover, which was intercepted by Morris Peterson, who then passed the ball back to Tieshan, allowing him to score a 2-point basket. Both teams continued to struggle with their shooting. Shortly thereafter, Glenn Rice missed another 2-point shot, and Tieshan secured the defensive rebound, initiating a fast break and delivering a long pass to Vince Carter. Vince Carter successfully converted a 2-point shot. Larry Johnson responded by scoring with an assist from Chris Childs. Tieshan advanced the ball to the front court, receiving a handoff from Rafe LaFrentz, and effortlessly sank a three-pointer once again. In the final moments, Allen Houston provided an assist, enabling Larry Johnson to execute a powerful drive for 2 points. The first quarter concluded with a score of 30-21, with the Raptors leading the Knicks by 9 points. ESPN commentator Mike Breen noted that Tieshan was performing exceptionally well in this game, clearly demonstrating that Sprewell was unable to contain him. At present, he had come off the bench for 7 minutes, making 7 out of 9 attempts, including 3 of 4 from beyond the arc, and converting 1 of 1 free throw, contributing 18 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound, and 1 foul in the quarter. Conversely, Sprewell managed only 1 successful shot out of 3 attempts, scoring just 2 points with 1 foul, evidently unprepared for the contest. His commentary partner, Doc Rivers, remarked with a hint of mockery that Sprewell had claimed he would limit Tieshan's scoring to under 20 points. If he was referring to the first quarter, it was evident that Sprewell had indeed succeeded. After all, he had only allowed Tieshan to score 18 points. Mike Breen added, "I must commend Tieshan. Yes, I truly underestimated him. The second overall pick of his draft class has, to date, only managed a maximum of 14 points across 11 games. Tieshan, like many others, is a novice in the realm of basketball, and he is merely a second-round pick. It is noteworthy that he is still quite young, not yet reaching the age of 19. He holds the distinction of being the youngest player in the league to score 40 points, having impressively amassed 42 points in a previous match against the Boston Celtics. He is undeniably a phenomenal talent. The NBA often witnesses the rise and fall of players. Currently, all rookies from the year 2000 have had their moments on the court, yet among the top 3 picks, the second overall pick, Swift, has exhibited the least impressive performance. In contrast, the first overall pick, Kenyon Martin, has fared significantly better, compelling Swift to remain in his shadow. This game was also broadcasted by Huaxia Television. Ujia remarked, Sun Tieshan played exceptionally well in this match. It is evident that he is brimming with excitement. When Vince Carter, Morris Peterson, Rafe Lafrance, and Sun Tieshan all took the court together, their offensive efficiency was remarkable. Sun Tieshan and Vince Carter both excel in their passing abilities. As of this season, Vince Carter boasts a three-point shooting percentage of 40, while Rafe Lafrance and Morris Peterson also maintain impressive percentages at 39. Coupled with Sun Tieshan's remarkable 46 from beyond the arc, this presents a conundrum for many teams. Although Van Gundy's defense is commendable, they lack players with strong one-on-one defensive capabilities, making it challenging for the Knicks in this matchup. Wouldn't you agree, Teacher Zhang? Chapter 55. A surge of form. Zhang Huali remarked, "You are quite right. The backcourt duo of the Raptors exerts formidable pressure, especially when both Tieshan and Carter are on the court simultaneously. Unless they encounter teams with exceptional perimeter defense, like the Hornets, it is exceedingly difficult to contain them. Carter possesses an extensive array of scoring techniques, and, with his wealth of experience, he necessitates double teaming to be effectively restrained. Although Tieshan may lack in-game experience, his off-ball movement and ability to shoot from open positions are exceptional. He is adept at both scoring and playmaking, and with his towering stature, I suspect that apart from the Hornets' bearded Baron Davis, Jason Kidd, Kobe, and Stockton, few guards in the NBA can handle him one-on-one. Furthermore, he plays the game with remarkable rationale, never indulging in selfishness, averaging 7.1 assists per game thus far." Yu Jia interjected, "Teacher Zhang, have you noticed something? Tieshan's registered height is 1.98 meters, as is Carter's. Allen Houston also stands at 1.98, while Larry Johnson is registered at 2.01 meters. Morris Peterson shares the same height of 2.01, yet when all five are together, Tieshan remarkably appears to be the tallest, which is quite astonishing." Zhang Huali chuckled. "This is entirely reasonable. In the NBA, it is common for players to exaggerate their height for draft positioning. They might wear multiple pairs of thick socks or style their hair in an afro. Larry Johnson, for instance, measures only 1.93 meters barefoot, but his robust physique allows him to contend physically with interior players. He prefers the power forward position over small forward, but his height is a limitation. Vince measures 1.96 meters barefoot, or 1.98 in shoes. Allen Houston is around 1.93, roughly 1.95 in shoes, comparable to Larry Johnson. Tieshan measured 1.98 barefoot and 2.01 in shoes during the combine, without any discrepancies. Moreover, at just 18 years of age and still growing, his height poses no issue for playing small forward in the NBA. It is rumored that some players not only report inflated heights but also intentionally understate theirs, such as Kevin Garnett, reportedly because he dislikes playing center. As the second quarter commenced, head coach Lenny Wilkins substituted Vince Carter for Jerome Williams. This season, Coach Lenny has consistently employed a 9-man rotation. Jerome Williams, averaging only 12 minutes per game, typically replaces Vince in the second quarter. On the court, he performs the dirty work, selflessly taking on the laborious tasks, earning the nickname Garbage Dog. Stevens' father, Del Curry, and Trees Murray, both sharpshooters, only play during back-to-back games or at specific times. The Knicks also substituted Eric Strickland for Allen Houston. Strickland is a standard role player in the league, aged 27, with a flashy dribbling style stemming from his streetball roots. As the second quarter began, Sun Tieshan executed a probing step at the arc, skillfully changing direction to bewilder Eric Strickland, and sank a three-pointer, extending the lead to 12 points. At that moment, he had accumulated 21 points. Following a minute of missed shots from both sides, Kurt Thomas received a pass from Chris Childs for a layup, only to be intercepted by Morris Peterson, who then delivered a long pass to Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan rapidly advanced with the ball along Yindian Road, just 2 steps away from the three-point line. Strickland, in a desperate chase, was unable to halt his momentum in time. With a resounding thud, he collided with Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan, seizing the opportunity, launched the basketball towards the hoop, only to be knocked out of bounds. In the front row of the Knicks, a line of long legs appeared. Sun Tieshan stumbled as his foot caught, staggering a step before tumbling into the throng. He reached back to steady himself, his hand meeting a soft grasp. Sun Tieshan hurriedly withdrew his hands. "Tieshan, are you all right?" Sun Tieshan turned his head and beheld a young lady, adorned with chestnut long hair and 2 doe-like, sparkling eyes. Her straight nose complemented her exquisite features, while her cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, revealing a sense of concern. A master of micro-expressions, this individual is Vanessa Johnson, who, at the tender age of 20, embarked on her career in 1996 as a budding actress. Though her fame remains modest, she began to gain prominence in 2007. Sun Tieshan recognized the individual immediately and hurriedly rose to his feet, stating, "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern." At that moment, the head referee blew the whistle, indicating a foul committed by Strickland, resulting in 3 free throws for Sun Tieshan. Jeff Van Gundy rushed forward to engage in a discussion. Referee Steve Javey shook his head and replied, "Jeff, I saw it clearly. That was indeed a shooting foul." Van Gundy countered, "No, Steve. I have no objection to your foul call, but that was merely a common foul, not a shooting foul." Eric simply lost his footing and collided with Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan, at the time of the collision, had already released the basketball towards the hoop, which constitutes a shooting foul. Sun Tieshan approached the free throw line to execute his shots, successfully sinking all 3 attempts with remarkable precision. He concluded the match with an impressive total of 24 points. Coach Van Gundy substituted the veteran Larry Johnson and Eric Strickland, bringing in Sprewell and Marcus Camby to the game. Sun Tieshan played for 8 minutes in the second quarter before being substituted for a rest. The Raptors ultimately concluded the first half with a 16-point lead over the Knicks, finishing at 58-42. Sun Tieshan played for 15 minutes in the first half, demonstrating an explosive shooting performance. He made 13 out of 16 attempts, including 5 out of 6 from beyond the arc, and flawlessly converted all 6 free throw attempts, amassing a total of 37 points. Additionally, he contributed 3 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 fouls, 1 turnover, and 1 steal. As he returned to the locker room at halftime, Vince Carter remarked, "Tieshan, your shooting touch is exceptional today. In the next game, we will continue to create opportunities for you. Aim for 50 points." Tieshan responded, "All right, no problem. If I score 50 points, I will treat you all to dinner at Fingiula." Mark Jackson chimed in, "I want to open a bottle of 1982 Lafite." Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan promptly replied, "My brother, a single bottle of wine costs 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, yet it offers little in terms of flavor. I suggest you indulge in Matai instead." Antonio Davis interjected, "Tieshan seems to be in splendid form today, undoubtedly due to his encounter with that alluring sideline lady. I witnessed it myself. Honestly, Tieshan, you ought to make a move on that girl, for she has brought you fortune." As the second half commenced, Sun Tieshan took to the court alongside Vince Carter, Rafe LaFrance, Morris Peterson, and Antonio Davis. Sprewell maintained an unwavering defensive presence, yet he found himself unable to impede Sun Tieshan's remarkable performance. Today, Sun exhibited an extraordinary shooting touch, scoring 11 points in merely 7 minutes of play, falling just 2 points shy of surpassing the 50-point mark. Charles even opted to abandon Mark Jackson, resorting to double-teaming Sun Tieshan instead. ESPN commentator Mike Breen, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Goodness gracious, Sun Tieshan's shooting is phenomenal today. He has only missed 4 shots thus far, with an impressive 17 out of 21 field goals made and a perfect 8 for 8 from the free throw line. He amassed a staggering 48 points. He basked in the adulation typically reserved for superstars whenever he received the ball. Both Sprewell and Charles of the Knicks would converge upon him. With 17 minutes remaining in the game, I firmly believe he can reach 50 points, and perhaps even 60. Doc Rivers concurred, stating, "You're absolutely right. He is merely 2 points away from 50. If he can sink a mid-range jumper, he will join Allen Iverson as the second rookie to score 50 points in a game, something Michael never achieved. Michael's highest score in his rookie season was 49 points. Furthermore, Sun Tieshan is only 18 years and 173 days old, poised to become the youngest player in league history to reach the 50-point milestone." Mike Breen nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, and let us not overlook that this is against the Knicks, a team renowned for its tenacious defense. They have allowed the fewest points in the league so far this season. It is exceedingly difficult for other players to score high against the Knicks. If he manages to attain 50 points in this game, it will be of immense significance." Chapter 56, Breaking the Franchise Record. Sun Tieshan first attempted a shot from beyond the 3-point line, but it was thwarted by Sprewell's defense. A minute later, Mark Jackson advanced the ball into the front court. Sun Tieshan, evading the defensive Sprewell, made a direct cut without the ball, prompting Sprewell to hastily pursue him. He was now cautious about committing excessive defensive maneuvers against Sun, having already incurred 2 fouls for such actions previously. Rafe LaFrance mentioned the importance of setting screens at the high post. "Mark." Sun Tieshan let out a loud shout, swiftly maneuvering around Lavrentsev, evading Sprewell and retreating to beyond the 3-point line. As he arrived, the ball reached him with exquisite precision from Mark Jackson's pass, before Charles could rush over to defend. Sun Tieshan took another shot from beyond the arc. Charles leaped with all his might to block, exerting every ounce of strength. Yet the basketball soared half a foot above his fingertips. It struck the rim, bouncing twice before gracefully swishing through the net. What a spectacular moment! On the sidelines, Vanessa Johnson leapt up, fist raised in jubilant celebration. Sun Tieshan's fingers trembled slightly as he lifted his jersey to wipe the sweat from his brow. Throughout the relentless pursuit and blockade by Sprewell, he was nearing the limits of his jumping ability. The deep voice of the announcer resonated, a three-pointer from Sun Tieshan. Number 58 of the Raptors, assisted by number 13, Mark Jackson. Sun Tieshan officially surpassed the 50-point mark. Head coach Wilkins replaced Sun Tieshan and Reef LaFrance with Alvin Williams and Charles Oakley. Veteran Dale Curry handed over a damp towel. Sun Tieshan reclined in his chair, a damp towel draped over his face. After resting for a considerable 3 minutes, he finally regained his composure and took a hearty swig from a Gatorade bottle, nearly finishing half of it. Veteran player Del Curry inquired, "How are you feeling, Tieshan?" "I'm utterly exhausted," he replied. "Today, Sprewell clung to me like an unyielding adhesive. I could hardly muster the energy to shoot." Fitness coach Ron Angelo remarked, "Your stamina still leaves much to be desired, yet your recovery is commendable, particularly given your youth. You have made significant progress during this period, far surpassing your performance in the NCAA." Sun Tieshan nodded and remarked, "During this period, I engage in aerobic exercises daily, complemented by resistance band training, and additionally enhance my physical fitness." As the third quarter concluded, the Raptors held a commanding lead over the Knicks, leading by 19 points with a score of 85-66. Sun Tieshan stood up and exchanged high-fives with Vince Carter and others. Vince performed splendidly. "We were on the verge of extending our lead to 20 points. Vince Carter chuckled, attributing the success primarily to Tieshan's remarkable shooting accuracy in this game. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Raptors' starting players took to the court, and within 5 minutes, they surged ahead with a 12-7 run, led by Carter. The Knicks, facing a significant deficit, seemed devoid of fighting spirit. Antonio Davis seized the opportunity, executing a series of impressive plays, scoring 6 points with 3 consecutive successful shots. With just 7 minutes remaining, the Raptors widened the gap to 24 points. The Knicks were the first to call a timeout, pulling all their starters from the game. Head coach Lenny Wilkins turned to Sun Tieshan and said, "Tieshan, you will play the final 7 minutes. If you can score 60 points, that would be splendid. But do not strain yourself. You have already broken the record." "Yes, coach." Sun Tieshan led the formidable ensemble of Peterson, Curry, Murray, and Mamadou Ndiaye onto the court. Except for Mamadou Ndiaye, all 4 players stood over 193 meters tall and possessed commendable three-point shooting skills. This formation resembled a variant of the Raptors' strategy, showcasing a dazzling array of talent. After resting for over 10 minutes and regaining some stamina, Sun Tieshan led the Raptors in a relentless sprint across the court, initiating a fast-paced offensive. Within just 3 minutes, he scored 5 points, bringing his total to 56, merely 4 points shy of the coveted 60. With only 4 minutes remaining in the game, Van Gundy called a timeout, instructing the bench players to double-team Sun Tieshan, determined to thwart his pursuit of the 60-point milestone. Sun Tieshan's jersey was drenched in sweat, and at this moment, he could no longer muster the energy to run. Today, he faced an all-out assault from the Knicks, particularly as Sprewell shadowed him throughout the first 3 quarters. In the final 4 minutes, he relinquished ball control to Del Curry, opting to play off the ball. Yet, the Knicks' defense remained relentless. During those last 4 minutes, Sun Tieshan managed to score only 2 points and recorded a single assist. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the game came to a close. The Raptors triumphed over the Knicks with a score of 114-88, securing their 11th victory of the season. At that moment, he heard a crisp chime in his mind. "Congratulations on breaking through your physical limitations. Your stamina has risen to grade A, allowing you to exert yourself fully for 20 minutes. Beyond that, your condition will decline by 5 every 5 minutes." Sun Tieshan felt a surge of elation within him. He had not anticipated that the greatest constraint on his physical abilities would silently break through, advancing from AB in the preseason training camp to an A grade. This transformation occurred in just 2 months. He had originally believed that such a breakthrough would only come around the time of the All-Star game. It seems that possessing a robust physique and remarkable recovery capacity has indeed been of significant assistance to him, although the enhancement in his physical capabilities arrived somewhat late. Sun Tieshan was still exhilarated. "I am ready to take on 5 opponents. With full effort for 20 minutes, maintaining above 90 capacity for 10 minutes. And then coasting through the regular season, I could nearly play the entire game." At that moment, The players from the Raptors erupted in cheers, dashing onto the court and playfully overwhelming him. Vince Carter exclaimed, "Buddy, you've shattered the record again, scoring 58 points. It's time for you to treat us." Sun Tieshan glanced at the technical statistics sheet. In this match, he shattered the team's historical scoring record, previously held by Vince Carter with 48 points. He played for 31 minutes, shooting 20 out of 28 from the field, 8 out of 12 from three-point range, and 10 out of 11 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 58 points, along with 7 assists, 6 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block. Additionally, he recorded 3 turnovers and 3 fouls, filling the statistical columns entirely. He became the youngest player in the league to achieve a 50-point game. Once we return to Toronto, I shall treat you all to an authentic Huaxia feast at Fenway Tower, he remarked. Antonio Davis quickly interjected, "Dining out sounds agreeable. But I won't partake in cards with you. I have no desire to treat you after the last time, when I lost $6,000. Sun Tieshan hosted a gathering without spending a single cent, yet he profited a handsome sum of $2,000. He chuckled, "Brother, playing cards is merely a source of amusement. Why not include me? Your card skills are so exceptional that playing against you feels akin to directly donating money." Charles Oakley added, "Tieshan, you are well aware that our games are a mix of wins and losses, yet you have never tasted defeat. Naturally, we shall refrain from inviting you to play again. Are you suggesting that I should let you win? We do not require your assistance in that regard. However, we shall not engage in play with you." As Sun Tieshan returned to the bench, surrounded by the likes of Vince Carter, the head coach, assistant coaches, and all the bench players rose to applaud. The large screen displayed Sun Tieshan's statistics from the game, showcasing his textbook-like shooting prowess. Following evaluations by the commentators and media present, Sun Tieshan was awarded the title of Best Player of the Game. He later engaged in an interview with reporters at the sidelines. Chapter 57, The 50-Point Maestro. Doris Burke from ESPN inquired, "Tieshan, you scored 58 points in this game, achieving what even Jordan could not. You are now the second player, after Allen Iverson, to score 50 points in a rookie season, and the youngest player in the league to reach the 50-point milestone. How did you accomplish this?" Sun Tieshan remarked. "Sprayville stated that he would confine my scoring to under 20 points, and my teammates wholeheartedly supported me. They provided me with numerous excellent passes throughout the game. In particular, Vince Carter, who scored a modest 15 points, contributed a remarkable 12 assists, 10 of which were directed towards me. Additionally, Mark Jackson also delivered several exquisite passes my way. Without the assistance of my teammates, achieving 58 points would have been impossible. I am truly grateful to them. As a phenomenal rookie, do you possess the ability to surpass this scoring record?" Sun Tieshan remarked, "This is quite challenging. As a newcomer, many are unfamiliar with my playing style. When I step onto the court during garbage time, there isn't much commentary from others. However, as I gain more experience, my opponents will become increasingly aware of my capabilities, making it more difficult to achieve such statistics. Nevertheless, this is encouraging news for my teammates. Dell can return home and boast to his son, though I am now 36 years old, I am not yet past my prime. I can still sprint across the court. Did you know that I once scored 63 points in a game alongside Sun Tieshan? That's no small feat." Doris Burke chuckled heartily, acknowledging that this indeed is good news for Dell. After the interview, Charles Oakley approached, saying, "Tieshan, you should keep the game ball as a cherished memento." Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan hurried to seek out the equipment manager of the Knicks. The equipment manager replied, "Mr. Sun, I regret to inform you that this basketball is the property of the Knicks organization, and we cannot give it to you." Sun responded, "That is quite all right. I am willing to purchase it. A basketball is not too expensive." The equipment manager shrugged and remarked, "Indeed, a basketball is not costly. However, you did not take that game ball. It has already been claimed by someone else. I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Sun inquired, "Who took it?" The manager responded, "I cannot disclose that information, as it serves no purpose." As Sun Tieshan, feeling somewhat disgruntled, turned to leave the court alongside his teammates, he stepped into the players' tunnel. There, he encountered a striking young woman, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, with a statuesque figure and flowing golden locks. Holding a basketball in her hands, accompanied by a staff member, she awaited him in the corridor. "Hello, Tieshan. I'm Ivanka. Would you be so kind as to give me your autograph?" "Of course, it would be my pleasure." Sun Tieshan inscribed his name on the basketball presented by Ivanka, and the two exchanged phone numbers. Upon returning to the locker room, Vince Carter, with a look of envy, remarked, "My friend, that tall blonde clearly has her eyes on you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given you her number. Oakley, as a player for the Knicks, was acutely aware of the intricate dynamics of New York. Tieshan, do not be deceived by her appearance. She is not an ordinary model who can be easily dismissed with a bit of cash. Her father wields considerable influence in New York, old money, to be precise. Having played 10 seasons with the Knicks, I am well aware of the dangers posed by such women. It would be wise to steer clear of her to avoid unnecessary complications, for once entangled, it may become exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. And one could find oneself embroiled in legal troubles. Son Tieshan, with an innocuous smile, remarked, Charles. I studied at a university in Columbia and possess some knowledge of affairs in New York. Moreover, she has appeared on television. You need not be concerned about this matter. I almost forgot. Our novice is an outstanding alumnus of Columbia University. After taking a shower and attending the post-competition press conference, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. As Son Tieshan and his companions had just departed from the gymnasium, they spotted Vanessa Johnson waiting outside the bus. Upon seeing Son Tieshan, she waved and exclaimed, Hello, Tieshan. I am Vanessa Johnson. Would you be so kind as to grant me your autograph? Indeed, you are my lucky star. My shooting has been exceptionally on point today. All thanks to your influence. You saved me on the court. Otherwise, I would have surely suffered a terrible fall. Son Tieshan, taking the signature pen handed to him by Vanessa, inquired, Where would you like me to sign? Vanessa Johnson, gracefully opening her coat to reveal a white bodice beneath, replied, It would be splendid to sign here. I trust you won't mind. Son Tieshan beheld the expanse ahead, a pristine blanket of white, tumultuous waves crashing fiercely. Of course not. As long as it pleases you. Vince Carter and others nearby erupted in a chorus of cheers, filled with a mixture of admiration, envy, and resentment. After Son Tieshan finished signing, Vanessa Johnson said, This is my phone number. Feel free to call me when it's convenient. I wouldn't mind spending a delightful evening with you. Vanessa boldly took the initiative to extend her invitation. Son Tieshan was no stranger to this. When he led the Blue Lions to the second round of the NCAA tournament, many girls from Columbia displayed similar behavior. Some were quite straightforward, while the more bashful ones would pass a small note. Son Tieshan harbored no objections. Vanessa possessed remarkable beauty, with her large, expressive eyes and finely sculpted features. Standing at a height of 175 meters, her figure was both curvaceous and alluring, slightly more voluptuous than that of Lin Chiliang. Notably, her appearance resonated deeply with Son Tieshan's aesthetic preferences. She also had a younger sister, the renowned child star Scarlett Johansson, who, at the age of 16, was notably shorter than her. Son Tieshan received the phone number and returned the pen to Vanessa. We have back-to-back matches tomorrow, so we must rush back overnight. If I have time, I shall give you a call. Very well. The group boarded the bus, hurrying to the airport. Peterson remarked enviously, Tieshan, you are incredibly fortunate. Today, 2 beautiful women offered you their phone numbers, something that has never happened to me. Charles Oakley added, Tieshan signed a 5-year contract worth $100 million. So it is only natural that girls would be eager to approach him. If Tieshan desires, those starlets here would line up to meet him in Toronto. Once they become pregnant, they stand to gain immensely. A love child. Each year, you could easily incur nearly $1 million in child support, which is not uncommon in America. Your wealth could sustain an entire family, including her husband and other children, allowing them to lead a life of abundance. Seeking out those starlets seems less prudent compared to finding 2 girls at a nightclub, which would be more economical. Peterson inquired, What if the nightclub girls become pregnant? To which Oakley replied, What status do those nightclub girls possess? Even if the child is indeed yours, a little financial compensation would suffice. And you could raise the child on your own. Son Tieshan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Oakley was enlightening him. The most renowned figure in the NBA is Shawn Kemp, who amassed over $90 million during his career, only to find himself bankrupt shortly after retirement due to the burden of supporting numerous illegitimate children. Thus, a successful man must either live frugally, avoiding a reckless lifestyle, or risk becoming a mere creature of indulgence. Engaging in casual relationships is permissible, but one must possess substantial earning potential or formidable influence to navigate such complications. No one would dare to extort you without reservation or drain your resources. The team chartered a flight to return to Toronto overnight, preparing for a back-to-back challenge against the Bulls. The morning practice was cancelled. Upon returning home, Son Tieshan indulged in 9 hours of restful sleep. He rose at 10 in the morning, trained for over an hour, and after having lunch, he informed his bodyguards, David Paul and Manzanilla, that he would grant them a few days off for Thanksgiving to reunite with their families. with plans to return to work on December 1st. David Paul inquired, "Sir, is your safety assured?" Sun replied, "You need not worry. Aside from games, I remain at home and go nowhere. This place is quite secure. And there should be no issues." "Good." Sun Tieshan approached with 4 exquisite gift boxes, each containing a distinct wristwatch. He stated, "These timepieces are my endorsed products, reasonably priced at over $3,000 in the market. Each of you may take 2, whether for personal use or as gifts." "Thank you, sir." Lin Chiliang then approached, extending her phone to Sun Tieshan. "Tieshan, your phone is off. Mr. Palinka has called me urgently seeking you." Chapter 58, Carter's Withdrawal. Sun Tieshan answered the phone. "Tieshan, your performance last night was absolutely exhilarating. That was a remarkable assist, and the contracts with several companies were finalized this morning. They will be officially announced next month. You need to have Miss Chiliang assist you in arranging your schedule." "All right, no problem. Aren't you curious about the total value of the contracts?" Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan laughed and remarked, "If we exclude the sneaker contract, it likely does not exceed $40 million, does it?" He endorses only 13 companies. And the international group provided a lifelong insurance contract without any monetary compensation. His earliest endorsement with Mula was for merely $1 million. When we exclude the Nike sneaker endorsement, Sun Tieshan estimates his earnings to be around $35 to $38 million. After all, he is a guard, not as towering as Yao Ming, fitting within the realm of ordinary individuals. Coupled with his appealing image, dual degrees, being a distinguished alumnus of Columbia University, and the distinction of being the first Chinese player to enter the NBA, he possesses numerous accolades. You are indeed correct, excluding the sneaker contract. It is approximately $39 million, with Audi offering the highest at $6 million, while Mula offered the lowest at only $1 million. Palinka then excitedly stated, "Aside from Michael, I have truly never encountered anyone in the NBA with your remarkable ability to attract revenue. Tieshan, becoming your agent is the wisest decision of my life. We must celebrate this achievement. I shall take care of the bill." Palinka, having not witnessed the financial prowess of LeBron and Curry 2 decades later, would not have made such a statement otherwise. "No problem," he replied. Sun Tieshan subsequently made calls to Greg Abel, the president of Tianyu Investment, and Joy Covey, urging them to expedite the financing arrangements. After attending to matters at home, he drove to the arena in the afternoon. "Buddy, you're on fire. Your news is everywhere," exclaimed Morris Peterson with an envious expression upon entering the arena. "What do you mean?" Sun Tieshan inquired as Charles Oakley handed him a stack of newspapers. "Tieshan, I truly envy you. Nearly every newspaper's front page features your name, accompanied by your photograph and statistics, no less. My goodness, at just 18 years and 173 days. You've scored 58 points, along with 6 rebounds and 7 assists. Just wait and see. You'll drive those young players in the league absolutely mad." At that moment, the head coach entered the locker room, clapping his hands and announcing, "Gentlemen, it's time to warm up. We have a game tonight." Vince Carter and the other players acknowledged with a nod, changing into their jerseys and heading to the training court to warm up. The league announced the Player of the Week for the 4th week, which was awarded to Baron Davis of the Hornets. This week, the Hornets achieved a remarkable record of 5 wins in 7 days, with Baron Davis producing nearly a triple-double average of 14, 6 points, 9 rebounds, 10 assists, 2, 6 steals, and 0, 6 blocks, showcasing an exceptionally versatile performance. The match between Sun Tieshan and the Knicks took place on Sunday and was not included in the calculations. After a brief warm-up, the team practiced a few tactics, and by 7:30 p.m., the game between the Raptors and the Bulls commenced. Only 3 minutes into the game, the Raptors led the Bulls by 6 points, with a score of 10-4. Vince Carter, after missing an offensive attempt, landed awkwardly and twisted his ankle, which quickly swelled to the size of a bun, causing him to cry out in pain. Alvin rushed to commit a foul, prompting the team physician to enter the court. Vince Carter was assisted off the court, limping, to undergo a thorough examination in the medical room. Upon seeing this, the head coach decided to substitute Alvin Williams, allowing Sun Tieshan and Morris Peterson to take the court earlier than planned. Sun Tieshan plays as a shooting guard, while Morris Peterson occupies the small forward position. Although Vince Carter is absent, the Bulls still find themselves outmatched by the Raptors. The Raptors concluded the first half with a commanding lead of 11 points. At 56-45, upon returning to the locker room, Sun Tieshan inquired about Vince Carter's whereabouts. The results of Carter's examination revealed an ankle sprain, necessitating a minimum recovery period of approximately 2 weeks. Sun Tieshan was quite puzzled, How could this be Vince's third season, and yet he suffers such a severe ankle injury? Antonio Davis, however, was well aware of the situation. Last season, during a game against the Miami Heat, Vince inadvertently landed on Bruce Bowen's foot, twisting his left ankle, which had become an old injury. It turned out he had fallen victim to Bowen's notorious footwork. Charles Oakley shook his head and remarked, at that moment, Vince was taking a shot, and Bowen was turning to look at the backboard, likely unaware of his presence. It should not have been intentional. Sun Tieshan was momentarily taken aback. Without a modicum of acting prowess, one would hesitate to claim experience in the NBA. As the second half commenced, Sun Tieshan took complete control of the team's offensive rhythm. Confronting the league's weaker Bulls, he adeptly maneuvered inside and out, scoring 13 points in a single quarter. The Raptors managed to extend their lead to 20 points before Sun took a breather. Although Ron Artest displayed tenacious defense and impressive statistics last time, no one saw him as a spokesperson. This season, they are likely once again vying for the coveted top draft pick. Ron has also lost his defensive fervor. By the fourth quarter, after 5 minutes of play, the score stood at 80-95, with 3 minutes remaining when the Bulls withdrew all their starting players, conceding defeat. Head coach Lenny Wilkens, wary of taking risks, refrained from allowing Sun Tieshan to play during garbage time. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Raptors triumphing over the Bulls with a score of 106-88 in back-to-back victories. Sun Tieshan played for 32 minutes, successfully making 7 out of 13 field goal attempts, including 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and converting all 5 of his free throws. He accumulated 22 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 block, 3 fouls, and 1 turnover, achieving his 6th double-double of the season. Although the contest was not particularly intense, he faced the defensive challenge posed by Ron. Sun Tieshan has limited opportunities to shoot. This week, the Raptors have 5 games scheduled, including a stretch of 4 games in 5 days, with 2 back-to-back contests. Tomorrow marks Thanksgiving, providing the team with a day of rest, after which they will depart for Dallas the following morning, followed by back-to-back games against the Hornets. Today's match concluded earlier than usual. As soon as Sun Tieshan returned home, he received a call from his cousin, Lee Eileen. "Cousin, how are things progressing over in Hong Kong?" "Things are quite smooth on this end. I leveraged some connections to facilitate the acquisition of 20 shares from both PCCW and IDG for a sum of $20 million. The transaction has been successfully completed. This will undoubtedly enhance PCCW's annual report considerably. Additionally, I invested another $5 million to acquire 10 of the shares. Now, we hold equal stakes with the founders, each possessing 50. However, the company has entered into an agreement with them to engage solely in financial investment, offering counsel for corporate development without participating in operations or management. We shall not interfere with the company's operations. Once the company goes public, we will need to dilute our shares proportionally in conjunction with the management team." "Well done, cousin. I adore you." Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan was filled with excitement and eagerly inquired, "Is it truly that simple?" Lee Eileen replied, "This company only conducted its initial financing in July. Each investor contributed $2 million, and within 4 months, they reaped 4-fold returns, with a premium of 3 to 4 times. What difficulty is there in that?" Sun Tieshan was pleasantly surprised by his cousin's efficiency in resolving matters so swiftly. He eagerly inquired, "How are things progressing with Baidu?" The team had successfully established contact with Baidu, which was initiating its Series B financing and negotiating with firms such as DFJ. They were willing to sign a concerted action agreement with the founding team, ensuring non-interference in the company's operations, which made Baidu's founders more inclined towards them. After discussions, it was decided that Pancher would lead the investment, with DFJ participating as well. They procured $7 million in Series B preferred shares, while DFJ acquired $1.6 million. The Series A investors also committed additional funds. In total, Baidu secured $10 million in this financing round, and both parties had signed the investment agreement, granting Pancher the right of first refusal for the next round of financing. Next, they needed to finalize the stakes in 2 gaming companies in Korea. However, the company was left with less than $18 million, and the team required $5 to $6 million annually for operations, including salaries, which had to be reserved. If the valuations of the 2 gaming companies were excessively high, they would have to forego the acquisition. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 59, Monthly Best Regarding Financial Matters. Sun Tieshan reassured his cousin that the company would provide guarantees for financing, and by the end of December, there would be at least $100 million deposited into Pancher's account. As for the acquisition of the 2 companies in Korea, He advised her to handle it as she saw fit. If their asking price was too steep, it would be best to let it go. It was preferable for a white employee from the company to negotiate this matter, and the sooner, the better. Once the guaranteed funds were secured, he had other projects for her to discuss. All right. After concluding the call with his cousin, Li Eileen, Sun Tieshan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He never anticipated that she would act with such vigor. Within just half a month, she managed to acquire 7 million shares of Baidu for a mere $7 million. An astonishing bargain. Should Baidu go public in the future, it would yield nearly a hundredfold return, coupled with the Shenzhen company that had already successfully invested in 2 firms. As for Alibaba, Sun Tieshan was not disinterested in investing but lacked sufficient funds at the moment, hence his decision to focus on these 2 companies first. Otherwise, he would not have sent his cousin to Korea. Regarding the potential acquisition of the 2 gaming companies, he held little hope. If successful, it would accelerate the Shenzhen company's growth. If not, it was of little consequence. In the realm of business, traffic was king, and the company did not require significant financing before its IPO. Sun Tieshan instructed Lin Chiling to procure a bottle of wine. The 2 collaborated in preparing a sumptuous dinner. As the wine flowed, they began to feel the warmth of its effects. Sun Tieshan poured himself half a glass from the remaining wine in the bottle, filling the rest for Lin Chiling. Lin Chiling inquired, "You seem particularly joyful today. What brings you such happiness?" "The progress with President Li has been remarkably smooth. We have expended $35 million and have acquired shares in 2 companies," he replied. In the luminous cup of fine wine, one is urged to drink. As the lute beckons, do not mock the one who lies drunk on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? It is often said that the commercial realm resembles a battlefield. In this time, President Li has achieved a resounding victory, deserving of our celebration. Sun Tieshan then said, "Come, Sister Chiling, let us raise our glasses." Lin Chiling took a sip and inquired, "Tieshan, do you enjoy Tang poetry?" "I appreciate both Tang and Song poetry. The culture of Huaxia spans 5 millennia, rich in splendid civilization. One day, when Huaxia is unified and no longer restrained, it shall undoubtedly become the most formidable nation on this planet. What do you think, Sister Chiling?" Lin Chiling's beautiful eyes sparkled, her smile enchanting. "I am not particularly fond of that poem. It is laden with too much hostility. I prefer the lines that advise against the need for golden-threaded ropes, urging one to cherish youth. When flowers bloom, one must seize them. Do not wait until there are no blossoms left to pluck." Sun Tieshan tilted his head back and downed the wine in his cup. Sister Chiling was right. Youth is fleeting, and beauty fades with time. Flowers bloom while bees dance and butterflies flutter, yet when they wither, silence ensues. Many opportunities, once missed, remain irrevocably lost. Since we are fortunate enough to witness the blossoms in their prime, we ought not to squander this precious moment. Their conversation was shrouded in subtlety. Lin Chiling tilted her head and asked, "Do you know everything?" "It is often said that a young man should indulge in romance." "Sister Chiling wouldn't regard me as a mere wooden figure, would she?" Sun Tieshan stated directly, "Sister Chiling has feelings for me, and I too harbor intentions towards her. How about we meet in my room tonight?" Lin Chiling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her voice as delicate as a whisper, exuding a gentle fragrance like orchids. As soon as Sun Tieshan heard Lin Chiling's affirmative response, he pulled her closer, enveloping her in his embrace, and leaned down to kiss her. The chemistry between them ignited like a spark in a tempest. Following an impassioned kiss that stirred the soul, Lin Chiling wrapped her arms around Sun Tieshan's neck. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and said, "Let us retreat to her room." "All right." Sun Tieshan lifted her up, and Lin Chiling wrapped her arms around his neck as they made their way back to the room. Lin Chiling possessed an exquisite figure, with a slender waist and alluring curves that rendered Sun Tieshan momentarily unable to resist. The 2 engaged in their passionate entanglement for most of the night before finally calling a truce. Sun Tieshan felt invigorated, having not tasted meat in the 3 years since his rebirth. Today, however, he indulged himself fully. Lin Chiling rested her head on Sun Tieshan's shoulder, resembling a close and playful elder sister, teasingly remarking, "I thought you were indifferent to women, yet here you are, quite the lively one." Sun Tieshan sighed, expressing his uncertainty about how to navigate their future together. "I was born when you were already living. You are still young, handsome, and exceptionally talented. It is inconceivable that you would have but one woman by your side. I merely wish to quietly remain beside you, without vying for acknowledgement." Lin Chiling, possessing remarkable intelligence and emotional acumen, immediately grasped the underlying sentiment in Sun Tieshan's words. Sun Tieshan gently kissed Lin Chiling on the cheek and said, "Sister Chiling is my first woman. As long as you wholeheartedly follow me and remain steadfast, I shall not mistreat you. The following day, Sun Tieshan resumed his training at home as usual. The next day, he was to face the Little Bulls, marking their first formidable opponent since Carter's injury. Sun Tieshan placed great importance on rest and spent the evening relaxing with Lin Jilin, refraining from any undue exertion. The following morning, Sun Tieshan hurried to the gymnasium to join his team, embarking on their journey to Dallas in preparation for the evening's match against the Mavericks. During the flight, Coach Lenny Wilkins approached Sun Tieshan and informed him, "Vince is injured. You must be prepared to step up these next 2 weeks." This moment truly tested his resilience and fighting spirit. Sun Tieshan has just overcome his physical limitations. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to bear this heavy burden. "I understand, Coach. I will strive to perform well in the match. You need not worry excessively, for you are still a novice, and even in defeat, no one will hold it against you." Sun Tieshan was acutely aware that even if the head coach bore him no ill will, should Carter sustain an injury and the team suffer consecutive defeats, he would undoubtedly face severe criticism from the media. Those American journalists would not extend the same leniency towards him as they did towards LeBron. For every ounce of praise he had previously received, he would encounter an equal measure of scrutiny. In the following evening's match against the Mavericks, Sun Tieshan played for 35 minutes, achieving a remarkable 28 points from 12 of 19 shots, alongside 8 assists, 4 rebounds, 1 steal, 2 turnovers, and 3 fouls. His counterpart, Michael Finley, recorded 29 points from 14 of 28 attempts, adding 5 rebounds and 3 assists to his performance, along with 1 successful free throw out of 2 attempts. Sun Tieshan's performance was undeniably comparable to that of Finley. The decisive factors in this match were not them. Nowitzki struggled under the relentless defense of Charles Oakley and Antonio Davis, shooting a mere 5 out of 14 and scoring only 17 points along with 4 rebounds. Ultimately, the Raptors triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 109-105. Facing the Hornets in a consecutive away game, the Raptors collectively fell into a slump. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Raptors found themselves trailing the Hornets by a significant 17 points, with a score of 58-75. In a bold move, head coach opted to substitute in the bench players, effectively conceding the game. In this match, Sun Tieshan managed only 5 successful shots out of 15 attempts, failing to score from beyond the arc with 5 missed three-point attempts and converting both of his free throw attempts, resulting in a season low of 12 points. The Hornets dominated the game, clinching victory by a considerable margin. In their 2 encounters with the Hornets this season, the Raptors suffered significant defeats, with the Hornets seemingly becoming their nemesis. In a twist of fate, veteran Charles Oakley sustained a finger injury during the game against the Hornets and will be sidelined for a week. Thus, all matches for November have concluded. The Raptors' next game is scheduled for December 2nd, where they will host the Clippers. The team will enjoy a day off on December 1st. On the morning of December 1st, the league announced the Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month for November. Throughout November, the Raptors played 15 games, achieving an impressive record of 13 wins and 2 losses, with both defeats coming at the hands of the Hornets. This remarkable performance places them at the top of the league, surpassing the Jazz and 76ers, both with 11 wins and 3 losses, and the Spurs with 10 wins and 4 losses. Sun Tieshan achieved remarkable feats with a triple-double of 29 points, a staggering 58 points in another game, and 42 points in yet another. He averaged an impressive 26, 8 points, 5, 4 rebounds, 6, 8 assists, 1, 5 steals, and 0, 6 blocks, boasting shooting percentages of 47, 5 from the field, 43, 6 from beyond the arc, and 85, 8 from the free throw line. Consequently, he was honored as the Player of the Month for November. Notable nominees included Karl Malone from the Jazz, Allen Iverson from the 76ers, and Vince Carter from his own team. This marked the first time in league history that a rookie, coming off the bench, was awarded the Player of the Month for both the Eastern and Western Conferences, in addition to being named the Rookie of the Month for November. The announcement sent ripples throughout the league. Chapter 60, 2 proposals. During an interview with TNT, John Stockton commented on the Raptors' commendable record, suggesting that their success was largely due to a favorable schedule. Aside from the 76ers, Trailblazers, Mavericks, and Hornets, the Raptors had not faced any formidable opponents in the league. Thus, their 13 wins and 2 losses were hardly surprising. Karl Malone contributed an average of a double-double in November, scoring 23, 6 points and grabbing 10, 6 rebounds, while the team enjoyed a 5-game winning streak on the road. He acknowledged the league's desire to elevate newcomers. Indeed, Sun Tieshan's statistics were impressive, Yet he often competed against bench players. If Karl sought impressive numbers, achieving them would be a simple task, yet he never participated during garbage time. Kobe Bryant, when questioned by reporters, remarked, "I'm aware that Sun Tieshan received the Player of the Month award for the first month, but I am not concerned about that at present. We are the reigning champions, and my sole focus is whether we can reclaim the championship this season. Personal accolades hold little significance for me." Following his statement, Kobe entered the arena without a backward glance, dedicating the afternoon to additional shooting practice. In a gracious response during an interview, Allen Iverson acknowledged, "The Raptors are the best in the league, and Sun Tieshan has delivered the performance one would expect. He truly deserves this recognition." The following morning, the NBA officially announced the commencement of the voting process for the 2001 NBA All-Star Game. Fans worldwide could visit the NBA's official website to cast their votes for their favorite players. The NBA revealed a list of 120 candidates, with 60 players from each conference. These players were selected by a panel of media experts who cover the NBA. Among the 60 players from each conference, there were 24 guards, 24 forwards, and 12 centers. Fans would select 2 guards, 2 forwards, and 1 center to form the starting lineup for the All-Star Game. Voting would take place both in arenas and online. From December 1st to January 15th, 2001, fans could obtain ballots from ballot boxes around the arena or request them at the voting center. Online voting would be available from December 1st to January 25th, allowing fans to vote for their favorite stars daily on the NBA website. To accommodate fans globally, the ballots were translated into 20 languages. Notably, the Raptors had 4 players nominated: center Antonio Davis, guards Sun Tieshan and Mark Jackson, and forward Vince Carter. On January 28, 2001, the NBA would announce the starting players for each conference. Subsequently, the head coaches from both conferences would select the reserve players for the All-Star Game, with results to be revealed on February 1st. The 2001 NBA All-Star Game was scheduled for February 12th in Washington, D.C., and would be broadcasted to audiences in 215 countries and regions worldwide. Today, Tianyu capital remained active without respite. In the morning, Sun Tieshan and Lin Chiliang had just arrived at the office when they were greeted by Pelinka, who approached them with an expression of sheer excitement. "Congratulations, Tieshan, on being awarded the Player of the Month." Sun Tieshan, with a hint of insincerity, remarked, "It's merely a couple of minor awards. What is there to celebrate?" "Ah, but this is different," Pelinka responded. "These 2 accolades signify that you have garnered the recognition of commentators and the media within the league. You have firmly established your presence. Other players may not share this sentiment. Their envy speaks volumes. This is the Player of the Month award, not just the Rookie of the Month. Throughout an entire season, only 6 individuals are bestowed with this honor. While it is improbable for you to be named MVP in your rookie season, you have nevertheless ascended to the ranks of the top 10 players officially acknowledged by the league. Only by attaining the Player of the Month title can one truly emerge as a star in the league, reaping certain privileges and receiving protection on the court from the league itself." "Very well, you may have a point," he conceded. Sun Tieshan then inquired, "Have the representatives from Coca-Cola arrived?" "They have indeed arrived and are currently in the reception room. This afternoon, a press conference will be held to formally announce your contract with them, as well as to discuss the schedule for the advertisement shoot." Sun Tieshan nodded. Lin Chiliang had already discussed this matter with him. They convened with Greg Abel and Joy Covey. Together, they arrived at the reception room, where a chief marketing officer named Beatrice Perez led the Coca-Cola team. After exchanging pleasantries, they finalized the contract. At this moment, Sun Tieshan inquired, "Has the advertising proposal been prepared?" "Not yet," came the response. Sun Tieshan smiled and remarked, "I have 2 ideas. Would you be interested?" On the side, Pelinka interjected, "Mr. Sun is a distinguished alumnus of Columbia University, having obtained 2 degrees in just 3 years, one in marketing and the other in psychology, along with self-studying data analysis." A sycophant. Greg Abel silently scoffed, not to be outdone. He added, "Mr. Sun is the most exceptional player I have ever encountered. He earned 2 diplomas at the tender age of 18. Beatrice Perez, a nearly 30-year-old woman of refined demeanor, spoke up, "I have learned about Mr. Sun. His image is quite commendable. Please feel free to share any suggestions." Though she did not articulate it directly, her lack of enthusiasm for Sun Tieshan's advertising proposal was palpable. Sun Tieshan did not dwell on trivialities. It was evident that my advertisement would predominantly target the Greater China region. Indeed, I have devised 2 proposals. The first unfolds on a sun-drenched beach, where a man and a woman clad in bikinis approach a beachside kiosk. The man orders 2 bottles of chilled cola. handing one to the lady beside him. Together, they tilt their heads back, guzzling half a bottle in one go, their faces alight with ecstasy. Subsequently, everyone on the beach raises their own bottles, joining in the refreshing experience. The man lifts his cola, exclaiming, "Refreshing to the core, joy shared together." Or perhaps, "Refreshing to the core, let your spirit soar." Or even, "Refreshing to the core, let us share in the delight." Just then, a bottle of Coca-Cola is dropped, sending ice cubes scattering about, glistening upon the cola. Finally, a voiceover chimes in, "Coca-Cola." The second proposal features a gathering of men and women seated around a hot pot. One individual requests a bottle of Coca-Cola, proclaiming, "Nothing pairs better with hot pot than Coca-Cola." What do you think? Beatriz Perez pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Your ideas are quite compelling. These are two excellent proposals, and the slogans are catchy. How could they not be? The previous one was a slogan for Sprite, a brand under Coca-Cola. However, Sun Tieshan made a slight modification. Nearby, the marketing director interjected with the question, "Why not say refreshing to the core, let your spirit soar, joy shared together?" Sun Tieshan remarked that the fewer the advertising slogans, the more likely they are to be remembered. From a behavioral perspective, 6 to 8 characters are most suitable for dissemination. Once the length exceeds 10 characters, it becomes challenging for individuals to retain all the information. Beatriz Perez nodded in agreement, stating that he found the first proposal quite commendable, with all 3 slogans being excellent. "As long as you approve, there will be no charge for this." Sun Tieshan smiled and remarked, "However, finding a model whose temperament complements mine is no easy task. As you know, one must be barefoot on the beach, and high heels are not permissible. A significant height disparity would be quite unsuitable. I believe Miss Lin Chiliang, who is beside me, would be an excellent choice. She is a graduate student from the University of Toronto, majoring in Western Fine Arts, which aligns perfectly with the aesthetic sensibilities of Asians, and her physique is remarkable. She has previously worked as a part-time model, standing barefoot at 1.75 meters. Her height and demeanor harmonize well with mine, making her a suitable candidate for a guest appearance." He scrutinized Lin Chiliang with a discerning gaze and nodded, inquiring, "What is Miss Lin's profession?" "She is my friend and currently serves as my assistant," he replied. Sun Tieshan continued, "After the advertisement is filmed, it will be broadcast across the Greater China region, including Japan and Korea, making 2 Asian individuals the most suitable choice. This will resonate more easily with the audience. However, the first consideration must be that their appearances align with the aesthetic standards of Asians. Additionally, their height proportions should not differ too drastically. I believe Miss Lin is the optimal candidate." "You are absolutely correct. It is indeed quite challenging to find Asian models who possess the image, height, and temperament akin to Miss Lin." After deliberation, Lin Chiliang accepted the advertisement deal for a sum of $500,000, which includes an annual portrait usage fee of $300,000. In the afternoon, both parties made an official announcement. Chapter 61, The Rising Stars that evening, during the match between the Lakers and the Spurs. Kobe Bryant took an astounding 31 shots, successfully making 16 of them, including 2 out of 4 three-pointers and 9 out of 10 free throws, amassing a total of 43 points, along with 3 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal. Allen Iverson also shone in his game against the Hornets, scoring 37 points, leading his team to a decisive 95-74 victory, finishing the game in just 3 quarters. The Raptors faced defeat against the Hornets for the second consecutive time, suffering a loss of 20 points in this rematch. It was evident that both players felt a sense of injustice regarding Sun Tieshan's selection as the player of the month for November. Upon returning home that night, Sun Tieshan practiced shooting for over 2 hours and engaged in a boxing session before resting with Lin Chiliang. After taking a shower, Lin Chiliang inquired, "Are you suggesting I pursue a career in the entertainment industry?" The entertainment world is a vast cesspool. Once you enter, there is no one untouched by its grime. You are my woman. How could I allow you to venture into such a realm? It is merely about appearing in an advertisement together, a brief cameo to enhance your visibility and plan for the future. Moreover, in the realm of Chinese celebrities, things are considerably easier than for the average person. Sister Chiliang, you possess knowledge and capability. In the future, I will entrust you with more significant matters. If someone approaches me for endorsement, should I accept? Certainly not, unless it pertains to my own advertisement needing your cameo. At this juncture, he continued, Sister Chiliang, once we have children, you will become involved with the foundation, dedicated to charitable work. Our careers are just beginning and will undoubtedly expand further. Why should we endorse second or third-rate brands? Unless they are our own. Sun Tieshan subtly hinted at his future plans for Lin Chiliang. Will the Foundation engage in charitable activities in the future? Sun Tieshan remarked, this is undoubtedly the case. Once our investments bear fruit, we shall reap substantial dividends. Aside from a portion of the funds required for operational endeavors and continued investment, the remainder will undoubtedly be allocated to charitable causes. As the saying goes, when one is impoverished, one may focus solely on self-cultivation, yet when one achieves success, one should strive to benefit the world. We are not the type to evade taxes while living on a meager annual salary, hoarding wealth like a miser. I am inclined to heed your words. Last night, Lin Chiliang's flattery revealed numerous nuances, rendering Sun Tieshan momentarily captivated. Upon arriving at the gym the following morning, he was greeted outside by Rachel, the ESPN reporter. As he stepped out of the car, she approached him eagerly. Hello, Tieshan. Hello, Rachel. I am aware you have inquiries. Feel free to ask directly. Rachel inquired, congratulations on being named the Player of the Month for November. Do you have any thoughts regarding this accolade? Sun Tieshan smiled and remarked, I was quite taken aback when I was announced as the Player of the Month. I never anticipated receiving this honor. Given the plethora of exceptional players in the league whose individual statistics surpass my own. For instance, my teammate Vince Carter. Had he not sustained an injury at the outset of the game against the Bulls, which adversely affected his average, he would have been far more deserving of this accolade than I. Nevertheless, the league has conferred this honor upon me, indicating that I was indeed the most outstanding performer in November. Rachel responded, but you are still a rookie. This award has surprised many. Sun Tieshan shook his head and remarked, this matter is not related to whether I am a newcomer. Rather, it significantly pertains to my performance. I scored 58 points in the match against the Knicks. To date this season, no one has surpassed that single-game scoring record. It is essential to recognize that the Knicks are not a weak team. They have the lowest points allowed in the league this season and even reached the Eastern Conference Finals last year. Moreover, I recorded a triple-double in the opener. My average statistics are commendable. Rachel responded, you know, Tieshan, many people question your performance during garbage time when you accumulate your stats. Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan expressed his confusion. Isn't garbage time when players are needed to play the game? Fans attend to witness a complete 48-minute match. Are we to leave prematurely? Of course, participation is essential, yet it is primarily the marginal players and rookies who take the court during garbage time, and you are a key player for the Raptors. Are you not? Indeed, you speak the truth. It is the marginal players and rookies who typically grace the court in such moments. And I happen to be a rookie in need of additional game experience. Thus, you see, my actions are not misguided. It is noteworthy that my average playing time is merely 31.5 minutes, as I am still a novice in this league. Sun Tieshan continued, stating, I am aware that some may question my playing time as a substitute, arguing that I only face other substitutes. However, not every ordinary substitute can perform for 31.5 minutes. Basketball is a sport that requires 5 individuals. It demands not only teamwork, but also the willingness of some to make sacrifices and step up as substitutes. This, in fact, underscores my role as a competent team player. I am like a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed. If the coach deems it necessary for me to come off the bench, I shall do so. If the coach requires me to step in during garbage time to help secure victory, I will rise to the occasion, and there is nothing amiss in that. It is, instead, those overly critical players who lack a sense of teamwork. Without substitutes, not even Michael could endure 48 minutes of play in every game, let alone achieve 6 championships. Let us not forget my playing time. Even when including garbage time, it amounts to only 31.5 minutes, which is not significantly longer than theirs. Had my statistics been calculated based on their playing time, my performance would have been even more impressive. As the interview concluded and they entered the arena, the rookie Morris Peterson looked at Sun Tieshan with admiration and said, Congratulations, Tieshan. You have been awarded the Player of the Month for November. This marks the first time a rookie has received this honor in November within the league. You have once again set a new record. Sun Tieshan chuckled. This is hardly significant. Had Vince not sustained his injury and played a few more games, I doubt this award would have been mine. At that moment, head coach Lenny Wilkins entered the locker room and addressed Sun Tieshan. Tieshan, starting this month, I can no longer allow you to play during garbage time. Why, coach? I'm still a rookie. I need the experience. You have already earned the Player of the Month title. It's inappropriate for you to play in garbage time, especially since our other players also require experience. Alas, it seems my statistics are destined to plummet. Sun Tieshan sighed softly and said, I shall adhere to the coach's arrangements. Lenny Wilkins patted Sun Tieshan on the shoulder and remarked, In every match, I will grant you 30 minutes of playing time. Make the most of it. All right. Tieshan was acutely aware that with his current stamina, a 30-minute play time was optimal. Should he exceed this duration, particularly against formidable opponents, he might find himself performing inferiorly even to the role players. That evening, the Raptors hosted the game with fervor. The league honored Tieshan with a trophy, which he raised high above his head, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the jubilant crowd. MVP, 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 echoing throughout the arena. Against the visiting Western Conference underdogs, the Clippers, Tieshan soared like a dragon plunging into the sea. He executed breakaways, three-point shots, and swift counterattacks, continuously facilitating assists from his penetrations. The Raptors triumphed effortlessly with a score of 108-95. Tieshan recorded an impressive 23 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals, marking his 6th double-double of the season. With the absence of garbage time to inflate his statistics, his scoring has notably declined. He was recognized among the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week announced on Monday. Tieshan has garnered a nomination with an impressive average of 28. 6 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 0 for blocks, achieving victory in 4 out of 5 games. Despite scoring only 12 points in a back-to-back match against the Hornets, he elevated his average by scoring 58 points in a game against the Knicks. This week, McDavis has showcased his prowess with an average of 31. 3 points, 15. 3 rebounds, 4. 3 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks, delivering a performance of dominance on both ends of the court, earning him the title of Player of the Week. The news of Tieshan's accolade as the Player of the Month swiftly traversed the ocean. The Sports Weekly published a sensational article exclaiming, "Shock! Tieshan is awarded Player of the Month, amassing an astonishing 400 million. The piece meticulously detailed Tieshan's average points per game and various statistics, while also cataloging the products he has endorsed. It confidently predicted that his endorsement earnings would reach 400 million, making him the most lucrative athlete in China. In a segment on the sports channel of China's Central Television, Tieshan's achievement was also highlighted, proclaiming him as one of the finest guards in the NBA. In early December, the Basketball Administration Center convened a meeting. A certain leader remarked, Tieshan has been performing admirably in the NBA, capturing the attention of the higher authorities. To achieve success in international competitions, we require exceptional players like him. Someone nearby added, I've heard that Tieshan has numerous endorsements and earns a staggering 400 million annually. NBA players indeed earn substantial sums. A deputy director sighed, noting that Tieshan was not a product of the internal training system. If they wished to recruit him, it would be prudent to first gauge his interest to avoid any potential awkwardness that could lead to discontent. Such a decision, if made public, could also tarnish the reputation of the Basketball Administration Center. Furthermore, if he were to agree to their summons, a clear protocol would need to be established regarding how to treat him. The necessity for differentiated treatment would require careful consideration. Deputy Director Lee astutely stated that haste in this matter was unwise. The leader then continued, additionally, the Mavericks are interested in acquiring Wang Zhizhi for the NBA. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Wang Zhizhi currently has significant responsibilities in the CBA, and his club may not readily release him. The leader concluded, let us first reach a consensus internally, and then allow the Mavericks to negotiate with the club. What do you think? As for Tieshan, we shall set him aside for the moment. After a 3-day respite, the Raptors embarked on a journey to the West, facing a series of 3 consecutive away games. In recent days, Tieshan has been officially announced as a spokesperson. On December 6th, the Raptors will face the Utah Jazz in a back-to-back game. The Utah Jazz truly lives up to its reputation as a formidable home court, with fans stirring up quite a ruckus. One might even hear the commotion of neighboring spirits engaged in a nocturnal skirmish. They kept the revelry going all night long. Tieshan did not fall asleep until the latter half of the night. The following evening, during the match, his performance was rather lackluster, compounded by the relentless attention he received from Stockton, who engaged in numerous subtle antics throughout the game. Tieshan is a man of vengeance. The two players exchanged covert jabs for a grueling 35 minutes of competition. For Tieshan, this game presented a challenge that eclipsed even the intensity of the playoffs, let alone the finals. His shooting rhythm was utterly disrupted, resulting in a new low for his scoring. He managed only 4 successful shots out of 14 attempts, with a dismal 1 out of 8 from beyond the arc, without any free throws, accumulating merely 9 points, alongside 11 assists, 8 rebounds, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. He also recorded 4 turnovers and 3 fouls. Ultimately, the Raptors fell short, losing 94-97 by a mere 3 points, and they faced this setback on the road. Against the seasoned Stockton, Tieshan astonishingly failed to draw a single free throw. Subsequently, in a back-to-back contest, they succumbed to the Trailblazers, marking a 2-game losing streak. In that match, Tieshan was closely monitored by Steve Smith. Coupled with the relentless defensive prowess of Rasheed Wallace, he played 38 minutes, scoring just 15 points on 6 of 18 shooting. For 2 consecutive games, he failed to exceed 20 points. ESPN's Stephen A. Smith, wearing a broad smile, remarked on his show that Tieshan's recent performances finally reflected that of a rookie. Indeed, he had initially excelled, even earning the Player of the Month accolade, largely due to his recent entry into the league, where teams were unfamiliar with his style and capabilities, allowing him to easily accumulate points. Now, however, he has been thoroughly analyzed by other teams, making it increasingly difficult for him to score. Mike Breen commented, "Are you suggesting that Tieshan has hit the rookie wall?" "Precisely," replied Stephen A. Smith, grinning with schadenfreude. "If he cannot overcome this obstacle, he risks becoming just another average player, a fate shared by many in the league." In Chapter 62, Vanessa Part 2, during a segment on TNT Sports, Kenny Smith stated, Tieshan has indeed encountered the rookie wall. He has struggled with his shooting in the last 2 games. Charles, do you believe he can break through it soon? TNT commentator Charles Barkley shook his head. Break the rookie wall? No, I don't think Tieshan can do that quickly. You must understand that even the most talented rookies, after a year in the NCAA, have not faced the intensity of the league, which spans just over 2 months. This is a reality. Their stamina and focus must be elevated upon entering the league, especially given the unparalleled intensity of NBA games, which they may find daunting. Fear of confrontation and injury can lead to distorted movements and a complete loss of direction. Many dazzling rookies who dominated in the NCAA become mere fringe players in the NBA due to such factors. I bet it will take Tieshan at least a month to regain his form. His partner, Kenny Smith, asked, "Are you certain it will take Tieshan a month to adjust?" "Absolutely, I am 100% certain. Time will tell," he replied. The American media promptly responded. The following day, the Bleacher Report published an article titled Chinese Boy Faces Rookie Wall, Super Rookie Stats Plummet. Sports Illustrated featured a commentary entitled Player of the Month and First Month. Can the sharpshooter maintain his performance? The Wall Street Journal headlined with shock. Tieshan's stats plummet after earning $300 million in January, subtly portraying him as a player desperately chasing stats for endorsement deals, who, once secured, became complacent. A tabloid published an article titled Sharpshooter's True Colors Revealed, Suspicions of Endorsement and Performance-Enhancing Drugs, which shocked many. Various media outlets, from newspapers to television, echoed a chorus of skepticism. Following their 2 consecutive back-to-back games, the Raptors arrived in Oakland early this morning, with the team taking the morning off to rest. Tieshan had just finished his breakfast when his bodyguard, David Paul, entered with a stack of newspapers. "Sir, these are the newspapers you requested, and I have taken the liberty of purchasing an additional copy. I believe it would be prudent for you to peruse this one first." Upon hearing this, Tieshan inquired, "What does the newspaper say?" "It claims that many have questioned your extraordinary data performance in the first month, suggesting it was merely to fulfill the endorsement contract. Furthermore, a tabloid called Star Weekly has alleged that you resorted to performance-enhancing substances to achieve superior statistics." David Paul then added, "Sir, do you require my assistance in addressing this matter?" Tieshan let out a cold laugh, saying, "They truly believe the media exists beyond the law, fabricating rumors and spinning tales at will. You need not concern yourself. I shall have my agent handle this matter." Upon hearing this, Tieshan made a call to Pelinka. The moment Pelinka answered, his expression turned grave. "This is slander," he asserted. "Indeed, it is not merely slander, it has severely tarnished my reputation. Contact Nike. They possess a formidable legal team. Fabricating lies and framing others is a common tactic employed by competitors. I suspect that this newspaper is backed by someone with ulterior motives. My reputation is at stake. While they stand to lose tangible wealth, their urgency surpasses ours in this matter. Let them handle the fallout. We shall simply observe from the sidelines. Rest assured, I will take care of it. I acknowledge my oversight in this situation. If the owner and editor of this newspaper do not face exorbitant penalties, leading them to dwell in utter disgrace, that would be a dereliction of my duty. Unless they can present irrefutable evidence proving your use of performance-enhancing drugs, which is utterly impossible, while others may not comprehend the rigor of your training. I am fully aware of it. Sun Tieshan hung up the phone. Palinka acted with remarkable swiftness, immediately contacting Nike and other brands endorsed by Sun Tieshan. Shortly thereafter, Palinka convened a press conference and dispatched a strongly worded legal letter to Star Weekly. Subsequently, Nike and other brands associated with Sun Tieshan sent out their own legal notices, deploying a formidable legal team to bring Star Weekly to court, where their owner and editor-in-chief would face exorbitant compensation claims. Amidst the wave of skepticism surrounding Sun Tieshan, he took a day of rest and, facing the struggling Warriors, achieved an impressive performance with 13 successful shots out of 20 attempts, including 3 out of 7 from beyond the arc and 6 out of 7 from the free throw line, efficiently scoring 35 points. He led the Raptors to a resounding victory over the Warriors with a score of 115-86, halting their losing streak and marking a powerful return. In 3 consecutive away games, Sun Tieshan averaged 19, 7 points, 5, 3 rebounds, and 6, 3 assists with a shooting percentage of 44, 6 and a 3-point shooting percentage of 36. Without the presence of Vince Carter to draw attention, both his scoring and shooting percentages have significantly declined. Following the conclusion of the match, Sun Tieshan attended the post-game press conference. Renowned TNT journalist Greg Sager remarked, "Congratulations on scoring 35 points in this game and achieving a decisive victory over the Warriors. The media has been suggesting that you are encountering the rookie wall. Is this your response to them?" Sun Tieshan confidently replied, "The rookie wall does not exist for me." Sun Tieshan continued, "In the previous 2 games, I indeed did not perform well. With Vince injured, we faced a series of back-to-back matches, starting with 5 games in 4 days, followed by 3 consecutive away games. Particularly, playing back-to-back against formidable teams like the Jazz and the Trail Blazers made it challenging for me to showcase my true capabilities. It is quite natural for every player to experience fluctuations in form, as we are not machines. As for a rebuttal, I believe it is unnecessary. I can only assert that this was my ordinary performance, as the Warriors did not exhibit their fighting spirit in this match." ESPN reporter Rachel inquired, "I noticed that your agent sent a legal notice to Star Magazine. If Star Magazine is willing to apologize for defamation, would you choose to settle out of court?" To which he replied, "If an apology were effective, what need would there be for the law?" Sun Tieshan, with a frosty demeanor, remarked, "Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. If I were to choose forgiveness this time, it would only embolden them further. By the next day, there would be rumors circulating about me, alleging my involvement in illicit activities. On the 3rd day, I would find myself besieged by a multitude of toddlers, clinging to my legs and calling me father. The most effective means of combating slander is to elevate the cost of such fabrications, instilling a respect for the law within them. You must understand that in the NBA, no individual of Huaxia descent has ever exhibited performance akin to yours. Their bewilderment and skepticism are entirely natural. For with doubt comes the propensity for fanciful concoctions, maliciously tarnishing the reputations of others. Is this truly what you deem to be normal?" Sun Tieshan cast a glance at the journalist and then remarked, "China is vast and rich, boasting a population of 13 billion and a glorious civilization that spans 5 millennia, teeming with countless talents. However, the Chinese place a greater emphasis on knowledge. Even amidst this, many individuals possess the capability to play as key players in the NBA. I am aware of a remarkable center standing at 7 feet 6 inches, with an exceptionally smooth shooting touch. He can even shoot from beyond the 3-point line. Furthermore, there is a guard whose 3-point shooting prowess rivals that of Reggie Miller. One's perspective may be limited. It is beneficial to explore various regions and gain first-hand experiences, as hearing alone can be misleading while seeing is believing. It is unwise to fabricate stories and maliciously slander others. You are aware that this newspaper employs dozens of staff members, and should they face litigation, all reporters and editors would find themselves unemployed, impacting numerous families. If they were willing to offer compensation, would you choose to settle?" Sun Tieshan sighed and, with a heart full of compassion, remarked, "I truly sympathize with them, indeed. For they have aligned themselves with the wrong leader. My words alone may not suffice in this matter, for their actions reverberate beyond my own interests. There are over a dozen enterprises and nearly 1 million employees affected by this. It could potentially lead to losses amounting to several billion in business for those companies. The repercussions they have wrought are profoundly detrimental. Nonetheless, on a personal level, I possess the capacity to choose to forgive them." Sun Tieshan provided an impeccable response, concluding a grueling stretch of 3 consecutive away games, coupled with a back-to-back match, left all the players physically and mentally exhausted. Following today's early conclusion of the match and the subsequent press conference, Antonio and his companions departed in clusters, heading to a nightclub in Oakland to seek out companionship and expend the dwindling remnants of their fervor. After finishing his extra practice, Sun Tieshan found himself with some idle time, so he decided to give Vanessa Johnson a call. Vanessa, this is Sun Tieshan. Are you busy at the moment? Not particularly. I heard you encountered the rookie wall? Sun Tieshan remarked, the notion of a rookie wall is entirely unfounded. I merely underperformed in 2 games. Yet today I managed to score 35 points. Are you calling to arrange a meeting with me? Sun Tieshan chuckled. It seems that arranging a meeting is quite impossible. I find myself in Auckland, far removed from New York. As fortune would have it, I stumbled upon your number while idly passing the time. So I thought to reach out and converse with you. I am currently in San Francisco, not too distant from there, merely a bridge away, replied Vanessa Johnson. How is it that you are in San Francisco? I am pursuing my studies here and will graduate next summer. The day we met was during the Thanksgiving holiday. I am an admirer of yours and made a special trip to the arena to watch you play. Oh, I see. Sun Tieshan continued. I have watched the films in which you starred, and I assumed you were perpetually on set. Are you referring to Manny and Lowe? That was a film I appeared in alongside my sister back in '96. After graduating high school, I came to San Francisco for my studies and have not acted in films since. Vanessa Johnson then inquired, did you call me to ask me to be your girlfriend? Of course, you may interpret it that way, he replied. Do you not have a girlfriend? Sun Tieshan was quite forthright. Leaving no room for ambiguity, how could someone as exceptional as I be without a girlfriend? Although she resides in Toronto, he continued. We are currently engaged in an away game. Having been out for a few days, the others have flocked to nightclubs. Feeling rather bored on my own, I fortuitously stumbled upon your number. If you don't mind, I would be delighted to have another girlfriend, given your remarkable qualities. I certainly do not shy away from competition. Would you be able to come over this evening? I could arrange for someone to pick you up. Sounds good, replied Vanessa Johnson. Sun Tieshan stepped out and exchanged a few words with his bodyguard, David Paul. Over an hour later, Vanessa Johnson arrived at the hotel. Sun Tieshan descended the stairs to escort her upstairs. Have your teammates all gone to the nightclub? Indeed, those fellows have all gone out to revel at the club, leaving me alone in a state of boredom. Why didn't you join them at the nightclub? Sun Tieshan remarked, I do not favor that place. It's far too chaotic. He then shifted the conversation, stating, you are a prominent star. Surely many admirers pursue you at the academy. Indeed, they often extend invitations for me to attend their parties. Yet I must insist on a performance fee. Sun Tieshan was taken aback. Appearance fee? In my mother's words, everyone must fend for themselves. Our home does not harbor parasites. Although I am studying, I must also earn to sustain myself. Vanessa Johnson, noticing Sun Tieshan's expression, continued, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not the type of woman who profits from selling her body. I merely assist them in creating an atmosphere. They returned to the room. Sun Tieshan inquired, would you like to drink? Excluding alcoholic beverages, as we are not yet of legal age to consume alcohol. He continued, one must be at least 21 years old to be considered an adult and partake in such drinks. Moreover, those under 21 are prohibited from purchasing alcohol. Vanessa Johnson removed her coat and handed it to Sun Tieshan, saying, did you invite me here with the intention of treating me to a meal? Sun Tieshan immediately understood and deftly hung up his coat. He extended his strong, powerful arm, resting it on Vanessa Johnson's shoulders. His strikingly contrasting black and white eyes fixed upon her. You are truly beautiful. Vanessa Johnson blinked her lovely eyes and replied, my mother says the same. Sun Tieshan lowered his head and kissed her. Oh. Vanessa Johnson widened her beautiful eyes, then closed them, willingly reciprocating the affection. The feelings were mutual, and everything unfolded naturally. As long as one possesses financial capability, height, skin color, and age become insignificant. Unlike Lin Chiliang, Vanessa exuded fiery passion, while the latter embodied gentle tenderness. The two reveled in each other's company for over an hour. Sweaty and breathless, Vanessa Johnson leaned against Sun Tieshan's chest and playfully punched him, teasing, you're as strong as a bull, with so many tricks up your sleeve, yet you claim to have never indulged in nightlife. Sun Tieshan caressed Vanessa's silky hair and declared, I have never frequented such places, and I can swear to that. I find that hard to believe, she retorted. To prove the veracity of my words, let us indulge in this once more. The following morning, Sun Tieshan presented a check for $10,000 to Vanessa Johnson. Puzzled, Vanessa Johnson replied, I have entered into this relationship out of admiration for you, not for monetary gain. If I were after money, I would have received far more than this. Sun Tieshan smiled and said, I understand your perspective, but do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not fond of you attending those parties. With money, you could expedite your academic journey. I would rather not have my girlfriend labeled as the queen of parties. People might say that Sun Tieshan's girlfriend is constantly attending parties to earn money for her studies. Such remarks would bring me great embarrassment. You selfish soul. Your girlfriend is not the only one for you. Indeed, but I invest genuine feelings in each one, he replied. Vanessa Johnson tucked away the check and remarked, I was quite pleased with last night. The people of Huaxia are not as the rumors suggest. It is often said that Huaxia men wear a single braid. And during my studies, I was frequently asked about this matter. Is it not so? Sun Tieshan remarked, these are merely sensationalist fabrications concocted by third-rate tabloids. Do you see any braids upon my head? I assumed you had only just arrived here and decided to cut them off. Such unscrupulous media are spouting nonsense. There is no significant difference between Huaxia and this place. Given the opportunity, I would be delighted to take you for a visit. Vanessa Johnson exclaimed in delight. That sounds wonderful. Sun Tieshan remarked, however, you must find a Chinese teacher to master the language. I shall. As Sun Tieshan shifted the subject, he remarked, after breakfast, I shall have my bodyguard escort you home. Our relationship remains a secret between us, and I wish for it not to be exploited. Understood, Vanessa Johnson replied before inquiring. When shall we meet again? Chapter 63, Palinka's concerns before long, he added. You know I frequently play away games. After the meal and bidding farewell to Vanessa Johnson, he returned to Toronto on Sunday morning. The entire Raptors team sighed in relief, finally free from the relentless travel of away games. As they anticipated 3 consecutive delightful home games, the head coach announced a day off for tomorrow, accompanied by the promising news that Vince Carter and Charles Oakley would be making their return the following evening. Sun Tieshan let out a sigh of relief, silently acknowledging the challenges of leading the team independently. The defensive pressure from the opponents was entirely focused on him. With extended playing time, the risk of injury due to fatigue loomed large. Furthermore, the current phase of the competition was markedly different from the initial matches. His every game footage was thoroughly analyzed by the adversaries, who had become acutely aware of his technical attributes, making it exceedingly simple for them to devise targeted defensive strategies. In the absence of Carter for more than half a month, Sun Tieshan has performed commendably, leading the team to a record of 4 victories and 3 defeats over 7 games. This includes 3 back-to-back matches against formidable playoff contenders such as the Jazz, Trailblazers, Hornets, and Mavericks. Aside from the overly critical American media, both the head coach and the general manager are quite satisfied with these results. The head coach has expanded his offensive strategies to 10 distinct plays, ranking just behind the Raptors' star player, Vince Carter, thereby establishing himself as the team's unequivocal third option. As for the team's second option, the interior cornerstone, Antonio Davis, lacks independent scoring ability, relying on luck for his shooting, which has further diminished his tactical standing. His seniority is the only reason he holds a position above Sun Tieshan. As soon as Sun Tieshan arrived home, Palinka hurriedly rushed over. Upon meeting, he inquired, Tieshan, during the post-game press conference with the Warriors, you mentioned that you chose to forgive them. Are you open to an out-of-court settlement? An out-of-court settlement is not out of the question. How much are they willing to compensate? $500,000, as this is an affront to your reputation. And this sum is tax-exempt. Sun Tieshan contemplated for a moment and remarked, let us proceed with an out-of-court settlement. They will provide the payment. And you shall withdraw the lawsuit, stating that I cannot bear to witness dozens of journalists and editors facing unemployment. After all, these journalists have families to support. However, the owner and the chief editor must convene a press conference to publicly disclose the truth of the matter and issue an apology. There must be no semblance of concealment. Furthermore, you should inform the public that this sum, in conjunction with the additional funds I have managed to raise, amounts to a total of $1 million, which I shall donate collectively after the All-Star game. Is this not overly generous to them? How could that be possible? Sun Tieshan waved his hand and continued. I have withdrawn my lawsuit for the sake of my image. I do not wish to appear overly aggressive. However, you may proceed with your litigation against them. My reputation has been tarnished. Do you not feel any loss? After all, you are my agent. Furthermore, the companies I represent should not be allowed to escape this matter so easily. I recall you stating that they should be left to languish in the depths of despair, to toil for a lifetime to repay their debts. Palinka felt a shiver run through him and replied, I understand. It is akin to squeezing toothpaste, first extracting the maximum, then gradually pressing out every last bit. Sun Tieshan suggested, you might consider acquiring the Star Weekly. Why would I acquire that? Came the reply. For your Rose Valley agency to achieve its fullest potential, it must establish its own voice. Acquiring Star Weekly could significantly bolster and expand your company. Pelinka shook his head. But I do not understand how to manage a media outlet. The scope of Star Weekly is rather limited. In truth, it could report on a plethora of stars: basketball, football, hockey, golf, boxing, film, and even Wall Street investment magnates. Negative news about these celebrities should be avoided unless substantiated. However, there is ample opportunity to cover their rumors. For instance, Kobe's extravagant gift of $1 million diamond ring to Vanessa in a bid for her affection, or the rift with his parents due to love. There is also the latest girlfriend of Tiger Woods and the rumored beau of Jessica Alba. Perhaps an interview with Wilt Chamberlain regarding his legendary escapades with women would be intriguing. Additionally, one could delve into the lavish lifestyle of James Chanos, the fund manager at the Knicks Union Fund. Such tantalizing stories can be sensationalized without hesitation. Reporters should unleash their creativity, for stars thrive on attention, rumors, and sensational pieces. Moreover, you could establish monthly rankings, such as a list of celebrity earnings, a breakout index for stars, or a tracking of trending topics. There are countless methods to explore. With your connections to numerous marketing directors, alongside the flow of gossip and scandal, and the potential for advertising, how could there be a lack of revenue? Pelinka, considering this, replied, I see what I need to do. He continued, Tieshan, why don't you also take a stake in the Rose Valley Agency? I could offer you a 60 share. You can provide the ideas, and I will execute them. I have faith that we will generate substantial profits together. Sun Tieshan cast a glance at Pelinka and inquired, have you heard something from someone? Indeed, Pelinka had overheard Greg Abel discussing that Sun Tieshan need not seek another agent, as Tianyu Capital could manage his affairs adeptly. However, Pelinka could not divulge this information, especially to Sun Tieshan, for he understood that only by intertwining his destiny with Sun Tieshan's could he secure a stable financial future. Sun Tieshan is currently heavily reliant on Greg Abel, entrusting the entire company to his stewardship. However, this agent is dispensable and could be replaced at any moment. Pelinka quickly interjected, no, I genuinely wish to bring you on board. Sun Tieshan contemplated for a moment and remarked, let it be 60, I shall take half, a 50 stake, which will assure your peace of mind. In the future, should opportunities for profit arise, I shall include you. This was splendid news. Pelinka was momentarily overwhelmed with joy. The two then proceeded to meticulously discuss the matter, finalizing the equity distribution of the Rose Valley Brokerage Company between Sun Tieshan and Pelinka. Sun Tieshan shares are held in trust by Lin Chiliang, with both parties having signed a trust agreement. On December 11th, the league announced the best players of the fifth week, an honor unrelated to the Raptors. Chris Webber of the Kings delivered extraordinary performances in 2 games during the week, averaging 33, 5 points, 14 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 5 blocks to earn this distinction. Kobe Bryant of the Lakers and Allen Iverson of the 76ers received nominations. For 2 consecutive nights, Sun Tieshan found himself entangled with Lin Chiliang until the early hours. Although Lin was his senior, her years of dance practice endowed her with a supple figure and an enchanting demeanor that made her exceptionally endearing. Sun Tieshan was momentarily captivated. Grasping a profound truth, the fleeting nature of spring nights, which often led to rulers forsaking the dawn. Were he to traverse back to antiquity, he would undoubtedly be a debauched monarch, not much better than the latter years of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. On the 3rd morning, he awoke late, arriving tardily for training. The head coach, Lenny Wilkins, subtly remarked, Tieshan, you appear to have dark circles under your eyes. Have you been overexerting yourself with late-night practices? Indeed. It was a rare period without competitions. Lenny continued with earnest concern, young man, one must learn moderation. Life is long. If you persist in nocturnal endeavors, you shall come to understand the consequences as you age. Many athletes in their 30s resemble those in their 50s, struggling even with the simplest of tasks. I, an old man, may be wiser now, but I once lacked restraint in my youth. I trust you do not wish to face the same fate at 30. I understand. Coach, I shall take heed, Sun Tieshan replied. Sun Tieshan resolved to bid farewell to his shameless lifestyle and devoted himself to honing his skills. On that day, Pelinka accepted a compensation of $500,000 on behalf of Sun Tieshan and reached an out-of-court settlement with Star Weekly, simultaneously announcing that Sun would donate this sum, along with an additional $500,000 he personally raised, to Columbia University as a scholarship for the basketball department during the All-Star weekend. Subsequently, Star Weekly held a press conference to issue an apology. The editor-in-chief and owner, Edward Schultz, stated at the conference, I was initially astounded by Mr. Sun Tieshan's athletic prowess. and I held him in high regard until I received an anonymous tip. The letter alleged that Mr. Sun had possibly used performance-enhancing drugs to inflate his statistics. Accompanying the tip was an anonymous check for $200,000 issued by a Swiss bank. Blinded by greed, I slandered Mr. Sunday. Although I know he is a good man, an exemplary student of Columbia with a compassionate heart, I tarnished his reputation for monetary gain, which has left my conscience deeply unsettled. I sincerely apologize and vow never to commit such foolish acts again. The public was momentarily in an uproar. Chapter 64. Charles' shoe contract. That evening, the team was set to face the Suns at home. After concluding the morning practice and a brief tactical run in the afternoon, the Raptors prepared for the challenge. With Vince Carter and Charles Oakley returning, Sun Tieshan once again took his place on the bench, transforming into a formidable sixth man. In this match, Sun faced the seasoned 29-year-old Rodney Rogers, achieving an impressive tally of 30 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block from 16 attempts, including 4 successful three-pointers out of 5 and a perfect 6 from the free throw line. This marked his second consecutive game scoring over 30 points, effectively dispelling any doubts regarding his performance. Together with Vince Carter, who also scored 32 points, they triumphed over the Suns, securing back-to-back victories following 2 losses. During the post-game press conference, TNT reporter Greg Siegel inquired, Tieshan, Star Weekly has issued an apology regarding this matter, stating they received an anonymous tip that included an untraceable check. What are your thoughts on this? Sun Tieshan remarked, although this situation is quite despicable, I understand that they are merely a gun, and the trigger is not in their hands. I have chosen to forgive them. I will utilize the compensation of $500,000, along with my earnings, to assemble a total of $1 million, which I will donate to Columbia University after the All-Star Game, designated as an athletic scholarship for the basketball department. Additionally, I will raise another $1 million to contribute to my hometown secondary school for the construction of a modern indoor sports facility. ESPN reporter Rachel inquired, Tieshan, what accounts for your remarkable athletic talent? Is it because you are an international student? Sun Tieshan remarked, my athletic prowess stems from my early practice of traditional Chinese martial arts, which has endowed me with superior flexibility, agility, and coordination compared to my peers. In truth, my acquaintance with basketball has been relatively brief, spanning just a little over 3 years. Of course, when it comes to basketball techniques, I owe a debt of gratitude to my university coach and Mr. Tim Grover, as well as to Michael. Without their guidance, I would likely still be pursuing my studies at university, far from the realm of professional basketball. The following day, after concluding his training, Sun Tieshan hosted a gathering at Fenway Building. Upon exiting the gymnasium, Charles Oakley beckoned to Sun Tieshan, saying, Hey buddy, hop in my car. I have something to discuss with you. Sure. Sun Tieshan instructed his bodyguard David Paul and trainer to follow closely behind in the car as he entered Charles's grand Jeep. What else with the air of mystery? Sun Tieshan inquired with a smile. Charles replied earnestly, I have signed a contract for a sneaker endorsement from Huaxia, and they are willing to produce a pair of signature shoes for me. Although the endorsement fee is modest, totaling only $1 million over 2 years. You must understand that I am a 39-year-old veteran, and this marks the debut of my first signature shoe. I owe you my gratitude. Sun Tieshan was momentarily taken aback and promptly inquired, which Chinese sneaker manufacturer approached you? Enta. Yes, that's the name. They will soon launch a signature series of battle armor shoes for me and have solicited my input on the design. They hold me in high regard. Then I must extend my congratulations to you. Charles Oakley expressed with pride. Tieshan, you may not be aware, but I have heard them say that I am quite renowned in China, perhaps even more so than the president, especially after I stood up for you in the preseason. My fame has surged exponentially in China. I genuinely hope that you encounter further challenges in your matches. Then I can step in on your behalf, showcasing my prowess, which would undoubtedly garner me even more admirers. Sun Tieshan, observing Charles's eager demeanor, shook his head and remarked, Do you truly believe anyone on the NBA court would dare to engage with me? It is common knowledge that you possess martial arts skills, hence, no one would provoke you. It's a pity that Sprewell's abilities fell short and you managed to knock him out. Otherwise, I might have garnered more admiration from Chinese fans. Nevertheless, for tomorrow's match, you must assist me by delivering several excellent passes. Certainly, no problem, Charles replied. Sun Tieshan spent over $10,000 to treat everyone to a lavish dinner, without arranging any entertainment. After the meal, he returned home, where Mike Mancius accompanied him for an additional hour of practice. Only then did Sun Tieshan retreat to his room to rest, amidst Lin Chilliang's sorrowful gaze. The following evening, after finishing his extra training, Lin Chiliang gently massaged his shoulders and sweetly inquired, "Why haven't you asked me to join you these past couple of days? There are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields." Sun Tieshan chuckled and replied, "Sister Qiling possesses millennia of magical prowess. My golden cudgel struggles to contain your enchantment. As I am still growing, moderation is essential, and once a month will be most suitable." Lin Qiling coyly responded, "You spend half of your month competing away from home. Do spend more time with me, lest you be swiftly lured away by another enchantress." Sun Tieshan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she knows something? He hurriedly replied, "That enchantress possesses magic as profound as yours. It was the head coach who advised me, stating that as I am still growing, I must exercise restraint, at least twice a month." "Very well. I shall proceed as Sister Chiliang suggested." Subsequently, in their 2 home games, the Raptors triumphed over both the Pacers and the Knicks, achieving an impressive 4-game winning streak. Sun Tieshan and 13 endorsed enterprises have successively made official announcements. On December 16th, the Raptors' dynamic duo triumphed once again over the Bucks trio in a back-to-back away game, extending their winning streak to 5 matches. After the game, they hurried back to Toronto overnight. The team enjoyed a day off, as they prepared to face a formidable opponent, the Lakers, the day after tomorrow. On December 17th, the league unveiled the results of the first phase of the All-Star voting. Raptors' Vince Carter emerged as the frontrunner in the first phase with 620,000 votes, leading the Eastern Conference forwards, followed by Grant Hill with 330,000 votes in second place, and Sprewell with 280,000 votes in third. The top center in the Eastern Conference was Alonzo Mourning of the Heat with 310,000 votes, significantly ahead of second-place Tyrone Hill with 100,000 votes. In the Eastern Conference guards, Allen Iverson ranked first with 550,000 votes, followed by Sun Tieshan in second with 460,000 votes, and Tracy McGrady in third with 270,000 votes. Sun Tieshan enjoys a lesser fanbase in America compared to Tracy McGrady, whose statistics are undeniably more impressive. However, the circumstances are complicated by familial ties. A significant number of Asian Americans have cast their votes for Sun Tieshan, including not only those of Chinese descent but also Japanese and Korean supporters. His hometown fans are equally supportive, with many Chinese basketball enthusiasts going to great lengths to vote for him, ultimately securing a victory over McGrady. Sun Tieshan garnered 460,000 votes, yet the commotion it stirred pales in comparison to the fervor surrounding Yao Ming during the 2003 All-Star event. Aside from Tracy McGrady's notable dissent, others universally acknowledge Sun Tieshan's prowess. As of now, Sun Tieshan averages 15.6 attempts per game, successfully making 8.2 shots, including 6.5 3-point attempts with 2.9 conversions, and 5 for free throws out of 4.5. He contributes an average of 23.8 points, 5.3 rebounds, 6.8 assists, 1.3 steals, and 0.6 blocks. During Vince's absence, his statistics have significantly declined, although there has been a decrease compared to the beginning of the season. His performance remains undeniably at an all-star caliber. Currently, his numbers have stabilized, placing him 10th in the league in scoring. The only backcourt players in the Eastern and Western Conferences who surpass him in scoring are Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady, and Jerry Stackhouse of the Pistons. Sun Tieshan benefits from his height and long reach, surpassing his contemporaries, including Curry, by a considerable margin. His scoring accuracy stands at an impressive 51.6, with a three-point shooting percentage of 44.6, which is higher than that of many frontcourt players. Notably, the shooting percentages of legends like Kobe Bryant fall below that of Sun Tieshan. Particularly, Jerry Stackhouse's scoring accuracy is a mere 40, relying solely on his shooting opportunities to achieve high scores, making it unfounded to label Sun Tieshan as merely a statistician. This is also largely attributable to the fact that he played most of his games as a substitute. In the Western Conference, the player with the highest vote count is Shaquille O'Neal, receiving 510,000 votes. He stands out in the center group, with David Robinson's fan votes amounting to less than half of O'Neal's total. Among the Western Conference guards, Kobe leads with 450,000 votes, followed by Jason Kidd with 380,000 votes in second place, and Jason Williams close behind with 340,000 votes, indicating a narrow margin between Kidd and Williams. In the forwards category, Chris Webber of the Kings ranks first with 440,000 votes, while Tim Duncan follows with 330,000 votes, and Kevin Garnett holds third place with 310,000 votes, showcasing a minimal gap between Duncan and Garnett. As the All-Star voting period commenced, all player statistics began to surge. The following morning, Sun Tieshan arrived at the company accompanied by Lin Chiliang and his bodyguard, David Paul. Upon meeting Greg Abel, Sun inquired, "Mr. Abel, how is the company's financing situation progressing?" He reassured, "There are no issues. Our contracts are indeed high-quality assets." Greg Abel then elaborated, "Tieshan Capital has guaranteed a $150 million medium-term bond for Rock Investment, with a maturity interest rate of 30. The principal and interest will be repaid in one lump sum after 5 years. We have reached out to several banks and ultimately negotiated with UBS to proceed with a private placement rather than a public offering, with UBS underwriting the bonds. We will also pay UBS a 3 issuance fee. This way, we avoid the need to register with the Securities and Exchange Commission and do not have to disclose information to the public, simplifying the issuance process." Sun Tieshan, unfamiliar with these matters, inquired, "Is this compliant?" Chapter 65, Dragons vs. Lakers. Joey Covey chuckled beside him and reassured, "You need not worry. The entire process is lawful and compliant, especially since it is backed by Tieshan Capital. The endorsement contract you have signed will adequately cover both the accrued interest and the principal. This represents a high-quality bond for them, devoid of any risks. I suspect UBS will retain this batch of bonds for themselves rather than sell them to other investors. When can we expect the funds to arrive?" Joey Covey replied, "By December 25th, the funds will be fully available." At that moment, Palinka entered and said, "Tieshan, I mentioned that I would treat everyone to a meal. Since you are free today, shall we go?" "All right, no problem." The group enjoyed a sumptuous French dinner, during which they discussed the company's future development plans. After the meal, upon returning home, Sun Tieshan asked, "How is the database establishment going, Chiliang?" Lin Chiliang responded, "I have classified and documented all the internet enterprises I could gather, complete with company indexes. However, as the data was collected from public sources, it is not entirely comprehensive." Sun Tieshan arrived at Lin Chiliang's room and opened the computer to scrutinize the data. The number of internet-related enterprises is in the thousands, a significant portion of which have either collapsed or been acquired, while others are struggling for survival. Even prominent corporations such as Amazon, World Communications, North Point Communications, NetEase, Sina, China, Com, Sohu, and Asia Info have experienced a substantial decline in market value. Among listed companies, those still performing relatively well are mere fragments of the past, including Netscape, AOL, and Yahoo. At this time, Baidu had yet to go public. Lin Chiliang inquired, "Tieshan, what purpose do you have in mind for me to establish this file?" Sun Tieshan chuckled, "Our initial capital is intended for investment in internet enterprises, as the internet will serve as the cornerstone of future development." Sun Tieshan scrutinized the surroundings before commencing his training regimen. Initially, with the assistance of Mike Mancius, he engaged in resistance band exercises. Subsequently, he practiced ball control, skillfully maneuvering around the 36 pillars scattered throughout the yard, darting and weaving with remarkable agility. Following this, he proceeded to shooting drills, placing particular emphasis on executing 2-point shots under defensive pressure and attacking the basket. On the eve of the game between the Raptors and the Lakers, Kobe, in an interview with ESPN, boldly proclaimed his intention to score 40 points against the Raptors. On the same day, the league announced the Player of the Week for the 6th week. Sun Tieshan and Vince Carter, boasting an impeccable record of 4 victories, have eclipsed Glenn Robinson of the Bucks to secure the title of this season's 2nd Player of the Week. Early the following morning, Sun Tieshan made his way to the training facility. Upon entering the locker room, Vince Carter inquired, "Tieshan, did you catch the sports news on ESPN last night?" "No. I was focused on training and didn't pay attention." "What happened?" Antonio Davis, reveling in the moment, remarked, "Kobe from the Lakers stated in an interview that he intends to score 40 points over you and will teach you how to play basketball. Does he think he surpasses Michael? Is he really going to instruct me on the game? You have just earned the Player of the Month award. And many players in the league are quite envious. There is no way he can score 40 points against me. We don't even play in the same position." Sun Tieshan shifted his tone and addressed Vince Carter, saying, "Vince, it is your responsibility to defend Kobe. You must contain him and ensure he does not succeed." Vince Carter nodded in agreement, affirming, "I will perform my duties well." Currently, the backcourt players of the Raptors possess strong offensive capabilities but lack defensive prowess, especially with their lone perimeter defensive specialist, Doug Christie, having been traded away. This has rendered their backcourt defense quite challenging. Fortunately, the offensive skills of both Tieshan and Vince Carter are formidable, effectively masking this shortcoming. After the morning training session, head coach Lenny Wilkins approached Tieshan and remarked, "Tieshan, your offensive skills are commendable. However, your defense requires enhancement. If you aspire to become a superstar, you must master both offense and defense. No amount of training can rival the progress gained from a fierce confrontation with top-tier players. Tonight, you will be tasked with guarding Kobe. I do not wish for him to score 40 points in the game." Tieshan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this responsibility would fall upon his shoulders. "Very well, I shall strive to do my best." The renowned defenders were all eager to score 40 points under their own names, which caused Tieshan a twinge of annoyance. Head coach Lenny Wilkins then stated, "This afternoon, you will train with assistant coach Walker Russell, who will instruct you on how to handle Kobe. Additionally, Alvin will alternate with you to wear him down. I will heed the coach's advice." That afternoon, Walker Russell and Tieshan watched footage of Kobe's past games, providing one-on-one guidance. The tickets for this match had long since sold out. That evening, the Air Canada Centre was filled to its 19,800-seat capacity, with ticket prices having doubled from the usual rate. Yet still, every seat was occupied. At 7 o'clock, Tieshan and Carter jointly raised the trophy for Player of the Week. The starting lineups were announced. The Toronto Raptors starting players were center Charles Oakley, power forward Antonio Davis, small forward Vince Carter, shooting guard Alvin Williams, and point guard Mark Jackson. The Los Angeles Lakers starting players were center Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Horace Grant, small forward Rick Fox, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, and point guard Ron Harper. This match was broadcast live nationwide by TNT, with coverage from Huaxia Television. Data analyst Kenny Smith remarked, "The Raptors have performed admirably this season thus far, achieving a record of 19 wins and 4 losses, currently ranking first in the league. The second-ranked team is the 76ers, who have faced some challenges against Western powerhouses, with a record of 6 wins and 4 losses, totaling 17 wins and 7 losses. The Jazz rank third with a record of 16 wins and 7 losses. The Lakers, with 16 wins and 9 losses, hold the 4th position in the league, while the Spurs sit in 5th place. After Tieshan joined the Raptors, he effectively filled the void left by Tracy McGrady, maintaining their scoring ability during transitional phases. The addition of Riff LaFrance brought further dynamism to the team. Overall, the general manager of the Raptors has done commendable work in strengthening the squad this season." Charles Barkley remarked, "You are absolutely correct, Kenny. However, I must emphasize that Tieshan's performance has exceeded expectations. Although McGrady had an impressive stint with the Magic, averaging a remarkable 28, 3 points, 7, 6 rebounds, 4, 7 assists, 1, 6 steals, and 1, 5 blocks. His ability to create space pales in comparison to that of Tieshan. As the 6th man, while Sun's defense may not match McGrady's, he is evidently better suited for the role, particularly due to his exquisite 3-point shooting ability, which can rival that of Ray Allen from the Bucks. Coupled with LaFrance's ability to stretch the floor, this significantly enriches the Raptors' offensive strategies, providing Vince ample opportunities to penetrate. I often ponder, had McGrady chosen to remain with the Raptors instead of departing for Orlando, perhaps this season they could have truly contended for the championship, especially with 3 towering guards and forwards averaging over 20 points per game. I cannot fathom any team capable of defending against them." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, stating, "You make a valid point. The Raptors' interior strength is formidable, with Antonio Davis, Riff, and Charles Oakley showcasing solid defensive skills. Had McGrady not left for Orlando, they would indeed have posed a significant challenge to opponents. Nevertheless, their rookie Peterson has been performing admirably and possesses commendable 3-point shooting capabilities, further opening the floor for the team." As the referee Ken Maurer blew the whistle, the game commenced, with Shaquille O'Neal securing possession for the Lakers. O'Neal's immense presence in the paint is unparalleled, as he received a pass from Ron Harper outside the key and effortlessly executed a soft hook shot for the first points of the game. Subsequently, Vince Carter's shot under Kobe's defense clanged off the rim, followed by the thud of muscular collisions beneath the basket. Antonio Davis anticipated the rebound's trajectory and seized the offensive board, but his shot failed to find the mark. Horace Grant secured the defensive rebound and passed to Ron Harper, who advanced the ball up court while Mark Jackson applied pressure. Harper protected the ball with one hand while dribbling into the front court, once again feeding the ball inside. As Grant battled for position, he received an elbow from Charles Oakley, causing a turnover as the ball sailed out of bounds. The Raptors regained possession, with Mark Jackson pushing the ball up court and feeding it inside, where Antonio Davis attempted another shot that went awry. In the broadcast booth, Zhang Heli commented, "Antonio Davis has been rather off target. This marks his second consecutive miss. He shouldn't rush his shots but rather distribute the ball." Alvin Williams struggles to create space on the court, and the head coach should have substituted Tieshan earlier. Tieshan is capable of both driving and shooting, making it difficult for Kobe to manage him alone on the floor. Ujia interjected, "Indeed, Zhang. Lakers guard Ron Harper boasts commendable defensive skills, having been a key player for the Bulls. No, Ron Harper is too old. He is nearly 37 years old now. While he possesses solid defensive experience, he cannot contain Tieshan," Zhang asserted. Ujia responded, "Let us see when Tieshan will be brought into the game." Chapter 66, Raptors vs. Lakers 2. At that moment, O'Neal grabbed a defensive rebound and passed to Ron Harper. Ron advanced the ball, handing it off to Kobe. Faced with Carter's defense, Kobe opted not to take on a one-on-one but instead executed a high lob pass into the paint. O'Neal received the ball and backed down against Charles Oakley, only to be stripped by Antonio Davis. Alvin Williams brought the ball up court and passed to Oakley, who missed his shot. Anthony Davis snatched the offensive rebound and executed a soaring dunk, drawing a foul from O'Neal. Davis converted one of 2 free throws, followed by a successful jump shot from Kobe, assisted by Fox, bringing the score to 4-1 just a minute and a half into the game. Turning back, Vince Carter drove to the basket and made a shot. The Lakers then worked the ball in and out, but Fox's shot missed the mark, and amidst the chaos, O'Neal failed to secure the offensive rebound against the tough defense provided by Oakley and Davis. Oakley collected the rebound and passed it to Alvin Williams, who scored, allowing the Raptors to take a 1-point lead. O'Neal responded with a powerful dunk, and the two teams exchanged leads. With 7 minutes and 26 seconds left in the first quarter, the score stood at 8-8. O'Neal incurred his second foul, prompting Phil Jackson to call a timeout. O'Neal was substituted for Greg Foster, while Wilkins replaced Charles Oakley and Alvin Williams with Riff LaFrance and Son Tieshan. Assistant coach Walker Russell noted as Tieshan prepared to enter the game, "Kobe is a player prone to emotional fluctuations. You might consider using some trash talk on the court to provoke him. This could lead him to play more selfishly, making him easier to defend against. Once he starts playing smart, focusing on passing and balancing inside and outside play, the Lakers will become exceedingly difficult to contend with." Son Tieshan nodded thoughtfully and replied, "I shall do my utmost to give it a try." "Go ahead." As soon as Son Tieshan entered the arena, he addressed Vince Carter, saying, "Vince, you take on the defense against Fox, and I shall contend with Kobe." "Why?" "Because he aimed to score 40 points over me, and I must afford him the opportunity." Upon hearing this, Vince Carter shrugged and replied, "All right." Son Tieshan approached Kobe and said, "Let's chat. That 4-point shot doesn't count. You need to redo it." Kobe turned to inquire, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Ron Harper made a cross-court pass to Kobe. Son Tieshan suddenly sprang into action, leveraging his height and long reach to intercept the ball just before Kobe could reach it. He initiated a fast break, but unfortunately, Fox committed a timely foul. Son Tieshan turned to Kobe and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Because those 4 points just now were not scored over me. You mentioned wanting to score 40 points on my head." Kobe furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, yet he did not quite grasp Son Tieshan's meaning. The referee's whistle pierced through the air. Son Tieshan executed an out-of-bounds pass, and Mark Jackson advanced the ball to the front court. Rafe LaFrance positioned himself at the top of the arc, receiving the basketball from Jackson. Shedding the defense of Ron Harper, he sprinted towards the right corner. Noticing LaFrance with the ball, center Greg Foster promptly followed suit. Vince Carter suddenly surged forward, utilizing a screen from Mark Jackson to elude Kobe, making a cut towards the basket to receive a pass from LaFrance. He then successfully converted a mid-range jump shot. Son Tieshan's 3-point shot was precise, causing Rick Fox to hesitate and refrain from closing in for a double team. In the subsequent play, Ron Harper, under the defense of Mark Jackson, missed his 3-point attempt. Meanwhile, Rafe LaFrance secured the defensive rebound and delivered a long pass to Son Tieshan. Son Tieshan skillfully controlled the ball, racing towards the front court with remarkable speed. Fox and Kobe, having surpassed him at the 3-point line, had yet to turn around to defend when Son Tieshan executed a sudden stop and launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. The 3-pointer found its mark. In the Huaxia television studio, Zhang Heli expressed his excitement, stating that Sun Tieshan handled the play exceptionally well, just as it should be done. Indeed, as Mr. Zhang pointed out, Sun Tieshan boasts an impressively high three-point shooting percentage when unguarded, which explains why he managed to intercept the ball from Fox. Fox, unwilling to concede, resorted to fouling in an attempt to curb Sun Tieshan's momentum. Once he breaks into the front court without timely defense, he can effortlessly sink a trailing three-pointer. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Sun Tieshan persistently shadowed Kobe on the defensive end. Step aside, do not follow me. Kobe, dissatisfied after Sun Tieshan intercepted a pass intended for him, shoved him aside. I must defend you. Only then will you have the opportunity to score 40 points over me. I do not seek that opportunity. Greg Foster set a screen for Kobe at the three-point line. As Kobe received the ball, Sun Tieshan swiftly maneuvered around, extending his arms to create a barrier, positioning himself a meter away, obstructing the path between Kobe and the hoop. Kobe, clutching the ball, executed a prayer gesture, attempting to deceive Sun Tieshan. Sun Tieshan adjusted the hem of his trousers, fixated on him. Let us chat. Your three-point shooting is abysmal. I'll grant you a chance. If you manage to make it, it will be a testament to your skill. Silence yourself. Do you think a novice like you can guard me? If you have the ability, shoot. Just don't pass the ball. Surely, you're not intimidated by a rookie, are you? Am I to be intimidated by you? With that, Kobe leaped into the air, unleashing a three-point shot. Sun Tieshan leapt into action, moving with the agility of a startled hare. Leveraging his towering stature and long arms, he made a valiant effort to reach upward, his fingers grazing the ball as it soared toward the hoop. Clang! The basketball struck the front rim and ricocheted away. A flurry of chaos ensued beneath the basket. Apologies, but witnessing your magnificent leap was so captivating that I couldn't resist. I promise to grant you your due chance next time. Silence. This play has nothing to do with you. The large screen replayed the moment of Kobe's shot in slow motion, confirming that Sun Tieshan had indeed made contact with the basketball, causing Kobe's attempt to falter. The arena's DJ proclaimed with fervor, a block from number 58, Sun Tieshan of the Raptors. An error from number 8, Kobe Bryant of the Lakers, +1. Kobe's expression turned ashen in that moment. Sun Tieshan witnessed Vince Carter seizing the defensive rebound and, in an instant, surged forward, racing towards the front court. Carter then passed the ball to Mark Jackson, who also sprinted ahead. Sun Tieshan had just crossed the center line when Mark Jackson shouted loudly, "Tieshan, catch the ball." Sun Tieshan sprinted a few strides, catching Mark's long pass, and charged toward the basket with the ball in control. Kobe, infuriated, exerted every effort to catch up. As Sun Tieshan approached the three-point line, he glanced back to see Kobe and Vince Carter closing in behind him. At that moment, attempting a contested three-pointer would undoubtedly result in a block from Kobe. He skillfully controlled the ball and charged straight into the paint, creating a 2-on-1 situation in the front court. Sun Tieshan leapt into the air, disregarding the presence of others, feigning a pass while delivering a genuine one. Kobe, exerting all his effort, soared to attempt a block. The basketball sailed past Kobe's outstretched arm, and Carter executed a spectacular two-handed alley-oop dunk, sending the ball through the hoop. As Sun Tieshan landed, he remarked, chatting, "Your son will one day watch television and say, 'Dad, Sun Tieshan made a great pass, and Carter just dunked over you.'" Upon hearing this, Vince Carter burst into laughter, grinning widely. "Shut your mouth, rookie. You lack the standing to converse with me. You are merely the second in command of the Lakers. While Shaquille O'Neal is the star player, the MVP, the finals MVP. You possess nothing. We are not equals." Chapter 67, Raptors vs. Lakers 3. This left Kobe momentarily flustered, prompting him to step forward to receive the ball. He dribbled toward the front court, with Sun Tieshan defending closely. Although Kobe was not short among shooting guards, standing at 1.97 meters in shoes and 1.95 meters barefoot, he still felt significantly shorter compared to Sun Tieshan, who stood at 2.01 meters in shoes. Coupled with Sun's large hands, long arms, agility, and swift speed, Kobe found himself momentarily unable to shake him off. Noticing Sun's tight defense, Kobe delivered a swift jab to create some space. Sun Tieshan exhibited a range of emotions. During NBA matches, numerous players engage in subtle maneuvers, exerting just enough force to induce discomfort and irritation in their opponents, primarily to assert their own toughness and deter close contact. By the end of a game, particularly against formidable teams, it is not uncommon for players to bear several bruises. This phenomenon was considered the norm around the year 2000. In the words of Yao Ming, playing basketball resembled a form of combat, with bodies colliding repeatedly. Sun Tieshan's temper flared, and he quipped incessantly, "Kobe, your gameplay is far too soft. Did you not have a donut for breakfast? You are the one who plays soft. Kobe, provoked, evaded the referee's gaze and forcefully drove his elbow into Tieshan's ribs. Tieshan felt a sharp pain in his lower back. With a swift push against the floor, he propelled himself forward, evoking the sensation of colliding with a freight truck traveling at 80 kilometers per hour. The players on the bench of the Dragons team rose to their feet in unison. Beep. The referee reacted promptly, pointing decisively at Kobe. With an expression of innocence, Kobe pointed towards Tieshan, exclaiming, "He is faking the fall." Tieshan sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, charging towards Kobe. The assistant referee hurriedly intervened, embracing Tieshan to restrain him, saying, "Do not engage. The head referee has already made a decision." Tieshan shouted across the sideline, "You should know whom you are facing. Do not feign injury next time." Spittle flew from his mouth, splattering Kobe's face. Instantly, Kobe dropped the ball, turned away, and raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling his intent to avoid conflict. The head referee intervened, separating the two. Carter and others rushed over, inquiring, "Tieshan, are you all right?" "I am fine." The Zen master, Phil Jackson, could no longer remain passive. Shaquille O'Neal had already accumulated 2 fouls within the first 5 minutes, compounded by fouls from Fox and the earlier Horace Grant, totaling 4. If Kobe were to commit a foul, it would result in free throws. He quickly approached, stating, "Mr. Moore, it was clearly Tieshan who flopped. I saw it distinctly." Given the Zen master's stature, head referee Ken Moore was reluctant to offend him and promptly went to the technical area to review the footage. The large screen replayed the incident repeatedly. Kobe's elbow strike was conspicuous, sending Tieshan sprawling. The audience was incensed, voicing their outrage in unison, hurling insults. Charles Oakley appeared thrilled, exclaiming, "Here comes the action." Referee Mo Kin returned, his fist clenched at his waist, mimicking an elbowing motion, addressing the Zen master, "Phil, do not attempt to influence the game." The elbowing by Kobe was too evident. Even a blind man could see it was not a flop. Kenmore subsequently escalated the ruling to a flagrant foul, awarding 2 free throws. Recently, Tieshan has been performing admirably, garnering considerable popularity. A stark contrast to his initial game. The referees have consistently treated him fairly on the court. He approached the free throw line and successfully made both shots. The score stands at 15-8, with the Raptors leading by 7 points. Tieshan took a throw-in. Ron Harper approached Kobe and whispered, "Kobe, you must remain composed. You must understand that Tieshan is well-versed in the martial arts of Wuxia. If you provoke him, he could easily knock you out with a single punch." Much like Sprewell did. Kobe, brimming with indignation, retorted, "I have been incessantly harassed by his trash talk. He is incessant like a wolf king. What right does a rookie have to behave this way? He is not an ordinary rookie, he is a super rookie. And you must treat him with the respect he deserves." I understand now. I was not composed enough earlier. The brief interlude quickly passed. Mark Jackson advanced the ball past half-court, while Tieshan positioned himself at the left corner, creating space as Fox hurried to follow. Jackson passed the ball to Anthony Davis, who unfortunately missed his shot. Tieshan seized the offensive rebound and, before being double-teamed, passed the ball to LaFrance, who effortlessly sank a 2-point shot. In the ensuing possession, Tieshan dedicated himself to staunchly defending Kobe. As Kobe penetrated the paint, Tieshan sprinted close behind. His footwork precise, one hand raised high, subtly creating a half-body position while his right elbow pointed firmly towards Kobe's ribs. This was a defensive maneuver reminiscent of Jordan's subtle techniques, which most would find difficult to withstand without faltering. There was no need for an aggressive elbow swing. As Kobe charged forward, he suddenly collided with Tieshan, his expression shifting as cold sweat broke out. He narrowly escaped a potential steal from Tieshan, hastily delivering a bounce pass to Fox, who successfully drained a 3-pointer from beyond the arc. The score read 17-11. Mark advanced the ball up the court, passing it laterally to Tieshan. Tieshan, after a brief prayer, maneuvered past Fox with sudden acceleration, breaching his defense to penetrate the paint. In motion, he executed a flawless horse-riding shot, scoring 2 points. The score stood at 19-11, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. Following the break, Fox was substituted for Robert Horry. The Raptors also made a change, replacing Mark Jackson and Antonio Davis with Morris Peterson and Charles Oakley. Kobe Bryant, in an attempt to surpass Tieshan's defense for a layup, was fiercely brought down by Charles Oakley. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Oakley. In the Wuxia television studio, Zhang Heli remarked, "Charles is defending Tieshan. He took down Kobe directly." Indeed, Yu Jia added, Charles has consistently looked out for Tieshan. He stood up for him even during the preseason. Kobe approached the free throw line, successfully sinking both shots. The score adjusted to 19-13. Observing Oakley's entrance, Zen Master, concerned for Kobe's well-being, opted to substitute him out after his free throws. Ron Harper approached Oakley, inquiring, "Charles, what was that all about?" Oakley replied, "Son Tieshan is a rookie whom Michael specifically asked me to look after. Kobe committed a foul. He must face the consequences. Now that we are even, let us leave it at that." Harper, a member of the Bulls' second three-peat and a defensive specialist, although now a seasoned 36-year-old, remained a figure of considerable experience. Son Tieshan took over the point guard position, orchestrating the offensive plays. Initially, he struggled against his opponent, succumbing to Harper's experience and being intercepted once. The contest was a back-and-forth affair, with the score steadily climbing. With just 2 minutes remaining, the teams were locked in a close battle at 23-17. The Lakers brought in Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, while the Raptors substituted Vince Carter for Jerome Williams. O'Neal swiftly scored 2 consecutive baskets, and Kobe, under Son Tieshan's defense, executed a graceful fadeaway jumper. Son then collaborated with LaFrentz for a pick-and-roll, cutting to the basket to receive LaFrentz's pass and scoring 2 points. He subsequently penetrated the interior, confronting O'Neal's defense. With a deft bounce pass, the ball glided through the defender's legs, setting up Oakley for a successful dunk. As the referee's whistle echoed, the Raptors concluded the first quarter with a 27-23 lead. In this opening quarter, Kobe shot 5 of 11 from the field, missed both of his three-point attempts, and accrued 10 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 2 fouls, and 1 turnover. In the first quarter, Son Tieshan made 3 out of 4 attempts, including 1 three-pointer, achieving a total of 9 points, along with 3 assists, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal, while committing a single turnover. In Chapter 68, Raptors vs. Lakers, TNT analyst Kenny Smith remarked that Son Tieshan's efficiency was indeed impressive, as he scored 9 points in the first quarter while exhibiting formidable defense against Kobe. He showed no fear in challenging Kobe, playing with great intensity. Charles Barkley added that Son Tieshan is a tough player, although he still lacks experience in defense. He is unafraid of confrontation, which is a rare trait for a rookie. However, his high shooting percentage can be attributed to Ron's age, as he struggles to keep pace with Son Tieshan's speed. If he were 5 years younger, Son Tieshan would find it much more difficult to penetrate his defense. "You are absolutely right," Kenny Smith concurred. Earlier, Son Tieshan was provoked by an elbow from Kobe, but fortunately, the assistant referee intervened. Otherwise, Kobe would have faced consequences. Indeed, one must remember that Son Tieshan is well-versed in Chinese martial arts, Barkley added. As the second quarter commenced, Wilkins substituted Jerome Williams and Charles Oakley for Vince Carter and Antonio Davis. Carter, Peterson, LaFrentz, and Davis are all quick players in their prime. At the onset of the second quarter, Son Tieshan orchestrated a fast-paced offensive strategy. The Raptors unleashed a relentless barrage, their attacks flowing like mercury, while the Lakers maintained a steady and measured approach. Shaquille O'Neal dominated the paint with his formidable presence, complemented by Kobe Bryant's frequent assists from the perimeter. The contest was fiercely competitive, with neither side able to establish a significant lead. Nonetheless, the Raptors consistently held the advantage. In the studio of Huaxia Television, Zhang Heli remarked that Wilkins' starting lineup was judiciously arranged, noting that Alvin Williams' poor shooting was insufficient to create space for Carter. Ujia added that Tieshan, being a rookie, lacked the stamina to play 40 minutes like Carter and also needed to manage the bench players to maintain the Raptors' offensive firepower during Carter's absence. In the 6 games he started while Carter was sidelined, Tieshan faced intense defensive pressure, resulting in a 3 percentage point decrease in his shooting efficiency. He thrived when handling the ball alongside the starting players. As the primary facilitator, Mark Jackson's necessity to play off the ball restricted Tieshan's capabilities. Zhang Heli shook his head, suggesting that when Tieshan played alongside Carter, the latter's presence allowed him to perform well without the ball. However, in Carter's absence, Tieshan faced significantly greater defensive pressure while leading the team. In the game against the Jazz, he demonstrated his passing prowess against Stockton's relentless full-court defense, ultimately losing by only 4 points, primarily due to his teammates' lackluster performance. He has shown improvement in every game he plays. Zhang's assertion was accurate. Tieshan's ability to learn and read the game has indeed strengthened considerably since his debut. In the second quarter, Son Tieshan played for 8 minutes, contributing 3 assists, scoring 5 points, and grabbing 2 rebounds before being substituted. During this period, Kobe was tightly guarded by Tieshan, resulting in limited opportunities. He managed to shoot 2 out of 3 attempts and made both of his free throws, totaling 6 points, 1 rebound, and committing 2 turnovers without fouling. As the first half concluded, the Raptors led by 8 points, 59-51. At the beginning of the third quarter, Tieshan continued to propel the team with a fast-paced offense, although O'Neal's power in the paint was formidable. His lack of speed often resulted in a 5-on-4 scenario on the offensive end. Simultaneously, the Raptors intensified their defensive efforts against O'Neal, Charles Oakley, and Antonio Davis. Both tough competitors engaged in a fierce battle for rebounds in the paint, with elbows flying and physicality palpable, embodying a testosterone-fueled confrontation. In jest, one might say, "You're quite far from the 40-point mark. How about I offer you a chance? This time, I won't defend you. Go ahead and take another three-pointer." Tieshan positioned himself a step beyond the three-point line to guard Kobe. Silence. Kobe released his shot from beyond the arc, clang. It ricocheted off the rim. Tieshan smiled and remarked, "You see, I didn't defend this time, yet you still couldn't score." Kobe's expression darkened upon hearing this. In the next round, he attempted a shot from beyond the arc once more, while Tieshan leaped vigorously, with Battier shielding his face in defense, mere centimeters from Kobe's eyes. Bang! Kobe missed again. Ultimately, the third quarter concluded with the Raptors leading by 7 points, having executed a scoring surge of 26-19. Kobe unleashed his offensive prowess during this quarter, frequently attacking the basket, yet ended up with a shooting record of 5 out of 12 attempts, including 1 out of 3 from three-point range, and successfully converting both of his free throws, totaling 13 points without a single assist. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Raptors maintained a 15-point lead at 85-70. During the break, Phil Jackson advised Kobe, "We are down by 15 points. In the final quarter, you must refrain from engaging in one-on-one battles with that young player from Huaxia. You need to share the ball more." Kobe nodded in acknowledgement. As the fourth quarter commenced, within 3 minutes, the Lakers executed a scoring surge, with Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal enhancing their connection and repeatedly delivering assists. A swift 10-2 run quickly narrowed the deficit to single digits. Head coach Wilkes hastily replaced Alvin Williams with Tieshan to bolster their perimeter offensive efforts. Alvin Williams had a three-point shooting percentage of merely 30%. His success relied heavily on fortune. When in form, he would make 4 out of 5 attempts, but when off, he would miss all 5. In this match, he failed to hit any of his 3 attempts from beyond the arc, significantly hampering the team's offensive flow. As Tieshan took to the court, he deftly maneuvered to shake off Fox, sinking a three-pointer that stabilized the team's footing. Shortly thereafter, he teamed up with Vince Carter on the defensive end to double-team Kobe Bryant, rendering him ineffective in the final minutes, where he faltered with 4 consecutive misses, including a failed three-point attempt. In the original timeline, the Raptors and the Lakers battled through overtime, with the Raptors narrowly succumbing by a mere 3 points. However, this timeline unfolded quite differently. Tieshan's shooting stability far surpasses that of Alvin Williams. Although his defensive prowess may not match that of Alvin, he exhibits no trepidation in confronting Kobe. This unwavering confidence allowed the Raptors to maintain a consistent lead, ultimately preventing the Lakers from staging a comeback. A scenario also influenced by O'Neal's lack of full exertion on both ends of the court. Having already secured both the MVP and FMVP accolades, O'Neal appears to have little left to pursue in terms of honors, opting instead to play conservatively throughout the regular season. As the final whistle blew, the Raptors triumphed in a nail-biting victory, concluding the match with a score of 109-104. In this contest, Kobe made 14 of 32 attempts, including 1 of 6 from beyond the arc, and successfully converted 5 of 6 free throws, amassing a total of 34 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks. O'Neal, on the other hand, shot 12 of 17 from the field and 4 of 11 from the charity stripe, contributing 28 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Tieshan delivered a commendable performance, shooting 9 out of 15 from the field, including 4 out of 7 from beyond the arc, and achieving a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, thus amassing a total of 26 points, along with 7 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block. Anthony Davis contributed 14 points and 16 rebounds, while Charles Oakley added 12 points and 18 rebounds. These 2 players were pivotal in determining the outcome of the match, allowing the Raptors to dominate the boards against the Lakers. Vince Carter, under Kobe's defense, struggled throughout the game, hitting only 9 of his 26 attempts. including 1 out of 3 from three-point range, but managed to score 29 points, complemented by 10 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. The Raptors secured a total of 58 rebounds, significantly outpacing the Lakers by 15 rebounds in this regard. However, their overall shooting percentage was notably inferior to that of the Lakers, which contributed to the difficulty of the contest. Following the conclusion of the game, Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal approached Vince Carter and others to extend their greetings. Kobe remarked to Son Tieshan, "Rookie, I hope you weren't injured during today's match." Son Tieshan remained unfazed. The court is inherently competitive, a battleground where one fights for survival, yet off the court, they transform into superficial brothers. Unless one truly strikes a nerve, such as suggesting that one's spouse tastes like a donut, animosity seldom arises from a mere aggressive play. Otherwise, one would be surrounded by adversaries. In casual conversation, there is still room for improvement. I battled with Michael for a month and a half without sustaining any injuries. How could you possibly inflict harm upon me? Oh, that's reassuring. Charles Oakley approached, saying, "Kobe, you must discern your targets. Son Tieshan is not someone you can provoke. He is under Michael's protection. Even I, a devoted follower of Michael, do not enjoy such privileges. What makes him deserving?" Upon hearing this, Kobe left with a frown, resolute in his decision to train in Chicago during the off-season. Chapter 69. A trial balloon. TNT commentator Charles Barkley remarked, "This match is fiercely contested, particularly the backcourt duo of Vince and Son Tieshan against the formidable O'Neal combination in both offense and defense." Kenny Smith added, "You speak the truth. O'Neal's dominance on both ends of the court is immense, especially defensively. He stands beneath the basket like an insurmountable mountain." However, Son Tieshan managed to initiate a fast-paced offense at the start of the second and third quarters, frequently exploiting a 5-on-4 advantage before O'Neal could position himself, which may prove to be an effective strategy against him. After returning to the locker room, showering, and changing clothes, Kobe and O'Neal attended the post-game press conference. An ESPN reporter inquired, "Kobe, despite scoring 34 points, you were unable to secure a victory at the Raptors' home court. Son Tieshan has consistently defended you throughout the match. What is your assessment of him?" Kobe nodded and replied, "Son Tieshan is an exceptionally talented player. He shadowed me for the entire game. His defense is remarkably tenacious. I must admit, I underestimated him. Although I did not score 40 points, this is the home court of the Raptors, and they certainly enjoy a home advantage. I believe that when we meet again, I will undoubtedly achieve that." A reporter from Huaxia inquired, "Son Tieshan is still a rookie. This is his debut season. Do you have any advice for him?" With a frown, Kobe responded, "He has already been named Player of the Month. What advice could I possibly offer him?" Today, the Raptors' locker room was open for media interviews, and a throng of reporters surrounded Son Tieshan. Zhao Lei, a young female reporter from Singtao Daily, asked Tieshan, "During the first quarter, you were elbowed. What did you whisper to Kobe?" Son Tieshan would naturally refrain from vocalizing the banter on the court, for it is an unwritten rule that the affairs of the game must not be carried beyond its confines. He chuckled, remarking, "I told him, Kobe, you are far too soft. You could never score 40 points over me." At that moment, he raised his hand and responded, "You are indeed correct. My passing skills are significantly inferior to yours. I shall practice diligently on my own once I return." The journalists present were left with a multitude of questions swirling in their minds. One practicing passing alone seemed absurd. A reporter from TNT interjected, "Son Tieshan, you cannot deny that although Kobe did not reach 40 points in this game, he managed to score 34 with a shooting percentage of 44. He performed commendably. Your defense does not shine as brightly as your offensive display." Son replied, "You are right. I am still a novice, continuously learning, and I will certainly improve." A journalist from the Sports Weekly inquired, "Tieshan, if the national basketball team were to summon you, would you accept?" He affirmed, "Yes, I would agree. But I would only participate in world-class events, such as the World Championships and the Olympics. I will certainly not engage in other competitions, particularly various warm-up matches." Upon hearing this, Son Tieshan immediately grasped the situation. It was highly likely that the Basketball Management Center was merely probing the waters. He continued, "You are aware that the competition in the NBA is exceedingly fierce, and the schedule is incredibly demanding. With a minimum of 88 games in a season, 82 regular season games plus 6 preseason matches. Should a team advance to the playoffs, the total could reach 90 or even 100 games, extending well into June. This leaves players with merely a little over 2 months of the off-season. Players are human, not machines." During this brief respite, They must diligently maintain their physical condition while also engaging in training to ensure they do not regress. Participation in various warm-up games and the Asian Games presents a conflict with NBA commitments, and the physical toll can be overwhelming. This increases the risk of injury significantly. Consequently, not only does this hinder their ability to serve the national team effectively in international competitions, but it may also lead to premature retirements due to excessively burdensome schedules. I believe this scenario is detrimental, both for the individual and the national team. There are numerous young players domestically who are performing admirably. For the sake of the development of men's basketball, I feel that the Asian Games and warm-up matches should provide them with more opportunities. This would facilitate the construction of a robust pipeline for the national team, allowing me to contribute more effectively to my country. That evening, upon returning home, Sun Tieshan removed his shirt. Lin Chiliang noticed several bruises scattered across his body, particularly a strikingly purple mark on his ribcage. She promptly inquired, "How could the competition be so intense in today's match?" Sun Tieshan lamented, "Lanny instructed me to defend against Kobe. What could I do but give it my all? That fellow is particularly notorious for his sly maneuvers. I battled against him throughout the entire match, and this is the state I find myself in. He is not in any better condition than I am. I am not one to harbor grudges. Any grievances are settled on the spot. However, the bruises on him might not be so easily visible. Why is that?" Sun Tieshan chuckled and remarked, "He is of African descent, even if he bears bruises. They will not be as conspicuous, unlike those of Caucasians and Asians, which are immediately apparent. I shall fetch some safflower oil to administer a massage." "Very well." Lin Chiliang returned to the room with the safflower oil, akin to a considerate spouse, tenderly applying the oil to Sun Tieshan's afflicted area, massaging with utmost care and attention. The following morning, the team enjoyed a half-day break. Pelinka sought out Sun Tieshan, and upon their meeting, he stated, the latest model of the Audi all-terrain four-wheel drive SUV, along with the A8 executive vehicle, will be delivered by the end of the month. These two vehicles are a gift from us to you, in accordance with our partnership agreement. Henceforth, for your personal travels, you are to exclusively use Audi-branded vehicles. That is perfectly acceptable, since they are financing this. We ought to uphold our integrity. During the All-Star festivities in February, you will also be required to film several advertisements. Sun Tieshan nodded and said, "I will have Sister Chiliang help me arrange the schedule." Pelinka then added, "Moreover, the endorsement fee for the first year will be fully received by the end of the month. This means we are no longer short on funds. Indeed, we are not lacking in money." Pelinka shifted the conversation with a smile. "I heard that Huaxia Television has increased the broadcast of the Raptors games, which has significantly enhanced your influence in Huaxia." Sun Tieshan chuckled and said, "It is often said that one benefits from leaning against a sturdy tree for shade. Thus, we too must offer our gratitude. How do you propose we express our appreciation?" Sun Tieshan pondered, "How is the agency progressing? What candidates do we have?" "It has just been established and has yet to sign any players." Sun Tieshan pondered. "There are some commendable players in China who may potentially play in the NBA in the future. If you could organize a training camp in China during the off-season, it might prove to be beneficial. This could significantly enhance our influence among the public. What do you think about establishing a training camp in China?" Sun Tieshan nodded and remarked that China, particularly in the realm of basketball, lacks scientific guidance in physical training, nutrition, and sports medicine, as well as the necessary equipment. Furthermore, there is a dearth of sports agencies. There are a few promising talents there that could potentially be signed by a company. However, he would not take the lead in this matter. It all hinges on your capabilities. Sun Tieshan has shares in Pelinka's agency, which is why he expressed such sentiments. Upon hearing Sun Tieshan's words, Pelinka found the idea feasible and replied that the issues concerning nutritionists and physical trainers were manageable, and that sports medicine experts could also be recruited. He could arrange for training equipment and temporarily enlist several coaches. If you could recruit a few players, that would be even better. I believe there will be companies willing to sponsor our training camp. I think this endeavor is worthwhile, as it would also enhance our influence in China. You might want to contact him in advance to see if he would be interested in vacationing in China while earning some extra income. I can figure out the player situation. After discussing this, they had lunch, and Sun Tieshan headed to the gym for training. Pelinka then took his leave. With the year 2001 rapidly approaching and just over a year until the 2002 Basketball World Championship, there was a possibility that the Basketball Management Center might call him up for participation. Yesterday, a reporter from the Sports Weekly inquired about this issue, which resonated with Sun Tieshan. He realized the importance of preparation if Yuming could develop his skills early. Perhaps the men's basketball team could secure a medal at the 2002 World Championship. At the very least, they could advance from the group stage, avoiding the dismal performance of the original timeline. This could earn him a substantial fan base. As for single-handedly claiming the gold, Sun Tieshan had never even contemplated it. Basketball is a team sport, and even if one player excels, it is challenging for the team to win the championship without solid support from teammates. Otherwise, Jordan wouldn't have experienced years of struggle with the Bulls, and LeBron wouldn't have left for Miami to join forces with the other two superstars. Chapter 70. Instability. The following morning, Sun Tieshan received a call from his cousin, Lee Eileen. Tieshan, the shares of the two gaming companies in Korea have been fully acquired. Upon hearing the news, Sun Tieshan was overjoyed and promptly inquired, how much did it cost? $13 million, Lee Eileen replied. The two gaming companies, along with the games they are currently developing, are being packaged together. We intend to merge them, which will help reduce operational costs. You've worked hard, cousin. Just manage it as you see fit. It's no trouble at all. It merely involves sipping tea, engaging in conversations, and conducting some research. At this juncture, Lee Eileen questioned, these two companies have been operating rather subdued in Korea. Can you confirm they will generate substantial profits domestically? That is assured. Though some modifications to Qian Yin will be necessary. Qian Yin games? What alterations do you propose? The essence of Qian Yin revolves around martial arts clans, with occasional skirmishes over territory. However, it lacks large-scale battles, resulting in diminished customer loyalty. My plan is to introduce the Huashan sword debate into the game. We shall establish a martial king city, which all clans can vie for. Once a clan becomes the city lord, they will earn the title of Martial Arts Alliance leader, and their dialogue will be displayed in golden characters, alongside a portion of coin revenue. This will undoubtedly incite fervor among players. Furthermore, we must fully localize the content. Korea is, after all, too small and narrow in perspective. We can design the royal tomb as the mausoleum of the first emperor and the fox den as the Xinyuan tomb, while incorporating more elements of Huaxia martial arts and culture to prepare for future expansions overseas. Having said this, Sun Tieshan remarked, I will compile the rectifications into a presentation and ensure they adhere to it. That sounds good, but it's best not to make overly drastic changes. Rest assured, this will be a gradual enhancement aligned with advancements in internet technology. It cannot be accomplished overnight. Lee Eileen then asked, what are your next plans? The company has secured financing for the Rock Solid project, and the funds are expected to be transferred to our account by December 25th. I already have a proposal for the next investment plan, which I will compile shortly. Additionally, I have prepared a presentation regarding the future development of the Shenzhen company, which I will send to you, cousin. It would be best if you could return before the end of the month for a meeting. Certainly. Once the call with Lee Eileen concluded, Sun Tieshan seized a moment to contact the Datong company. As soon as the line connected, an unfamiliar voice greeted him. Hello, Mr. Sunday. This is Jim Harrison. The company has appointed me as your stockbroker. How may I assist you today? Upon hearing this, Sun Tieshan was momentarily taken aback. At the beginning of the year, he had invested 50,000, shorting the Nasdaq at its peak. In preparation for his next steps, he chose to open an account with J.P. Morgan. Due to the modest size of his capital, he did not have a dedicated stockbroker at the time. Now, having made a significant profit in stock index futures, J.P. Morgan has assigned a specialized stockbroker to cater to his needs. Closing the position. Is there anything else you require? Sun Tieshan remarked, for now, I have no further requests. The funds remain in my account. Moments later, Jim Harrison stated, I have executed the closure as per your instructions. You have profited 26,590,000 this time, and due to your possession of a foreign passport, you are exempt from capital gains tax. Thank you. That evening, the Raptors achieved a resounding victory against the Jazz, avenging their previous defeat. Although Sun Tieshan's performance was rather average, hitting 6 out of 15 shots, making all 5 of his free throws, and finishing with 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists, Stockton's performance was no better. Vince Carter, however, was in remarkable form, shooting 14 out of 22 and scoring 36 points, leading the Raptors to a decisive victory. The following day, in a back-to-back match, they triumphed over the Pacers. Since Larry Bird's retirement as head coach and the departure of several veteran players, the Pacers have experienced a significant decline in strength, currently positioned 9th in the Eastern Conference, overshadowed by the Celtics. The coach, Thomas, has shown average situational command, overly influenced by personal interests, lacking sufficient authority to unify the team. His talent for selecting players is commendable, making him far superior as a general manager than as a head coach. They returned home to rest for a day. Tieshan had a wooden dummy constructed and moved it back to his room. At the end of the day's training, he said to David Paul, "David, how about we lend each other a hand sometime? Would you like to practice some combat techniques?" David replied, "Indeed, I have this intention. The court is much like a brawl. The more we practice, the less we suffer." Sun responded, "Certainly, I used to serve as an instructor in SEAL Team 6. So I am quite familiar with this. Having you as a sparring partner will help prevent my skills from becoming rusty." Sun Tieshan was filled with immense joy upon hearing this. Without sparring partners, no matter how proficient one becomes in martial arts, it remains mere pretense. This principle is akin to that of sports. Just like in the national team, when teammates train together, their skills may appear formidable, yet when confronted with robust defense, even advancing the ball past the halfway line proves to be a strenuous endeavor. At this point, Sun Tieshan acquired an additional subject to master. Following the conclusion of training, he would don protective gear and engage in half an hour of sparring with David Paul each day. On December 23rd, they returned to their home court and triumphed over the Hawks. Despite the commendable defensive strategies employed by the Hawks center, Dikembe Mutombo, and guard, Jason Terry, their offensive capabilities were severely lacking. Since the departure of their star player, Steve Smith, to the Trailblazers, the team has embarked on a rebuilding phase. Having failed to secure a playoff berth last season, they continue to languish at the bottom of the league this season. Meanwhile, the Raptors' backcourt duo is exhibiting remarkable prowess. In this match, Sun Tieshan achieved an impressive performance, shooting 9 out of 17 from the field, including 6 out of 11 from beyond the arc, and flawlessly converting all 7 of his free throw attempts. He amassed a total of 31 points, along with 5 rebounds and 7 assists, leading his team to a resounding victory over the Hawks with a score of 98-76, concluding the game with just over 3 quarters played.